What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is a story where Issei fused with 666 and became the true Apocalypse God Emperor. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Now let's get into part 2. Previously we saw that the aftermath of the sports event which resulted in everyone heading to their homes. While going home, Issei met up with Serzex, who needed his help as his friend Ajuka was working on an evil piece for any race strong enough to handle it, but was unable to get anywhere even with Azazel's help. They were back to square one no matter how hard they tried it. Serzex and Ajuka also wanted to gift Issei that evil piece as a sort of an apology token for his sister's actions in the previous timeline. They then head towards the laboratory where Ajuka and Azazel were working on this prototype piece without getting any results. After they see and greet both Issei and Serzex, Issei suggests to use his own magic, with the assumption that some progress might be made. They decide to go with Issei's suggestion, and Issei's idea works. They were able to make some progress with the evil pieces, so they decided to continue working on the project. Issei had some concerns, but Ajuka told him that the usage of the king piece will be made public soon, and it will not remain a secret once the king piece becomes stable. On hearing this, Issei heads home, but not before being asked by Serzex on why he asked that. Issei got a little angry because of a memory, but then told Serzex everything about the Cleria Belial incident and the aftermath that had happened in the previous timeline. Serzex on hearing this was furious, and went to deal with the ones responsible for this, the Great King faction. After listening to the full story, Serzex comes up with the idea of reducing the power of the faction by letting the decisions done by the council to be informed, and he and the four Satans will have a final say in whether the decision should be passed or not. He then, along with Lord Belial, who was devastated due to his niece's death, leaves to inform the rest of the family about it. 2 days later after the incident, Issei and his team head towards the school for their classes, where the rest of his friends are present. They all were discussing on what to do in Kyoto this time around. Issei wanted to visit a lot of places but could not because of the hero faction attack, so they this time wanted to enjoy the trip as well as complete the alliance of the three factions with the Shinto as soon as possible. After the school, Issei meets up with both Floey and Tiamat, with whom Issei wanted to talk with since he was going to Kyoto. Tiamat declined given that she has no reason to go to that place but will come in case Issei or his friends need any help. Floey, on the other hand, was ecstatic that he would visit some new place. Issei wondered that was Tiamat sure on staying back given that she might have no company, to which she responded that Sona and his parents will be present here, plus there needs to be someone to protect his parents in case someone comes to attack them. To which Issei understood and thanked Tiamat for her assistance. Tiamat was happy that she now has a family that she must protect from anything, and Issei and his family were like family to her as well. Issei was heading to his room. That was when he sensed a familiar magical presence. A circle had opened up, revealing Serzex, who had come to his house since someone from the Belial family wanted to meet him. Issei greeted the Crimson Satan. Issei, big brother, what brings you here? Serzex, well, someone from the Belial family wanted to meet you. He wanted to know the full story of what happened to his cousin. Issei thought that he might have an idea on who this mysterious person is. Issei, alright, let him in. Through the circle another person appears. He was a man with a graceful face who has gray hair and gray eyes. He seemed to be having a smile given that he was meeting the Red Dragon Emperor. Hello Red Dragon, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Diehauser Belial, the heir of Belial House and the current number 1 champion of the raiding game. Although Issei knew of his actions back in the previous timeline, he was nevertheless honored to meet the raiding game champion. Issei bowed his head in respect towards the raiding game champion. Diehauser, there is no need to bow before me, Red Dragon Emperor. If anything, I should be bowing to you. You helped me find out why my cousin was killed and allowed me to receive justice for their actions. Is it alright if I can call you Issei? Issei, I would be honored, Diehauser. Diehauser, may I know what happened to my sister? I want the complete story. Can you please tell me what had happened to her? Issei, alright then, this might be a roller coaster for you as well. Issei then explained what exactly happened to her. He did not leave out any details as to what had happened or how she was killed and why she was killed. Diehauser listened intently, keeping his emotions in check as well as anger in check. He did make a promise of not going after the council given that murdering them at this point is pointless. The damage is already done. Diehauser, I see, thanks Issei. Issei, not a problem. Is there anything else you want to know? Diehauser, I want to know how did you came to know all of this, like where did you get information about this from? Issei, well, let's just say I have something called as foresight. Issei, good thing is that I can lie through my tongue. Diehauser. I see. So do I do something so bad that I affect you in a way? I mean, you know so much about what happened to my cousin, even more than my very own family. Issei. Geez, this guy is smart. Yes, you did, Diehauser. Diehauser was shocked. He knew that he did something so bad that Issei would have been affected so much. At the very least, he could prevent history from repeating itself, ever again. Diehauser, may I know what I did in the future? Diehauser was stuttering. He knew that this is something that affected someone else's life. He felt really responsible for his actions. He even though did not commit them, but nevertheless he wanted to hear of his actions so that he will not do it ever again. Issei then proceeded to tell him everything that had happened in the future, as his actions nearly ruined not only the government, but also his relationship with his parents, as well as his loss as the champion of the raiding game. Thankfully his family was not affected by his actions, and in a way he received justice for his cousin's death either way, but he lost everything he and his family had worked so hard for. Diehauser, on the other hand, was on a loss for words. He knew that he would never repeat this again. He nearly ruined an innocent family out of vengeance. If anything, this time he will not repeat the same mistake ever again. He was determined to never side with terrorists ever again. No matter what happens, at the very least he will stay as the champion of the raiding games to at least honor his late cousin. Diehauser. Thanks, Issei. Know this, I will never go down the same route as you have seen in the future. I will always be there for my family this time, no matter what. Issei. Thanks, Diehauser, that's all I ask. We should fight again, not as enemies but as rivals. Diehauser. Indeed, Issei, but this champion will not go easy on you. Issei and Diehauser shake hands, after which the champion goes back to his own house. Serzex then speaks to him about the situation. Serzex. Why didn't you activate his memories, Issei? Issei. I simply did not want him to do that mistake again, so that is why I informed him of his actions. Plus, if he did know what he did was actually true and not hypothetically true, he might have done something drastic, which he would regret later on. Serzex. I see. So are you ready to head to Kyoto, to meet them? Issei. Yeah, it has been a while since I saw them. Ever since the reset I missed the both of them. Serzex. I have no doubt you will get close to them just like last time. Issei. Speaking of which, how is Milik doing? Serzex. Oh, he is doing fine. I have not told him about his aunt's actions given that he is still young and may not be able to take it. Issei. I know he is still a kid, he needs to enjoy it since it won't last forever. Serzex then teleports, leaving Issei alone in his room. He was pondering on what he was going to do in Kyoto. I mean, there is a lot of things he wants to do. Scene break. 1 week later. Kuoh train station, 9:30 a.m. Issei and his class could be seen going to Kyoto. Since the first and third years are not going this time around, Sona and Tsubaki are staying behind along with Rias, Koneko, Akeno and Gasper. Sona and Tsubaki were waving goodbye to Issei and the others. Sona. Hey Issei, take this. Sona hands Issei a pass and a stamp. Issei recognized the stamp that would let Saji be able to use promotion even without Sona's presence. He knew that this would be important, given his future possible encounter with the hero faction. Issei, is this? Sona. Yep, this stamp should allow Saji to promote even without my absence. You should give the stamp to Momo, since she is the smartest with me and Tsubaki not present. Raynare. So it is like a backup when the king is no available. Sona, indeed. Floey. Must be an amazing technology. Sona. Speaking of which, how are you going with the school? I mean, they are not used to seeing a talking flower. Floey. Well, I will be hiding in Issei's bag till the journey ends. Besides, Issei will be sitting next to Chara, so she will be there to hide me from any unwanted attention. Sona. I see. Raynare. Hey guys, the others are calling us, we need to go. Issei and Raynare could see that Frisk and Chara along with the others are waving at them. They knew the train is leaving in a few minutes and they need to take their seats as soon as possible. Before going, Sona had grabbed Issei and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Much to Raynare's jealousy, she knew that she needed to make her move on Issei before it is too late, or she might not be the leading girl no longer. She knew that tonight she needed to make her move on him. Raynare, we gotta go, Issei. Issei heard her voice and saw her smile. He knew that he needed to go before it is too late. He was scared of her anger after all. Issei. Okay, bye Sona. Sona, bye. That was when the wind breezed through her and Issei went inside the train station. Sona felt kind of empty when he left. She was sad. That was when Rias appeared and kept an hand on her. Rias. It's okay, he will be back. Sona. I know, but I have this feeling that the days without him are going to be longer than usual. Rias. Don't fret, he will be back safe and sound. Sona. I am surprised you are not going to be jealous or something. Rias, no Sona, I already lost my chance a long time ago, when I cheated on him and demeaned him beyond belief. I am at least happy that he does not hate me enough to see me dead. I just hope that maybe, just maybe I can be his ally. Sona, I am surprised. I thought all the intelligence and fat went in your chest instead of your brain. Rias on hearing this got embarrassed and shouted. Rias, Sanea. Sona, what? I thought that was supposed to be a compliment. Rias, sug you. Rias was embarrassed but stayed quiet. She knew that Sona had once again got her good. She then looked that the train had already long left. Once again her heart was heavy, but nevertheless knew that he was going to come back. In the train 10 a.m. Issei could be seen inside his mindscape. Some wielders of the boosted gear, given a lot of them had sacrificed their souls in order to give him a new life. He saw that some souls were present. They were all smiling at their most strongest wielder. Draigg, partner, what's up on your mind? Issei, no, it is just I activated the Juggernaut drive once again. Trihexa, and not only that, a much stronger version of that. And even without my power you managed to give Ophis a tough time. That is something you should be proud of. Issei, I know, but I never wanted to activate that. I just wanted to make that man suffer. Draigg, honestly what happened back then is long gone. You gotta think on what needs to be done next. Issei, speaking of which, I heard that they are trying to create an evil piece for the other races as well. That must be quite interesting. Issei recognized the voice. She was Elsha, one of the former wielders of the boosted gear. She was a beautiful woman with long wavy blonde hair, which is decorated with a head accessory as well as light green eyes. She wore a light purple dress. Issei, Elsha, it has been a while, so what you've been doing here? Elsha, nothing, just watching you and the things that you have done so far. Along with Belzerd, I even saw the changes happening so far, managing to still get girls even in this timeline. And before you ask how I remember, I was present back when you were dying due to Dragon's Fall. I was sealed in the boosted gear after all. Issei, so does he. Elsha, indeed, I somehow managed him to not go full murder spree on those cheaters. Issei, I see, so are you liking this timeline so far? Elsha, it is much better than the previous one. I never had the soul of determination and neither did Belzerd. We both had different soul traits. I can see why you never gave up in fights no matter what. Issei, sure. Elsha, well, I gotta go there. I will always be watching you, Issei. Issei, yes, see you later, Elsha, take care. Issei then enters outside his mindscape. That was when Raynare showed up. She had a seductive look in her eyes. She looked at Issei and said, Raynare, hey babe. Issei jolted on hearing her voice. Issei, Raynare, what's up, hey? Raynare, nothing much, since no one is here we can. Issei, but what if someone comes here then? Before Issei could say anything, Raynare closed her lips on his. They were making out for a while. Raynare had the door locked so as to prevent any interruptions. After a while they had split up. Issei was still in daze due to the kiss. Raynare, worry not babe, I locked the door. We can continue if you so wish to. Issei, how about we do it when we reach Kyoto? After all, we will be in one room, right? Raynare knew about the awkwardness of the situation and realized that a train bathroom may not be the best to do it. Raynare sigh, alright babe. Raynare and Issei then leave the bathroom and enter the respective seats. Chara then inquires what had happened when Issei went to the bathroom and why it took so long for him to leave the bathroom. After telling Chara that he was checking inside his boosted gear and having a talk with the dragons, Chara left him alone and started playing her Wii U. She was playing Super Mario 3D World. After all, she was trying to finish Champions Road but always failed in the dash panel section. Chara, why is this section so hard? I mean, I either get burned or fall of the dash panel, goddammit. Issei chucked at her sister's amusement. He did not want to tell her that he had completed the level weeks ago, so he kept quiet. Both he and Floey were busy looking at Chara playing this game. They on the other hand were continuing to play on their 3DS with them, trying to catch Deoxys in the post-game, which was a pain since they did not want to use their Master Ball on the Pokemon. That was when Kiba had shown up. He wanted to talk to Issei about something important. Kiba, hey guys. Issei, oh hey Kiba, what's up? Kiba, so you are still playing that game. Speaking of which, Chara, did you complete that dash panel section? Chara glared at the knight, who got the idea that she was still failing that section. Kiba, okay, hey, if you don't mind, can I sit next to Issei? Chara, okay. Chara got up and sat to the place where Kiba was formerly sitting. Issei had put his 3DS to sleep and put it back in his bag. Issei then asked Kiba. Issei, so what do you want to talk about? Kiba, Well, we are going to meet them, aren't we? Issei, you mean the yokai? That was what Serzex and Azazel had sent me here for. I do miss Kunou and Lady Yasaka. Kiba, honestly, Kunou looked up to you as a sort of older brother, and well, Yasaka, you have had a small crush on her, haven't you, Issei? Issei blushed at this. He remembered how he wanted to fondle and touch her breast back when he was a certified pervert. This time he wanted to act as a sort of brother figure to Kunou. He wondered whether they will have the same relationship they did back then. Kiba, speaking of which, are you planning to forgive the traitors for what they did? I honestly don't know what to do about them. They regret what they did, but considering the fact that you nearly died, I don't know whether I should forgive them. Issei, I would never forgive Rias if she was the same person back then. But honestly, she has been nothing but an annoyance to me with her constant apologies. Her peerage except you and Gasper are no better. Once Akeno even flew into my house scaring the crap out of my mother. Thankfully Tiamat was nearby and sent her flying out of Kuoh. Fate knows where she landed back then. Kiba, I knew they were desperate, but didn't know that they were that desperate. But what about the deal with Irina you made? You need to talk to her, right? Irina, on hearing her name being called, looked behind. She despised her past timeline counterpart for what she did to Issei. Now because of her she is suffering. But she is determined to get her childhood friend back. She was intently listening to what Issei and Kiba were talking about. Issei, honestly, I did promise to talk to her in order to hear her out. Let's see what she has to say. If she wants forgiveness, she needs to work for it. I am not forgiving her for what she did, at least not so easily. Irina sulked when Issei said that. He still partially hates her. She knew that she needed to remove the hate for her in his heart, but knew that this is not going to be easy. But nevertheless she wanted to be friends with Issei once again. Issei, now forget about those bad memories and let us focus on the Kyoto journey. After all, we also came here to enjoy ourselves. Kiba, you got that right, bro. Kiba and Issei were sitting on the seat for the rest of the journey. They reached Kyoto in the evening, after which Sarah Fall or Sarah Levi asked the students that they will be heading to the hotel where they need to sleep. Given that the journey was quite exhausting, that was when a familiar person had shown up. She was present as the new teacher for the Kuoh Academy. The boys present were cheering since their new teacher was female. While Issei and his team were unsurprised, they were then joined by Frisk, who went to buy some souvenirs from the train station. They all see that Rossweisse had officially joined the school. Issei knew that she better not give him the same Japanese room she gave him last time. It was kind of congested and he hated that room. Rossweisse, hello everyone, I am your new maths teacher. My name is Rossweisse and I am from Norway. All the boys were ecstatic that another female teacher had joined the school. Rossweisse internally sighed that some things will never change. The girls were annoyed by the fact that the boys were cheering for some random foreign woman who had just joined the school for teaching. Sarah Fall managed to use some of her charm to calm the boys down. Gremery Hotel, Kyoto, 7:30 p.m. Azazel and Sarah Fall then took the class to the hotel owned by the Gremery family. They were all given their room keys, with Raynare willingly pairing with Issei so that she and him could stay in one room, much to Kuroka and Asia's jealousy. Asia was then dragged by Chara and was taken to her room, since the two girls are sharing one room. Issei and Raynare then went to their rooms. Issei noticed that his room was much bigger and better than last time. Raynare, while this is our room, it looks so good, don't you think, babe? Issei, yeah, much better than last time. Raynare, last time, what are you talking about? Issei, oh, you weren't there. Rossweisse gave me a standard Japanese room, smaller than even my old room. Raynare, I see, must be bad. Issei, you have no idea. Issei dropped his bag on the floor and lied down on the bed. He was exhausted after all. That was when Issei heard a knock on the door, revealing it to be Rossweisse. Rossweisse, hey Issei, like the new room? Issei, yeah, much better than the room you last time gave me. Rossweisse, heh, I know the look on your face back then was priceless. Issei glared at Rossweisse, who flinched. He still had the memory fresh inside his head. Rossweisse, moving on, you must be Raynare, right? Raynare, right, and you are Rossweisse, the new teacher, Valkyrie. Rossweisse, indeed I am. I am happy you are not the same person back then who murdered Issei in cold blood. Raynare, yeah, I did teach her a lesson for good. Rossweisse was confused. How did Raynare manage to encounter her past self, let alone meet her? She wanted more. Issei, on seeing this, knew she needed some answers. Issei, sit down, Ross, you are in for a big story. Issei then proceeded to tell her about the nightmares, which later turned into night terrors after the Loki battle. She saw herself killing Issei in those nightmares. Raynare also chipped in, saying that during their training spar, her past self took over in an effort to kill Issei. After being knocked out by Kuroka, She was taken to Azazel's lab where she was analyzed only to figure out it was her past self trying to take over her, destroying her soul as a result. Azazel then sent him along with his friends and family to confront her. They were initially unable to take her down, but then Issei had an idea. He wanted her to see that this imposter was trying to make her think that there is no hope, no one to care for her. Issei told her that they care for her and love her no matter what happens, after which this Raynare materialized and beat the crap out of her past counterpart. After defeating her, they all go out of Raynare's body and Raynare then takes a rest after the whole situation. Raynare also mentioned how Issei cried after that, afraid to lose her, earning him a blush from Issei. She knew that he meant the world to her and vice versa. Rossweisse, on seeing this, had a genuine smile of affection, knowing that he has finally found the people that truly love him, and this time there is no deception. That was when another knock came, revealing to be Issei's friends along with Kiba and Saji had joined them. They were all shocked that Issei and Raynare had such a good room. Issei then wondered why they were here, especially at this time. Issei, so what brings you guys here? Saji, we all talked about it, and we decided to play some Uno before we go to sleep. Issei, yeah, that sounds about right. Everyone then started playing Uno, with everyone receiving 7 cards each. Rossweisse also had joined the students in playing. They were all having fun, with everyone using their strategy in order to gain the upper hand. Saji surprised the others with him constantly putting Chara on her toes, with him somehow getting +4 cards as well as wild cards, making her unable to get a proper play going. Issei tried to put Saji down, but he was always one step ahead of Issei. Kuroka and the girls were aiming their cards to hold off Saji, but he was able to overwhelm most of them. He won most of the matches, shocking everyone. In the end, everyone had their fun and Kiba and Saji left. They were followed by Kuroka and Frisk, who was begging Issei to help him, given that he was starting to get scared of Kuroka. Asya, do I also have to go? Chara then grabs Asya since it was too late for them and everyone wanted to go to sleep. Chara, come on Asya, you can be with him later as well. Asya, no. Asya is then dragged across to her room with Chara as they then head inside their room. Rossweisse also leaves the room, given that she has a whole separate room. They all go back, leaving Issei and Raynare alone. Floey was with Chara since he was in Chara's bag this time, and there was actually an empty potted plant where he could get some nutrients for his body, given that he was a flower. Issei and Raynare were alone in their bed. Since she was alone with him, she knew that this was her chance to make a move on Issei. Issei, on the other hand, had changed into his night suit, while Raynare stretched her wings out. Since Issei knew about her being a fallen, she then begins changing her clothes, much to Issei's embarrassment. Issei, Raynare, shouldn't you be changing in the bathroom or something? Issei's voice clearly had embarrassment. He was not expecting her to change in front of him. I mean, he has seen her naked before, but this is not something he was expecting her to do right now. Raynare, on noticing her lover's embarrassed face, then said, Raynare, darling, don't be like that, I know you want to get close to me. Raynare came closer to him. Issei had no idea what he needed to do. Raynare was making a move on him. The dragons were cheering for him. He knew what he had to do. He kissed her on her forehead and responded. Issei, Ray, I love you. I love you more than anything else. As much as I would love to do it right now, we will do it, but in the near future. After all, I did give my virginity to you right after our first date, so be patient, we will have some fun later down the line. Raynare, but... Before Raynare could continue, Issei took the initiative and kissed her on her mouth. Raynare, on the other hand, was shocked, but she returned the kiss in full and continued to make out for a while. Issei then slept on her naked chest and pushed her on the bed, where she held her arms over his head and closed her eyes. She knew that Issei was still not ready. She did not mind waiting for him patiently. She knew that a small part of him was still a bit afraid. After a while, Issei and Raynare separate, and Raynare changes into a nightgown and goes to sleep next to Issei, who had already fell asleep due to exhaustion. She then slept next to him and cuddled him. Issei also kept his arm on her and held her in a protective manner. Raynare felt his warmth and smiled as she then closed her eyes, ready to sleep. She made a promise to herself. Raynare, Issei, I love you. I love you more than anything else. I will never leave your side. No matter what, I will remove your fear of women completely. I know a part of you is still afraid. But know this, I won't abandon you ever like those women did back then. I will get rid of your fear from your heart, and that is a promise. Raynare then closed her eyes and went off to sleep in the arms of her lover. Issei and Raynare were sleeping blissfully. That was when Issei sensed something familiar. Someone had come outside the hotel window. Issei woke up and went to check on who it was. On going to check out who that is, it was revealed to be none other than Vali Lucifer, who was patiently waiting for them. He had a smile on his face. Vali, took you long enough, Issei. Issei, oh hey Vali, wanna come inside? let us talk inside. Vali and Issei then head inside. They sit on the chairs present in the room. That was when Raynare had also woken up, sensing the aura. She was still dizzy. Raynare yawns and asks, Raynare, Vali, what are you doing here? Vali, there is something I need to tell you both. The hero faction is on the move and they have kidnapped Yasaka, the leader of the Yokai faction, just before you guys arrived here. Issei, so it is just like last time. Vali, Raynare, last time, did I miss something? Issei, oh, you weren't there, right? Let me tell you what had happened. Issei then explains to her what had happened last time when he had come to Kyoto. Kunou, the daughter of Yasaka, attacks him and his team, but they retreat. After an apology and a visit around Kyoto, they encounter the hero faction of the Cao's brigade like last time. After that, they encounter them again after a few hours when they tried to use the leader to open the gate in an attempt to summon Great Red, which they foiled after not only saving Yasaka with the help of Sun Wukong but also destroying Saw, the leader of the hero faction's eye. They were forced to retreat after that. Raynare, wow, I really missed out on a lot. Speaking of which, what we need to do now? Issei, sooner or later the Yokai led by Kunou would attack us out of fear, thinking that we are here to attack them, so we need to be prepared for a possible attack. Besides Vali, is there anything else that you want to tell me? Vali, RageRevan is also making his move. He is going after Valerie in an attempt to use her holy grail to mass-produce evil dragons. He also figured out that someone used hate recently. Raynare started to dread what is going to happen next, given that she heard about evil dragons from her time at Gregory. Issei, on the other hand, was calm but made sure to not release his aura so as to not alert the Yokai present and make a bad situation even worse. Vali knew that the time is coming when they might face against his grandfather once again, the only difference being that things might be better or get worse as time passes. Vali, oh, I gotta get going, the others are worried for me. I will be sending LeFay to help you guys against Saw. Issei, appreciate it, Vali. We should meet again sometime. Vali, indeed. Vali and Issei then bro fist, after which they leave. Raynare holds his hand out of worry. Issei, on noticing this, calms her down, saying, Issei, do not worry. I will not let them lay a single finger on you. Raynare nods and smiles, knowing that her boyfriend is very strong. That was when they heard a knock on the door. It was Chara, along with Asya and Floey. Asya, hi guys, what happened? Issei, well, Vali showed up and had something to tell us. It was related to the Cao's brigade. Everybody's ears perked up when the Cao's brigade was told. Chara immediately closed the door to prevent any outsiders from entering the room without permission. Asya and Issei knew that it was the time for the hero faction to show up. Asya, is it? Issei, I am afraid so. Yasaka, the leader of the Yokai faction, has been kidnapped, so the Yokai have become more paranoid. That's not all, he is on the move as well. Floey, RageRevan. Issei, yes. Floey, that guy always has something to perform chaos around with. Can't that guy catch a break? Chara, I am afraid that is the case, Azzy. Floey grunts. He wanted to enjoy his vacation, but some jerks always have to ruin it for something or someone else. Welp, it looks like this is his life now. Asya, guys, we can still enjoy Kyoto for the time being, until they try to attack us. Chara, Asya is right, Floey, let us enjoy while we still can. Floey, fine. Chara, so how much time you guys coming in? Issei, give us a few minutes guys, we gotta freshen up and change, but we will be there before the signal is given to leave. Chara and Asya, okay. They both leave Issei and Raynare alone. After that, they also get changed into their regular school dress, given that they have to see Kyoto today. They then head towards the hotel lobby before the time was given to head out. Scene change. Gremery Hotel lobby, 9 a.m. Everyone had started to show up at the hotel lobby, given that they all are going to tour around Kyoto, given that they were here for an enjoyment trip after all. They were going to visit multiple places along with several heritage sites. Azazel, Sarah Fall along with Rossweisse had shown up as well, since they have to inform the students about the instructions needed so that they can travel without any issues and problems. Azazel, alright everyone, you guys can go anywhere in Kyoto you want, but you will need to be by the hotel at 7:30 p.m. sharp. Sarah Fall, those that come late must have a good reason that they are coming late, or you will be severely punished. The boys present in the class had gulped, knowing that Sarah Levi can be very strict when it comes to punishments, so they better heed the warnings that the teachers give them. Besides, coming back by 7:30 should not be a problem for most of them, given that the shops close later on. Issei and his team, on the other hand, want to inform what Vali had said to them. He asked the teachers present to give him some time to talk, given that they told them that once the students leave they can talk with the teachers. after the students leave, Azazel and Seraphal call Issei and his team along with Saji and the Citri peerage along with Kiba. Issei, Vala had come here in the morning. Azazel, so that was the familiar aura that was present here was his so kiddo, what did he tell? Issei, he told that the leader of the Yokai faction was kidnapped by the hero faction of the Cow's Brigade. Not only that, RageRevan has also made his move in heading towards Romania for the Holy Grail, one of the 13 Longinus, and has been experimenting on hate to use it. Everyone except Issei, Chara, Floey, Asia and Raynare was shocked that the leader of the Yokai faction was just straight up kidnapped, while the teachers were radiating a dangerous aura. Thankfully it was still less to make sure everything was still intact. Azazel in particular was furious because he hated RageRevan for making Vala's life a living hell, while Seraphal wanted to tear the hero faction apart for ruining their chance at a good vacation as well as the alliance. After a while Azazel sighs and says, Azazel, let us grown-ups handle the matter. You kids should be enjoying this given that we came here for enjoyment, okay? Leave the negotiations to us, okay? Everyone, okay sensei. Azazel, good. Azazel then drags Issei and asks him, Azazel, so you ready to meet those two? Issei, yeah, just hope that I met under different circumstances. I kinda miss Kuoh and Yasaka. Azazel's ears perked up. He knew he wanted to see Yasaka for those reasons. Issei did have a small tinge of blush on him after all. Azazel, so is it because of her chest? Issei, stop it sensei. Issei was embarrassed given that he wanted to touch the breast of the Yokai leader given that he was a pervert back then. Azazel had a mischievous grin on his face given that he was also a certified pervert. Issei then said, Issei, honestly, I just want to tell them what happened. After all, we were quite close back then, so keeping it hidden is not a choice. I mean, they were one of the few people that I wanted to meet after the reset but couldn't because, well, the Yokai were not the type to be welcoming, so they might attack me and I did not want to hurt them. Azazel, you really have matured, kiddo. Speaking of which, Askari did inform me prior that 2 monsters will be joining us to assist us in the negotiations. They also wanted to meet Frisk, it seems. You have already met one of them, Issei. Issei, I guess it has been a while I have seen them. Azazel, alright, get going Issei. They are waiting for you, especially Raynare and Asia. Issei, oh okay. Issei then leaves Azazel and joins his friends wondering what had happened. Issei told them it was no biggie given that it was not that important. Scene break. Kyoto, 11:30 a.m. Issei and the others could be seen visiting the Kyoto given that there are a lot of places to visit. They all were visiting the shrines first, and many other cultural heritages. They all were taking pictures of all the places they were visiting. Chara and Frisk were in particular enjoying themselves given that they never visited this place before, while Raynare was trying out all the food out there at the same time dragging both Issei along with Kuroka to enjoy themselves there. Asia on the other hand was having a tough time catching up with everyone. She started calling out to everyone. Asia, Guya, slow down please. Issei, tell Raynare and Kuroka, these girls are going ballistic over here, Woa. Raynare, come on babe, let us try that food over here. Kuroka, I miss this place given that I would have been hunted if I was here back when I was still a stray. I will not miss a single moment. Issei, ehehe, girls slow down please. Issei begged the girls to slow down, but the poor guy's pleas were ignored as the girls kept dragging him around to enjoy the food. The others present were watching Issei's plight given the poor guy was being dragged around everywhere. Chara, looks like Big Brother has girl trouble once again. Floey, looks like he can't catch a single break. Frisk, guys, let us go and watch those shrines. I never visited them back in America, so I would love to visit one of them. Speaking of which, let Issei enjoy his time with the girls. At least Kuroka will be off my back for a while. Floey, why are you so scared of her, Frisk? Frisk then makes a nervous chuckle and responds. Frisk, well, let's just say that she is one of those women you do not want to see angry. Floey and Chara nod, agreeing that they pity the fact that Issei is having a tough time with all the girls chasing him around. They continue looking at the shrines and the other cultural heritage sites to look around. Scene change. Kyoto's shopping area, 1:30 p.m. Issei can be seen panting given that the poor guy was tired. The dragons inside his head were pitying his condition. Issei was happy that the girls have gone in for a while, so he can have a break for a few minutes. Draigg, say, how is your trip around Kyoto? Issei, shut it you overgrown lizard, this is hell. Note to self, never ever go shopping with a girl ever again. Trihiksa, woman can be certainly interesting when it comes to this shopping. Issei, you have no idea bro. Issei was tired, given the fact he was chased around the streets of Kyoto in just less than 20 minutes, he needed to get some rest. That was when a familiar voice was heard. Sans, ha kiddo, judging by your expression you seem to be burning in hell as of now. Issei, since when did you become a prophet Sans? Sans, just a while ago. Issei, so you are the one that Azazel told will be here, so who's the other one? Sans, oh, just me and my brother are here to enjoy ourselves. Sayer in this. A skeleton can be seen moving towards them. He wears his battle body, an outfit that he created for a costume party. It consists of a white chest plate with gold trim, coquelicot gloves with a golden trim, blue briefs with a golden belt, and knee-high coquelicot boots. A symbol that resembles that of from the Mother series adorns the chest plate. He also wears a short, orange-red cape. Sans, speak of the devil, here he is. Sans, where the hell were you? Do you know how hard it is to find you in such a big place? Sans, oh hey Papyrus, I was just meeting an old friend. Issei, oh you must be Papyrus, it is a pleasure, I am Issei Hyoto. Papyrus, Issei as in. Papyrus had his mouth as wide open as an alligator, stars in his eyes. He rushed to Issei and constantly shake his hands up and down. Papyrus, wowie, the legendary Red Dragon Emperor, a pleasure to meet you Issei Hyoto, Askari told me a lot about you Naihihihi. Issei, Sans, pap, calm down, he is a bit overwhelmed. Papyrus, oh sorry my bad, it is not like every day you meet the Red Dragon Emperor. Issei, worry not Papyrus, it has just been a while since I dealt with such attention, speaking of which you guys are here for frisk. Papyrus, oh we were, but Sans here decided to take a nap as soon as we reached. Sans, come on pap, you know that I was bone tired. Issei's sweat dropped at the pun while Papyrus was pissed. He started to stomp the ground. Papyrus, you and your stupid puns. Sans, come on pap, they are not that bad, they do give you a real rib tickle eye. Papyrus, enough Sans. Sans just shrugged while Issei watched the scene in amusement. That was when Raynare, Kuroka and Asya showed up. Papyrus, Issei, who are these people? Issei, oh that's my friends Raynare, Kuroka and Asya and girls this is Papyrus, Sans brother. Papyrus, hello friends. Papyrus raised his hand in front of the girls in a handshake manner. Raynare immediately shook his hand. Raynare, a pleasure to meet you, Papyrus. Asya, you must be Sans' brother, I did not know he had a brother. Sans, you never asked? Kuroka, speaking of which what are you two doing here? Sans, well we are looking for Frisk and we are here as envoys for the monster kind for the peace treaty so we are here. Issei, I got some bad news for you, the Chaos Brigade has kidnapped the Yokai leader, as a result the Yokai present here have become quite paranoid, they might attack you too. Sans, I see. Sans had a level-headed expression but deep down he knew that he was worried and scared. He did not want to show this to his brother. He is strong enough to defend himself and his brother but he did not want to fight the Yokai and jeopardize the alliance. Plus he had to protect Frisk after all he promised Real to look after the child. Papyrus, worry not Issei, we can protect ourselves Naihiha. Seeing Papyrus' happy face, Sans knew that there was hope. After all he was on the surface which he never hoped would happen, he just needed to believe like Papyrus would in a situation like this. Sans, I see thanks for the info Issei and also there are a lot of sights for you girls to see, including the one that is right in front of me. The girls in question blush. Issei looks down and looks at Sans in annoyance, as he now has to deal with the girls pulling him around the streets of Kyoto. Papyrus on having enough of Sans' puns drags him away by holding his collar. Papyrus, enough Sans of these puns we are leaving. Sans, welp I gotta go bye guys. Issei bye Sans. Papyrus then takes Sans as the others could be seen looking at the brothers in amusement. Kuroka, quite the interesting fellow, right Han? Kuroka can be seen holding one of his arms towards her. Raynare on seeing this gets jealous and grabs the other arm in a similar manner. Asya on the other hand looks at the scene in jealousy unable to grab a hand since both of Issei's hands were occupied. She looks at the scene pouting at Issei. Raynare, let's go babe. Issei, well here we go again. The girls then proceed to drag Issei across the streets to buy stuff. Issei can be seen screaming the whole time, while Asya once again tries to run to catch up to them. The poor nun was barely able to catch up with them. Scene break. Issei can be seen moving towards a shrine. Thankfully he had lost the girls. Shopping with girls can seem like a nightmare. He then saw a shrine and started praying at the shrine. He only wanted to live in peace for the rest of his life, at least in this timeline. That was when someone familiar showed up. Who are you and what are you doing here? Issei recognized her. She was Yasaka's daughter Kunou. She was a young girl with the appearance of an elementary school student. She has golden, blonde hair tied in a ponytail and matching eyes. She also has 9 golden foxtails and matching ears. Issei knew she is here because she must have sensed his draconic aura. Kunou, you are not welcome here. You are the people that attacked Mother, you will pay. Issei, huh? Kunou sees him. The Tengu guards then attack Issei. Issei managed to evade all the attacks, and started to run away from them since he did not want to hurt, while at the same time he was trying to avoid their attacks. Kunou, after him. The Fox Princess gave the command to her soldiers to chase Issei around the temple. They continued their barrage of attacks on him. Issei managed to avoid most of their attacks with relative ease. He even managed to destroy some of the staffs the Tengu guards were holding. That was when the others joined in. Chara, wherever you go, trouble always follows you, right, big brother? Chara could be seen using her knife slashing the staff of the Tengu guard, while at the same time Floey was binding another guard using his vines. Frisk was using hand-to-hand combat he learned from Undyne to deal with those guards. That was when Kiba, Saji, Kuroka, Asya and Raynare also joined in. Kunou was surprised to see a Nekashu present here but nevertheless continued her pursuit of the uninvited guests. Raynare used her light spears to keep the guards at bay. Kuroka used her mastery in senjutsu, and Tuki to hold the guards off. Issei, guys, try not to hurt the guards or destroy anything over here. Everyone, got it, Issei. Issei and the others then fought the guards in an attempt to disarm them. They were successfully able to disarm them with Saji using absorption line to suck out the energy of the guards and Kiba assisting in disarming them. Issei also joined in and used Durandal to hold the guards off, while at the same time, he was trying to not injure them. On seeing the battle ended up in a loss, Kunou gritted her teeth in anger. As if her mother getting kidnapped was not enough, she is now losing to people who are not even trying to hurt her or her people. She decided to make a tactical retreat with her people following her. Kunou, this is not over. We will be back to deal with you. Kunou and her Tengu guards then retreat from there since she was fighting a losing battle. She uses a windstorm as a distraction before fleeing from there. The others then join Issei and asked him what had happened. Issei, I was just at a shrine, and this fox girl attacked me for no reason, and the next thing I knows was that the whole squad just attacked him for trespassing apparently. Saji, we need to inform Azazel sensei and Seraphal-sama about this. They attacked us out of paranoia. This might end badly for us later on. Raynare, well, let's go back. The others must be looking for us. Frisk, Raynare is right. We might fall into another attack sooner or later. Scene change. Gremory Hotel, 5:30 p.m. They all then head back to the hotel where they could see Azazel and Seraphal along with Sans and Papyrus, who had just joined them. Frisk, Sans, Papyrus, I missed you too, where were you? Papyrus, Frisk, we missed you too, MS. Toriel told us to look out for you guys. Sans, and to settle the peace treaty with the Yokai. That was when Floey heard his voice. Sans, on noticing him, glared at him with Floey doing the same. Floey hated the skeleton. He got along with Papyrus, but with Sans it was a different story. His puns were the thing that Floey hated the most. Floey, smiley trash. Sans, Floey. The others wondered what happened as to why these two are glaring at each other. That was when Frisk snapped his fingers. The duo then remembered that they need to forget their past mistakes and be friends. Floey, why are we even fighting at this point? The barrier is broken and I can feel emotions again. Sans, true, Floey, we have no reason to fight. Frisk, good, you two promised to get along, so get along. The other sighed in relief. The last thing was another drama to take place. That was when Issei informed them something. Issei, Azazel sensei, we were attacked by the Yokai. They attacked us when we were just roaming around doing nothing. Azazel, I should have known this would have happened with you guys. They were paranoid. I am just grateful that no one was hurt. That was when a magic circle opened up in Seraphal's ears, informing her of something. Seraphal conveyed the message to others. Seraphal, guys, we need to be at the UI mansion. There is a meeting for all factions present. Azazel, that means Irina and Zenobia also must come with us. Everyone looks at Issei. Issei then responds. Issei, my feelings don't matter for the time being. The alliance is more important than my emotions. You can get them, sensei. Azazel had a smile. He knew that he often prioritized others over himself. Azazel, alright kiddo. Everyone, we will be leaving in 4 hours' time. Scene break. Yokai territory, Kyoto, 9:30 p.m. They were all amazed by the Kyoto territory. It had lights and Yokai of all manner present. They were all present to see the new guests enter this territory. Issei and his friends along with Irina and Zenobia had seen yokai of all manner, from Kappa to Tsukisei Kano were all present. Issei saw the yokai territory before the reset. He knew that this scenery would definitely surprise the others, especially Frisk, Chara and Floey, who were looking around at the intensive culture history. Even Papyrus had stars in his eyes as he was excited to visit a new place, since this was an opportunity of a lifetime. Asya was still nevertheless interested in the intensive culture present in the yokai city. They then proceed to a Japanese-style mansion where 2 Tengu guards were present. Guard 1. Hello, Lady Kunou is waiting for you guys inside. Guard 2. We shall escort you inside the mansion where she and the other high-class yokai are waiting. They all are then escorted inside to the center of the palace where Kunou was sitting at the top with several high-class yokai sitting around her. She had a sad and apologetic look on her face. She knew that she had attacked them out of fear. Kunou, I am grateful that you all came here. I would first like to apologize for attacking you for no reason. You only came here to enjoy yourselves. I never intended to hurt you guys. Sans, it is alright kiddo, you were afraid, and in fear we do things we never wanted to do. Kunou, I never got your names. My name is Kunou, a 9-tailed fox, daughter of Yasaka, the leader of yokai. Sans then introduces everyone to the yokai. Sans, my name is Sans. Sans the skeleton, this is my brother Papyrus. That is the son of Askari Dreamer. Frisk, the ones next to me are the ones from other factions. That is Issei Hyodo, the Red Dragon Emperor. Next to him is Raynare, the fallen angel. Then it is Chara Hyodo, Issei's adopted sister, Floey the Flower. The one next to them is Asya Argento. Then there is Yudo Kiba, the knight of the Gremry household, Genshiro Saji, the pawn of the Citri household. After that these two are Zenobia, another knight of the Gremry household, Kuroka the Nekashu, and finally Irina Shidu, the angel and ace of Michael. Everyone looked at the humans present as well as Issei, who is the current Red Dragon Emperor. They knew that he was holding back. He could have easily destroyed them if he so wished to do so. They knew that he is not supposed to be angered. His aura may be suppressed, but their instincts are telling them that he is not someone to piss off. Issei, worry not, I am not mad at you Kunou for attacking us. Just like Sans said you were afraid, it is alright, I forgive you for attacking us. Issei smiled at Kunou. She saw it to be that of genuine and had no deception. His smile almost felt fatherly, but knew that this was not important. There was her mother that was still kidnapped. She needed to be found as soon as possible. Kunou, everyone, I need some help. My mother has been kidnapped by someone. Please help me find her. Kunou had bowed her head in front of everyone. Her voice had desperation and hopelessness. Issei clenched his fist because of his protective nature. He could not see Kunou being this desperate given his relationship with her before the reset was very close to her. The others also wanted to help the little girl as her voice sounded desperate. She needed help. Issei then spoke for the rest. Issei, Kunou, we will help her. I will bring her to you. That is a promise. I will bring your mother back to you. I also know who has your mother as we speak. Kunou, who? Issei, the hero faction of the Cows Brigade. They are the ones that kidnapped your mother that day. They intend to use your mother's connection with the ley lines to try and open a gate that would summon the Great Red. Kunou and the others were shocked. The yokai present were murmuring on what needs to be done next. They feared if the Great Red were to be summoned, the whole town of Kyoto would fall apart. Kunou then calmed the rest of the yokai and said with a determined look. Kunou, thanks Issei, thanks everyone, we will save our mother, but is there something else I can do for you? Issei thought about it and responded. Issei, well, we do need a guide around the city. Kuroka is not a reliable guide, unfortunately. We need someone that will help us. Kuroka pouted at Issei's statement, while Kunou smiled. Kunou, consider it done, Red Dragon Emperor. After saying goodbye to Kunou and the others, he then heads back to the hotel to rest for the night. He once again sleeps and cuddles with Raynare, who did not hesitate to cuddle him back. The next day when they wake up, they head to the train station waiting for Kunou to show up. Kuroka, where is she? Kuroka was getting impatient. She wanted to continue touring around the city. Issei sighed and told her. Issei, please be patient, my little cat, she will be here soon. Kuroka blushed on the nickname Issei gave her. She then calmed down waiting for the others. Kuroka, if you say so, my dragon. That was when a fox appeared, transforming into Kunou. She then approached Issei and his friends with the intention of showing him around. Kunou, sorry it took me a while. Asya, it is alright, we know you are a busy girl. Kunou smiled. That was when Issei asked here. Issei, so Kunou, what do you think should be the best place to visit in Kyoto? Kunou, the tofu in the restaurants served here are the best thing in this area. Issei, alright then let's go there. They all head to a nearby restaurant in Kyoto where they can be seen eating the tofu served there. The tofu bought by here was enjoyed by everyone, but Kuoh had enjoyed it the most. Given that she was a kitsune, she enjoyed having tofu the most. Given that tofu is a kitsune's favorite food, Issei was shuffling. He wanted to visit some special location. Kuoh, is something wrong, Issei? Issei, well, nothing. But before Issei could continue, Raynare had beat him to it, and told her. Raynare, well, Issei wanted to visit the Pokemon Center over here. He is a fan of that franchise, so he wanted to check that out. Issei, Raynare. Issei was stunned by Raynare telling him that he loved Pokemon to everyone present. He kept his head down because a lot of people stop liking Pokemon when they reach his age. The others chuckled at Issei's embarrassment. Asya, there is nothing to be embarrassed about liking that franchise. It is one of the best franchises after all. Floey, even I like that franchise, that is one of my favorites after all. Issei was speechless. He could not say any more. That was when Kuoh said something to him. Kuoh, I know that place, come, I will take you there. Issei, thanks. Issei said that in a low voice. He was clearly embarrassed that one of his deepest, darkest secrets has been exposed to the world. They then head towards a Pokemon Center present in Kyoto. Issei had stars in his eyes like a child to a candy store. He wanted to visit the store. He looked at the others for confirmation, and they all gave him the green signal to visit the store. Floey also had joined him, given that he was also a very big Pokemon fan. He loved to see the merchandise present there and wanted to buy some for himself as well. Issei could be seen looking around the store with him being joined by the Floey. The others present were watching the scene in awe, as they rarely see Issei's childish side come into fruition. Issei, on the other hand, was buying everything in sight, from plushies to clothes. Thankfully, he had enough money to buy them. He bought a Salaman's plush for Tiamat, and some souvenirs for his parents, Sona and Tsubaki as well. He then joined the rest of his team, with Floey helping him by carrying some of the shopping bags he had purchased. Kuroka, Issei, how do you plan on carrying all of this back home? Issei, well, I got a simple solution for this. Issei then opened a magic circle. A space designed for storing things had opened. Issei had been working on this for a while. It works similar to the space created during raiding games. Azazel had helped him create such a space, given that he knew that Issei and his friends were going on a massive shopping spree. So Azazel also worked on this alongside Issei to create a small space for his shopping needs. Issei mentally thanked his teacher for helping him create this beforehand. Issei, thanks sensei for helping me with this. Chara, an alternate dimension used as a storage space. When did you get the time to do this, big brother? Issei, I have been working on this for a while but was unable to get anywhere. Azazel sensei helped me when he found out that I was trying to create a space with my abilities. He also enhanced my space creation abilities with his experience with space-time magic. Floey, not to mention I was present when he was working on this. It was an interesting experience to say the least, with him getting frustrated at every step. Issei, that was not supposed to be told, you know. Frisk, Floey, why you did not tell us about this? Floey, you never asked? The others nodded and agreed. They all then head to a bar where they notice Kiba along with Saji. Issei called out to them. Issei, hey Kiba, Saji, what are you guys doing here? Saji, well, we were just looking around. We also wanted to try out the tofu here. It is surprisingly amazing. Kiba, so did you visit the Pokemon Center? Issei, yes I did. It was amazing. Kiba, it sure is. They then notice Azazel and Rossweisse at a bar counter. Issei could see Azazel drinking. Issei was unsurprised that some people will not change. Azazel, yo guys, what are you doing here? Issei, well, we just came back from shopping and looking around. Rossweisse, Azazel sensei, stop drinking in front of the students. It does not put a good look. Rossweisse had an angered look on her face. Azazel, you need to be a little bit more relaxed and have some of this. That is why you did not have a boyfriend in both the timelines. Rossweisse, Azazel sensei, that is not true. I can have alcohol too, you know. Rossweisse then took the drink from his hand and started to get drunk immediately. Azazel was shocked by the low alcohol tolerance Rossweisse had. Even though he knew about it beforehand, he was still shocked. Azazel, just 1 cup. Rossweisse, Pops, give me some more as well. Rossweisse had become completely drunk. Azazel had told the rest of the students that had witnessed everything that he would handle the situation. They should be enjoying what is going on here in Kyoto. The students leave Azazel to do what he needed to do. They all continue their sightseeing as well as their tour. Scene break. Issei and the others could be seen heading to the Kyoto Plaza when all of a sudden they get teleported to a different location entirely. Everyone then suddenly see a purple mist. They recognize who's doing it is. Even Kunou is familiar with what had happened. Kunou, that was the mist that had taken Mother. That was when Azazel and Sans joined in to see where the students were taken. Azazel knew who the purple mist belonged to. It belonged to George of the hero faction. Sans recognized the magic to be that of someone very skilled in their sacred gear. Azazel, are you guys alright? Issei, yeah, all of us are fine. Looks like the ones that have sent us here will reveal themselves as well. Azazel, this seems like the dimension made by the Longinus dimension lost. Sans, so we are trapped here till the user lets us out or we defeat him. Azazel nodded. Sans knew that he had to fight. That was when several other figures showed up. Everyone except Kunou and Sans recognized them to be the members of the hero faction. Several figures can be seen through the mist. They were seen approaching Issei and his team along with Sans and Azazel. The leader of the hero seemed to be a young man with short black hair and blue eyes. He wears a combination of a Japanese school uniform and ancient Chinese attire. Greetings, Governor General of the Seraphs, Azazel and Judge of the Monsters, Sans. I am Sa Sa, the descendant of the famous Sa Sa, Chaomingda, who was recorded in the records of the Three Kingdoms. It is a pleasure to meet you all, especially you, the Red Dragon Emperor, Issei Kyoto. Everyone got on guard as several other figures appeared from the mist. Issei recognized several of them: Jean, Heracles, Leonardo and Siegfried. They all had come here to attack the peace treaty. That was when several anti-monsters made by Leonardo's sacred gear annihilation maker had shown up attacking the Issei and his team along with the others. Issei had given the others to deal with those anti-monsters since they are the main priority in dealing with those anti-monsters. He asked Kiba to make swords that can consume light in order to deal with those anti-monsters, after which he told Chara and Frisk to guard Kunou alongside Asya as they can deal with them. He told Raynare to assist Kiba in taking down those anti-monsters down. He then asked Kuroka to keep her distance and used several senjutsu shots at them. He also asked her to use the mist that she used in the previous timeline to deal with them. He then used the promotion seal that Sona had given to him to promote Saji to Queen and asked him to use his absorption line to siphon the energy of the anti-monsters and fire Vitra flames so that he can weaken them. Azazel then went to deal with the leader of the hero faction, Sa Sa, the former using his downfall dragon spear to deal with him. Sa Sa was able to keep up with the fallen angel leader. That was when three girls had come to directly go after Issei. Girl, your opponent is us, Red Dragon Emperor. Before Issei could react, Sans had shown up, with telling him, Sans, let me handle this kiddo. Sans then used his gravity magic to send the girls crashing down a wall. They were unable to escape the high pressure of gravity. Sans then summoned 3 Gaster blasters for each of the girls. He fired at them, easily defeating them. Issei, thanks Sans, I will deal with the other hero faction's members. Sans gives him a thumbs up and he and Floey both begin attacking the remaining of the hero faction members as well as helping the others deal with the anti-monsters as soon as possible. Floey assisted Raynare and Kiba in dealing. Issei then went straight after Leonardo. He had to deal with those anti-monsters before it overwhelms them. With speeds faster than that their human eyes could detect, he went after Leonardo and knocked him out before he could do anything. The others were too late in detecting him. His knocking out managed to prevent a formation of anti-monsters designed to deal with the members of Issei and his team. Sa Sa was shocked, but Azazel had a smile. He knew his student knew which hero faction member to deal with beforehand. Sa Sa, damn it, we need to retreat. That was when a golem had shown up to the fight. Issei knew that this was Le Fei's doing, and a little while later the magician had shown up sitting on her broom. Le Fei, hello Sa Sa, you did not listen to what Vali said. You attacked the Red Dragon Emperor when he told you that he is his rival, so I am here to punish you. Consider this golem as a sign of punishment. Le Fei then looked at Issei and smiled. She was one of the few that was there for Issei in the previous timeline as well. She then asked Issei, Le Fei, Oppai Dragon, please sign me an autograph. Le Fei then summoned a pen and paper for him. Draigg once again wanted to cry but kept calm with Issei calming him down. Issei, Le Fei, I am not the Oppai Dragon. Le Fei, this is one of the things I will treasure, please Issei then sighs and responds. Issei, fine. Issei signs the paper, and gives her his autograph. She then smiles joyfully, and then leaves the hero faction to deal with the golem. The others were tending to the down Leonardo or helping Sa Sa deal with the golem. Issei, sorry about that Draigg. Draigg, not a problem partner. I never thought that thing would still haunt me. Issei was then ambushed by a very pissed off Jean. Jean was a young foreign woman with blonde hair and sky blue eyes. She wears a girl gakuren, with armor worn on top of it. Jean, How dare you attack us, you dragon? Issei, whoa, calm down, I only knocked him out, he attacked my friends so. Jean out of anger kept slashing at the dragon. Issei in response summoned Durandal to keep up with Jean. Blade. Jean, how did you get Durandal? Issei, I don't have to answer to you of all people, besides if it is a sword fight you want. Issei gets into his stance. Issei, it is a sword fight you shall get. Issei then charged at Jean. Being a skilled swordswoman, she had the slight advantage when it came to stance. Issei on the other hand surpassed her in everything else. He used sheer brute force to overwhelm Jean, who was already struggling against the dragon, was not able to keep up with her. Jean recognized the fighting style. She knew that Vasco Strata was the one that trained him. Even though she managed to keep up with Issei, she was forced to evade or dodge Issei's strikes that were able to pierce through her swords created by her sacred gear blade blacksmith. Jean, if this keeps up, he will overwhelm me. I cannot let this happen. I have to defeat him. With him down, the others will automatically get demoralized and lose their will to strike me. Issei, on noticing Jean had her guard down, he lunged at her in supersonic speeds, causing the tar in the road to fly off. He then used a power strike from his Durandal to send her flying, knocking her out of the fight. Heracles, Jean, damn it. Heracles tries to charge at Issei, but the voice from Saw stops him. Saw, we need to retreat, these guys are stronger than we thought. After that, someone shows up. A drunk Rossweisse is seen walking towards them. Azazel, oh god, I forgot about her. Floey, I don't think she should be that much of a problem. Rossweisse then summoned multiple portals of Norse magic and aimed at everyone present. Chara, you were saying Azzy. The others skillfully dodged the attacks from the drunken Valkyrie. Saw is forced to teleport he and his hero faction out of there, but he manages to kill the golem using his true spear before running away. Heracles took Jean and Leonardo away, and while George teleported everyone out of the dimension including Issei and the others, Rossweisse on the other hand went to sleep after that outburst. The others thankfully were unscathed, because of Issei's tactful planning. Azazel then looked at Rossweisse and sighed. He has now a lot to deal with. Scene break. Issei and the others headed back to the hotel. They had to prepare for their final fight against Saw. Most of them knew they had to deal with Saw at the Nijo castle. Issei also knew that was where Yasaka, the leader of the hero faction, is held prisoner. Azazel and Seraphal had called all the members of the Citri peerage, minus Sona and Tsubaki, Issei and his team minus Tiamat, and finally Zenobia, Irina and Kiba. Zenobia and Irina were annoyed by the fact that they never got a chance to fight against the hero faction. Irina looked at Issei trying to get his attention, but he only ignored her. His main focus was to save Yasaka. Azazel then spoke up, alerting the rest of the people present. Azazel, alright everyone, thanks all for coming here. Saw has challenged us to stop him and his plans from coming to fruition. We all need to go to the Nijo castle in order to beat them. Seraphal then continued. Seraphal, we will all be dividing the people present over here. The ones that will be going to the Nijo castle will be Issei and his team, along with Rossweisse, Saji, Kiba, Zenobia and Irina, while the others at the Citri peerage will be here as reserve members in case they come here. We need to stop them from summoning Great Red, or this city and its inhabitants will be doomed. Kuoh will stay here in an attempt to stop them. Kuoh, no, I will go with Issei. I can help them. Seraphal then sighs and responds. Seraphal, alright Kuoh, you can go and help them. Saji, we will need to use Vitra promotion to help us. Issei, that won't be necessary. Seraphal, why? Issei, let's just say I have an ace up my sleeve. Seraphal and the others nod. They knew that saving Yasaka is the primary priority. If they can save her, they can prevent them from using Yasaka's connection to the ley lines and summoning the Great Red. Seraphal, alright, I along with Azazel, Sans and Papyrus will be staying here with the reserve members in case things go south. Now everyone, let's go. Everyone, alright. Scene change. Replica of Kuoh town, 7:30 p.m. Issei and the team along with the others are seen at a copy of Kuoh town. They look around to see whether there are any members of the hero faction present, while Saji was tending a puking Rossweisse who had too much alcohol. The team present then splits in groups of two, with Irina and Zenobia, Issei and Kuoh, Frisk and Raynare, Asya and Kuroka, Chara, Kiba and Floey, and finally Rossweisse and Saji. Issei and Kuoh were heading down a subway where they sense a presence. They know that someone is here, and lo and behold, one of the members of the hero faction can be seen there. They were sent to ambush the Red Dragon Emperor. Issei recognized to be the one of the members that can manipulate shadows against him. Hero faction member, Red Dragon Emperor, you will no longer intervene in our plans ever again. Issei got on his guard while Kuoh had climbed on his back as Issei began to fight with the hero faction member. He constantly used shadows to his advantage and struck Issei when his guard was down. However, Issei sensed this and dealt a severe blow to his face, knocking him across the subway. He was heavily damaged. Issei then asked, "Issei, do you wish to surrender?" Hero faction member, "Never. I would never surrender to the likes of you. Sacred gear users were known to be hunted by the supernatural, yet here you are supporting them. I will never betray Saw for your sake." Issei, "So be it." Issei used a dragon shot, knocking him out of the battle. He realized that he needs to be punished for his crimes. Issei then keeps Kuoh down and asks her, "Issei, are you alright, Kuoh?" Kuoh nods in confirmation. They then head towards where the others are. That was when Kiba spoke up and informed him about the remaining of the hero faction members. "Issei, I'll be right there." Kuoh, "Issei, did they?" Issei, "Yes, Kuoh, we have found your mother." Kuoh, "Well then let's go and save her." Issei, "Indeed." Issei, while he was heading to deal with the hero faction, he was wondering what it meant to be a hero. Earlier he had asked Azazel the same thing. Flashback. Issei, "Hey sensei." Azazel, "Issei, is there something wrong?" Issei, "I have been meaning to ask you what it means to be a hero." Azazel, "Honestly, there is no correct definitive definition or a perfect answer for that. You are always a villain in someone else's story, while a hero in someone's story." Issei, "I see." Issei looked down. Azazel then asks him, "Azazel, what do you think, what it means to be a hero?" Issei, "Well, a hero is someone who always saves the day, protects the people he cares about, and stands up for what he believes is right." Azazel, "That's it, kiddo. Believe in what you believe is right. Stand up for what you believe is right. That's what it means to be a hero." Issei understood what Azazel meant. He thanked Azazel for helping him out. Azazel, "No problem, kiddo. Now go give those heroes hell." Issei, "You got it, sensei." Flashback ends. Nijo Castle, 8:15 p.m. Issei and Kuoh joined up with the others in order to face the hero faction once and for all. He saw them all guarding what seemed to be a young woman with a voluptuous figure, and very long blonde hair with matching eyes. She is a woman with delicate facial features, and her eyebrows are cut very short and round, a symbol of nobility. Her hair is usually tied in a loose ponytail, reaching all the way down to her legs that ends in a spiral, with taut bandages to keep it in place. She wore a yellow kimono, a golden obi, and wore a black pelt, with gold skulls and lines printed on it. The kimono features a white interior and it is open at her shoulders, giving view to her enormously large breasts. Her hair was held back by a traditional hair ornament, with 6 golden Baira kanzashi and several red kanzashi. They could see her in a barely emotional state, like she did not seem to have any emotions. This was Yasaka, the leader of the Yokai faction. Kuoh, "Mother." Saw, "I am afraid she cannot hear you, little one." Kuoh, "Let my mother go, you bad people." Saw, moves his fingers sideways. "Nope, she is important to our plan. We need her due to her connection to the ley lines to summon Great Red." Issei, "Are you crazy? This will destroy the city and the people living in it." Saw, "Do not worry, we have prepared for that as well. George, prepare the spells. We can activate her now." George starts summoning several portals. Rossweisse recognized them to be fairy, Norse, devil, angel, Yokai, and several other magical abilities. He then aimed at the ley lines, causing Yasaka to scream in pain. She then transforms into a 10-foot-tall fox with golden fur and 9 tails. Kuoh tried to rush to her mother's aid. Issei, "Don't, she cannot see or hear you. She might attack you thinking you are an intruder." Kuoh, "But..." Issei, "Leave this to me, Kuoh. I will bring your mother back. Guys, you need to deal with the hero faction members while I handle Lady Yasaka." Everyone, God is Issei. Issei then transforms into his dragon form. It was a black dragon with red wings. It was easily on the height of Yasaka. Yasaka, on sensing him, immediately goes to attack him. The others were in awe on seeing Issei's dragonic form for the very first time. They knew that this form was as strong as Draigg or Albion. The hero faction members were screwed at the fact they are facing someone who was on par with the heavenly dragons. Now they were doubting whether the plan will work. Yasaka, "Dragon, you are not welcome here, leave." Yasaka then used a beast bomb at Issei, who easily used his own flames to eat the bomb with relative ease. Issei, "Lady Yasaka, I am not here to fight you. Snap out of it, your daughter needs you." Yasaka ignored Issei and went straight for him. Issei was dodging all of Yasaka's attacks. Issei did not want to hurt her. While Yasaka wanted to kill him, her attacks were constantly going for the kill. Issei could not evade for much longer. Issei, damn it, she is making this difficult. Draigg, Issei, you need to fight her, you gotta make her submit. Draigg, partner, Draigg is right, you have to defeat her, show her that you are the dragon of domination. Issei, on realizing that there is no choice, uses Annihilate to destroy most of her magical powers, rendering her a giant beast. Issei knew that it would come back later. He then quickly used his superior draconic strength to overwhelm her with relative ease. Yasaka tried to fight back but was unable to do so, since Issei kept her pinned to the ground. Issei then used his draconic fist to knock her out cold. Issei, now that's done, now to help with the others. Issei then goes back to help the others, leaving Yasaka to Kunou. He looks at the little girl on the side of her mother crying. Issei wanted to help her, but he had to help the others first. With the others, 30 minutes earlier, the others could be seen facing against the members of the hero faction. They wanted to retreat but were surrounded by too many people. Each of them went after the 4 members present of the hero faction. Raynare and Irina were dealing with Jean. Rossweisse, Chara and Floey went after Heracles. Frisk and Kuroka were dealing with George, while the rest were fighting against Saw, and Zenobia and Kiba went after Siegfried. With Irina and Raynare were dealing with Jean. They were overwhelming her since they were both working together. That was when Jean had enough and activated her balance breaker. A 5-foot dragon had appeared, shocking the duo. Jean, check out my balance breaker, stake victim dragon. Irina was in disbelief. She was facing a holy maiden. Jean had a smirk on her face, thinking that she had the upper hand. But Raynare said something to Irina, snapping her out. Raynare, hey, get your grip together. She was an holy maiden, but now she is an enemy. We have to take her down. Irina, you are right, she is an enemy. I need to do this for Lord Michael. Raynare, full release, no holding back. Raynare releases her 2 pairs of fallen angel wings. She went on to deal with the dragon, while Irina dealt with Jean herself. Raynare managed to skillfully evade the dragon made out of swords. He used his attacks to keep up with Raynare, but her training with Undyne had shown results. She managed to keep up with the dragon, while at the same time compressing her powers into a small light bomb. Her focus was on the dragon. While Irina was pushing Jean back, Raynare used this opportunity to fire the bomb into the dragon while Jean was distracted. The bomb exploded, consuming the dragon, disintegrating it into nothingness. Jean, no, impossible. Raynare, never underestimate us just because we are low class. Now Irina, let's end this. Irina, you got it. The duo of Angel and Fallen Angel began attacking Jean, who was barely able to defend herself. With several light attacks and light swordsmanship, Raynare kept her distance while firing at the Holy Maiden, and Irina used her light weapons to hold her at bay. Eventually she could not handle the attacks and got hit by several light halos and spears, causing severe bruises and cuts, taking her down effectively. With Chara, Floey and Rossweisse. Chara, Floey and Rossweisse were dealing with the hero faction member Heracles. Rossweisse used her magical abilities to keep up with him, but he was able to tank them without any issues. Chara used her knife to fight against the tank member of the hero faction, but was able to tank her knife attacks with ease. Chara, is there something that can defeat him? Heracles, it won't work, human. This is my sacred gear variant detonation and now balance breaker detonation, mighty comet. Heracles was surrounded by an armor that resembles various missile-like objects. He then discharged those missiles at Rossweisse, but Chara easily damaged them with her knife. Her eyes were now glowing red. Chara slashed the other missile that was heading towards her with relative ease. That was when Floey had entrapped the Heracles with his vines, making him unable to move for a while. That was when Chara and Rossweisse saw this as an opportunity to strike him down. Rossweisse, now is our chance. We have to take him down. Chara, you don't have to tell me twice. Chara constantly kept slashing at Heracles and used Knife Storm to whittle down his defenses. Rossweisse then used her strongest magic to put him down. Heracles screamed in pain as he was being overwhelmed by the attacks. Heracles, ahahaha. Heracles was dropped unconscious. Rossweisse was happy because back then she was easily overwhelmed by him. With Frisk and Kuroka. Frisk was unable to get close with George, being constantly using magic to keep him at bay. Kuroka tried to assist him but was unable to do so. She needed to find a weak spot in George's magical abilities. Thankfully she found one. She used her Senjusta bullets in a projectile manner, forcing George to defend from those. Kuroka, now take this Tuki. Kuroka coated her fist with Tuki and she managed to pierce through George's defenses. Kuroka, he is weakened, now Frisk. Frisk came in close. He easily gave George a roundhouse kick, making him unable to think properly. George tried to use magic to slow down Frisk, but he was too quick. With a quick uppercut, George's jaw was broken. he was unable to keep up and eventually surrendered. With Zenobia and Kiba. Kiba activated his soul trait to protect himself from Siegfried's demonic swords. Zenobia got into her stance and prepared to fight against the rogue exorcist. She had received Excalibur destruction earlier from heaven. Siegfried, oh that's cute, here's my sacred gear twice critical, and now for its balance breaker Chaos Edge Azure Revenge. The sacred gear opened up revealing 6 other swords on his body. 5 of them were Gram, Bamung, Nahung, Turfing and Dayself. He then brought his light sword for dealing with Kiba and Zenobia. Siegfried, after I defeat you, your sword birth and Excalibur destruction will make a fine addition to my collection. Kiba, I would like to see you try 6 arms. They began their fight. During that Kiba and Zenobia were able to predict Siegfried's moves and actually hold him back this time. That was when Kiba's soul trait started glowing even more, making a much stronger orange armor for him. Siegfried, soul trait or not, you must realize you are doomed. Kiba, oh I don't think so. Siegfried then uses his light sword to slash Kiba's leg. Kiba screams in pain as the light sword is super effective against devils. He then used his speed to get behind in an attempt to disrupt his sacred gear. Kiba slashed the behind of his sacred gear, which he gained access through by going through his blind spot. He then slashed it, giving Siegfried immense pain. He then fell unconscious due to the pain. Kiba, so uncivilized. Zenobia made a what face. Kiba only shrugged and responded. Kiba, worth it. With Saji. Saji was holding off Saw for a while. He was using his Vitra promotion to hold off the wielder of the true Longinus at bay. Saji and Vitra kept firing at Saw, who was using his spear in a defensive manner and was forced to use the light attack of the spear to pierce through Saji. This dealt massive damage given that the spear was effective against the Vitra user. Saji was forced to revert back to his regular form. He was badly injured because of his devil physiology. Saw used the sphere to kill Saji once and for all. He was almost able to get the sphere close to him. That was when Issei rushed to him in an attempt to defend Saji using Durandal. Saw jumped back as he could see all his teammates except for George, who had surrendered unconscious. Saw, a normally level-headed person, now had lost all his cool and lashed out at the team. The others had also now joined Issei and Saji to help them. Saw, damn you Red Dragon, you ruined everything. Not only are my team now defeated, but even you brought that fox back to normal. Damn you. Issei, you have lost. Saw, surrender yourself to the factions. Saw, no, I will not accept this. I will use the Dragon Eater on you, ha 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 ha. Saw then revealed a vial containing Samael's poison. This was meant for Great Red. Now out of desperation he wanted to use it on Issei. Issei knew what that is. His instincts were telling him to run. But he knew that Saw was not thinking rationally. With speed faster than he could see, he snatched the vial before Saw could even notice. Issei, have you become that delusional you are seeing things? Saw, what are you talking about? Saw then notices the vial missing. He looked at Issei and asked. Saw, the vial, where is it? Issei, what vial, what are you even talking about? Saw was now seeing red. In a fit of rage, he charged at Issei. Issei, I have had enough of you, Saw. Issei used his Durandal, and before Saw could react he slashed his eye down. Saw, Saw screamed in pain as he had now lost one of his eye. He looked at Issei in pure anger and hatred. Saw, damn you Red Dragon, take this. Saw started the chant of the true Longinus balance breaker. But before he could complete, George had used the Mistu and teleported him and the others out of there. Issei, damn it, we should have knocked him out. Frisk, I am sorry, it is my fault that he is not knocked out. Issei, don't blame yourself, Frisk. Knowing him, he will come back, especially for my blood. Issei then looks at Samael's vial. The dragons inside were afraid. Even Issei's instincts were telling him to stay away from the vial. Issei kept it inside his pocket dimension away from harm's way. He then approached Kunou and an unconscious Yasaka. Kunou looked at the unharmed Issei and had a pleading look in her eyes. Kunou, where are the bad guys? Issei, they ran away. Kunou, mother, she is not waking up. Issei, please help me. Issei wondered what he needed to do. Last time he used Palingual and was Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, helping him. But now he did not know what he needed to do. That was when Sun Wukong showed up along with Yulong. Son, I came here to help you guys. Azazel sent me here. But it seems like the job is done. Besides, I am sorry for all the trouble that my king caused to you. Issei, it is no biggie. Speaking of which, Lady Yasaka is unable to gain consciousness. What do we do? Son, you know what you have to do, boy. Issei then realized that he needed to use his palingual move to help Yasaka regain consciousness just like last time. It worked as he was able to connect Kunou to her mother using that ability, giving her enough strength to wake up. Yasaka, ugh, where am I? Kunou, mother. Kunou immediately hugged her mother and started crying. Yasaka had embraced her daughter in return. They both were embracing each other for a while the others looked at the scene in happiness. After saving Yasaka from the hero faction, everyone returns back to their rooms. Yasaka and Kunou thank Issei and his team. Earlier, after everyone had teleported, Yasaka had asked Issei if there is something he wanted in return. She purposely jiggled her breasts to get his attention. But Issei kept his lust under check and told her that he would like an audience with her, if she did not mind, to which she did not refuse. Issei then headed back to his room, where Raynare and the others were waiting for him. They asked where he was, to which Issei responded with he wanted to talk to Yasaka and Kunou. He also told them that he was going to restore their memories of the previous timeline, much to everyone's surprise. Raynare, babe, are you sure of this? This might be risky considering the Shinto pantheon. Issei, I know, but I gotta tell them at some point. They were close to me in the previous timeline, so I trust them. Asuya, although I never met the Shinto gods, from their stories they seem to be very jealous people. Floey, I trust you, big brother, but I am not sure of this. Things might go south if the Shinto gods get involved. Issei, I highly doubt they would attack unless they want to trigger a war. Plus things might get cooled down if Yasaka convinces them not to attack. They won't. Chara, even if they attack, we will strike them down. The others agree. They all know that they will stick together until the very end because they are a family. Issei was happy to receive so much overwhelming support. Issei, thanks everyone, so now let's all go to sleep. Y'all need to enjoy the next day. They all then leave to head to their rooms since they need to wake up tomorrow so that they can enjoy their day. After all, they will be leaving after 2 days. Issei then cuddled with Raynare as she slept. Before sleeping, Issei asked a question to her. Issei, say, Raynare, are you not jealous or something? Raynare, I am, considering the fact back then I was never really close to you back then. Issei, you were always in my heart. I never could completely hate you. Even after your betrayal back then, I still had feelings for you. I just did not understand why you betrayed me back then. Issei's eyes started to swell up. Tears started to form. Raynare, on seeing her lover in distress, immediately embraced him. She knew that her past self's betrayal still left a mark on him. She calmed him down. Issei teared in her arms. Raynare, let it out, babe, don't bottle them inside you. Issei cried in her arms. Raynare calmed him down like a mother is to a child. She really loved him. He meant everything to her. She knew that he needed to get the trauma out of his head as soon as possible. Issei then separated from her and said, Issei, I am sorry, Raynare, for ruining your gown. Raynare, shhh, easy, I am there for you always. Remember that, I will always love you. Issei wiped his tears and responded. Issei, thanks Ray, thanks. Raynare, now go to sleep, you have to meet them tomorrow. They both go to sleep awaiting what comes the next day. The next day, Issei informs Azazel and Seraphal about what he is going to do next. They were also confused. Both were panicking since they did not want to lose Issei, considering he is very close to Azazel and he is Seraphal's crush. Azazel, Issei, are you sure of this? They might end up attacking you. Issei, they won't, they will not risk a war. Seraphal, but I am really worried, Issei. Issei, do not worry, big sis, nothing will happen to me. Issei then leaves both Azazel and Seraphal. They look onto him and worry as he is going to the Yokai to reveal their memories. They know that Yasaka and the other Yokai will not attack him, but are worried about the Shinto gods. Yokai Mansion, 9:30 a.m. Issei, alright, here we are, you two ready? Draigg and Trihexa, yes, we both are ready. They then enter the Yokai Mansion where they are welcomed very warmly as he was their savior, and he is the one to bring their leader back to them. He then enters Yasaka's private chamber where he sees her working on the desk. Kunou could be seen fidgeting with a toy. When Issei showed up, Kunou immediately pounced on him. Issei, looks like someone is excited to meet me. Kunou, I miss you, Issei. Issei, I will be there till tomorrow, then I gotta go back. Kunou pouted. She knew that Issei will be leaving sooner or later. Issei, on looking on her sad face, said, Issei, but do not worry, I will be back soon. Issei gave her head pats which she enjoyed wholly. That was when Lady Yasaka spoke up. Yasaka, our Red Dragon Emperor, it has been an honor to meet you in person. Yasaka bows in front of her savior. Issei responds with saying, Issei, please do not bow, Lady Yasaka. You should not be bowing in front of me. Yasaka, oh Red Dragon, please call me Yasaka, only you did save my life. Issei, then you must call me Issei. Yasaka, I see no problem. So speaking of which, what is it you wanted to talk to me about? That was when Issei went serious. Yasaka, on noticing the serious atmosphere, asked Kunou to leave, but Issei insisted that she should also be here. Issei then showed his red soul trait. Both were able to recognize what soul that was. It was the soul of determination. Yasaka, is that? Issei, the soul of determination, yes, it is Yasaka. Kunou, I heard this soul's existence in legends. Not all humans have unlocked their soul traits, not to mention there can be only one soul in a span of 100 years. Issei, those legends were true. Kunou was awed. She never knew that Issei had such a rare soul trait. Yasaka, on the other hand, was in a bit of a flux. She had only seen the soul of determination once before in her life, and that was 700 years ago. But here she saw it once again. She wanted to know that whether did he perform a reset before. Yasaka, Issei, did you perform a true reset? Issei, yes I did. Yasaka was shocked what had caused him to completely reset the timeline entirely. He seemed like a joyful person, so what drove him to commit a reset, she then asked. Yasaka, why? Yasaka's voice was a bit in disbelief. She wanted to know what drove him to do this. Issei, I will tell you, but this news or me being the soul of determination must stay under wraps. No one must know of this, cause the Cow's Brigade, the ones that kidnapped you, might come after my soul. Yasaka and Kunou nodded their heads. They both were curious as to what happened. Issei then activated their memories of the past timelines. Both on remembering everything Issei did for them had tears in their eyes. Yasaka in particular had a crush on Issei, but was never able to confess due to her position. Kunou on the other hand missed her big brother. He was there with them the whole 2 days, but she was never able to sense him. She always felt close to him whenever he was around. They both had jumped on Issei and cried their hearts out. They both missed him for a long time, both said in a teary voice. Yasaka, you saved me, sniff. Once again you saved me, sniff. Thanks Issei. Kunou, you are big brother Issei. I missed you so much. Where were you too? Issei responded to their hug in a very calm and friendly manner. He missed those two. They were in a hug for at least a while, after which they separated. Yasaka, we have a lot of catching up to do, Issei. Issei, indeed we have Yasaka. Yasaka, knowing you, you were not only a capable man back then, but also helped several people. After all, you were the one to defeat RageRevan and Draigg along with that nun. Speaking of which, what happened to you? Issei, alright, before I tell you guys, please do not go after the ones responsible for me performing a reset. Yasaka wondered what it could be, but nevertheless agreed. Issei then began to tell him after the defeat of the beast what had happened. He fell into a comatose. When he woke up, he realized that none of the girls had visited him in the hospital. The only people that visited him were Azazel and Vali and his team. After which he heads home only to receive the biggest shocker of his life. Rias and Akeno, the woman he had given his heart to, were fucking a man, cheating on him behind his back. He also heard them not only insulting him but also insulting Serzex as well, calling him a fool and an idiot. He then left cause he could not bear them anymore. He then headed towards the park with his doubts, but that was when the other girls, Zenobia, Irina, Revel and Koneko, were present with their boyfriends. Even they only tolerated Issei because of his perversion. They also insulted and humiliated him given that he was present listening to everything. That was where he discovered another truth, that Rias had let him die at the hands of the fallen angel, shocking Issei to the very core, causing him to suffer from an infamous disease known as Dragon's Fall. Kiba, who was also present at the same time, was there to be present for his brother till the very end. He had called Azazel to help him with the disease, but even he was helpless. The evil pieces were accelerating the fall to an alarming rate. They were eating him alive. He then saw this. His parents along with the Vali team had visited him as a means to help him cope with the disease, with Kuroka even willing to mate with him if she wanted to see him alive. Koneko was shocked on hearing this. Meanwhile, Lefei was working with Azazel to remove the pieces. The next was a portal revealing Gasper, Asia and Rossweisse, who were also there to provide Issei with comfort in his possible final moments. That was when time had stopped. He encountered two entities, the first being the Beast of Apocalypse Draigg. He offered him a favor given that Issei released him from RageRevan's control. He removed his evil pieces, therefore altering his body to that akin to a dragon god. It was a painful process, but it was worth it. After which he encountered Chara in the same dimension, who showed him his soul trait and asked him what he was going to do next. Issei then informed her that his goal will still be unchanged no matter what happens. He then releases the time barrier and tells the people present about what had happened. They in the end all agree that this timeline should stay as a bad dream. Yasaka and Kuoh on hearing this were pissed. Yasaka's tails were burning with foxfire. She wanted to burn those cheaters alive, while Kuoh was even more angrier than her mother. She wanted to tear those cheaters apart for hurting him and nearly killing him. She had her claws ready to tear them apart. They both embraced him once again while keeping their anger in check. Yasaka, it is okay, Issei. I am here for you. We both are. We always will be. Kuoh, I would love to tear those cheaters apart. Issei, no Kuoh, please do not, but I will never love them ever again. Yasaka and Kuoh then understood what he meant. He never is going to love or forgive them for their actions. Yasaka then asked. Yasaka, why you don't want to hurt them? Issei, I do not hate them. Honestly, they are way different in this timeline as they were back then. The women that were psychopathic at least have some emotion in them. Plus I do not want to hurt their loved ones by hurting them. After all, several of them like Akeno's father Barakiel and Koneko's sister Kuroka were there with me back then. Yasaka, I see. So are you still desiring a harem? Issei, well, it's complicated. Honestly, there were 3 girls that loved me unconditionally in both the timelines, that being Asuya, Kuroka and Rossweisse. Then there are the 2 other girls that love me in this timeline, that being Raynare and Sona. So yeah, there is still a harem, but most of the girls are getting along surprisingly well. Yasaka, I see. Well, I don't mind being the 6th one. Issei and Kuoh did the mother of all spit takes. They looked at Yasaka with like, what face? Kuoh, mother. Yasaka, it is true. Issei, I honestly liked you. Ever since you saved me from the hero faction, along with your kind nature and your generous nature is what attracted me to you. So please, I do not mind sharing you. Issei, Yasaka, I honestly do not know what to say, but I have. Yasaka, I know you have a harem, but I don't mind sharing you. Issei sighs, some things will never change. Issei, Yasaka, I accept your confession. Yasaka had tears in her eyes. She finally got her crush answered after waiting for so long. She immediately hugged Issei for the 3rd time. Issei could feel his face being close to her chest. He started to blush. Kuoh on noticing this starts to get jealous. Issei on noticing this looks at Kuoh and hugs her as well. Issei, better. Kuoh melts in his hug. She enjoys his hug to be that of a father and not of a lover. Issei, now, honestly, there is something I want to tell you both. It is especially about you, Kuoh. Kuoh, what is it? Issei, how should I put this? I never became a father back then. I always wanted a family to love and a child to spoil. But because of the girls betraying me, I never got to have children of my own. So Kuoh, I have a request, will you be my child? Yasaka and Kuoh was not expecting this. Kuoh had a schoolgirl crush on him and wanted to wait for Issei to be her husband. But him to be his father was not something she ever expected to have. She always wanted a father, but her mother never told her what happened to her birth father. Kuoh, I would love that if you become my dad. Issei was overjoyed. Now he had a daughter as well, or in his case adoptive daughter as well. Yasaka in particular was overjoyed that her daughter will now have a father figure for her life. She always wanted to fall in love and give Kuoh a father. Her original mate's whereabouts are unknown. Yasaka internally thanked Issei as well, since she now not only has someone that will love her unconditionally, but also she now has someone who can be a father to Kuoh. Issei, so guys, you want to meet the others? Yasaka and Kuoh, we would love to. They all then leave the mansion to go to visit the others in Kyoto. The girls and his friends were happy to see Issei, but their happiness is replaced by jealousy when they see that Issei has got another harem girl. Raynare, Issei, who is she? Raynare and Kuroka were smiling sweetly. Issei felt like he was going to have a bad time lest he have a good explanation. But before Issei could say anything, Yasaka beat him to it. Yasaka, oh, he is my new soulmate and boyfriend. I guess welcome to the family then. The jealousy aura increased even more. Asuya started to be saddened even more. Rossweisse had a jealous look on her face. Issei knew that he is as good as a goner. The dragons were chuckling at his pity. Frisk, Floey and Char along with Azazel and Sans pretty much walked away. Jealous woman was not someone you want to deal with. Issei, girls, can I say something? Raynare, go ahead Issei. Issei, alright, so here is what happened. Issei told everything to the girls present. They all sighed knowing something like this happened. Then Issei revealed a bombshell, with that being that he asked Kuoh to be his adopted daughter, to which she agreed happily. This was new even for Asuya, Kuroka and Rossweisse. They knew that Kuoh and Yasaka had a crush on Issei. Issei was just too naive to understand, but now her being a daughter is something new. The girls were now also imaging him to be a father to their future children, resulting in all of them being a blushing mess. Issei, Guys, let us look around Kyoto. There is still a lot of things to look at. Chara. Well, this time there is no hero faction or Cao's brigade to ruin the vacation, so we might as well enjoy it. Floey. I want to visit the other gardens as well, I never got to at all. Yasaka. Then you are in luck, Floey, as all the gardens are currently open. Floey. Yay. Frisk and Azazel then talk to Issei. Frisk. So another girlfriend, huh? Issei. Yeah, I am happy that it went well. Azazel. Looks like your harem is ever growing as usual. I am not surprised, kiddo. Issei. Huh, I wonder what will happen next. Oh, speaking of which, I wanted to give you something. Issei opened the portal and gave the vial of Sama Ale's poison to Azazel. Azazel was shocked as to why Issei had this. He then asked. Azazel, Issei, how did you get this? Issei. The leader of the hero faction had this. Saw he wanted to kill me using the vial, but I snatched it before he could realize. Azazel. I need to talk to Sirzex about this. This means that Hades is working with the Cao's brigade. This is not good. Issei. Honestly, I am glad that the whole situation is over. Now we should be enjoying the vacation. Frisk. Indeed, no Cao's brigade to ruin them. Issei. Well, let's go, the girls are waiting for us. Issei and the others head to the girls who are waiting for them. They approach them and visit a lot of places shown by Yasaka and Kunou, as well as visiting the flower gardens, making everyone relaxed and Floey exceptionally happy. After that, they all return back to the Gremery Hotel and start packing for tomorrow since they are leaving. Scene break. The next day. Kyoto train station, 9:30 a.m. Issei along with the rest of the students can be seen entering the train going back to Kuoh. Kunou was in particular sad given that she only spent a day with her father. Issei, on looking at his adoptive daughter's sad face, promised her that they would meet again very soon, much to Kunou and Yasaka's happiness. That was when Frisk asked a question. Frisk. Lady Seraphal and Sans, are you guys staying back? Seraphal. Indeed we are, Frisk. The peace treaty is still not done. There are still some work to complete. Sans. Don't worry, kiddo, we will be back home by evening. Frisk. Speaking of which, where is Papyrus? Sans. Oh pap, he went home yesterday itself. He wanted to learn some cooking. Frisk and Sans dreaded eating Papyrus's cooked spaghetti. They knew that his cooking was indescribable. Issei and the other then said goodbye to Yasaka and Kunou along with Seraphal and Sans. They all head inside the train and head back to Kyoto with good memories. Previously we saw the aftermath of the meeting of Yokai as well as getting close to Kunou. They were all seen around Kyoto with Kunou acting as the guide. They first visit a restaurant and then they visit a real-life Pokemon center, with him and Floey actually buying a lot of stuff. They then head towards a bridge only to be surrounded by a mist and be teleported into a dimension made by the Longinus dimension Lost. Eventually they were joined by Azazel and Sans, who had sensed the missing students. They end up facing against the hero faction, who were the ones responsible for kidnapping Lady Yasaka, the leader of the Yokai faction. The leader of the hero faction then attacked Issei and his friends along with Azazel and Sans. Azazel ends up going toe-to-toe with Saw, who was the leader, while Issei leads the team against the anti-monsters created out of Leonardo's sacred gear Annihilation Maker. He then manages to knock out Leonardo, causing a very angry Jean to attack him. Issei easily overwhelms her. With two of the hero faction members down, he then faces against the golem courtesy of Lefay and Vali, after which a drunk Rossweisse show up and create chaos everywhere using her magical abilities. The hero faction were forced to retreat. They then head back to the hotel for the final showdown against the hero faction in order to save Lady Yasaka. They head towards the replica of Kyoto, looking for her, and they split up with Issei and Kunou heading down the subway where they encounter a member of the hero faction. He is then easily defeated by Issei. Issei and Kunou then get a call from the others stating that the hero faction has been found and Lady Yasaka is with them. Issei then rushes there along with Kunou to save her. The teams then split up where they can easily deal with the hero faction members given that they have fought against them twice in the previous timeline twice. They split up with Raynare and Irina dealing with Jean. Chara, Rossweisse and Floey dealing with Heracles, Frisk and Kuroka dealing with George. Zenobia and Kiba dealing with Siegfried, and finally Issei dealing with Yasaka and Saji holding off Saw. Issei manages to defeat Yasaka in his dragon form, with Yasaka herself transforming into her nine-tailed fox form. She is then rendered unconscious and Issei asks Kunou to watch over her till they handle the hero faction. Issei then goes to help Saji, who would have been nearly killed by Saw if it was not for his intervention. Saw then notices his defeated teammates except George on the ground unconscious. In his anger he tried to use the Dragon Eater on Issei, but Issei snatched the vial before he could notice. Blinded by fury, He uses the truth idea, his balance breaker, in an attempt to defeat Issei, but was teleported by George along with the rest of the hero faction members before it was too late. Issei and the others then headed back to an unconscious Yasaka. Issei then used Palingual on the advice of Sun Wukong, who had just arrived courtesy of Azazel, which woke up Yasaka. After that it was a union between Yasaka and Kuoh. After the reunion was over, Issei was then asked by Yasaka if he wanted something in return, to which he responded he wanted a talk with them, which she did not refuse. After having a conversation with what he is about to do next, Issei's friends were a bit worried for him, but managed to quell their worries when he told that he would take care of it. After which their friends head back to sleep. While sleeping, Issei asks Raynare whether she was jealous, to which she replies yes. Issei then informs her that even in the previous timeline a part of him still loved her, to which he had tears in his eyes about everything that had happened back in the timeline. He still was partly scared of women. Raynare, on seeing his vulnerability, embraces him. She informed him that she will always be there for him, much to his happiness. The next day, Issei informs Azazel and Seraphal about what he is about to do next. He tells them that he will handle it. He then enters Yasaka's mansion, where he could see Yasaka on her desk and Kuoh playing with her toy. He informs them first that he is the soul of determination, much to their surprise, after which he activates their memories of the previous timeline. This caused the mother-daughter Fox duo to immediately embrace him since they missed him for a long time. It was also revealed that Yasaka had a crush on Issei. She never got a chance to confess to him back then. On asking why did he commit a true reset, Issei told them everything that had happened in the previous timeline, causing the duo to be livid. Kuoh in particular wanted to tear them apart, but Issei convinced her not to do so. The duo once again embraced him before he could continue, knowing that they would be there for him. That was when Yasaka decided to confess to him here and now, which Issei accepted, much to her happiness. Issei then asked whether Kuoh could become his adoptive father if she wanted to which she happily replied yes to him. After that, Issei along with Yasaka and Kuoh introduced them to the girls. While initially being jealous of another lady gaining Issei's affection, they easily accepted her. They then roam around Kyoto, with also visiting the flower gardens, much to Floi's happiness. After that they all head to the hotel room to pack for heading back to Kuoh. Issei and his friends then go to Kyoto train station to head home, but not after saying goodbye to the others present there. In a few hours they all reach home, where the parents along with Sona and Tiamat greet them. Issei tells everything that happened in the trip. Initially everyone was confused about how Issei got a daughter, especially his mother that wondered how he got a daughter. Issei then explained the confused audience present that it was his adopted daughter, with Yasaka being the mother. They were aware on who he is talking about. After all, they were aware of Kuoh being there. They were although surprised, considering Issei had informed them about his relationship with Kuoh back then, with her wanting to be his wife once she grows up, but now being his adopted daughter is definitely new. Mickey, Issei, are you sure? I mean, being an adoptive father is new. Before Issei could respond, Asya beat him to it. Asya, sorry about this, Draigg, but when he used to shoot for a kids show back when he was a devil, he was really good with kids, so much so the kids loved him. He was like a superstar in the underworld. The show was Oppai Dragon. Draigg, no problem, Asya. I am just happy that I do not need to go through the same thing again. Mickey, I see. I never thought my son would be a superstar. Honestly, I would love to meet my new grandchild so that I can spoil her. Goro, I would love to meet that sweetheart too, although I was initially surprised at how I became a grandfather so early. But I am grateful that it is not your blood daughter. I mean, you are kinda young to have a daughter. Issei, she did view me as a big brother as well back then, plus I did feel a little bit of being a father towards her. I mean, she never had a father back then. Mickey, so will she be coming here soon? Issei, well, Yasaka never told me anything, so I do not know. Sona, speaking of which, what other things you guys did aside from Issei getting another harem member? Sona glared at Issei, with the latter sweating at Sona. Issei then responded. Issei, well, we did a lot of things. We went to the Pokemon Center, we went to the restaurants that served tofu. Well, the hero faction ruined everything, but aside from that we went to the flower gardens as well as a lot of other places. Also, I would be increasing the barrier to the point of only letting beyond Satan class beings from entering the house. Mickey, may we know why? Issei, because of RageRevan, he managed to kidnap you guys to use against me. But I will not let them hurt you too. No matter if I need to face against a god, I would still protect you guys. Goro, I see, thanks son. Issei, no need to thank me, dad. I am just glad that you guys are supporting me despite my previous actions. Goro, no son, we would have still loved and cared for you even when you were a pervert. Even though you have changed your actions for a very terrible past, you did not go down a path of pure revenge against them. Tiamat, Mr. Kyoto is correct. I mean, look at me, I attacked several of Draigg's past hosts just to get back at him. But now I don't think I will ever do that again. Floey, I died once at the hands of humanity due to a misunderstanding, but here I am trying to make things better, to never let history repeat itself. The people around me have given me a second chance, and I sure as hell ain't gonna disappoint them. Mickey, well, enough of that, you guys need to freshen up. You guys have a school festival coming up, right? Sona, oh yeah, so what are your suggestions, guys? Issei, back when I was with the orc in the previous timeline we went for the Halloween theme, so this time we should do something similar. I was suggesting let us do something related to Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria. Sona flinched when she heard that. She still remembered the traumatic experience with that animatronic. That jump scare still haunts her in her dreams. Issei knew what was wrong but pretended to not know what happened. Issei, is something wrong, Sona? Sona, well, that bear scares me even now. Chara and Raynare remembered how traumatic the experience was for her. They were present watching her struggle against that animatronic. They even remember how she was holding her best friend as they were both in that situation. That was when Chara decided to do something naughty. She decided now would be the time to reveal the truth. Chara, I have something to tell you. I know who sent you to that place. Sona, on hearing this, drew her attention to Chara. Issei made the face of don't you dare to his little sister, which Chara promptly ignored. Chara, it was my big brother Issei. Sona looks at Issei glaring as if getting another girl was not enough. She came to know that it was Issei that set up the prank. Sona, due to her anger and embarrassment that Issei, Raynare and Chara saw her in that state, started raising her aura. Issei looked in the eyes as if he was facing true death himself. Even the dragons paled in fear because of her anger. Blue-colored aura was glowing around her. Sona then said in a low voice that made Issei flinch. Sona, Issei, you better start running. Issei, okay. Mickey, guys, please don't tear down the house. But before Mickey's words could reach her son or her future daughter-in-law, Issei had already started running from the house with Sona chasing after him. A few moments later, Issei starts screaming as he is busy dodging torrents of water heading his way courtesy of Sona chasing him. Sona then says in fury and embarrassment, Sona, why are you running? Why are you running? Issei, on seeing her close, responds, Issei, run bitch Ryuan. This goes on for a while till Issei ends up running till the school. He was happy that he had lost Sona. He then notices that he is at school. He decides to meet up with Kiba and Gasper anyway since he needs some time away from Sona. Scene change. Kuoh Academy, 1:30 p.m. Issei could be seen walking to Kuoh Academy. Given that since he is here, he might as well meet up with Kiba and Gasper. They wanted to meet him, but given the situation they were unable to do so. He noticed them and walked towards them and greeted them. Issei, hey Kiba, Gasper. They both turned around and looked at their friend coming to them. They responded. Kiba, hey Issei. Gasper, hey big brother, well, what's up? Issei, nothing much, just getting some time away from Sona. Kiba and Gasper, on noticing Issei's face, wanted to ask him what happened. Issei began to tell them what had happened. They all had an amused face at not only Sona's reaction to getting jump scared by an animatronic, but also him getting chased around after she found out about his prank. Kiba, so you wanted to get away from her for the time being, at least until she cools down. Issei, yeah? Issei's sweat drops while saying this. Kiba and Gasper chuckle. They knew that Issei will have to deal with an angered Sona if he goes back. They heard stories of Sona doing some, let's just say, questionable things when she gets angry. Kiba, well, I wanted to tell you that there is an arcade in the mall that has opened up. We can all go there and spend time. We could also probably eat there as well. Gasper, I also would love to visit the mall. Given that Rias never let me do so since I was sealed in that house for so long, I would love to visit that mall. Issei, alright then, let's go. They all then visit the mall and they play some arcade games. The arcade itself was really amazing with many games present. Especially Wreck-It Ralph, Sugar Rush, Mario Kart GX, and many more. They played for a few hours before leaving the arcade. They also had some food there. All in all, they had a good time, considering they needed it after the whole hero faction situation. They then decide to head home, with Kiba and Gasper heading towards their dome while Issei goes back home. He knew that Sona's anger might have cooled down a bit. He made sure to properly explain to her as to why he did it. Mostly he did for fun, but nevertheless he felt that he should apologize for the prank. Kyoto residence, 5:30 p.m. Issei can be seen heading home, where he was greeted by his parents. On asking his parents where she was, they informed him that she was in his room. on the way he greeted the others while at the same time he glared at his little sister for ratting him out, to which she had a smirk. Issei then responded that she will not be getting chocolate for 2 days. Chara, no, my weakness, chocolate. Issei then left with a smirk. While Chara kept shouting since she would get no chocolate, he then headed to his room where Sona was waiting. She was hitting on his chair. Sona, hello Issei. Sona's voice had some anger in it. He knew that he deserved to apologize for what he did. Issei then said, Issei, Sona, I know you are mad for what I did, but please listen to me why I did that. Sona sighs at this and responds, Sona, alright then begin. Issei, so back then I did not trust devils after what Rias did to my parents. I was being constantly watched by 3 of the 4 occult research club members, that being Rias, Akeno and Koneko. Kiba did not agree to do this because he knew why they were glaring. After all, I destroyed Rias and her pride with relative ease. It honestly was getting annoying, not to mention Rias back then was too prideful to even apologize for what she did, so when I sensed you two I assumed that Rias sent you here. This was the last straw even for me, but I decided to not give in to my anger and teleported you there, while at the same time using my Annihilate move on a smaller scale to disable your magical abilities, and I sent you to that place. Sona, I see. Sona looked down. She knew that she wanted to make peace, but in reality being watched can pretty much annoy you, considering the fact that she was always once watched by her older sister Sarah Fall Leviathan. Issei, I should apologize for what I did. I didn't know you were traumatized by what you saw. I know what it feels like to be traumatized. Sona nodded. She should have instead called Issei to the student council room instead of spying on him. Thankfully Issei does not truly hate her or Rias for what Rias did back then. Sona, no Issei, I should be the one to apologize as well. What I did was spy on you. I should also apologize for what Rias did to you as well as your parents. Issei, no, please do not apologize for her mistakes. Besides, she has already apologized for her attacking my parents. Although you could have easily came out unscathed without any jump scares. Sona, how so? Issei, you used too much power. By using the cameras and the door for too long, those drained too much power. All you had to do was survive till 6 AM, and you would have come back to the school without any issues. I mean, for a first-timer, you did surprisingly well. Sona's eyes widened. She knew that she could have not been attacked by Freddy but instead walked out freely without any issues, but she knew that keeping the doors would have been advantageous without considering its power drain. Sona, I never knew I was a natural at playing video games. I mean, I am learning cooking from your mother and improving, but I never knew I had other talents as well. Issei, well, the more you know. That was when both of them smiled each other. After that the voice of Mickey was heard. She wanted everyone to set up the table given that dinner was going to be served. Issei and Sona came along with the others to help their parents set up the table. They all had a pleasant dinner, after which they all went to sleep. Scene break. The next day. Kuoh Academy, 11:30 AM. The Occult Research Club and the Student Council had decided that they would be working together for the school festival. They had all decided to make it much better than before. Issei suggested to make a horror game in real life. They, or in particular the Occult Research Club, decided to go for a maid cafe given that they all wanted to try something good. So considering the things they needed to do to make an exact copy of the pizza restaurant and all the haunted decorations, they needed to do some work, especially if they needed to design a camera, doors, lights as well as a music box for a certain animatronic. Given that the maid cafe was much easier to do so than the others, most of the student council members along with some Occult Research Club members worked on the suits for the animatronics, the toy animatronics, as well as a certain marionette. Issei decided the pizza restaurant would look similar to that of the setting in Five Nights at Freddy's 2. Issei was busy working on the animatronic suits of Freddy and Bonnie while Chloe assisted him in getting the tools. That was when someone showed up. The one that hurt Issei the most showed up while he was working on the animatronic suits. Irina, hello Issei. Issei looked towards her with a glare. Chloe too was furious as to why she had showed up, especially after she wanted to discard not only his love but also his friendship. Chloe had his vines ready at a moment's notice. He would love to snap her neck if she hurt or tried anything with his big brother again. Issei, what do you want, Shidu? Irina flinched by the amount of venom present in his voice. He really did not want to do anything with her, especially when she remembered what she had done to him. Irina, I wanted to talk. You promised that if I won, you would at least hear me out. Issei sighed. He made a bet and lost, so he must now do what she desired from him. Issei then responded. Issei, make it quick, I got a lot of work to do. Irina composed herself immediately, and asked. Irina, I never knew I said all those things back then. Believe me, I would never discard your friendship. If I wanted to, I would have killed that version of me. I know you will never forgive me for what I did to you. I just want to know what you think of me. As in, I do have feelings for you, but considering you do not want to do anything with me, I discarded them. If anything, I just want to be friends just like back then. Both were shocked on what Irina said. Unlike Rias and the other traitors, she only wanted to be friends and just live in peace. Deep down, Issei knew that the two arenas were way different from the timelines. He knew that this arena and that arena were not the same. The arena present in front of him only wanted to be friends. Her voice sounded to be that of desperation and pleading. The arena back then pretty much hated him for his perversion. To add insult to injury, she threw away his friendship like it was nothing. He would never forgive that arena. Chloe was confused as to why she said that. She only wanted to be friends. He would never forgive her for what she did, but knew that being allies would be the best option. That was when Issei spoke up. Issei, Irina, there are two things you need to know when a reset happens. One, it may result in certain changes. The arena back then was a bitch. She never cared or loved me. She deceived me into thinking that she loved me and was still my friend. The second being that the results of constantly resetting can be catastrophic. The people that once loved you, when they forget you, you feel as if you are dead, even though you are physically alive. Chloe, I can confirm this. I saw some monsters actually forget Chara over time because of my resetting abilities. Back when Issei never had that soul, I would still have some control over the timeline, but then again I stopped resetting when I realized that we can have a good ending if we simply had enough hope. Honestly, I am surprised. Despite your childish tendencies, you are surprisingly mature. Unlike a certain redhead, you know that Issei would never forgive you or love you. You just want to be friends. Issei, in other words, I would never forgive that arena, but this one in front of me, I don't need to forgive you. Irina looked up as if Issei said something shocking. Irina, what do you mean? Issei, honestly, in this timeline none of you betrayed me. You were true in your friendship even now, so if you have not done the crime, there is no need to apologize. But remember this, I will never forget or forgive what you and the others did in the previous timeline. Irina looked down. Issei, but if you want friendship, you gotta earn it. Irina nodded before leaving. She made up her mind. Irina, I will earn my friendship back. I will be your friend just like back when we were children. I will prove that I and that Irina are not the same. Back with Issei and Chloe. Issei, well, we gotta work on these animatronic robots. Chloe, thank Askari that you are not making them into spring-lock suits. Issei, trust me, getting spring-locked is a fate far worse than death. I won't go into details into this, but it makes getting hit by a light spear when you are a devil like a walk in a park. Chloe nodded fearfully. He knew that if Issei knew these suits from the back of his head, this pain is not something you need to sleep on. They continued to work on the suits until the day came when Azazel came to Issei and Chloe. Azazel, so how is the work on the spring-lock suits going on? Issei, it is going quite well. Speaking of which, when is the rating game between Agars and Citri? Azazel, it is in 2 days. Sona and Tsubaki were training while you guys were fighting in Kyoto. Plus a certain guest star will be coming to the rating game to act as a commentator. Issei, I see, must be nice. Azazel, these suits are surprisingly accurate. You know the lore very well, kiddo. Issei, well, I did finish all games including the 6th night, and got jump scared multiple times, so yeah, got the design down to the endo. Azazel, allow me to help you in the suits. After all, I do have experience inventing stuff. Issei, thanks sensei. Azazel, hey Chloe, get me some wrenches and screwdrivers. Chloe, sure thing, teach. Chloe gets the wrenches and other mechanical stuff from the drovers. They all work on the animatronics till it gets over. I mean, if this works out, the students will have a real experience with 5 Nights at Freddy's. Previously, we saw the Issei and his friends come back home from their trip to Kyoto. Issei explains everything that had happened there from their journey, what all places they visited, their infamous encounter with the hero faction, Yasaka joining the family along with Kunou, and many more things. While initially shocked that Issei became a father, Issei told them that she is his adopted daughter, much to their relief. They then begin talking about what needs to be done next, with Sona coming up with the school festival event. That was when a small secret came out which forced Issei to run away for a while, at least till Sona's anger died out. He, along with Kiba and Gasper, then visit an arcade and have some lunch at a mall. They then go back home after their fun, where he first gets back at Chara for exposing the said secret. He then explains to Sona why he did that prank, to which she understood the reasoning. She then tells him that they were spying on him as a way to apologize for her actions. The next day, everyone gets to work with all the preparations for the school festival. The orc begins to work on the maid cafe while the others were working on the animatronics for the 5 Nights at Freddy event. Issei along with Floey were working on the animatronics. Irina suddenly shows up, much to their surprise and anger. When asked what she wanted, she only wanted to repair a once broken friendship, to which Issei responded that she needed to work on that. He also told her that he would never forgive her past self for what she did. Issei also told her that she needed to earn that friendship if she wanted to. Irina on hearing this left, with hope in her mind and heart that she can be friends once again like she once was. Issei and Floey then went on to work on the animatronics, which had to be completed in a week's time. Fortunately for the duo, an experienced inventor had shown up. Azazel, who had worked on several artificial sacred gears, was willing to help the duo in creating the animatronics for the event, to which Issei and Floey happily took the option to help. The rating game between the heirs of Baal and Gremry families, Rias and Seorg, has been decided first, followed with the rating game between the heirs of Citri and Agar's family, Sona and Sequeria. Issei and his team were present during the press conference between the Gremry and Baal family members. Although the Gremry family had an advantage given that they remember the past timeline, Seorg Baal is still a powerhouse. He must not be underestimated given that he would easily destroy them if he managed to merge with Regulus, forming his balance breaker. As the press conference was going on, regular questions were asked regarding on how they will win against the odds, to which they both responded with the same thing, that the plan was something they have to wait till the rating game goes on. Meanwhile, another press conference was going on with the members of the Agar's peerage and Citri peerage. The members of the Agar's peerage is sitting on one side while the members of the Citri peerage were sitting on the other side. Just like the Baal and Gremry kings were asked, the same things were asked on the Agars as well as Citri kings, with how they will win the match. Sona knew that the main threat to her in the rating game against the Olivian, Siegfried's queen, he needed to be dealt with, otherwise things might go south for Sona and her peerage. They knew that for the sake of their dreams they needed to win the rating game. The next day, the Agar's Stadium, 10:30 a.m. The teams had come to battle against each other. The battle was against the heirs of Baal and Gremry family, that being Seorg and Rias. The teams had taken the opposite areas of the stadium. The rating game will be decided on a dice game. The announcers were on the broadcasting area where Nod Gauman and Azazel and another special guest was coming to the rating game. Nod, I thanks all for coming to the rating game between Seorg Baal and Rias Gremry. We have the Governor General of Fallen Angels, Azazel. We also have a guest coming from the monster faction that will comment on the rating game. The crowd cheered when they heard that the monster faction was also joining for this rating game. That was when a robotic monster had shown up. He had black hair with a long fringe that seems to cover his right eye, pale skin, and visible metal segments below and above his left eye. He has a pink chest piece, a narrow metallic waist with a box contraption, and black shoulder pads above his segmented arms, which end in gloves. The chest piece has what appear to be a speaker and some knob or gauge, while the waist has two parts that seem to act as a locking mechanism that holds his heart-shaped core, as they both lose white pixels during his heart-to-heart attack. His long black-clad legs end in pink high-heeled boots. Well, Nod darling, you've got quite the crowd. Nod, indeed we have. Entertainment star Metaton, so are you ready for this Metaton? Metaton, indeed we are. Are you guys ready for this? The crowd cheers in response. Metaton had a smile from his robotic mouth. He knew what he needed to do. Metaton, so let's get ready to rumble, darling. The dice is then rolled to the number 3. The teams were on discussion on who to send against the rating game. Rias Gremry, just like last time, had sent Kiba for the battle, while Seorg Baal had sent Baruka to the field. Metaton, so it looks like Lady Rias has sent her knight Yudo Kiba as the one fighting, while Seorg Baal sent his knight Baruka to fight against him. Give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. The crowd cheers when these two knights head towards the dome to begin their fighting. Issei and his team along with Sona and her peerage watch this fight closely. They are then joined by King Askari and Queen Teriel. They also were interested in watching the rating game. After greeting each other, they watched the game closely. They fight in a grassy field. Although Baruka and his pale horse familiar are able to keep Kiba off his game for a time, Kiba is able to use his new balance breaker, Glory Drag Trooper, to summon Holy Sword Knights to flank Baruka and his duplicates. This overwhelmed Seorg's knight. Kiba, that was my balance breaker Glory Drag Trooper. An old friend of mine helped me make this. That was a good fight indeed, Baruka. The match ended with Kiba's victory. Rias had mentally thanked him for winning. Metaton, that was an overwhelming victory for Kiba. We never saw him use Glory Drag Trooper before. This is definitely new. Give him a round of applause. The crowd cheers on Kiba's victory. Metaton then asks Azazel. Metaton, Lord Azazel, what do you think about this matchup? Azazel, well, Kiba did have the advantage and he was holding back. I saw his expression, he held back against the knight. He seemed to be enjoying the fight rather than fighting all out. The dice for the second match rolls 10. Rias sends her rook Koneko along with her knight Zenobia, given that Rossweisse is not part of her peerage this time. They both were sent to deal with the Gandama and Liban. Zenobia knew that Liban had the sacred gear gravity jail that can pin down his opponent, so she quickly deals with the knight. Unfortunately, Gandama gets in the way, forcing Koneko to fight him. Gandama transforms into his golem form to fight against Koneko. Koneko was forced to use her Nekasha level 2 to fight against the rook. This gives Zenobia enough time to deal with Liban, eliminating him despite him using his sacred gear before it was too late. The duo then end up fighting the golem, with Koneko being severely injured from fighting the golem. But she manages to create a weak spot in him, allowing Zenobia to use her holy sword to take him down, thus securing the win for the Gremory, but with the loss of Koneko. Metaton, what a spectacular double-team battle between them. Even thought the loss of Koneko Darling took place. Zenobia won for her team, defeating the duo of Gandama and Liban. Give them a round of applause. The crowd cheers when the duo win against the Bale team. That was when Nod says, "Nod, we will continue this fight after a short break." Back with Issei and the others. Issei, things are going so well so far. Raynare, I have a feeling that they can win this. Issei, I would not be so sure about this. Ray. Askari, why do you think that? Issei, it is because of two people, the Queen Keisha Abaddon as well as the king himself Seorg Bale, not to mention there is tremendous power coming out from his pawn. Toriel, I sense it too. Floey, do you think it could be a sacred gear user? Issei, it might, I have seen him somewhere, could it be? Chara, what did you find out? Issei, the pawn is the sacred gear himself, the Regulus Nemia, one of the 13 Longinus. Everyone had their mouth agape. A Longinus user in the opposing team meant disaster for the Gremory team. Chara in particular was worried for Kiba. While she did not care for the Gremory team except Gasper, she did have small feelings for the knight. Askari, with that the Gremory team is at a disadvantage then. I just hope they can win this through. Issei, doubt it. I fought against Seorg once, and he gave me a run for my money. When I was in my balance breaker in the previous timeline, only a miracle can make them win. Askari knew that Issei spoke from experience. He wanted to see how this goes given that things are not looking good for the Gremory team. Back with Rias and her team. Rias, we cannot lose any more guys. We know their abilities and weakness. Most likely Akeno you will be facing against Quisha Abaddon and her whole ability. Akeno, oh. Rias, and before you say anything Akeno, no sex jokes please, there is a time and place for everything, now is not the time. Akeno, ah man. Play book and singing, it's been a long day. Kiba, so what's the plan, President? Rias, since we do not have Issei and Rossweisse with us like last time, and we lost Koneko, we need to play our cards very carefully. If any of us goes down it is going to be a problem for us. We still have Regulus and Seorg to deal with. Gasper, so what's the plan? Rias, since Akeno will be facing against Keisha, Akeno will need to avoid using your magical ability against her. She can easily eliminate you by turning your own holy lightning against you. Akeno, God is President. The number rolled this time was 9, so the one fighting were as expected Akeno and Keisha. This time however Akeno relied on hand-to-hand combat which she had learned during her training at the Gremory estate. She began her fight with Keisha who was barely able to dodge the hybrid's attacks. She wanted Keisha to be vulnerable so that she can use holy lightning on her, which worked given the situation. Keisha ended up being defeated by Akeno's well-timed holy lightning. Akeno, it was a risk but it was so worth it. Rias and the other side in relief. That was one major player down, 2 more to go. That was when the number that was rolled was 8, resulting in Gasper and Zenobia deciding to fight against Mastita and Ladora. The fight was pretty much the same, however this time Zenobia is the one to get eliminated given that Mastita managed to seal her powers away using her sacred gear trick Vanish. However Gasper, who had unlocked his soul trait that being integrity, managed to deal with Ladora. Despite being in his dragon form, integrity soul allowed Gasper used his soul to create bullets and projectiles managing to pierce Layden's skin. Mastita, although she managed to eliminate Zenobia, Gasper transformed into his vampire form, overwhelming her and managing to defeat her. Rias, this is bad. First Koneko, now Zenobia. She is the only one who could theoretically damage Seorg. Now only Akeno is my hope for the damage against him. Kiba, don't worry President, we can defeat him. Rias, I hope so Kiba, I hope so. Kiba also felt a little bit weak, given that how badly Seorg crushed him in the previous timeline. he could feel like the team pressure is pretty much on him, their morale is dependent on him. Kiba. So this is how Issei felt back then, huh? The pressure was on him back then. How ironic. Rias then had to make a plan for dealing with Seorg. That was when the dice rolled to 12, she sent both Gasper and Akeno to fight against the one who will be sent against none other than Seorg, who decides to send himself to fight. The duo knew that he is a powerhouse. Akeno used her lightning against him, but it does nothing. Seorg then lunges at the hybrid as well as the vampire, evading his attack. Akeno is damaged very badly, but Gasper stops him using his sacred gear. It only stops for a while before Gasper loses his concentration and Seorg is released. Akeno, on seeing this, uses Holy Lightning on Seorg, which hits him, damaging him but not enough. He notices Gasper and lunges at him and gives him a severe gut punch, dealing several damage to him, making him cough up blood. Gasper used his soul bullets, damaging him, but it is not enough to put the behemoth down. Seorg then says, "Seorg, you did well, vampire, but now it is time to end this." Seorg gives several roundhouse kicks to the vampire, taking him out from the battle effectively. He then focuses on Akeno. Before she could use her holy lightning, Seorg grabs her by the face and smashes her down a wall nearby, making her unable to battle, eliminating her from the fight. Seorg then uses the Phoenix Tear. He and Rias receive to heal himself up. The match was given to Seorg Bale as the victor. Mettaton then announces from the stadium. Mettaton, what a dramatic victory for the heir of Bale. No wonder he was able to defeat the Princess of Thunder and the holder of Forbidden Bale of You. He is known to be immensely durable. A round of applause from the Prince of Bale. The crowd cheers for Seorg, who raises his hand up in victory. Rias was in a fix, since now only she and Kiba remain. Kiba, on the other hand, had to fight against him given that he is the only piece left. The chances are looking pretty slim for the Gremory team. That was when Nod announced from the stadium. Nod, oh, this just came in from our folks. The people want a battle royale. It would be between the remaining members of the Bale peerage and the Gremory peerage. This would be fun. What do you think, Mettaton? Mettaton, indeed it is, Nod darling. This would make this match quite interesting. What do you think, Azazel? Azazel. Well, that pawn is something Seorg never used, even once. He seemed like some sort of trump card. Besides, Rias is really in a fix. If she cannot take down Seorg, she will lose this match as well as her dream of becoming number one. Mettaton, you got that right, so without further ado let us begin. The contestants began their fight against Seorg and his pawn. Seorg then screams. Seorg, do it now, Regulus. Regulus then takes off his mask and transforms into a golden lion with a golden mane. Regulus then proceeds to fight against Rias Gremory, while Kiba is left alone to deal with Seorg. Seorg easily dispatches of the knight with relative ease given that he was exhausted in fighting 2 battles back to back. He tried to use his bravery armor but was unable to keep up with the knight. Eventually the knight was overwhelmed by the Seorg Bale, resulting in his elimination. Rias, Kiba knew. Regulus, worry about yourself, Lady Gremory. Regulus lunges at Rias Gremory, who tried to use her move Extinguished Star on him. But the charge time was too long enough for the lion to use its claws to easily damage him, causing severe bleeding. Rias tried to use the Phoenix Tear on herself, but it only delayed the inevitable. Seorg, on seeing Rias still fighting, feels pitiful for his cousin and uses a throat chop, knocking her out of the fight, thus securing the win for Seorg Bale and his team. Mettaton, the winner of this match is Seorg Bale. The victor of the rating game is Seorg Bale. A huge round of applause and cheers were sounding out there. Issei and his team were not surprised with the outcome, because they only won because Issei was there with them back then. Chara went to the infirmary to check on Kiba, which was not unnoticed by the others. They all did not stop her because most of them knew that Chara had feelings for the knight. Mettaton then announced that the next match was between Sona and Sequeria, which will happen 2 days later. Scene break. 2 days later. Agar Stadium, 2:30 p.m. Mettaton, welcome back, darlings, for the second match of the Rookies 4, that being Sona versus Sequeria. Despite the numbers being low on the other end, I have heard that the team is quite the powerhouse. What do you think, Azazel? Azazel, honestly, this match could go either way. Both the kings are not known for their immense demonic power of even strength but intelligence. The one that outsmarts the other will win. Mettaton, I see. Oh, here are the contestants, Sona and Sequeria along with their peerages. The peerages then come in for their rating game. Saji in particular was excited for the matchup against Olivian, who can change into an Eastern Dragon form. They began their fight with Ruroko facing against Bafil Furkas. Given that she should have the speed advantage, she would win against her. But Bafil proved to be too much for the Citrine Knight. She managed to overwhelm her on several locations. Ruroko could not keep up with the Agar's Knight and was eventually eliminated by her. Sona was surprised. She assumed the night would give her the least of the problems, but now she needed to be dealt with before it is too late. Issei and the others were surprised, given that they never saw the Agar's peerage in action was something else. It was a three-man team and they were certainly strong to hold the position of being in the rookies' four, but they did not know that they were this strong. Even the ones that were expecting the Knight of Citri to win were the ones shocked that she had lost with relative ease. Sona, on the other hand, needed a plan to deal with the Knight before they can regroup and take her and her team out. That was when an announcement had happened courtesy of Mettaton. Mettaton, since our viewers liked the Battle Royale match between the Gremory and Bale family, this was by popular vote that the Battle Royale is to be taken place between the two peerages. The audience cheered on this. Issei and the others only sighed as Mettaton knew how to rile up the audience for battle. Issei, that Mettaton surely knows how to bring an audience together. Frisk, yeah, back when I was at the underground he made me do those weird poses to increase his show's ratings on television. Thankfully I was able to get out alive with the upgrade Dr. Alphys gave to me. Floey, I followed Frisk. Honestly, I never knew you were such a good dancer. Frisk, I don't even know how I did all this. Frisk said the last sentence embarrassed. That was when Issei decided to speak up with Chara. Issei, say Chara, how was your visit to Kiba? Chara, honestly, he kind of looked down. He felt like he was the one leading the team, or acting as the moral compass. As a result, he felt depressed that he lost the match against Kiba. It was as if he felt like he failed us. Chara looked down. After all, she had feelings for the Knight. Issei did not know what to say given that Kiba was now in his position. Back then he was the morale boost for Team Gremory. Now that role was taken up by Kiba. Issei told Chara to give comfort to the Knight as much as she could, to which she had agreed. Askerion, watching this, asked what had happened as to why Chara is so much concerned about that man. Issei told him that he would inform him in private, to which he agreed. Back with Sona and her peerage. Sona was confused that her whole peerage minus Ruroko will be facing against Sequeria and her peerage. Earlier she had told that to split up the trio so that they will not be able to work together. With a numerical advantage she should have the win. Plus Saji has been telling her that he has unlocked a trump card, which might just let her win against the Agar's peerage. Sona, alright everyone, we need to win this, at least to win my dream. Our first priority is to isolate the trio into different areas. Saji, you should hold of Olivian while I deal with Sequeria. The others deal with the Fail Furkas. Everyone agrees to the plan on dealing with the opposing team. They began their fighting. The members of the Citri peerage easily overwhelmed the Knight of Agar's family, and take her out before she could assist the team in any way. With Saji. Saji transforms into his Vitra promotion to deal with the Sequeria's queen, who was able to tank the attacks from the evil dragon. Saji tried to deal damage to the dragon, but he was too strong to take a hit from the evil dragon. Saji and Vitra tried to use Vitra flames on him, which damaged the suit with relative ease. Olivian shrugged off the flames from his suit and responded. Olivian, not bad Genshiro, but you will have to do a lot better if you need to damage me. Saji in response lunged at Olivian, who was easily dodging or sidestepping his attacks with zero to little effort. He then gave a fist punch to the dragon, who merely shrugged it off with only a few bones broken. Having enough, Olivian then went on the offensive, punching Saji so hard that it dazed him for a while. But he recovered from the attack and once again went on the offensive in an attempt to try and defeat Olivian for his master. With Sona. Sona was having difficulty against Sequeria given that she could manipulate time itself for a short while. Sona tried using her water serpents to damage her, but she just slowed down the serpents and sidestepped him. That was when she heard the news that her knight had been eliminated. Knowing that she has no choice, she finally decides to give the command for Olivian to transform into his dragon form. Sequeria, Olivian. Olivian, yes my lady. Sequeria, do it. Olivian, very well my lady. Olivian then starts to shift into his dragon form. He transforms into an eastern dragon which towered most of the people present in the arena. Olivian, who was before focused on Saji, was now looking at the rest of the Citri peerage. He used his fire breath and draconic aura in the form of bullets, eliminating most of the Citri peerage. Even Tsubaki's mirror Alice could not take the heat and bullets combined force, resulting in her elimination except Momo. On seeing that one had survived, Olivian immediately went on to attack her. Saji rushed to her, but was engulfed in a fiery breath. Sona, Saji, knew. That was when all of a sudden a man standing in black dragon armor was seen. Momo was completely unarmed, much to her shock. Saji, looks like it did work. This is my balance breaker Malbolge Vitra promotion. Vitra, you did it host. You managed to unlock your balance breaker. Your desire to protect someone you care about pushed you to what you needed to do. The crowd cheered when they looked at this new armor. Mettaton in particular had stars in his eyes, even though he is a robot. Mettaton, we have two amazing surprises, first an Eastern Dragon and now a new balance breaker. Things are starting to heat up. Azazel, looks like you did it, huh, Saji? Saji then looked behind and told Momo. Saji, just sit back, watch the show and relax, babe. I will finish this beast for you. Momo could only blush when Saji said that. Saji then began fighting the Eastern Dragon, who had a smile on his face. He then began fighting the dragons. Saji used his tentacles to dodge or counter most of Olivian's aura bullets, as well as turning several of them to ash for those he could not dodge. He then charged at the dragon at speeds faster than that of sound, breaking the dragon's jaw. The dragon recoiled and tried to bind Saji, but he used that to his advantage by draining the strength of the dragon and transferring it to Sona, who was now able to get the upper hand on Sequeria. The latter was unable to control time for much longer, as she was getting overwhelmed by exhaustion. Any more than Sequeria would lose. Saji, on seeing the situation now turned to his favor, began his onslaught against the Eastern Dragon. He kept sapping his strength away, making him unable to maintain his strength for much longer. When he was turning back to his human form, Saji took this chance to deal a well-timed punch to his stomach, eliminating him from the fight. Sequeria, on seeing that her queen was eliminated, started to lose hope for winning. She had already lost to Diehauser and now Sona. She felt like she had to face against the trio on her own accord. Sequeria, no, I cannot lose, not like this. Sona, it is time to end this hydro storm. A water vortex had surrounded the Agar's air, engulfing her. The water current was strong enough to deal severe cuts and bruises to her. Sequeria, being exhausted, could not take any more damage and retired. Mettaton, Sequeria Agars has retired. The winner of this match is Sona Citri. It was a spectacular performance from both the teams. Give them a round of applause, everyone. The crowd cheered in response. They were more than satisfied at how the match went out to be. Even Issei and his team were cheering for him. The one that was the most happiest was Issei. Not only did his friend achieve balance breaker so early, but also managed to protect the woman of his life. They all decided to celebrate the victory. Previously we saw the matchup between the heirs of Baal and Gremory, as well as the heirs of Citri and Agars. A guest star from the monster faction known as Mettaton came to act as the commentator for both the matchups. The first match had begun between Seorg Baal and Rias Gremory. The matchup was based on a dice game, resulting in Kiba and Baruka facing against each other, resulting in Kiba's win. The next one was Zenobia and Koneko facing up against Liban and Gandanma, resulting in the Gremory team victory, but at the loss of Koneko. The next match was the queens of both the teams against each other, resulting in Akeno's victory. The next match was between Mistita and Ladora from the Baal team against Zenobia and Gasper from the Gremory team. This resulted in another victory for the Gremory team, but at the cost of Zenobia being eliminated. The next one was the turning point where Seorg decided to step in himself. He easily defeats both Akeno and Gasper, who he fought against. Finally, in a battle royale style, Kiba and Rias, the only remaining members of the Gremory team, end up facing the remaining members of the Baal peerage, that being Regulus and Seorg himself, which resulted in a one-sided victory for the Baal team. After 2 days, the match begins between Sequeria Agars and Sona Citri. Sona sends Ruroko to deal with Sequeria's knight, but this results in Ruroko's defeat, much to Sona's surprise. She had underestimated that knight. That was when Mettaton announces that the raiding game will be a battle royale with everyone against the opposing team. Sona makes the plan of isolating the 3 team members of the Sequeria peerage, which works against the knight, eliminating her immediately. However, on hearing this, Sequeria gives the command to Olivian, the queen of her peerage, to transform into his dragon form. This results in the elimination of most of the Citri peerage members with the exception of Momo, Saji and the king herself, Sona. Olivian tries to take out Sona, but Saji takes the hit. This allows him to get enough resolve to activate his balance breaker Malbolge Vitra promotion. This was enough to take out Olivian in his dragon form, eliminating him from the match. Sona then focuses on eliminating Sequeria, as she is the only one left using her newly learned move Hydro Storm, taking her out and securing the win for the Citri peerage. That was when the raiding games had ended in the victory of Seorg Baal as well as Sona Citri. The teams that had won decide to celebrate, given that Sona won for the team. Not to mention they needed to celebrate given that Saji managed to unlock his balance breaker, out of the desire to protect the woman he loved, but also defeated an Eastern Dragon, which alone puts him at middle-class status. In the aftermath, the teams are visited by Surzex and Seraphal, with Surzex visiting the Baal and Gremory teams while Seraphal visits the Agars and Citri teams. Surzex informed that Kiba along with Akeno and Gasper are selected for their promotion to mid-class devils, much to their joy as well as the joy of their master. while Serafal informs that Saji and Olivian will be considered promotion for the mid-class devils given their performance at the rating game. Sona was proud that Saji was progressing at a much faster rate this time around and knew that Saji will be high class in no time. He reminded her of how Issei was once he used to fight for Rias. She was a bit jealous back then that she was not able to help her friend while Issei did so, but the last thing she expected was that Rias to have betrayed Issei for his perversion. Sona shrugged her head of all the bad memories and went to congratulate Saji for his amazing performance, as well as his selection for mid-class promotion. The teens then head home to celebrate their victory against the Citri peerage as well. Issei then invites Kiba and Gasper given their selection for the promotion of the middle-class devils. Issei had a small talk with Kiba about is there anyone he once loved, to which the knight had a small blush but did not reveal anything to Issei for the time being, which Issei understood what he meant. After all, it was the day of enjoyment, and he did not want to ruin anything. The next day. Occult Research Club Building, Kuoh Academy, 9:30 a.m. Rias. Alright everyone, is everyone ready for the final preparations? Everyone, yeah? Issei and Floy can be seen working on the toy animatronics. Earlier he had managed to finish the OG 5 Nights at Freddy's animatronics, that being Freddy, Chica, Bonnie as well as Foxy. He also managed to work on Golden Freddy as well. As for their abilities, they will all be working on magic as well as electricity to give the haunted feeling. Golden Freddy will have teleportation powers given that he directly appears in the office to attack you. Issei also made sure to use magic in such a manner that none of the students will be harmed, unlike in the actual game. The others from the student council were working on the pizzeria for 5 Nights at Freddy, which included a dining hall, a prize corner, Kids Cove, the vent system for a certain mangled animatronic, the office area, the main hall and 4 party rooms. Issei also helped in giving an abandoned feeling to the restaurant so that the students that will play the game will always get an eerie feeling. Azazel, Asya and Kuroka used to help the duo from time to time with the parts for the All for Honor mentioned toy animatronics, as well as Raynare helped in the creation of the puppet animatronic, which was a marionette with purple tears as well as 2 red dots and hollow eyes. It was designed for the music box, which the student will have to rewind in order to prevent him from coming at you in lightning speeds. A Freddy mask was created to confuse the animatronics so that they won't attack you while you wear the mask. They also made sure to apply lighting to the vents so that any animatronic that might appear to attack them can be easily dealt with. 3 students were decided to play this game. The winner will receive a prize based on their performance. Issei continued to work on these animatronics while the others had to deal with the maid cafe as well as the pizzeria creation. Issei also had to program the toy animatronics in a way such that they have to go through certain locations in the pizzeria before attacking the player. Azazel helped in the coding of those animatronics to go through those specific locations before going after the player himself. Kiba and Gasper helped with the installation of the cameras at different focal points of the pizzeria. He also added a voice recorder, so that when these animatronics make a noise the students would be able to detect them. Issei managed to complete the toy animatronics after much work on their programming as well as their outer and inner parts and endoskeletons. Issei. Finally, the animatronics are ready for the event. Issei wiped the sweat off his forehead. Working on these things takes a lot of effort. If it wasn't for Azazel and his team helping him out from time to time, they would never have been able to finish them by the deadline. Thankfully, there are still 2 days for the festival to begin, so they could begin with the testing phase. Issei, Sensei, shall we begin with the testing of the event? Azazel, just give me a minute. Yeah, you may, Issei. I will supervise whether things go south and inform you if there are any defects in these bad boys. Issei, alright then, let's go. Issei went inside the area as the tester for the animatronics. He acted as the player, skillfully being able to deal with the original animatronics while letting the toy animatronics get him. Toy Freddy managed to jump scare him according to how he wished, which worked according to how these were programmed. Issei, alright, these are working exactly as intended. What about the situation on your side, Azazel? Azazel, yeah, I checked the cams. He went exactly where we wanted them to. They are working fine as intended. Issei, good, this event is going to be a blast. Although we are going to need an operator at all times, in case something goes wrong. Scene break. 2 days later. Day of the festival, Kuoh Academy, 9:30. The festival had just began where everyone in the school had been celebrating. Majority of the boys ended up flocking to the maid cafe where all the occult research club girls were dressed as maids. Issei was there present watching all this. Thankfully this time he was not as perverted as he was back then. He watched the event normally. Thankfully Kiba came from the behind, telling him that it was his turn at being the operator. Issei was watching the turn of the kendo club at the animatronics. He decided to spike up the difficulty of the animatronics. for payback for all those beatdowns he received back then just because he was a simple pervert, or the beast of Kuoh Academy. Issei had a maniacal grin on his face. Draigg, do it. The cue from Draigg was enough for Issei to increase the difficulty of the animatronics, resulting in the kendo duo getting jump scared by the puppet. Kate and Murayama, ahaha. Issei then announced from the mic. Issei, alright Kate and Murayama, your turn is up, let the others take a turn. Kate, aw man, this was so fun, like it always gets you on the edge. Murayama, indeed, the animatronics chasing you is so good, it keeps you on your toes, it is such an amazing challenge. Kate, I am surprised that a former pervert made and coordinated all of this. I mean, a few months ago Issei was someone to be hated and feared by all the girls, and now everybody likes him. Murayama, yeah? Murayama said it sadly. She knew that she had lost her chance a long time ago. It is time she moved on and found someone else to love. Kate kept her hand on her shoulder, comforting her. They left the pizzeria and went to the maid cafe. That was when they crashed into someone. Murayama, ouch, can you not see? Frisk, oh sorry, may I help you? Frisk raised his hand towards the fallen girl. Murayama took his hand. Frisk once again apologized and bowed down to her. Murayama told her that it is okay, and he left to meet up with his other friends. Murayama, hey Yui, who do you think that boy is? Kate, that is Frisk Dreamer, Kaori, the adoptive son of Ascari and Toriel Dreamer, the monster king and queen respectively. Murayama, I see, so he is a sort of a prince. Murayama and Kate head towards the maid cafe to meet up with their other friends and to check out the occult research club girls in maid costumes. This was new even for them. Scene change. Frisk can be seen meeting up with Issei and the others at the pizzeria. He could see Issei sending 2 more students inside the pizzeria to have an experience at the 5 Nights at Freddy's. Issei, alright, you guys may go in. Which night difficulty you want to choose? It is in ascending order. Student 1, difficulty of 5. Issei, I see night 5, well, all the best. Student 2, thanks Kyoto. Issei smiled at the student. The duo of students went inside the pizzeria to begin their night. That is when Frisk joined up with them. Frisk, oh hey Issei, what's up? Issei, nothing much, just handling the crowd control. Apparently it became extremely popular. That was when Issei's former friends Motohama and Matsuda joined in. They wanted in on the action. Given that Issei was their friend, they thought they could cut in line, only to get caught by Issei in the act. Issei, you guys need to wait behind if you want to get your turn, guys. Motohama, Issei, you are our friend, please let us in. Issei, no, wait for your turn or I will be forced to drive you 2 away. These guys have been waiting for minutes if not hours to get their turn. Frisk, Issei is right, you need to wait for your turn. I mean, just look at the line. Matsuda got angry at a cool and smart guy intervening in a friendly manner. He tried to provoke him by attacking him. Frisk simply sidestepped and gave him a punch to his stomach, knocking him unconscious. Motohama, on seeing his friend dazed, tried to avenge him, only for Frisk to give him a roundhouse kick, sending him flying across 5 meters. Frisk, seriously, you guys need to find a hobby aside from perversion and extortion. Everyone present cheered at Frisk knocking the 2 perverts unconscious. Saji, who was walking nearby, went to check the whole commotion. Frisk told him every detail and not spared him anything. He then took away both the perverts from the area. Frisk, Issei, how did you deal with these 2 idiots? Issei, I have no freaking idea. That was when Azazel showed up. Both of them greeted the Governor General of the Fallen Angels. Azazel was happy that Issei's idea had worked. He then called Issei to a private matter. Issei told Azazel that he needs to handle the event, but Frisk responded. Frisk, Issei, you have done enough, let me handle the rest. Issei, alright. Frisk went inside to handle the event while Issei joined Azazel to have some negotiations. Azazel and Issei were sitting on a grassy lawn patch. Issei, so what is it you want to talk about? Azazel, remember the evil pieces me and Ajuka were working on? Issei, yeah? Azazel, well, let's just say that was a success. The pieces are being made. I came here to give you that. Azazel then hands him the king piece. He then tells Issei whether he wants a peerage, to which Issei responds with he needs to check on with the others. Azazel nods in confirmation. He then speaks. Azazel, this should allow you to access Cardinal Crimson promotion. Issei, you mean? Azazel, the very same form that allowed you to beat Regulus Armor Saord back in the previous timeline. You do not need Rias's permission to achieve the Queen and King form, as the King piece allows you to do that. Think of the King promotion as an alternative to your hate drive. Issei, whoa, nice. Azazel, there is another thing I wanted to tell you. Issei, yeah? Azazel, just a day ago me and Sensei confronted Hades about the vial of Sama Ale's liquid you gave us back in Kyoto. Well, let's just say he is hiding something big. Issei started to get worried. While he may be not active at the moment, he still supplied the Chaos Brigade with supplies for a while from the shadows. He knew that Hades indirectly orchestrated his death at the hands of Shalba in the previous timeline. He wondered what happened after that. Issei, so what happened? Azazel, Hades tried to escape the questioning, but Sensei was having none of that. He immediately took on the god of death. Hades tried to summon his legion to fight him. We were forced to fight him, but managed to win. Sensei managed to give him a tough fight, given that anything that touched him in his destructive form was easily disintegrated, resulting in a ceasefire, and he was forced to stand down. Issei, I see, so what about Samael? Azazel, he should not be a problem, given that he is sealed away and he would most likely go after you or Ophis, but you two should be able to survive. Besides, when you merged your power with the beast, your reflexes increased to the point of avoiding any bullet of the poison, and you were even able to hold the vial for a long while before putting it in that dimension. Plus, as long as you have determination, you should be able to reset in case you get hit. Issei, how neat, so anything else? Azazel, no, nothing else, enjoy the festival. After all, you did work hard on it, and that pizzeria. I must admit it was quite creative to make a real-life 5 Nights at Freddy attraction. Issei, alright then, thanks sensei. Azazel, no problem kiddo. Issei then left to head towards a certain maid cafe. He wanted to check that attraction out, as he never was able to back in the previous timeline. Scene change. Akeno and Rias were serving the customers present. On seeing another customer, Rias sends Akeno to take the order. Akeno, may I take your order, master? Issei, oh yeah. Akeno and the others were surprised when they heard his voice. They were not expecting he of all people to show up, especially considering his vendetta against them. They were still having their mouths open wide. Gasper, who was present, only chuckled at the girl's pitiful state. Akeno, Issei. Akeno stuttered. She never thought she would find him here. Issei, so are you taking my order, my dear maid? Issei said the voice with sarcasm. Akeno immediately composed herself and responded. Akeno, what is your order, master? Issei, well, I will have some chocolate shortcake along with some cappuccino. Make it a little quick. Akeno, on it, master. Akeno then gave the order to Rias, who immediately started preparing while Issei was on his phone playing some games waiting for the time to pass. That was when Akeno bought the cake and the cappuccino to Issei, who seemed to be enjoying every bit of the taste of the cake and cappuccino. The dragons were also able to experience the taste given that they were linked to Issei directly, so they also enjoyed the taste. Draigg, I must say that Redhead does make good cakes. Trihexa, I never got to experience this cake. Because of me getting sealed, this is good, and the drink that they call is quite interesting. Issei, well, I am glad you two like it. Speaking of which, what training do we need to do next, considering that we are getting more attention? Trihexa, well, I would teach you one of my strongest moves, Black Sun. Issei, Black Sun. Trihexa, yeah, it was strong enough to completely bring God of the Bible to its near-death state. It is similar to a black hole. It sucks out all the energy and magical power from nearby, creating a ball made of pure magic. Then it fires at the enemy from the magic it drained. The user can use his own magic to incorporate into the ball as well to destroy his enemy. The more magic it drains, the stronger it becomes. So it would work against an enemy with high magical power. Issei, sounds good, cause in case I may have to face against Hades or even another god afraid of my power. Plus he might show up to use you against me. Draigg, you mean RageRevan? Issei, yeah? Trihexa, I would have never destroyed or even attempted to damage this planet if it served such delicious food to us. That RageRevan is nothing but a fool. Issei, you got that right, bro. That was when a voice came across. Akeno had called out to Issei, asking whether he wanted anything else, to which he responded with that he has had his fill and would be taking his leave. He pays the intended amount to Akeno and leaves. The girls present wanted him to stay for a while, but Issei needed to meet up with the others. He had to get back to continue operating the attraction he solely worked on. On his way, he could see his former friends Matsuda and Motohama glaring at him. They were forced to stand in line, to which Issei only chuckled. He then went inside to check on how Frisk was doing. Frisk, man, handling these animatronics is so hard. How can Issei even manage to do this? Issei, well, you should have asked me before going in. Frisk got startled when he heard Issei's voice. He knew that he heard everything. He wondered how Issei managed to handle these animatronics without any problem. Issei then spoke up. Issei, let me handle this one. Frisk, you can enjoy yourself for the rest of the day. You can visit the maid cafe, they do serve good food over there. Frisk, nah fam, I am fine. I never was into maids, however Dr. Alphys might. Issei, who is this Dr. Alphys? Frisk, oh, she was the former royal scientist before the barrier broke. Now she lives with Undyne together in America. Issei, I see. Frisk then leaves to roam around the festival to see if there is any other attraction he could look out for. He is then joined by Chara and Floey, who watch as the students are struggling against the animatronics. The latter of the duo chuckle at the pitiful state of the students. Issei and the others, after finishing all the students at the attraction, closed it down so that they could enjoy the final event at the school. Kuoh Academy, 8 p.m. Issei and his team were seen in the bonfire where they could see the other students dancing. Even some others were dancing like Chara and Kiba. Deciding to not bother them, Issei went inside to check where the others are. Earlier, Asya, along with Frisk and Floey, told that they would be heading home early since they were not that interested in dance, while Sona still had to work on her student council duties, which was same for the other student council members. Issei then decides to head inside the school building where he could see Kuroka fidgeting with something. Issei steps in to say hi. Issei, oh hey Kuroka. Kuroka got startled when she heard his voice. Issei never noticed her in the entire festival. He wanted to ask what had happened, as to why she never came for the festival. Issei, I wanted to know why you did not want to dance in the festival. Kuroka, honestly, dancing was not my favorite hobby. I never knew how to dance, considering most of my life I was either on the run or being a slave, so I had nothing much to do. Issei felt pitiful for her. She was on the run for a mere misunderstanding for something she had no choice in doing. She killed her master to protect her sister. Issei had no words for the Nekashu. Kuroka, on seeing this, responded. Kuroka, no words Hunya. I should have known I may not be the best for you after all. Kuroka was interrupted by what Issei had to say to her. Issei, never say that Kuroka. You never had a choice in what you needed to do. You did everything to protect your sister. You even took the blame on yourself so that Koneko stays out of the woods. You are one of the most caring people I have ever known. Not to mention you were one of the first girls to show up as soon as Azazel called back when I suffered Dragon's Fall. Thanks to that betrayal, you immediately came up to me and cared for me even when I was suffering. When Albion told you about the mating procedure, you immediately stepped up to do it, knowing that this would bind your life to me for all eternity. You, just like the others, mean the whole world to me. You loved me so much that you were willing to do anything to keep me happy. I mean, sure, you were horny, but at the same time you genuinely loved me in both the timelines. I would be there for you and protect you for all eternity, no matter what. It is because I love you, Kuroka. Kuroka kept her hands on her mouth. Tears started to fall from her face. She realized that there are people that still cared for her, and will always have her back no matter what. Issei, on seeing this, wanted to ask what was wrong, to which Kuroka cut him off. She said while holding off her tears. Kuroka, no, I wanted to hear this. I waited for so long. I waited for someone to love me for who I am and not hate me or hunt me down. Kuroka then composed herself and continued. Kuroka, Issei, I love you. I love you more than anyone else. I will stay by your side no matter what happens. Please never leave me. Issei, I will never, so should we continue? Kuroka nodded and proceeded to move her lips towards Issei. That was when the door suddenly opened up, revealing to be Chara, Frisk, Raynare, Kiba, Gasper, Sona and her peerage, and finally Rossweisse. Chara, looks like I have another sister in my life. Frisk, getting another girlfriend. I like the way you are going, Issei. Raynare, normally I would get jealous, but I will let this one slide. Rossweisse, as a teacher I should punish you, but it is a school festival so you get a pass. Sona, I have no words, there is nothing that is going to change. Saji, I have to agree with you, President, on that one. Kiba, looks like you got a harem once more, bro. Gasper, please let me follow you into your footsteps. Issei and Kuroka both get embarrassed at their friends that were spying on them. Issei, stop joking, guys. Kuroka, why did you guys ruin such an amazing moment? Kuroka then looks at Issei. She says, Kuroka, you should have locked the door, so that they do not come in. Issei, how the hell would I know they would follow me? Everyone, that is for you to figure out, Issei. Issei, what the hell does that mean? Issei was clearly flustered at what happened. That was when Chara pushed Issei and Frisk pushed Kuroka, and they all left the building to let the couple have their moment together. Issei and Kuroka looked at each other wondering what the hell happened. They then both smiled at each other. Issei, wanna continue where we left off? Kuroka smiles and nods in confirmation. They then French kiss and have a moment between themselves with no one interrupting. The school festival was at its conclusion after all. Azazel, hey kiddo, what do you wanna eat? Hate, the souls of the innocent. Issei, a cheesecake. Hate, no. Issei, 2 cheesecakes. Hate, Scene break. Raynare, alright Asya, let's practice, seduce me. Asya, what I will not. Raynare, seduce me. Asya, okay. Well hey there G good looking I got some cheesecake here and. Raynare throws it away. Raynare, I am not like one of your church followers, I am a fallen, I like my men tough and mysterious. You wanna be my lover, seduce me. Scene break. Issei, the next thing you will say, join my peerage Issei. Rias, join my peerage Issei, gasp. After a while. Rias, is that a JoJo reference? Scene break. Sona, I fear no man, but that thing. Sona points to a Freddy Fazbear animatronic. Freddy, hello? Sona, it scares me. Scene break. Issei, screaming at Rias for trying to take his virginity. Gora, hey quiet down in there. Scene break. Issei, alright, I wanna tell you guys a story, now this is the best meal I have ever had in my life alright. This happened a few weeks ago, in Kuoh, alright, in a restaurant called Devil and Angel Diner in the town. It is a wonderful restaurant that mainly caters to teenagers and homeless schizophrenics. Issei pauses for a while then continues. Issei, now I go in with my old friend Kiba. We walk into this restaurant and they had a jukebox alright and the jukebox was 3 plays for 120 yen alright. So we put in 840 yen and selected 21 plays of Tom Jones's What's New Pussycats. And then we ordered and waited. Issei sits down and continues. Issei, here's the thing, about when What's New Pussycats plays over and over again. The second time it plays, your immediate thought is not, hey someone is playing What's New Pussycat again. No it is, hey What's New Pussycat is a lot longer than I first thought and it has like a dip in the middle. You know like some songs have a dip in the middle like Guns N' Roses and November Rain. Hey November Rain is over. No it's not, there is more. Issei pauses for a while, then continues. Issei, the third time it plays, you're thinking maybe, someone is playing What's New Pussycat again. The fourth time it plays, you're thinking, whoa, someone just played What's New Pussycat 4 times in a row. Or twice, which is a really long song, so the 5th time is the kicker. We are now watching the entire diner at this point. Most people have gotten wind as to what's going on, and we're staring at this one guy and he is sitting in his booth and his hand is shaking while his stupid kids keep jumping around and like he has been onto us since the beginning, and he is staring at his teacup like this, and he has the look on his face like he just got his 30-day slip from anger management. The 4th play fades out, it is dead quiet. Issei pauses for a while and continues. Issei, and then, I don't know if you know this but the song goes very subtly, wah, what's new pussycats? And the guy goes like, God damn it, he pounds on the table and silverware flies everywhere, and it was fantastic. Issei drinks water and continues. Issei, and a word about my friend Kiba and what a genius he was. Like when we were at the diner for the first time, I had punched in about 7, and he was like. Issei mimics Kiba's voice. Kiba, hey wait, before we punch in another What's New Pussycat, let's punch in one, it's not unusual. Issei, and that was when my afternoon went from good to great, after playing like 7 What's New Pussycats. Dumb, it's not unusual. The sigh of relief has swept through the diner, people were ecstatic, it was like the liberation of France. For years scientists have wondered whether people can cry tears of joy and the answer is yes, as long as it is followed by 7 What's New Pussycats. And on the other end, holy shit, it's not unusual fades, it is dead quiet. Wah, what's new pussycats? And people go fucking insane, no one could handle it, and the staff at the diner was like, yeah same shit as always. Now my only wish was that one of the schizophrenics had shown up and be like, now you know what it feels like living in my brain. They then unplugged the jukebox after 13 plays and that my folks was the best meal I have ever had. Scene break. Raynare, hey Asya, want some blades? Asya, no blades are for skating. Blades come on Asya's shoes out of nowhere. Asya, you dingus. Asya, it is kinda snowy. Scene break. Biko, good morning. Vali, good morning. Kuoh, why are you gay? Vali, who says I am gay? Kuoh, you are gay. Scene break. Mickey, Issei, can you lend me a hand? Issei throws a Nintendo Power Glove. Mickey, haha, very funny, you know what? Mickey opens the window and almost throws the glove. Issei, no, wait, mother. Scene break. A jazzy tune can be playing in the background. Saji has a cup of coffee in his hand. Sona, hey, have you seen my spectacles? Saji, the black and pink one. Sona, yeah? Saji, pretty sure it fell into the hole. Sona, what hole? Oh my Lucifer. Fine, boom. Sona, what's that? Saji, it's a hole. Sona, yeah, I can see that, but what's it doing there? Saji, well, I woke up this morning, sips coffee, and there was this hole. Fine, boom. Sona, should we do something about it? Saji, well, I put a rug over it, and it fell into the hole. Sona, should we call the Satans or something? Saji, oh yeah, I called them. Sona, well, where are they? Saji, in the hole. Fine, boom. Sona, where is your girlfriend? Saji, sweat drops. Sona, Saji, where is your girlfriend? Saji, oh, she is at work. Sona, okay, wait, where does she work? Saji, in the hole. Fine, boom. Sona, my goodness, how deep is that thing? Sona takes Saji's cup from him and throws it down the hole. There is no sound. Saji, that was my favorite mug, and now it is down the hole. Sona, well, should we do something about it? For all I know, it could be a trap to the Chaos Brigade or an interdimensional wormhole, and Sona notices Saji missing. Sona, Saji. Saji, oh hey, I bought a snack, takes some chips and eats it. Sona, why are you not worried about? A thing grabs Sona's leg, she starts screaming. Saji uses Vitra flames to burn the thing. Sona, what was that? Saji, a whole person. Sona, where did it come from? Saji looks at her. Sona, oh right, the whole. Saji, why are so calm about this? Saji, I am more worried about the evil dragon. Sona, what evil dragon? Sona looks at Apophis, who grabs her. Sona, ah. Saji, oh, found her glasses. Saji accidentally drops it. Oh shit. Scene break. Floey, say no to drugs. Chara, say yes to drugs. Issei, it doesn't matter whether you say yes or no to drugs. If you are talking to drugs, then that means you are taking drugs. Scene break. Kiba, the plan is simple. We thud, and Akeno fell asleep great. Scene break. Raynare, hey babe, I was thinking about baking some cakes. What is your favorite? Issei, why yes. Scene break. Asya, Issei said you were stashing pot in here. Chara, oh, you mean this? Asya, oh, that's nice. What are you growing? Chara, weed. Scene break. Gasper, it is so sad that the Satans died of ligma. Rias, what's ligma? Gasper, ligma balls. Rias screams as she gets deleted out of existence. Scene break. Issei, you can't kill me, RageRevan. I am already dead inside. Issei, welp, I'ma go cry now. Scene break. Issei, ow fuck. Sona, language. Issei, oh no, it appears that I have hit my toe on this wooden part of the table known as the table leg. This action hurts, so I am expressing my pain. These words happen to be prone for alnity, for which I am not known for. Sona looks at Issei dumbfounded. Issei, well, what do you want? Scene break. RageRevan, hippity hoppity, your powers are now mine. Vali, but it is opposite day, pulls Uno reverse card. RageRevan, god damn me. RageRevan screams in pain due to losing his powers. Scene break. Mickey, Raynare has 29 ice creams and he gives 4 to Sona, why does Raynare have so many ice cream? Raynare, while stuffing her mouth with ice cream, mind your business, Sona. Scene break. Irina can be seen walking through the Kuoh town. Irina, yeah, yatada, it is good day to be not dead. Chara stabs her. Chara, ha, you are dead. Irina, I am dead. Chara, he. Raynare then passes by. Chara hides the knife. Raynare, ha, the angel is dead. Irina, I am dead. Raynare, why is the angel dead? Irina, it was because Raynare and Chara, shhh, you are dead. Irina, okay. Irina buries herself. Issei then comes in. Issei, what's up you ladies, who's ready for some, what the hell just happened here? Raynare, the angel is dead. Issei, the angel is dead. Raynare, correct. Smash Brothers victory theme plays. Raynare, so did y'all see the murderer? Issei, nope, sorry mate. Raynare, I will find him, I will capture him and no one will ever die again. Issei and Chara clap for her declaration. Issei, oh that's nice Ray. Chara, dang proud of you. Sona then comes in with her peerage. Sona, attention. Sona then rushes at the downed Irina. Sona, the angel is dead. Issei, we know. Sona, who killed her? Issei, we don't know. Sona, I will find clues. Sona looks around to find clues. Sona, what's that, a knife? That is why the angel is dead. Issei, Raynare and Chara, the angel is dead. Sona, yes, she died. All three gasp in horror. That was when an ambulance came through revealing Asya. Asya, out of the way, move now. Asya heals Irina up, Irina gets up. Irina, ha ha ha. Irina drops dead. Asya, in my medical opinion the angel is dead. Raynare, Asya, what happened? Asya, she was killed. Everyone present starts to talk gibberish and we're confused. Asya, I don't think it is anything to worry about. Issei, well now what? That was when Rias shows up. Rias, hippity hoppity simparmy. Raynare, oh come on. Rias, look at this, the freaking angel is dead, what do you think of that? Raynare, yes, Rias, go home. Sirzex then shows up with a car, signaling their return. Rias, oh come on, freaking unbelievable. They both drive off a cliff to another dimension. Raynare, okay let's get back to the point. Irina, I think the angel is dead. Everyone, the angel is dead. Asya, Rias help. But nobody came. Irina, oh seriously, but who killed the angel? Drinking sounds can be heard. Frisk, it was me. Everyone, gasp. Frisk, yup I did like this. Frisk punches Issei off a certain distance. Frisk, whoop-de-doo. Frisk then burps. Frisk, that's a joke. Everyone laughs their ass off. Frisk continues to drink and burp. Frisk, it was you. Frisk then points to Chara much to her surprise. Chara, how did you know? Frisk, I didn't, that was a joke too. Chara starts laughing like a madman. Frisk passes out from drinking too much. Chara, that is right, it was me. Raynare, you monster. Irina, but why? Chara, because you are an airhead girl and another thing you are weird. Irina, Chara stop. Chara then continues on why Irina must die, while Irina begs her to stop. Irina, you are making me very upset. Chara, and you are stupid. Irina, Chara Hiyoto. Chara, you are dead. Irina, no, you are dead. Irina stabs Chara with the same knife. Chara drops dead. Irina, haha, you are dead, not a big surprise. Raynare, well that was pretty stupid, time to go away. Raynare flies off using her wings. Irina, I am alive, this is nice, yes this is stupid. A month later. However, as things seems blissful at Kuoh, same could not be said for things happening in Romania. The war, which was under a ceasefire between the male-dominated Teeps faction and the female-dominated Camilla faction, has just been restarted. The Teeps faction is unfortunately winning against the Camilla faction currently. Teeps Castle, Romania, 2:30 a.m. Well, it seems like it is a success. Using my sister as a pawn to revive those evil dragons are giving as an advantage. I knew supporting you and the Cow's Brigade was the right choice, RageRevan. Out of the shadows, RageRevan shows with a maniacal grin. He needed the Sephiroth Graal, also known as the Holy Grail, to make himself stronger. Earlier he had acquired the hate that had left behind courtesy of Issei's hate drive. He needed his power to fulfill his goals. RageRevan, indeed it has worked, Marius Teeps. You not only used your foolish half-sister as a figurehead but also used her as a way to revive several evil dragons for my army. Did work, hehehe. RageRevan then looks at a young man with a beautiful face like a doll. He was Marius Teeps, the older brother of Valerie Teeps, Gasper's childhood friend. He and Euclid were further experimenting on hate to create clones of the hate drive Issei had once fallen into during his time against Shalba Beelzebub. Marius, And it is all thanks to you that everything worked out. I made the right choice in getting into contact with you. I, along with my few loyal supporters, were able to oust my father out of here. Now I will be ruling the vampires forever, ha 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 ha. RageRevan only smiles. He knew that he was just another pawn to be used for his grand scheme. He had a theory that Issei, the boy who had been disrupting his plans, had the beast inside him all along. He wanted to know what happened. How did this boy of all people get Draigg inside of him? He could only wait, as time will tell everything. He is going to need an army to conquer everything. Euclid informs him that the hate, which was inactive for a while, has once again responded to the stimulus. RageRevan then tells Euclid that it is only a matter of time before he manages to conquer all worlds, including the mythical world of Eviatold. Scene break. Carmilla Castle, Romania, 5:30 a.m. The castle was being ravaged as the troops, combined with the support from the Cao's brigade, were managing to not only push back the Carmilla troops, but also killing several of the faction female vampires as well as its people. Lady Carmilla, the leader of the faction, was on a heavy loss streak. Day by day it seemed less of a faction and more of a resistance. She knew that she would not last for much long. That was when a pure-blooded female vampire came in to aid the lady. She was an informant on what was going on. She had a doll-like appearance with long wavy light blonde hair, deep red eyes, and a beautiful face similar to that of a Western doll. She also has a pale skin tone similar to that of a corpse. Lady Camilla, this is important news. Lady Camilla, what happened? Our clan vampires have been captured by the opposing Teeps faction. They wanted to do some experiments on them. Lady Camilla smashed her throne handle. She was furious at the news. As if the death and the loss of her faction was not enough, now several of them are being tortured and experimented upon. So what do we do now, Lady Camilla? Lady Camilla, go to the devil territory of Kuoh and try to get Gaspar Vali on your side by any means necessary. We need his help to defeat Marius if we need to win this war. Consider it done, my lady. Lady Camilla, I am counting on you, Elmenhide. The vampire known as Elmenhide then leaves for Kuoh to get the aid of Gaspar Vali. They knew that if the devils wanted them to be a part of the alliance, they need to achieve something in return. Scene break. Kyoto residence, 7:30 a.m. Issei and his team except Frisk were on the table eating their breakfast. They were all discussing on what needed to be done next, considering the graduation of Sona was on the block. They knew that there needs to be a party for that since this year will be Sona's final year at high school. That was when all of a sudden Sona receives a call on the other end. Sona picks up the phone and talks. Sona, hello. Sona then hears something that keeps her mouth wide open. Sona, what? I am on my way. Mickey, on seeing Sona changing her expressions, knew that it was something important. She wanted to ask, what is it? Mickey, Sona, is something wrong? Sona, well, a vampire has visited Kuoh. Rias had informed her by the phone that her aura has been sensed in that town. Issei, a vampire, could it be her? But isn't it too early for her to show up? Raynare, who? I am so lost. Issei, I will explain later. It is best that we leave, he must be on the move. Goro, do you mean RageRevan? Issei nodded, much to the fear of his parents. Issei assured them that they would be fine. He knows that if he went after Issei's parents, there will be hell to pay, so he is not going to take that risk. Issei and the others then decide to leave for Kuoh Academy. They all knew that RageRevan is helping him to get the Holy Grail for his army of evil dragons. This time he did not know what agenda he has, given that Draigg is not present in his seal, so... Goro, stay safe, all of you. Issei, we will. Scene break. Occult Research Club Room, Kuoh Academy, 8 a.m. Issei and the others then head to Kuoh Academy. On the way they are joined by Frisk and Tiamat, who wanted to know what had happened here. Issei explained everything to them and they volunteer to head to the Occult Research Club. There they find a panicked Kiba. Issei asks what happened. Kiba, the vampire, Elmenhide Karnstein is here. She is here to negotiate the peace treaty of Kuoh. Issei, don't panic, let's all go in, we will handle the rest. Issei and Kiba along with the others then go inside. Elmenhide, who already needed help, was even more terrified when the infamous Red Dragon Emperor showed along with the strongest Dragon King, causing the pure-blooded vampire to feel immense panic under the pressure. Issei knew that back when he was Rias's pawn in the previous timeline, Elmenhide was extremely selfish and arrogant. She even insulted him based on his reincarnated devil status. But eventually she warmed up to him. However, this Elmenhide Issei noticed was desperate, like she seemed to have lost all hope. Azazel also had showed up on Rias's call that a vampire had shown up in Kuoh town. Elmenhide then spoke up. Elmenhide, thanks for coming. It is an honor to meet you, little sisters of Satan's and the Governor General of the Fallen Angels. I wish we could have met under better circumstances. Elmenhide gave a sad smile. Her voice held sadness despite her voice trying to show happiness and gratitude. She was desperate. It was like she needed help. Issei, on detecting her sadness, asked what had happened. Issei, Lady Karnstein, what happened? What brings you here to the devil territory of Kuoh? Elmenhide shuffled nervously. She knew that this red dragon emperor is pretty strong. She could sense his draconic aura. She told them what he needed. Elmenhide, I need your help. Azazel, what is the matter, Lady Karnstein? What happened in Romania? Elmenhide, the Teeps faction broke the ceasefire treaty. They have declared war on us. They managed to defeat most of our soldiers. Some of my CL clan members have been captured by the opposing faction and are being experimented on. Everyone present was shocked and angry at what they have heard. But the most angry was Gaspar Vladi. He knew that something was wrong back there. They will not break the treaty all of a sudden. Something was messed up there. Elmenhide then continues. Elmenhide, that's no all. To make matters worse, the Y have got their hands on the Sephiroth Graal. Evil Diaragons have attacked us. They bought the Carmilla faction to any year ruin. Elmenhide is on the verge of breaking down. She tries her best to control her tears. First, her parents got captured thanks to someone leaking their location. Now her faction of the vampires is on the verge of extinction. If the Teeps faction is not stopped, then all will be lost to the Teeps faction. The ones present knew that the evil dragons are the work of Cao's brigade. These guys can't even go without ruining everyone's life. They knew that they are after the Sephiroth Graal, or the Holy Grail. But they did not know for what purpose, given that Issei had Trahexa with him this time. They knew that he needed it for something, and it can't be good. Elmenhide, that's not all. They made Valerie Teeps the head of the Teeps family. My clan and the Carmilla faction will be eliminated. Please help us, devils. Issei and the others knew who was behind this. They knew it was not Valerie doing the dirty work. It was her half-brother Marius doing it. She needed to be rescued before it was too late. If they don't, then chaotic evil dragons like Apophis, Azidaka and Niger would come back. They needed to obtain the Holy Grail and save Valerie before it was too late. Before anyone could say anything, Gaspar speaks up. His desire for saving Valerie and taking Marius down once and for all was the thing on his mind at the moment. He does not care if he had to face RageRevan once again. He will save Valerie no matter what. Gaspar, let's go. We need to save Valerie at all costs. She is like my family, more than my actual family ever was. I am and will save her at all costs. Everyone noticed Gaspar's determination to save his friend from her very own half-brother. Issei smiled on Gaspar, given that some things never change. He and many others agreed to help Gaspar. That was when Azazel spoke up. Azazel, as much as we would love to go and save Valerie, we need to wait. We cannot help you immediately, Lady Karnstein. If we do so, it might be declaring an act of war against the vampire faction, and that is something I desperately wanted to avoid. Chara, I would love to slash those Teeps vampires for hurting their own kin. I mean, who hurts family like this, and that too in such a gruesome manner? Raynare, we all will help you, Gaspar, Lady Karnstein, but Azazel sensei is right. Any rushed attempt to save her may result in them taking out Valerie. Since she is important to Gaspar, they might try to hurt her. Gaspar, but... Tiamat, please try to understand. They will do anything, and I mean anything, to get their goals. Knowing the Cao's brigade, they will get what they want by any means necessary. Gaspar nodded in agreement. If anything, they need to make their next move very carefully, or else the Carmilla faction as well as the Valerie's life might be in danger. Gaspar also knew that RageRevan had kidnapped Issei's parents in an attempt to break him, but it failed, resulting in his demise in the previous timeline. The Occult Research Club were kind of happy that Gaspar has changed so much. He once was a recluse who was even afraid of coming out, and now here he is trying to save the people he once loved and cared for. Issei rubbed Gaspar's head. He was like a proud older brother. Looking at him and his declaration to help the people he cared for, Gaspar smiled at him. He knew that he has come a long way since the reset, and he has been training relentlessly to become strong, so much so that even Seorg acknowledged him. The others were thinking on how they can rescue Valerie and save the Carmilla faction. Frisk then asked Azazel. Frisk, Azazel sensei, what do we do next? Like, how should we proceed with the plan? Azazel, for now, stay put. We need to strike with stealth. Our first priority is to save Valerie. On the way we will have to deal with any vampire that gets in our way. Frisk, but will. Azazel, do not worry, kiddo. I will speak to King Ascari and Queen Teriel. Let's just hope that Teriel agrees to let you go to help the faction. She still scares me to this day. Frisk, alright, teach. Azazel, for now you guys head to school. It is a regular school for most of you guys, right? Sona can inform the student council. Zenobia will inform the angels as well as Irina about this. We will need as much support as we can get. We cannot let this continue at all costs. I will tell you the plan by today night, don't worry. Everyone, alright sensei. Scene break. Kuoh Academy classroom, 2:30 p.m. Issei can be seen staring at the window of his house. He was dealing with the perverted duo trying to bring him back to his perverted nature. But this only attracted the attention of his friends who chased them away, much to his happiness. He did not want to deal with those two guys unless they changed their attitude and nature towards them. Issei is wondering in how he can save Valerie from RageRevan before it is too late. Issei knew that it would at least take him some time to remove the Holy Grail. Like Gasper, he also wanted to rush and save Valerie, but knew that he needed to think tactically on how this should be dealt with before it was too late. His train of thought was snapped when Frisk and Raynare had called him. They wondered what was on his mind. Frisk, hey Issei, what are you thinking about? Issei, no, just wondering how we can save Valerie. And why does he want the Holy Grail of all things? Frisk, Mom, told me that the Sephiroth Graal can be used to revive anything, and I mean anything, even evil dragons like the legendary Grendel who have been killed for over a long time. It can also be used to strengthen the ones revived by a huge margin. Raynare, that sounds kind of broken. Issei, all Longinus are like that, babe. Every single one has a broken property, like take Regulus for instance. That thing has got immense magical durability that only gods or Satan-class beings can penetrate or damage it. Then there is Divine Dividing, which can easily divide the magical power and stamina of beings in half dimension that can practically crush and destroy beings with ease. Raynare, that is why Kokobile was scared of sacred gear wielders. We were sent to watch over them by Azazel, but that bastard wanted them dead. I will always follow Azazel no matter what. Kokobile managed to manipulate my friends, but I am grateful that I did not fall for his machinations and found the one I truly love. Issei, that's true, my dear angel. Issei and Raynare once again went into bliss, but Frisk on seeing this decided to snap the couple back to reality. Frisk, guys, we are in a school. Both, oh right, sorry. Both were embarrassed at what just happened. Frisk silently chuckled at their pity. That was when the teacher had called them for another session. Snapping back to reality, the trio then went back to their seats to continue with their maths class. Scene break. Kuoh Academy, 5:30 p.m. Azazel had called the student council, the occult research club, as well as Issei and his team. Azazel had to inform them about an important announcement. Azazel, thanks guys for coming. I managed to talk to the other leaders on what happened over at Romania. Most agreed with the plan of prioritizing Valerie, given that RageRevan can use her against us. Issei, okay, so what now? Azazel, the leaders have informed that you guys will be leading the charge. It will be more of a stealth mission where you guys need to infiltrate the base and take out Valerie from there. Think of it as a sort of kidnapping. The ones that will be going will be revealed tomorrow morning, given that this information must be kept secret. There may be some way these guys are spying on us. Issei, yeah, I did hear that there were some angels that were able to help Cao's brigade without falling or getting caught by the system. Saji, but Issei, isn't the system designed on catching betrayal immediately and resulting in the fallen angels? Issei, I am afraid not. The system has not been strong ever since God's demise. There were some stragglers that evaded falling from grace. Irina was saddened when she heard about this. It did remind her of what she did in the previous timeline. Rias, so what do we need to do? Issei, it is best that we listen to what the leaders ask us to do next. We need to be careful with our next move. Rias, alright. Sona, alright everyone, take a day's rest. Tomorrow is an important day for you guys. We need to save Valerie before it is too late. Take a proper rest, everyone. Everyone in the student council. Yes, President. The student council leaves along with their president. Rias also tells her and her peerage to take a rest. Issei convinced his team to head back home, given that we need to deal with them the next day. Frisk went back to home in America. While the others went back to their home, Issei also told Kuroka to call Vala and his team, to which she agreed. The room was left with Issei and Azazel alone. Azazel, so why did you not join them? Issei, there is something I think RageRevan wanted to use against us. Azazel looked at Issei. He was curious too as well. Issei, remember my clones back in the previous timeline? Azazel nods in confirmation. Issei, I have a feeling that he wants to once again create certain clones on my Juggernaut drive, given that they must have obtained traces of my power. They will use those traces to create an army using the Sephiroth Graal, and enhance them with the other two Holy Cross and the Holy Spear. They nearly brought us to ruin. We managed to defeat them with everyone's support, plus coupled with Draigg, we would have never been able to defeat them if Ophis had not helped us. Azazel, I see, so is he trying to experiment on hate? Issei, yes. Azazel, but isn't it uncontrollable? Issei, my guess is that was what the holy relics. If they were able to plan to control Draigg with those relics, then I don't see why should they not be able to control the beast. If the beast can be controlled, then it is not far-fetched to think that they will not be able to control hate clones. Azazel was dreading. What RageRevan is doing is insanity. He needs to be stopped before it is too late. He needed to be dealt with. At the very least, it would be much easier this time around. Azazel, alright, I will tell the others. We need to be able to deal with them before it is too late. They might go after Ophis sooner or later, so we will need to take the hero faction out before it is too late, cause knowing them, they will be needing their power. You also need to take rest, and do not worry kiddo, we stopped him once, we will do it again. Issei, we will sensei, we will. Issei and Azazel then leaves the school to go what they were going to do next. Scene break. Kyoto residence, 9:30 p.m. Issei could be seen heading to a bath after an intense training session in the training room. During the session he managed to master the move Black Sun. He was now able to drain an enemy's magical power with ease and without much effort, and use it against him. He knew that he is going to need this against RageRevan before it is too late. On the way he encountered Rossweisse. He wondered what she was doing there. He knew that she was worried given that they might come after her given her sheer knowledge of magic. Issei, hey Ross, is something bothering you? Rossweisse jumped when she heard Issei's voice. She knew that the man before her loves her and will protect her no matter what happens. But she was still unsure, still afraid that Euclid will try to kidnap her because of his heavy affection towards his sister Graphia. Rossweisse, nothing much, just wondering will Euclid come after me as a sort of weird affection thing or fetish? Issei, he will try, although I won't kill him because he is Graphia's brother. I can still take him down. I did take him down once. Rossweisse had a bit of a small smile towards Issei, but then felt sad given that her knowledge can be used against her friends. Issei kept his hand on her knowing that he will save her no matter what happens. Rossweisse, thanks Issei, I needed that. Issei, anytime Ross. Rossweisse then leaves and Issei continues with his bath. After finishing bathing, he heads back to his room, to see Asya and the other girls waiting for him. He immediately goes inside and ends up sleeping with them while thinking about what to do next. After sleeping he notices Raynare still awake. He asks her what is the matter, to which she told him everything. Raynare, hey Issei, the Holy Grail can revive everyone, right? Issei, yeah? Raynare, so will it bring them back, my former friends and him? Raynare was shaking. She was still scared of Kokobile. He nearly had her killed on multiple occasions before she had met Issei. He turned her friends against her given that she was forced to fight them on many occasions. She never wanted to kill any sacred gear user and especially Issei. But her friends were forcing her to join them. This resulted in a rift between them with her finally separating from the group. That was when she got the courage to confess to Issei and well the rest is history. Issei on seeing her lover in distress held her close. Thankfully the other girls were well asleep, otherwise this would create complete chaos, and that was the last thing he needed because he knew that they all needed to rest as much as possible. He kept his hand over her, in a comforting manner. Issei, Ray, Kokobile is sealed away in Coke-itis. As for your former friends Kowiner, Midlet and Donasik, you can easily take them on. You are much stronger than them. When they fought me and Chara during our first encounter. I know those were your friends and I know it is even harder for you to hurt those that you have known for centuries. But you will have to stop them. Try not to kill them if you even care for them. In the end it is your choice, you can take them out if you wish to. I will not hold it against you. Raynare cuddled even closer to him. She needed a moral support, and Issei was her moral support. She needed him as much as he needed her. Issei knew that she cared for her new family more than anything else. Issei held her much closer than before. She slept on his warm body for the rest of the night. After all, tomorrow might be the day she would be facing against her former friends. She clenched her fist knowing that if they dare to hurt her family, she would kill them. The next day. Kyoto residence, 7:30 a.m. Everyone is prepared to deal against the vampires and the Cow's Brigade. They were joined by Vali, Arthur, Biko and Lefay along with Fenrir who had come to help the team. They all then leave before saying goodbye to their parents. Issei made sure that no one will be dying today from his team. Occult Research Club Room, Kuoh Academy, 9:30 a.m. Issei and the others then head to the Occult Research Club room where they meet up with Azazel, Surzex and Rias along with her peerage, Seorg along with his peerage as well as Sona's peerage, Frisk, Irina and finally Elmenhide who had a determined smile on her face seeing so many people help her in such an important crisis. Elmenhide then says, seeing much support. Elmenhide, thanks everyone for showing up for helping us against such a powerful enemy. Issei, not a problem, besides we do have to deal with a powerful enemy, so we are going to need as much support as possible. Azazel, alright, since everybody is here, here is the attack plan. The ones that will be going to Romania are Rias, Kiba, Tiamat, Chara, Issei, Raynare, Frisk, Sona, Saji, Vali, Gasper and Floey. The rest of you are reserve members. In case the members present get damaged or have to fall back, you all will be coming in to deal with the situation. Everyone, right? Surzex then talks as he goes into the detail of the plan. Surzex, alright, given our spies present there, we might have to fight against these people, the Teeps faction and the Vladi faction from the vampire family. Gasper clenched his fists, remembering how he was mistreated back by his birth family. Surzex, and from the Cow's Brigade we will be facing against several fallen who have been revived, Euclid Lucifuge, Crom Crotch, the strongest evil dragon, and finally RageRevan Levon Lucifer, the third super devil. Raynare, super devil. Issei, there are 3 super devils, that being Surzex Lucifer, Ajuka Beelzebub, and finally the one that Surzex mentioned. Raynare nods her head in understanding. That was when Tiamat spoke up. Tiamat, if I may, Surzex, may I take on Crom Crotch? Someone needs to fight against the strongest evil dragon. I do not know his primary goal, but if we can convince him to join us, we can be at an advantage against him. Surzex, I see no problem in that. You can face him, Tiamat. Tiamat nods in confirmation. Vala clenched his fists, given that he has to face that bastard of a grandfather once again. At least this time he would be giving him a beatdown of his life. That was when Azazel turns his attention to Asya. Azazel, here, I always wanted to give you this. Azazel then hands her the Downfall Dragon Spear. Asya was unsurprised but then became embarrassed as she knew that she might have to give her panties once again as the deal against the Dragon King if she needed to summon him. Azazel, that's the Downfall Dragon Spear, the one which was used to summon Fafnir, given that I never was able to give you back then, so here it is, take good care of him. Asya, I will. Azazel sensei, I will. Azazel smiles. He then tells the others that they will be leaving in an hour's time to deal with them once and for all. Azazel, as for the others, the ones that have no specified opponent, you can help or assist the ones that have chosen your opponent. Your first priority is to save Valerie, before RageRevan gets the Holy Grail. Our spy has also informed us that we only have a day or 2 at most before RageRevan manages to get his desired Holy Grail. We need to stop that megalomaniac before it is too late, and here is some things that will help you against the vampires. Remember, anything holy or sunlight based should get the job done. Here are some holy light grenades as well as some concentrated sunlight bombs. This should be mostly effective against neutralizing or killing the vampires. Azazel then gives each of the team a grenade. Those that are able to conjure up light-based weapons like Irina or Raynare did not need them. The others took 1 each. Thankfully, Dampires like Gasper and Valerie are immune to holy light or sunlight given their human half, so nothing should happen to them. Issei, you got it, sensei. The others nod in confirmation. They knew that this will be one of the toughest fights they have been facing so far, so they will have to give it their all if they have to win against RageRevan. Issei made up his mind on helping Gasper save Valerie. He knew that he might have to face against several evil dragons as well as face against the evil dragon Grindel, so he knew that this fight is going to be tough. Gasper, on the other hand, was determined to face against his family. He still remembered the mistreatment he had to suffer just because he was a half-breed. Scene break. Kuoh Academy, 11 a.m. Issei and the others were gearing up for their fight against the Cow's Brigade and the Teeps faction. On his way, he saw Gasper with a sad expression. He decided to have a talk with him. Issei, hey Gasper. Gasper gives him no response. Issei, Gasper, is something wrong? Issei keeps his hand on Gasper's shoulder. Gasper jolts in response. On seeing Issei, he calms down. Gasper, oh hey, Issei, I did not notice you. Issei, is something the matter, Gasper? Gasper, no, just remembering what had happened back at when I was at my house at the Vladi faction. My father used to abuse me every single day because I was not born as a pure blood. Even my brothers used to join in on the abuse. Issei, I see. Issei did not know how bad his abuse was back then. From what he heard, that he was shunned from his family, but this time he was now being abused from his own family. Issei decided to ask more on what had happened back this time, as he did not know the full story. Issei, may I know what happened back at your home? Gasper, alright, I will tell you everything, Issei. Gasper reminisces on what happened all those years ago at the Vladi family. Flashback. Gasper could be seen wiping the floors of the castle. He was being forced to do this by his own birth family. That was when a man showed up next to him. "Come on, you half-breed, keep up, we have some more work to do." Then kicks the young Gasper in his stomach. Gasper holds his stomach in pain. "Gasper, father, please, some more time." "Lord Vali, you are useless. A worthless scum just like your mother. She would be ashamed of you. Your brothers are so much more better than you." "Brother one, you filthy half-breed, father is right, you really are a scumbag." They leave Gasper to do what they had to do. Gasper keeps crying as this is the abuse that he needs to deal on a daily basis. Gasper wondered what he did wrong. All his life he only wanted his father to approve of him, but he only kept abusing him for his own gain. Sometimes his brothers also used to beat him up to vent out their own anger. The clan members were unable to do anything as they were not in charge of the house of Vali. His mother was being locked up inside a room, making him unable to see her. She is the only one that loved and cared for her. "Gasper, why do they beat me up? Just because I am not a pure blood, they only see me as a slave. I need to get out of here, as nothing good will happen because I am staying here." Gasper began to run from the house. As he ran past the house of Vali, there were only two people that genuinely cared for him, that being Valerie Teeps that he used to play with, much to his brother's anger and hate, as well as his mother. He saw that he was being chased down by his own father and brothers as they saw him as nothing but a punching bag, a good one in fact. "Lord Vali, find him, he must not escape." "Brothers, yes father." They managed to find him and corner him. "Lord Vali, there is no escape, Gasper." "Gasper, no, stay away from me." "Lord Vali, you will pay for running away from me." "Gasper, no, I will not let you abuse me, not anymore." Gasper in his declaration unlocks his soul trait, that being integrity. A bluish glow forms on Gasper as projectiles made of pure bluish energy is formed. He then throws at the Vali family that were caught off guard. One of the projectiles hits one of his brothers who falls unconscious on the ground. Lord Vali goes to check on his son. That was when, out of fear of punishment, Gasper subconsciously uses his sacred gear to escape. But not before Lord Vali says something to him. "Lord Vali, you will pay for this, you filthy half-breed." Gasper keeps running. He tried to mingle with some human children, but they only throw stones at him out of fear, chasing him away. After starving for days, he encounters Rias on a faithful day. He still remembers how she fed him food and recruited him into her peerage. "Rias, live for me, little one, you shall be a part of my family." Gasper saw her smile was genuine. Like his mother and Valerie, he then slept on her shoulder, as she held him close to her. Flashback end. Gasper told Issei everything, who was furious at such treatment towards his little brother. He wanted to personally beat up Lord Vali for hurting and abusing his own son to the point of near death. He also wanted to personally torment his children so that they suffer their consequences of their actions. Issei immediately consoled Gasper, telling him that he will always be there for him no matter what happens. He will always be there for him. They and the others are like family to him. They care for him like their very own and will never abandon him no matter what happens. Gasper smiled a little as he is happy because he has a real family that loved and cared for him like their very own. That was when Raynare and the rest of the team called for him. "Raynare, hey guys, we gotta go. We need to deal with those vampires. We need to reach there fast." Issei, right, come on Gasper, let's go and teach them a lesson. Gasper, right. Scene break. Monster Territory, America, 12:30 a.m. While the teams were preparing to go to Romania for fighting against the vampires, someone else was working on something. Sans, the current judge of the monster faction, was working on a machine to access the void in an attempt to bring Gasper back from the void. He has been working ever since he could see Chara, the dead daughter of King Ascari, come back to life. If she can come back from the dead, then so can he come back as well. Sans was working on the machine as much as possible, taking up as much free time as he could. He wanted to free Gasper since he saved both his and his brother's life back when during one of the experiments a portal had opened up in an attempt to suck both him along with his brother. Gasper sacrificed himself to save the brothers from going to the void. Ever since that day, Sans was working on that machine, but was getting nowhere. But now with Chara coming back, he had some hope that he will be able to bring Gasper as well. That was when Papyrus spoke up. "Papyrus, Sans, the food is ready, come and take it." Sans, coming pap, just doing some work. Papyrus was surprised. Ever since he came back from the faction meeting, he seemed to be less lazy and more focused on his work, more than ever before. Sans was always a lazybones in his eyes. Nevertheless, Papyrus still loved and cared for his brother more than anyone else. For him, Sans was the only living relative left, given that their parents were never there or mentioned by anyone else in the underground. According to several people, they just popped up and snowed in town one day. Papyrus, hey Sans, what are you working on? Sans, oh nothing bro, just doing some of that science work, it really gives energy to my bones. Papyrus, you and your stupid puns, come on let us eat, the food is gonna get cold. Sans did not mind eating Papyrus's food. Ever since he went to learn cooking from Teriel instead of Undine, his food has become much better, given the fact that his food once tasted indescribable. His food was now much better for the time being. During their food the brothers had their conversation. Papyrus, you still working on that machine Sans? Sans, yeah pap, the least I could do is bring him back for what he did for us. Papyrus vividly remembers what kind of a man was Gaster. He was small back then. He was trying to run away from something while holding his hand with something. That was when he tripped and everything blacked out. The next thing he could see was Sans in tears as he and several of his students becoming victims of a sudden disappearance. With only he and Sans being the only two known survivors of the portal opening, they then began to live a normal life and snowed in, and ever since that day Sans has been trying to fix the machine so that he could open the portal and bring him back. Papyrus remembers Sans telling him stories about this legendary scientist so that he is not forgotten like everyone else did. Only some remember him. After that Alphys became the royal scientist and things did not go well after that with the situation as she was nowhere as brilliant as Gaster was. Papyrus, don't worry Sans, he is watching us. Sans, yeah I know he is literally. They continue to eat their food in silence. After completing their food, Sans once again goes on to complete the machine. Since he is pretty close in completing the machine, Papyrus volunteers in completing the machine. He helps Sans in completing the machine with him giving the latter most of the tools to fix the machine. Then all of a sudden the machine starts to glow, much to the brothers' shock. Papyrus, Sans, is that? Sans, it's working Papyrus, it's working. Papyrus, indeed it is brother. Scene change. The Void, 1:30 p.m. Gaster can be seen sulking. He does not remember when was the last time he had a physical form. He was even starting to lose his mind as whatever physical form he had back then, the Void was starting to consume him more. But Gaster was also not the one that would give up that easily. He did not let the Void win, he never gave up hope. He made a promise to meet his children and the Red Dragon Emperor, and he is certainly going to fulfill them. Gaster then noticed a light in the faint distance. He was confused given that usually only a door existed. But now all of a sudden a light was being shown. Gaster, a light, in the void, what is going on? Gaster is wondering what is happening and that was when it clicked. It was Sans. He finally managed to fix the machine that was destroyed while sucking him into the void. He made a smile. As there are still some people that have not forgotten him, he knew that it was about time that he gets out of this place once and for all. Gaster, so you managed to fix the machine Sans, Papyrus. I am happy that you never forgotten me. Well, since you managed to fix the machine, I am not staying in this place anymore. Gaster then walked towards the light. He knew that his time in the void was long over. He then headed back towards the light and was immediately out of the void. On being out of the void, he could see both Sans and Papyrus waiting for him on the other side. Monster Territory, America, 1:45 p.m. Sans and Papyrus were happy to see W.D. Gaster show up, and he was also happy to see that there were some people who still remembered him. Gaster had lost most of his fluid body. He seemed to be wearing the same clothing as before he was trapped inside the void. He wore a black long coat, along with a striped shirt, a regular pants as well as some sport shoes. He immediately embraced both Sans and Papyrus as he finally made it back to the surface after all those years. Gaster, I miss you Papyrus, Sans. Sans, I miss you too, Gaster. Gaster, so where are we right now? Are we still in the underground? Papyrus, no, we are in a country called America. The humans there have accepted us and we are now living alongside them without any issues. Frisk managed to destroy the barrier and release us from the underground. Gaster, it has been so long since I saw the sun, since I have breathed the fresh air present. Honestly, being in the void kinda sucked the life out of my bones. Literally. Sans, hee, you will enjoy the surface world, considering that the others would love to meet you as we speak. Gaster, you are right about that. I missed King Ascari. I wonder what he is doing right now. Last time I saw him, he was always being depressed ever since his children died. What happened to him now? Sans, oh, he is much happy right now. Teriel has given him a second chance. It was revealed that both his kids are alive. They are living with Issei as we speak. Gaster, hold up, Asriel and Chara are alive. Sans nods in confirmation. Gaster is happy that things are looking better for everyone for a long time. That was when Papyrus spoke up. Papyrus, come on guys, we need to celebrate. It has been such a long time before we have had guest Nye. Gaster, you got that right Papyrus, we do have a lot to catch up. They all go and have some spaghetti Papyrus had made for the group. They all have some spaghetti and chatter. Sans and Papyrus inform him everything that has happened so far in their world. They have had a lot to catch up to. Scene change. Ascary's house, 12:30 a.m. While Sans and Papyrus were trying to release Gaster, and they were successful as well, there was something else going on in another house. Someone was worried for the safety of her children. That being Toriel Dreamer, the queen of monsters, she looked at the window worried for her children. That was when Ascary showed seeing the worried look on his wife's face. He wonders what's bothering her. I mean, there is only one thing that could bother her, and it is the safety of her kids. They were dealing with vampires as we speak. Ascary, are you worried for them, Tori? Toriel jolted up when she heard his voice. She looked at her husband, as she knew that she missed him since a long time. It was thanks to Frisk that they were all together, especially them, or she would have been at the ruins alone all the time. While Ascary would be ruling the monster kind, but he would always be upset or sad. Shrugging her head of all those past memories, she responded to Ascary. Toriel, I mean we are dealing with vampires. I know Frisk survived dealing with Undyne as well as those amalgamates, but still I am worried about their safety. Ascary, I know that they would be fine. I believe in them. Ascary said it confidentially. Toriel looked at him in surprise. Toriel, how can you be so sure? Ascary, I believe in Issei. He would protect them with his own life. He is the strongest Red Dragon Emperor after all. He sees Chara and Asriel like his own siblings. I trust him at all costs. Toriel, I know, but can you confirm? Ascary, well? Toriel, Ascary. Toriel raised her voice a little bit. Ascary shuddered at this. He knew that Toriel is the only person that could scare him. Ascary, alright, I had a spar with him, and he managed to defeat me. Toriel, Ascary, we were supposed to make peace not war. I know your battle-curious nature, but you need to keep it checked. Ascary, I know Tori, but I was just curious. Thankfully he did not mind having a spar with me. Toriel just sighed. She knew that something will never change. Toriel, Ascary, I am not mad at you. I am just worried about you and the others. I still care and love you. Even back then I still miss you. I just was angry at the declaration you made. I thought you insulted the memory of Chara and Asriel. But you were just doing it to appease the monsters back then. None of us were in the right mind after both of those two died. It is just I. Before Toriel could continue, Ascary held her close. She could only get close to him and his comfort. Ascary, know this, Tori. I am not mad nor do I hate you. I still care for you. Even if you hate me, this will not change. I know those kids will be alright. They are with one of the strongest. No multiple strongest dragons with them. They will be fine. Toriel nods her head in understanding. They both separate, and Toriel prepares the lunch for the duo. Scene break. Romania, 3:30 p.m. Issei and his team finally reached Romania along with the others. They knew that their first priority was to rescue Valerie first, and then deal with RageRevan later. Issei, alright then guys, as Azazel sensei told us, we need to first prioritize rescuing Valerie over RageRevan. If we can save Valerie, we should be able to stop RageRevan, or at least slow down whatever he is trying to do. Any questions? Frisk raises his hand. Issei, yes. Frisk, who all will be coming with us at the base? Like, we need to deal with the Teeps faction as well as the houses the aligned with them, as well as Crom Crotch and finally RageRevan. Before Issei could respond, the others present responded. Tiamat, leave Crom to me. I would like to see how strong he has become. Vala, RageRevan is my target. I will go after him. Gasper, leave the vampires to me. Raynare, I and Irina will assist Gasper in taking them out, right Irina? Irina, yes. Issei, alright then, I and Saji will be going to rescue Valerie. Saji, once I use penetrate, try using your Vitra flames as soon as the barrier tries to regenerate. I will be taking Valerie out first. We might have to deal with RageRevan after that. Saji, got it Issei. Issei, Sona and the others can come with me. Rias and her team except Kiba and Zenobia, Asia, Frisk and Floey will stay behind. We will call you guys as soon as things will go south. We need some reserve members as well if any of us gets injured or overwhelmed. Alright guys. Everyone nods in confirmation. Issei, now then let's rock this party. Everyone, yeah? Previously we saw the battle plan made the faction leaders in an effort to save Valerie. Surzex and Azazel had informed the team that some people will be going in order to save Valerie while the others will act as reserve members. That being, if the members are injured or are unable to battle, the reserve members can take their place and assist them in their fight against the Teeps faction and the Cows Brigade. After the battle plan and the ones fighting whom was decided, it was then Issei and his team along with the Gremry peerage, the Citri peerage, Irina and finally the Bale peerage went to Romania to deal with the Cao's brigade. Before going, Gasper's past was revealed, which was completely different from the previous timeline. He was abused to the point of near death, and when he tried to escape they tried to pursue him. That was when his soul trait got activated, that being integrity, which allowed him to escape, after which he was on the run until Rias Gremry had found him and saved his life and took him in. After that they were called by their teams and they went to Romania. Meanwhile, back in the America, Sans was working on the machine that had sent Gaster to the void. After having a conversation at how Gaster ended up in the void, Papyrus along with Sans were helping each other to fix the machine, which allowed Gaster to be released. They then shared a reunion, after which Sans informed the former royal scientist on what was going on and what had happened in his absence while he was in the void. While at the Dreamer residence, Teriel was worried for the safety of her children. On being asked by Askari on that, she told her worries to him. Askari told her that he is sure that they would be fine. His voice was full of confidence. When Teriel became suspicious, Askari told her that he had a spar with Issei, much to her annoyance. Askari then informed her that he just wanted to test the boy, and given that he is much stronger in his base form, Issei can protect their children without any issue. Teriel had become a bit calm, after which they go eat their lunch. Back at Romania, Issei reminded the team of their strategy with Gasper and Tiamat wanting to fight against their opponents with determination. They wanted to take them out before it is too late. Vala wanted revenge against his grandfather for making his childhood a living hell. While the others agreed and stuck to their roles in dealing with the Cao's brigade, Issei was joined by Almanhide, Chara, Raynare, Saji and Sona and her team, while the others stood behind acting as reserve members. While the teams were heading to the Teep's territory, they saw a jet black dragon with black wings. They recognized him as Cromcroch, the same dragon that can rival Dragon Kings and is almost close to surpassing the heavenly dragons Draigg and Albion at their primes. Issei and the others knew that only a select few can keep up with them, let alone beat them. Only Issei and probably Israel in his hyperdeath form could beat him, but that's about it. The others will die if they go up against the Crescent Circle Dragon. Tiamat wanted to challenge him right away, but they needed to stay in cover. Azazel had informed them that there was a vent system inside of the castles. This was made as the vampires could not go outside during daytime. He had informed the group prior that they are gonna need this to deal with the vampires hidden and prevent ambushes on their team. Issei had informed Raynare that she needed to prepare as many holy light grenades as possible, as this can easily defeat the undead vampires and catch many of them off guard. While they were heading towards the Teep's territory, they were greeted by none other than a man in his 30s. He resembled Gasper, albeit older and having paler skin and lacking a shadow. Gasper only glared at this man as he was the one responsible for all his suffering, thanks to the fact that he was only a half-blood. He was joined by several pure-blooded vampires that had come here to greet and if possible defend the man. "Greetings, my name is Lord Vali. May I know the reason for your visit?" Issei wanted to punch him square on the face, knowing that he hurt his little brother, but kept his calm attitude. Issei then spoke. "Issei, yes, multiple reasons in fact. One, that you guys attacked the Carmilla faction despite a ceasefire. 2, you have aligned yourself with the Cao's brigade, and last, Lord Vladi, let me guess, his mother." Lord Vladi points out to Gasper, who immediately responds. Gasper, yes, now where is she? Lord Vladi and the other pure-blooded vampires started laughing as if Issei and his friends made an amazing joke. The others present were radiating bloodlust. They wanted to kill this man. Lord Vladi, oh that bitch, we consumed her after this half-breed left. We enjoyed every single morsel of her body. We first consumed her blood present in the veins, after that we enjoyed tormenting her as we started to then consume her flesh. Ha 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 ha. That woman begged for us to stop. But we didn't. We wanted to hear her scream. She gave us such a weak child to us. So we had to pay her back, and we paid her in full. We enjoyed her screams, her cries to stop, her cries for help. It was wonderful. Ha 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 ha. Everyone present was shocked and furious at what Lord Vladi did to his own first wife. They knew that vampires were prideful creatures, but they never knew that they were sociopathic. Issei, Chara and several others were radiating bloodlust, but their bloodlust was quashed by none other than Gasper, who was not looking the same little vampire that he once looked like. No, his face showed that he is going to make them suffer. Gasper had reached his breaking point. He has snapped. Gasper, I will kill you. Gasper said it in a low voice, but it was loud enough for the people present to hear it. His voice held pure hate, anger, sadness and hostility towards his former family. After that was when Gasper morphed into a beast of pure darkness, the same thing that caused his family to once fear him. He had transformed into a 5-meter-tall monster resembling a dragon with multiple wings, a horn and red eyes. His brothers who initially used to bully him, now they downright fear him. Gasper out of pure anger then said, "Gasper, I will make you suffer, Lord Vali." Lord Vali, being the prideful man he is, decided to entertain Gasper by throwing several magical attacks at him, but any attack he threw was disintegrated into nothingness. Gasper then charged at Lord Vali, who was barely able to dodge his assault. Lord Vali then screamed in response, "Lord Vali, what are you waiting for? Kill them all." On Lord Vladi's command, the vampires attacked the group. Earlier they had been enhanced by the Sephiroth Growl, making them immune to traditional vampire weaknesses like sunlight. They also had been enhanced physically and magically, making them go on par with a lot of the beings. But it was not enough. Issei and the others were easily able to kill several of them without any or much effort. One of the vampires then attacks Gasper, who just so happened to be his brother. Gasper easily used several of his eyes to stop the vampire dead in his tracks. He then used his fist covered in darkness to destroy the vampire's entire body, reducing it to ash. Lord Vali started to fear him even more, as the vampire that Gasper killed was the oldest of his children. Out of anger, Lord Vali transformed into his beast form. Gasper out of instinct glared at his father with his multiple eyes looking at his very soul. He then said, "Gasper, I will kill you, Lord Vali. I will kill all of you till none of you are left." Gasper then charged at Lord Vali. Lord Vali tried to use his superior strength to try and go for the kill, but his hand went right through him as if he was made of pure darkness. Gasper used that to his advantage and severed Lord Vladi's arm. Lord Vali, Lord Vali screamed and cried in pain as his arm was torn off from his body. Gasper then lunged at his former father and started to beat the living light out of him. His bones were starting to break. He was on the verge of bleeding heavily. His flesh was being torn off. Blood was flying everywhere as Lord Vali was barely recognizable. Gasper then used his fists composed of darkness to punch Lord Vali till his face became unrecognizable. "Lord Vali, please have mercy." Gasper ignored his pleas and destroyed him by inserting his claws and ripping off his guts. He screamed as he was getting disintegrated into ash. He then asked through a light grenade, killing him and ending his life. Lord Vali was no more. Gasper reverted back to his regular vampire form, crying. He wanted to see his mother one final time, since he saw her alive in this timeline. Raynare consoled him, knowing that there was nothing anyone can do. After a while, Gasper and the others decided to go inside. Even if his mother was dead, Valerie is not, and there was still time to save her. RageRevan now only has a few hours before he gets the Holy Grail. Teep's territory, 3 p.m. Issei and the others went further ahead of the rest of the group. On the way, 3 particular fallen angels attacked them. They were familiar to most of the group. They had shown up in particular to deal with the intruders. Raynare immediately recognized them as the same fallen that were once her friends. "Raynare, Kuoh, Donasik and Mitlet, what are you 3 doing here?" Kuoh, well, if it isn't Raynare, the one that betrayed us and the Red Dragon Emperor, our murderer. Raynare, how are you 3 even alive? Kuoh, our souls were revived by the Holy Grail. We were then enhanced by it. Now we serve only one master, that is Lord RageRevan. Mitlet, we are not here to chat. Let us deal with these intruders. Chara, I killed you once, fallen. Chara then brings out her knife. I can do it again. Mitlet, oh, I am not the same fallen you faced before, human. Mitlet, Donasik and Kuoh then released their 4 wings. Everyone was surprised that they had become this strong now. Raynare knew that this would be a fight of her life. Raynare, so you decided to become strong by unconventional means, huh? You guys go ahead. I and Chara will deal with these fools. Issei, but... Chara, worry not, brother. I do not mind a rematch with this cosplayer. Issei, alright, better stay safe. Before Issei could go, Raynare grabbed him and kissed him on the lips, much to the fury of the 3 fallen present, and the jealousy and happiness of his team present. Raynare, good luck, babe. Kick that fool's ass for me. Issei, oh, got it, good luck to you too. Issei and the remaining members head inside to face against their new enemy. Raynare then looks at her 3 former friends. She along with Chara get ready for their fight. Kuoh, how dare you kiss that human? Raynare, should we tell her? Chara, nah, let's keep that a secret. Raynare, Kuoh, me having a relationship with someone else is none of your damn business. Besides, Kokobeel is already imprisoned. My loyalty is to that of Azazel and the 3 factions as well as my new family. If you stand in my way, you will become my enemy. Donasik, then after killing you, we will kill your family. That would be fun, hee. Donasik and the others started chuckling, but this only made the duo even more mad. nobody threatens their family, and now they will pay for attacking them. Raynare, you just know how to make me mad, right, Donasik? Donasik, your boyfriend is not here to help you. How will you defeat us, Raynare? Raynare, oh, I don't need his help to deal with a creep like you, Donasik. Donasik charged at Raynare, who in response released her 2 pairs of wings, shocking the trio of fallen angels. Raynare saw their shock and smirk. Kuoh then asked. Kuoh, you were weak, how did you? Raynare, I trained myself. Unlike you who used the easy way out, I did not do that. Instead, someone special trained me, increasing my reflexes. Amazing results, wouldn't you say? Raynare said that with a smirk. She then looked at Chara and asked her. Raynare, mind dealing with Mitlet, Chara? Chara, leave that to me, Ray. Raynare began fighting with Kuoh and Donasik while Chara fought against Mitlet. Raynare used her light sword to easily deflect most of the spears thrown at her with relative ease. Raynare then used her light sword to attack the duo of fallen angels with surprising agility and stance, who were having a hard time dodging her light sword. Raynare then used a light web to entrap Kuoh, stalling her out. She decided to deal with Donasik first since he threatened her family. Raynare decided to give him one final chance to apologize. Raynare, Donasik, I am giving you only one chance to apologize for threatening my family. Leave the Cow's Brigade and go back to Grigori. Donasik, ha, just because you have 4 wings does not mean you can win against us, Raynare. Raynare, alright then, so be it. Raynare then charges at Donasik with sheer precision and advantage, much to his shock. Raynare also prevented him from escaping by preventing him from flying too much. Raynare used her light sword to slice Donasik in half when his guard was down, thus killing him. Donasik then blasts into a flurry of feathers. Raynare manages to use a light beam to disintegrate whatever was left of him so that he could not be revived. That was Kuoh suddenly attacked Raynare, who was sent flying, but that did only a few damage to the 4-winged fallen as she stood up without much damage. Kuoh, how dare you? How dare you kill Donasik, Raynare? I will make you suffer. Raynare shrugged the dust from her clothes. She then gave a smile to the angered fallen, who became even more angry at her former friend. Raynare then responded. Raynare, that was a good punch, Kala, unfortunately. Raynare summons 2 light spears. Raynare, you will have to do a lot harder than that if you need to beat me. Raynare then threw those spears at Kuoh, who manages to dodge them. But this was what Raynare was counting upon, her dodging those spears. Raynare used her lower guard to her advantage and dealt a severe dynamic punch to her face, causing her jawline to break. Kuoh staggered while Raynare only watched as her former friend looked at her in pure fear and horror. They knew that this was not the weak Raynare that they once used to get along with. She changed ever since she met Azazel. She stopped hanging out with them. Eventually she refused to join them in killing the sacred gear users. They ganged up on her and nearly tried to kill her. If it wasn't for Azazel saving her, she would have been dead, and she would have never seen the light of day. Raynare looked at her former friend in anger, but most importantly sadness, as they pretty much discarded her just because their beliefs did not match. They even tried to kill her out of sheer spite when she refused to join them. She is eternally grateful towards Azazel for saving her life back then. She started to hate Kokobile ever since that day. When Azazel tasked her to look after Issei, she accepted it. She started to see underneath his perversion was a man who was loyal and cared for his friends. She immediately fell for this man, but was scared to confess given that he would run away out of fear when he noticed her fallen self. She eventually managed to get the courage to confess. When she did, she felt happy that Issei accepted it without any issue. She knew that she needed to make the date extra special. She also made sure to avoid her friends given that they would kill her without hesitation. She was there for the date, making sure that her former friends were away from her and her date. While the climax, she remembered how they had their first moment together back at their apartment complex. Raynare then looked at her friend and said, Raynare, now you see, I am not that weak angel that used to be knocked out by a mere punch. I have now become stronger, and not by unconventional means like the Sephiroth Graal. I trained to reach this level. That is how I got my 4-winged angel form. My desire to stay with my boyfriend and my new family is what gave me the strength to fight back against you, Kuoh. Kuoh, damn you, Raynare, damn you. Raynare nodded sideways. She knew that Kuoh was still the same person. She looked down on humanity back then. Even now she looked down upon them. She knew that if she were to be left alive, she might go after her in-laws or someone like Asya, which she would never let it happen no matter. Raynare, no, Kuoh, it's over, you have lost, now make peace with your maker. Raynare then throws a light compressed grenade. Kuoh explodes in a flurry of feathers. Every single feather including her soul is destroyed by the light grenade. Raynare then lies down. The fight did take out a lot from her. she wanted to rest for a while. That was when she was joined Chara, who was happy that her older sister figure was still alive. Chara, judging by the scene and expression, it looks like you really enjoyed that fight. Raynare, yeah, I wanted to personally deal with those two. Their betrayal hurt me the most, and they dealt most of the damage to me back when I was weak. Chara, huh, and here I thought I was the one with a bad past. Raynare, speaking of which, what happened to Midlet? Chara, well, let's just say she did not take too well to the knife to meet you joke. Raynare then makes a bored face and says, Raynare, I don't even want to know what that means. Chara, worry not, I will tell how I beat her. Raynare, fine, we still have time. Chara then starts to narrate her fight against Midlet. 20 minutes earlier. Chara could be seen with a red determined smile on her face. She knew that Midlet might be much harder than before thanks to her being enhanced with the Sephiroth growl. Midlet then smirked at her and said, Midlet, you foolish human, my powers have doubled since the last time we met. Chara, good, twice the pride, double the fall. Midlet then charged at her. She intended to use her spear at close range, since Chara can easily slice them in half. She slashed using her spear with Chara easily evading most of her attacks. Her training with Undyne and Issei is showing its results, as she is easily able to evade most of her results much to the fallen angel's anger. Midlet, how are you able to dodge, human? Chara, simple, you are not the only one that became stronger, I did too. Chara then slashed Midlet, who manages to dodge her attack this time. Chara, on seeing this, actually had a smile. She then looked at the angel, who had a very furious look on her face. Chara, looks like you have become much faster unlike last time, which was honestly a disappointment. I mean, one slash and you are down. Midlet, what do you mean by that? Chara, I mean knife to meet ya. Midlet, on hearing her pun, gets annoyed. Coupled with her anger, she recklessly charged at Chara without any care for her surroundings. Chara honestly mentally face-palmed. She thought, Chara, how stupid can one be? Like, charging at me blindly is not smartness, it is stupidity, oh well. Chara slashes through her multiple times with relative ease. She looks at Chara in horror by the speed and precision. Chara, this is the end. Midlet looks as her body starts to explode with relative ease as she is unable to comprehend what just happened. Chara, let's avoid using that for a while, still takes a lot out of me. Chara then heads back to see Raynare lying down after her battle. Back to present. Raynare, that move, can you teach me some time? Chara, sure, I see why not. Raynare, thanks Chara. Chara, although I wonder what the others are doing. Raynare, they must be worried, let's join them. Chara and Raynare head inside the castle and joining the rest of the team. They wonder what are they doing right now. Teep's castle, 30 minutes earlier. Issei and the rest of the team are going inside the castle. On the way they kill vampires belonging to the Manther as well as several vampires from the Teep's faction as well. They then head inside where Issei could see several vampires transforming into evil dragons. Elmenhide even recognized some of the males from her own faction. They betrayed her and her faction by siding with them. Elmenhide, no, why did they betray us? Elmenhide's voice was full of sadness and anger. She never thought several males from her own faction would betray them and nearly destroy some of their former faction. She knew that her faction was female-dominated, but they never treated males. They loved the ones they chose as their mate with their own life. Sona, I might have a theory. They must be driven out of by some desire like power. Being a devil actually tells me that they betrayed your faction since they were oppressed by the other gender for so long. So by working with the enemy they can get what they want. Saji, but turning on their own family, what must have driven them to such extremes? Sona, maybe the females were not treating the males properly, as a result they were easy to turn on the faction, and the Cow's Brigade took advantage of that and turned them into evil dragons that are now ravaging the country. Saji, I see. Issei, we can save them once we get the Holy Grail. If we get the source of the transformation we can stop the transformation and defeat the Cow's Brigade. Elmenhide clenched her fists. The Teep's faction and the Cow's Brigade will pay for what they did to her faction and her family. Elmenhide noticed that her family was being imprisoned. She promised herself that she would save them very soon. Back to the present. Issei and his friends went further inside the castle, slaying any vampires and evil dragons that came in the way. On the way they encountered the strongest evil dragon himself, the Crescent Circle Dragon Crom Crotch. Crom Crotch seemed like a tall, handsome man wearing a black coat with a long mixture of black and blonde hairs as well as heterochromatic eyes, where his right eye is gold and his left eye is black and he has pointed ears. He looked at the group in interest, but especially the two in front of him leading the charge, that being the Dragon King Tiamat and Issei Kyoto, whom RageRevan told to be wary of. Crom Crotch. Hello, everyone, my name is Crom Crotch, the guard of Marius Teeps and the one sent to stall you for a while. Considering the fact that you guys made a lot of ruckus, I have to stall you guys for much longer. Issei wanted to fight him, but Tiamat stepped in front of the gang. Issei, Tiamat. Tiamat, leave him to me, rescue that girl before it is too late. Draigg then answered from Issei's gauntlet. Draigg, better stay alive and be safe, Tia. Tiamat, I will, Draigg, I will. The gang then leaves Tiamat to face off against the strongest evil dragon. Issei was confident that Tiamat would survive against Crom. He knew that she will stay alive not for her sake but for Draigg's sake. They then go inside as they find an unexpected opponent waiting for them. With Tiamat. Tiamat was looking at the crescent circle dragon. She looked at the dragon with a neutral look, while Crom was looking at the Dragon King with a smile. He always wanted to fight the strongest Dragon King at some point. Crom then breaks the silence. Crom Crotch, it has been a while, Tiamat, how are you doing? Tiamat, much better ever since I met my mate. Crom's eyes suddenly widen up. He remembers that she always rejected people's advances, so much so that one of the people she rejects goes on to become one of the two heavenly dragons, the main inspiration for him to become stronger. Crom, who is the lucky guy? Tiamat blushes and shuffles nervously. She responds to Crom's question. Tiamat, it is Draigg, he is my mate. Crom has a jaw drop. She rejected him in cold blood, but now all of a sudden why does she now want to be his mate? He then asks her. Crom, but did you not reject the guy? I mean, in a way you made him into one of the strongest dragons out there. Tiamat, yeah I did, but now I do love him more than anything else. Even though he is sealed, he will come out from the gear in the near future, I know it. Crom, that's kind of good. I just wish we met under different circumstances. Honestly, my goal is to just fight stronger opponents. So shall we begin, strongest Dragon King? Tiamat got ready into her battle stance. Tiamat, indeed I am Crom, let us begin. Tiamat and Crom Crotch start to battle. They begin their fight without much care of their surroundings. The battle between Tiamat and Crom had started. They were almost evenly tied despite Tiamat being the strongest Dragon King that had once pushed Issei into revealing his apocalyptic powers. She was unable to defeat him with relative ease. She for the first time was struggling against the evil dragon. Crom then taunted the female dragon. Crom, what's the matter, Tia? Can't keep up. Tiamat, how are you this strong, Crom? Crom, I trained myself to this point. I saw the fight between Baylor and Luff and decided, that was the day I will train myself to the point of becoming as strong as Draigg and Albion one day. Crom did not think twice. He knew that this was the time of his life. He looked at a shocked Tiamat with a smirk. He did not realize that he had become as strong as a freaking Dragon King. He enjoyed every single moment of that fight. Crom then responded with a fire breath strong enough to kill an ultimate class being. Tiamat barely dodged the flame attack. She staggered behind, knowing that if the flame would have hit her she would have been damaged heavily. She countered using her own flames, Chaos Flames. It was a direct hit. Crom Crotch had blocked the flames with his own hands. Given that he was an evil dragon, it gave him a bit of a masochistic personality. He wanted to experience those flames, the flames that could kill God itself. He then responded. Crom, not bad, Tiamat, you do live up to the title of the strongest Dragon King. I am having the time of my life. Let us continue. Crom then charged at Tiamat, and started punching Tiamat, who also used her own skills in hand-to-hand combat and being able to deal and counteract Crom's punches herself. Even in this category both were evenly matched. They flew up using their wings and continues their assault on each other, trying to get an upper gain on the other. But the outcome was the same. They then took opposing sides and they charged their strongest attacks on one another. This resulted in Crom and Tiamat's clothes being slightly torn. They then once again charged, giving a punch to each of their faces, causing them to move backwards. Crom and Tiamat then went a few steps backwards. That was Tiamat then spoke to Crom. Tiamat, why are you fighting for RageRevan? Why give your loyalty to someone like him? Crom, he promised me tougher fights. He told me that if I can work for him he would give a much stronger opponent. Tiamat, he lies, Crom. He always lied. He never cares about your dream. He only cares about himself and nothing more, nothing less. Crom stops and returns back to normal. Ever since he joined the Cow's Brigade, RageRevan has only told him that his time will come, but it never came. His desire is to only fight stronger opponents in order to relinquish his battle maniac nature, but he never intended to care or work for RageRevan and his ideologies or goals. Crom, you are right, Tiamat. He lied to me. He promised me tougher fights, but never came to fulfill his promises. Tiamat. That is because he is known to be a manipulator, and a good one in fact. Issei, who became my master, treats me like a family member rather than anything else. He is the one that played a founding factor in my relationship with Draigg. Kuoh was surprised on what Tiamat just said. She knew that this boy became strong enough to manage to get Tiamat on his side. Kuoh wondered how, and why did Tiamat chose to fight alongside the three factions when she did not want anything to do with them. He then asked, Kuoh, what kind of a man is this Issei? Tiamat. He is actually the Red Dragon Emperor. But not only that, but he is the one who brought me to his side. He is a kind man who will always fight for his friends and his family. If he would end up facing against God, he would still win and come out victorious. Kuoh, how strong is he? Tiamat. Strong enough to overwhelm me and bring me to his side. Kuoh had a huge grin on his face. He knew that Tiamat is not a liar. But to manage to overwhelm a dragon king and bring her to his side takes a lot of strength and skill. He wondered how strong this Issei is. His battle maniac urges wanted him to fight Issei right now. But he knew that his time would come where he would come face to face with him. Kuoh then responds. Kuoh, alright Tia, I see no reason for getting in your way. I would love to fight this Issei of yours when the time is right. Tiamat then smiled in response. She knew that Kuoh would listen to her eventually. She knew that he does not stand for deception. Tiamat. Alright then, let's go and help the others. Tiamat and Kuoh then head inside the castle to help with dealing with the other evil dragons as well as vampires that may have turned into evil dragons thanks to the Holy Grail. Scene break. Teep's castle, 45 minutes ago. While the clash between Tiamat and Kuoh was going on, Issei and the others proceed to go even inside the castle to find Valerie before it is too late. On the way, an unexpected guest shows up. He throws a fire breath at the team, pushing them back for a while until Issei and Sona manage to pull them back to their original position using their powers. It has been so long since I came back. The figure that attacked them is a 15-meter-tall western dragon with black scales, bright silver eyes, horns, wings, and thick limbs, uniquely being a dragon who stands on his feet. He has been compared to a giant with draconic features, describing him as possessing a form close to a human, with the wings, head and tail of a dragon. He exudes a dark and ominous aura, filled with hostility and killing intent. Everyone recognized this dragon as the Crime Force Dragon, Grendel, the dragon that was once slain by the Knight Beowulf. Seeing him here was not surprising to most of the team given that they did face against Grendel before in the previous timeline, multiple times, even successfully managing to seal the evil dragon courtesy of Rias' signature move Extinguish Star. Grendel. So, who is my opponent? He's here, right? The insanely strong guy that I love so much. Grendel said, looking at Issei. He could sense a strong aura from this boy in front of him. He could see that this boy was the Red Dragon Emperor. He licked his lips in glee as he finally found a worthy opponent. Grendel then began his attack on the team. Issei and Saji immediately entered into their balance breaker forms and started fighting the dragon. They were able to even match the dragon, with the dragon not even trying to dodge their attacks. Instead, he was socking them up like a behemoth, and he was enjoying it. Grendel, more, Murieri. Grendel was screaming maniacally as the teams began their attack on the Crime Force Dragon. Everyone present were confused as to why Grendel was not dodging their attacks and soaking it like it was nothing. Issei began to increase the intensity of the attacks, but Grendel was enjoying every bit of the assault, until Grendel, Ayaha. Issei and Saji managed to snap one of Grendel's claws. Much to his shock, despite being enhanced by the Sephiroth growl just like the others, he still felt pain. But being an evil dragon gave him an advantage. The dragon had massive pain tolerance, so an arm snapping was not going to stop him anytime soon. He continued to press the advantage onto the teams. Gasper then stopped him using his time-stopping abilities, enough for Issei to punch him square in the face. Grendel then made a perverted grin, much to everyone's surprise. Grendel, oh, this is so good, give me Murieri. Everyone's sweat dropped at Grendel's masochistic side. It even put Akenos to shame. Issei always knew that his SM tendencies surpassed that of regular masochists. They had no idea how to put this dragon down for good. Saji, any ideas on how to deal with him once and for all? Vala, I think I might have one. Looks like it is about time to go to the next level. Vala then began his chant for the Imperio Juggernaut Overdrive. Vali, I, who is about to awaken, am the White Dragon Emperor who will take the law down to the darkness. I walk the road of domination with infinite destruction and by piercing through the imaginary dream. I shall become a pure emperor of White Dragon. And I shall have you obey the silvery white illusions and the perfect evil ways. Imperial Juggernaut Overdrive. Issei, on noticing this, has a smirk. He knew that since Vali is taking it to the next level, he also shall do the same. Issei, well, looks like I should do the same then, Vali. Issei then began his chant for the Cardinal Crimson promotion. Issei, I, who is about to awaken, am the Red Dragon Emperor who holds the truth of the King up high, holding the infinite hopes and unbreakable dreams and walking the path of righteousness. I will become an Emperor of Crimson Dragon, and I will lead you to the path of heaven, glowing in deep crimson light. Cardinal Crimson Full Drive. Both were standing in armors relating to their Juggernaut Drive, but with the only difference being that their colors were different. Both these armors had immense glow that radiated power. Grendel could only have a maniacal smile that meant he was ready to engage the duo in vicious combat. Sona and the others were shocked, given that Issei had removed his pieces from his body. Sona then asked him, Sona, how were you able to access Cardinal Crimson? Did you not remove the pieces? Issei, about that, you see, Azazel gave me an evil piece that was created specifically for dragons and other mythological factions. This evil piece works different, allowing me to access my Cardinal Crimson promotion without the need of a master or someone else to approve. Vali, wow, you have grown strong. You owe me a fight after we deal with the Cow's Brigade. Issei, geez, I will humor you, battle maniac. First we need to deal with this masochist over there. Vali and Issei got ready in their battle stances. They knew that they only had 3 hours before RageRevan gets his hand on the Holy Grail. They needed to stop him before it is too late. Grendel at this point is only acting as a distraction. They then begin their fight as both Issei and Vali charged at the Crime Force Dragon, who was taking up the hits like it was no problem at all. Vali then used his Divine Dividing to divide the energy from Grendel. It only slowed him down as Grendel used his claws to damage Vali, sending him across with his armor being damaged. Issei then called out to him. Issei, Vali, are you alright? Vali, yeah, I am fine. Albion tried to repair the armor. Albion, got it, Vali. Albion began to repair the armor as Vali once again got ready to fight against Grendel. He and Issei once again charged against Vali. Both of their sacred gears were announcing. Divide, 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 divide. Grendel started to lose his power little by little. The evil dragon had gritted his teeth. That was when he heard another voice. Boost, 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 boost. Fong Blast Booster. 2 cannons started to appear on Issei's back. They were charging the beam from Issei's boost ability. They then fired a cannon blast at Grendel. Crimson Blaster. This blast, coupled with some rendering with Issei's Durandal, made it possible to damage Grendel with relative ease, who despite being enhanced by the Holy Grail had a tough time being able to take the blast without any enjoyment. He was in immense pain due to taking a direct hit from it, coupled with his energy being divided by Divine Dividing. Issei could see that Grendel is half blown and the remaining half is still present. Issei could see a faint smile on his face. Much to his surprise, he seemed to enjoying this fight. Issei thought that he must give him credibility. To be smiling in such pain does take a lot of tenacity, which Grendel had it in him, he said while regenerating the remaining half of his body. Grendel, oh yes, this feels so good. Such power, the Dragon Emperors are strong, yes. Give me more, Muriri. Sona then responded. Sona, his masochism makes Akeno look like a saint. Back at the camp. Akeno, achoo. Akeno sneezes, causing the others present to get alerted. Rias, is something wrong? Akeno tries to answer, but Frisk responds. Frisk, something horny is going on inside that brain of hers, Rias. Akeno cheeks start to heat up, she responds. Akeno, that is not true. It is just someone is re-remembering or talking about me. Rias, okay. Back at the mansion. Issei then notices that there needs to be something that can stop this masochistic dragon. But before he could say anything, Grendel fires a breath of fire at the team, causing a massive smoke screen. Grendel, ha 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 ha, looks like your fun is limited. But before Grendel could continue, divide, divide. A sound is heard from the smoke screen. There was a barrier created courtesy of Sona, Saji, Elmenhide and Issei. Vali had divided most of the fires of Grendel with relative ease. The barrier was then dispelled. Vali, Thanks for the juice, pervert. Issei, hey. Issei responded to that comment with an angry tone. He only received a smirking Vala who looked at him with a "what are you gonna do about it" face. Grendel, how are you able to survive the flames? These were enough to kill a god. Issei, well, you underestimated us. Hey Vala, let's show this masochist who the real dragons are. Vala, you got it. Both Vala and Issei decided to not hold back. They immediately charged at Grendel, with the former dividing Grendel's power while the latter boosting his own power. Grendel suddenly felt weak, and he felt a sudden surge of power heading towards him. Issei charged a dragon shot into him, dazing him for a while. Even a healing factor has some limits. Grendel knew that he would not be able to take another Crimson Blaster from Issei. He knew that he had to end it before it is too late, or else he would be as good as a goner. Issei and Vala saw Grendel's changing expression. They started to figure out that the attack was Grendel's last chance. They needed to find out a way how to deal with his healing factor first. Issei then told Vala. Issei, remember how you took out Pluto? Vala looked at Issei and understood what he needed to do. Vala's wings then come out, and the divine dividing announces. Compression divide. Vala started to half Grendel's powers and abilities. He started to lose most of his power, given that the divine dividing is constantly halving his power until Grendel is reduced to nothingness. However, it was taking a strain out of Vala. Issei knew that he needed Vala to deal with RageRevan. He knew what he had to do. The boosted gear then announced. Boost, 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 boost. 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 Boost, 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 boost. Longinus Smasher. Issei fired a Longinus Smasher at the Crime Force Dragon. The beam coupled with the dividing ability from Vala's compression divide was too much for the Crime Force Dragon to handle. Grendel screamed in pain. Even the most masochistic and pain-tolerant have their limits. He could not take it anymore as he started to vanish from existence. Grendel, aha, you will not win. I will keep coming back from the dead as long as he receives my soul. Vala then looked at the foolish dragon and responded. Vali, my compression divide coupled with the Longinus Smasher will put you out for a while. Even if your soul somehow survives this, it will still take a long time for you to come back into your original body, since most of it will be destroyed by this point. Grendel knew. Grendel screams as his remains were completely disintegrated by the two attacks. Vala then dissolves his armor, panting. He was exhausted from the assault. Issei thankfully had a Phoenix Tear with him, which he used it on Vali. In a matter of minutes, Vala came back to his regular state. Vali, thanks Issei. Issei, not a problem. They look at the others, who were surprised but nevertheless happy that they were able to deal with the Crime Force Dragon. That was when Raynare and Chara joined the gang. Raynare smiled when she saw her lover. Chara, on the other hand, had an annoyed expression on her face. Chara, ah, man, we missed such an amazing fight. Issei, worry not, little sister, we will get more fights as we go on ahead. After all, we need to rescue some people down there. We might run into some evil dragons as well as some stray vampires. Issei and the others, now joined by Raynare and Chara, then headed down where there were several vampires and human subjects tested and trapped inside containment cells. Issei noticed several flasks that contained pure hate inside of them. He flinched when he noticed what these cells are. These are human beings. Each of them had their soul traits forcibly activated. They realized that this is what the Chaos Brigade were doing right now. They were experimenting on innocent human beings to see how hate worked on them, making them mindless killing machines. Issei wanted to destroy the lab and release the innocent souls trapped in those jars. He needed to figure out a way to do so. Issei, these? Chara, they are the different human souls, Issei. Right now we have seen integrity, perseverance, bravery, kindness as well as determination so far. The yellow soul is justice and the light blue soul is patience. Raynare, these science experiments, it seems so inhumane. Issei, indeed it is, Ray. I have fallen to hate before and it ain't pretty. I am telling from personal experience. It felt like its own entity trying to eat my own sanity. You completely lose yourself to it, and by the time anyone realizes it is too late. Vali. But Issei, look, some of these souls have still not been corrupted. There might be a way to save them. Sona. Hope so, they are pretty close to being corrupted. We can still bring them out to their regular state. Raynare. Is this what they were supporting? I cannot believe it. Sona. By them are you referring to your friends? Raynare, they are not my friends Sona, they never were, they threw me away over a simple argument. Raynare shuddered but was calmed when Issei held her hand. She was happy that she had her family by her side. That was when a voice was heard on the other side. I cannot let you free them, I am afraid. The voice sounded way too familiar. The gang immediately recognized who this was, Graphia's younger brother Euclid Lucifuge. Euclid, for RageRevan-sama, you cannot free these humans, we need to experiment on them. Issei, I will not ask you again, free these human souls Euclid or you will regret it. Euclid, I am not scared of you Red Dragon, I will kill you for my lord, so who is going to be the one to fight me? Euclid said that with a smug smile. He assumed that Issei and the others must be weakened by the distraction set by him and RageRevan, but little did he know that Issei had a surprise waiting for him. Issei responded with a smirk. Issei, oh I am not going to fight you Euclid, they are. A portal suddenly opened up revealing Rias and her peerage, along with Frisk and Floey, Rossweisse as well as Seorg Bale and his peerage. They all were eager for a fight since all they have been doing is waiting. They are itching for a fight. Euclid lost his smug smile. Rias, so this is the guy we are fighting Issei. Grafia still wants you back you know, she still cares for you. Euclid, she betrayed us for that traitor. I will never support Surzex. Seorg, fine then your choice. They all charged at Euclid, who had been unable to take the combined assault of both peerages as well as Frisk and Floey, the latter transforming into his Omega form. Euclid was being beaten constantly as he could not keep up with multiple attacks coming from different angles. Issei and his team also decided to join the fight, with Asya healing any injuries that Euclid managed to put on them. By the time this was over Euclid was on the ground panting. He was bleeding in multiple locations. He was barely even able to move. Euclid, this is not over, I will be back and you will suffer Red Dragon. Euclid teleported to a different location, away from the teams. They all lowered their guard down as they now focused on what was happening here. Everyone was terrified as the souls were going to be experimented on if it was not for their timely interventions. They released most of the souls that were about to be corrupted by them. Seorg and his team volunteered to return the souls back to their respective locations thanks to the identification cards, as well as wallet locations and other belongings present with them. Rias and her team along with the others, except for Saji, Issei, Vali and Gasper stayed back and decided to deal with any vampires or evil dragons that may attack them. They then head inside further where Marius had held Valerie hostage. They all knew that she needed to be saved. Only 2 hours remained before RageRevan gets his hands on the Holy Grail. Gasper, hang on Valerie, I am coming to save you, just wait a little longer. Teep's throne room, 5 p.m. Issei along with Saji, Gasper and Vali head towards the throne room. They were all under stealth. They needed to rescue Valerie as only 1.5 hours remain. They then notice a secret hatch present next to the throne. They open up the hatch revealing the throne to move sideways and a trapdoor can be seen. They open the trapdoor and decided to go inside. They then go down a spiral staircase where they see several people and vampires and tanks just like they saw those humans back then. Vala and the others immediately charged at the vampires killing them with relative ease. Those vampires did not know what had hit them. Issei and the others then managed to release the victims. Several of them were vampires from the Carmilla faction. Both male and female were victims of those horrifying experiments. They all thanked the four for releasing them, and Issei told them to meet up with the others who were slaying any evil dragons and vampires left in the mansion. The rescued vampires immediately left while the people were teleported by Issei to a safe location. The gang then proceeded to head inside where they could see Marius experimenting on what could seem to be a girl's body. The girl was a young woman with short blonde hair and red eyes. She seemed to be a few years older than Issei. She was pleading with Marius to release her, but Marius only laughed and responded. Marius, sister, you are useful for my goals, you cannot plead, just look, we are finally dealing with those stupid vampires from the Carmilla faction. Brother, please stop this madness. Having enough, Gasper lunged at Marius, breaking his arm immediately. Issei, well, there goes our stealth plan, let's help Gasper. Saji. Saji, got it. Issei. Marius, damn you half-breed, always intervening my plans, you will not leave out of here alive. I will kill you all and have your heads on a pike. Gasper, shut up. Gasper immediately continued his brutal assault on the pure-blooded vampire. He was pretty weak despite his words sounding like as if he was one of the strongest vampires in history. Gasper then proceeded to transform into his balance breaker form, which easily started to tear apart every piece of his body. But unfortunately for Gasper, Marius started to regenerate his body thanks to his body being enhanced by the Holy Grail. Marius, ha 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 ha, my body is enhanced by the Holy Grail. I had become more powerful than I ever was. You should have stayed as a slave to Lord Vladi, you half-breed. That was when he noticed that none of them were fazed, even by a little bit. Issei then smiled at the Teep's faction leader. Much to his shock, Gasper then announced from his balance breaker. Gasper, you are a fool, Marius. My balance breaker can weaken the regeneration of Holy Grail, and over time, you will lose that regeneration. Besides, you make for an amazing punching bag. I will enjoy tormenting you for what you did to my friend Valerie. With that, Gasper began to continue his assault on Marius. With several of his bones and skin starting to be torn apart, Gasper had a sadistic grin on his face. He continued his assault on the weakened and bloody Teep's leader, who could only continue to look at him in fear as he felt every single wound that Gasper inflicted on him. It was starting to break his mind. Marius was not able to take much more of the assault as he was easily being torn apart by the beast. Gasper enjoyed torturing his friend's tormentor, Marius being the coward that he has tried to escape the area, using his transformation magic, but this was noticed by Gasper, who used his multiple eyes to stop the Teep's leader in his place. Gasper, you will not escape me, Marius. Marius, no, please have mercy. Marius pleaded with the Dampire for mercy, whose pleas was ignored by Gasper. He used his multiple tentacles to destroy and disintegrate Marius's body, slowly and painfully. When Gasper was done, Marius was no more. Gasper then calmed down to look at Valerie. She smiled at her friend that had shown up. Valerie, Gasper, you came for me. Valerie had tears in her eyes. She had seen Gasper in a long time. Gasper only smiled at her friends. That was when Valerie asked. Valerie, who are they, Gasper? Gasper, they are my friends, Valerie. That one next to me is the Red Dragon Emperor Issei Hayadu, the White Dragon Emperor Vala Lucifer, and finally Genshiro Saji. Valerie, the Red Dragon and the White Dragon, you have such powerful friends, Gasper. Issei then spoke up. Issei, we are not friends of Gasper, we are like his family. But you are not wrong to presume us to be his friends. We are here to help Gasper rescue you, Miss Valerie. Valerie, please call me Valerie, Red Dragon. Any friend of Gasper is a friend of mine. Issei, then you may call me Issei, Valerie. Vali, and you can call me Vala. Issei, we will get you out of here. Saji, you know what you need to do, right? Saji, yes, I will do it. Let's go, Vitra. Vitra then announces, from his gear. Vitra, you got it, host. Saji and Vitra then summon Vitra flames, which start to destroy the containment field that was guarding the chamber. The barrier started to get burned, but unfortunately for them, the barrier started to regenerate. Issei knew this was going to happen. He then asked Vala to use the move Reflect to prevent any further barrier regeneration. Issei knew what he needed to do. Issei then summoned his boosted gear and used the move Penetrate. The glass that was enhanced by magic was easily accessible to Issei, through which he managed to get Valerie out of the glass tube and gave her to Gasper. Vala stopped using Reflect once the girl was out from the barrier. On getting out, Valerie immediately hugged Gasper. That was when they decided to leave since they completed their objective. That was when they heard a voice. I wouldn't do that if I were you. The five present immediately recognized his voice. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s with dark silver hair and hazel eyes. He looked much like his grandson, Vali, albeit with longer hair and a beard. He possessed a bottomless and creepy aura around his body. He wore the same Mao Lucifer attire, although colored in silver. Issei and the others immediately recognized this man. Vala was glaring at this man in pure hatred, who only responded with a smile on his face. This was none other than RageRevan Levon Lucifer, the current leader of the Chaos Brigade, and the one responsible for what happened. Vala, RageRevan, you bastard. Vala wanted to destroy the man in front of him. He tried to charge at them, but was stopped by Issei. Issei, Vala, calm down. He wants you to get angry. Our first priority is to rescue Valerie. Vali, then I will hold him for you. You guys save the girl. Leave that bastard of a grandfather to me. Issei looked at Vala and nodded. He informed Saji, Gasper, and Valerie that they needed to leave, to which they immediately agreed. RageRevan, I will not let you escape. RageRevan fired at a blast at the group, but Vala used his divine dividing to reduce the blast into nothingness. Vala, go now. Issei, you got it, Vala. Guys, let's go. Issei and the others leave, much to RageRevan's anger. Vala then looks at his angered grandfather. Since he failed to obtain the Holy Grail, he says. Vala, looks like it is you and me now, old man. RageRevan, you cannot defeat me, Vala. Even with your divine dividing you are still weak. Vala then chuckled. Vali, who said that I cannot try? I just need to buy some time for the gang. Dealing with you is just a bonus. RageRevan then decided to humor him. Vala began fighting him. he immediately went into his Imperio Juggernaut drive and was pushing back RageRevan, but the latter was known as a super devil for a reason. He immediately used his Sacred Gear Canceller to dispel Vala's Sacred Gear. Vala is forced to return to his regular balance breaker. RageRevan then punches him straight in his chest. Vala is sent flying crashing through the wall. He coughs up blood as RageRevan laughs at his grandson's pitiful state. Albion then speaks to Vala mentally from his gear. Albion, Vala, the damage that Super Devil put on you is immense. I doubt you can face him for much longer. Vali, Albion, just focus on fixing the armor. Leave the rest to me. I will hold him off. Just have faith in me. Albion continued to fix the armor, while Vala stood up. Despite the damage to his body, he is not going to lose to this man no matter what happens. RageRevan had a maniacal smile to his face. He wanted to torment his grandson even more. RageRevan, Vala, come give Grandpa a hug. Vali, go to hell, you damn bastard. Vala charges at the Super Devil, who easily evades his attack. RageRevan laughs as he holds Vala's arm and sends him flying across a distance. Vala is then hit by several bricks, forcing him out of his balance breaker. RageRevan then gleefully smiles. RageRevan, it was fun toying with you, my dear grandson. Now it is time to kill you. RageRevan then fires a blast of pure destructive and demonic energy at his grandson. Vala tries to divide, but it is not enough. RageRevan then laughs as he is about to kill his own grandfather. That was when Vala heard it. Boost, 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 boost. 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 Boost, 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 boost. Dragon Shot. A dragon shot is sent towards the ball of demonic energy, destroying with ease. Much to RageRevan's surprise, Issei had shown up. Looking at Vala's damaged state, he said, Issei, time to tag out Vala, leave this to me. Vala, took you long enough. RageRevan then looks at Issei with a surprised smile. He knew that this was the man that had been disrupting his plans so far. He wondered what had happened here. Issei, can you still use your power? Vali, yeah, but I cannot help you, Issei. Vala looked down. Issei then told him, Issei, hey, cheer up. We wouldn't have rescued Valerie without you. Leave your grandfather to me. You can leave. I will make sure to torment him for what he did to you. Worry not. Vali, alright, Issei. Vala then leaves the area. Issei smiles at him leaving, then he glares at the man RageRevan, who had a smirk on his face. Issei, you have manipulated and hurt others for the last time, RageRevan. RageRevan then responds. RageRevan, oh, and what are you gonna do about that? Issei then smiles, much to RageRevan's surprise. Issei this? Issei then begins the chant for his Cardinal Crimson full drive. He asked Draigg for a little power, to which the latter agreed to help him. Issei, I, who is about to awaken, am the Red Dragon Emperor who holds the truth of the King up high, holding the infinite hopes and unbreakable dreams and walking the path of righteousness. I will become an Emperor of Crimson Dragon, and I will lead you to the path of heaven, glowing in deep crimson light. Cardinal Crimson full drive. Issei transforms into his Cardinal Crimson full drive form. However, this not only had Draig's power but also had Draig's power with him. RageRevan tried to use his Sacred Gear Canceller on him, but the power nullified. It did not work on Issei. Issei then smirked. He knew that he could not nullify Draig's aura. Issei, what's the matter, RageRevan? Your power ain't working. RageRevan, but how? Issei, simple. I am much stronger than you could ever imagine. You are not dealing with the average Red Dragon Emperor anymore. Issei then fired a dragon shot, which RageRevan easily used his gear to cancel his abilities. He tried to once again weaken Issei's crimson armor by appearing behind him using his immense speed, but Issei knew that he immediately fired his Longinus Smasher after boosting for a while at RageRevan. This time he added some of Draig's power to it, making him unable to nullify it. It forced RageRevan to evade his attack. Issei then charged at the Super Devil, trying to knock him down, but given his mastery in hand-to-hand combat, he was able to keep up with Issei. Issei then summoned his Durandal to slash RageRevan. But the Super Devil only caught the blade with his two hands. But this did not surprise Issei. He knew that Zenovia's X Durandal could not hurt him, since his power was slightly weaker than Ajuka or Surzek's. Issei had to resolve to hand-to-hand combat given that RageRevan could nullify anything that Issei threw at him and had the durability to take a Longinus smasher to the face without much effort. Issei realized that he needed to keep up with RageRevan, but before he could think something, RageRevan fired a blast at Issei, knocking him out. RageRevan then smiled as he wanted to kill the dragon. RageRevan, it was fun to play with you Issei-kun, but it looks like I win. RageRevan then approached Issei and used a demonic blade to kill the unconscious Issei. But little did he know that Issei was only pretending, immediately using Penetrate to bypass his defenses. He used his Durandal to stab RageRevan in the stomach. RageRevan coughed up blood. Given that it was a holy blade that damaged him, it managed to sizzle his wound, causing burning to the super devil. RageRevan grunted as Issei now had a smile on his face. Issei, you know, for a master tactician, you made the biggest mistake in the fight. Never let your guard down. RageRevan glared at Issei. Issei then removed his sword. He knew that Durandal will not be enough to kill or imprison this man for good. Issei knew that he will have to release his other power before it is too late. Issei immediately activated his balance breaker, but he went into his Trihexa mode. RageRevan could only look in shock as he realized the apocalyptic power emanating from the dragon. He could see the different features attached to the dragon, several other parts of different animals attached to him. Issei then spoke through the armor. Issei, what's the matter, super devil, scared? This comment angered RageRevan, who used his sacred gear canceller on Issei, but it did not work. RageRevan wondered how is this possible, but he was little too late. Issei charged at this man and pummeled him endlessly. Issei used Penetrate at every step to bypass RageRevan's defenses. He then fired a blast at Issei, who easily sidestepped it with ease. Issei once again fired multiple dragon shots at him, easily piercing his defenses. RageRevan was forced to dodge most of them with ease, and the ones he was not able to dodge he managed to use his own demonic power to counteract the shots. Issei then came close to him and punched him at the same location where Durandal was stabbed into him. RageRevan screamed in agony as Issei managed to aim for his weak spot. He looked at Issei in anger, wondering how did this boy become as strong as possible. He needed to kill him before it is too late, otherwise he would constantly be a hindrance to his plans. RageRevan managed to get some distance and began charging a very powerful energy ball of pure demonic power. This was in an attempt to kill Issei once and for all. He wanted him dead for ruining his plans. RageRevan, take this red dragon, my strongest attack. RageRevan screamed and then throws the sphere at Issei. Despite its slow momentum, it was destroying everything around it. Issei needed to do something quick. He decided to use his strongest move ever, Black Sun. Issei then began charging a sphere of pure black and apocalyptic energy, and he threw it at the energy ball. The energy ball then began sucking the magic from RageRevan's attack into its own self. The energy ball then started to grow in its size, eventually completely destroying the magic sphere completely. RageRevan was beyond shocked as his most strongest attack was absorbed by this sphere with relative ease. He began to put everything in his defense, as he knew that if this ball hits him, he will die. Issei then used his strength to push the ball, breaking most of the walls of the castle as well as RageRevan's defenses. He knew that this would be enough to put him out of commission. The ball exploded, revealing a bloody RageRevan. He was gritting his teeth due to pain. His robes were completely torn. He looked at Issei in pure fear. He wanted to ask the question given that this attack he has seen once before. RageRevan, that attack, which you used, it belonged to the beast, didn't it? Issei was shocked. RageRevan figured it out. On seeing Issei's shocked face, RageRevan had a bit of a smile. RageRevan, I knew it. I always had a theory that it belonged to you. Your powers and aura were awfully too similar to that of the beast 666. Now your signature move confirms it. Issei then asked. Issei, so what are you going to do about it? RageRevan, I will just take it from you and use it for my own gains. Before Issei could respond, Trihexa said. Trihexa, I will never side with someone like you, no matter what. I will never abandon my host for you ever again. RageRevan, who initially had a smile, had a look of shock. He assumed the beast was mindless. But here it is speaking of its own free will. He was then angered at what Trihexa said. RageRevan, you don't have a choice, beast. You will side in my manner of conquering the worlds. You are nothing but a mindless beast meant for servitude. Issei then smiled hearing his response. Issei, you never change, don't you? That is the reason you have no family left. Even the ones that are with you are out of lies and nothing else. You really are an idiot, RageRevan. But no, it is time to end this. Issei then used his Welsh dragon flare, but unfortunately RageRevan teleported out of there using his magic, but not before telling Issei that he will be back. Issei then deactivated his armor and sat for a while. He knew that RageRevan, knowing he had the beast, will pose a problem. He did not know how many labs they had like this. He needed to be stopped before it is too late. Issei promised Draigg that he would never let RageRevan use them like this, much to their happiness. Draigg thanked him, but Issei told him that he is like family to them and he will protect them at all costs. Issei then meets up with the others outside the castle. He is surprised to see Crumcrotch working with them. He is then told by Tiamat that he has left the Cow's Brigade after hearing that RageRevan had lied to them. Crum then tells the others that he will go around and see the world, but he will come back when they need him the most. He also asked Issei for a fight in the near future, to which the latter accepted. Crum then left the group. As they did, Issei was informed that the labs had been dismantled and most of the vampires from both the factions were saved from being converted to evil dragons. They then rest for a while before proceeding to the Carmilla territory. Scene break. Carmilla Castle, 8 p.m. Issei and the others entered the Carmilla Castle, where they could see Lady Carmilla along with a man who resembles Marius and Valerie. Issei recognized this man as Lord Teeps, the current leader of the vampires. They were here to congratulate Issei and his team along with the other peerages on their victory against the Cow's Brigade. Lady Carmilla in particular was happy that the threat had been dealt with. She now knew that it was about time to unite the vampire factions together, as they knew that they lost because they were divided. That was when Valerie immediately rushed to her father. Valerie, father. Valerie rushed to that man that was her father. She was happy that her father was alive, given that he had been kicked out from his own kingdom thanks to his own son. Lord Teeps looked at her daughter and was happy that she was alive. She then looked at Gasper and he apologized to them about Lord Vali and their children's actions. Lord Teeps, I would like to apologize for everything my son did to you, Valerie, as well as apologize to you all for his actions. Lord Teeps then looks at Gasper. He bowed his head in front of him. Lord Teeps, I would like to apologize for Lord Vladi's actions. You see, he was too prideful for his own good and hated humanity. He believed in pure-blooded vampire supremacy, and when our values did not match, he along with my own son kicked me out of my own territory. I would also like to personally apologize for what he did to you, Gasper. Gasper nodded his head and responded. Gasper, it is not your fault. I am glad that he won't be hurting anyone else anymore. My mother can now finally rest in peace, Lord Teeps. Issei, Gasper is correct, Lord Teeps. As for your son, do not apologize for what he did. You tried your best in raising him. His actions led to his own demise. We do not hate you at all, Lord Teeps. Gasper nodded in confirmation to what Issei said to him. Lord Teeps smiled that they do not hate him for his sons and his faction's actions. That was when Lady Carmilla spoke up. Lady Carmilla, first, I would like to thank guys for helping us against the Cow's Brigade and Marius Teeps. We would never have defeated them without you and would have been possibly killed because of them. I and the Carmilla faction are eternally grateful to you guys for what you have done for us. Secondly, we have decided to unite the Teeps and Carmilla faction into one, as we see or have no reason to fight against each other. It is because of this infighting the Cow's Brigade took advantage and brought our faction to the brink of ruin. We will never have a situation like this ever again. Both our countries are ravaged as a result, and we will work together to fix them. Lord Teeps, and I am in full support of Lady Carmilla in this matter. This war has gone for long enough. It was time to end this conflict once and for all and work together against a bigger threat, the Cow's Brigade. Everyone cheered when both these factions had said that. Elmenhide in particular was happy that there will be no violence anymore. She went back to her parents and embraced them, happy that they were still alive. Issei and the others celebrated then for the night. They knew that they may have to fight for another day given that the Cow's Brigade is still out there. Issei was looking outside, wondering how far he has come. It has been a long time, since the time he was reincarnated into a devil, got betrayed, committed a reset, met different people, and now has people that love and care for him. His train of thought was snapped when he heard a voice. Lady Carmilla, our red dragon, you aren't enjoying the party. Issei then answered. Issei, I am, just thinking on what needs to be done next. I mean, they are still out there. It is only a matter of time before they strike again. Lady Carmilla knew who he was talking about. Elmenhide told him that he was the leader of the assault against the Cow's Brigade. She was happy that the threat had been dealt with, but there will still be many more attacks by them. Lady Carmilla then responded. Lady Carmilla, honestly, it is troubling that a terrorist faction like this exists. Well, at the very least they have been dealt with. Just enjoy the night for the time being. Issei, but... Lady Carmilla, no buts. Besides, someone is waiting for you to dance. Go and enjoy. Issei could see Raynare dressed in a formal black and redder skirt. She practically dragged Issei for the dance, and Issei was pretty much asked to dance with the girls, and all the couples were dancing for the night, given that today was the day they could enjoy to their heart's content. Scene break. Unnamed location, 11:45 p.m. RageRevan could be seen panting because of the wounds that Issei inflicted on him. He was unable to walk for much longer. Euclid, who had noticed his master in such a pain, called out to him. Euclid helped him get him on his feet. Euclid, Lord RageRevan, I am glad that you are alive. Euclid's voice had both worry and happiness in it. Worry because of the condition he was put in. RageRevan then responded with anger. RageRevan, damn that red dragon always getting in my way of things. But I will have the last laugh. Just you see Issei Kyoto. Euclid, you got that right, Lord RageRevan. We will find a way to deal with the Alliance and anyone that steps in our way once and for all. After that they both head back to a hidden base, where they can recover their forces. They still had multiple labs relating to such experiments, and a secret weapon that will destroy all the factions once and for all. Scene break. Indra's Palace, India, 2:15 a.m. Azazel can be seen heading towards Indra's Palace. He needed to know what had happened and why is he supporting the Cow's brigade. Indra can be described as a man with a buzzcut hairstyle with greenish-brown hair color and lavender eyes. He wears circular sunglasses, an aloha shirt, and has a jewel around his neck when in his leisure. He looked at Azazel with a smile. He knew why the Governor-General of the Fallen Angels is here. Azazel, judging by your look, you know the reason why I am here. Indra, indeed. I knew about the wielder of the true Longinus's identity, as well as my actions in supporting the Cow's brigade. Azazel, then why did you? Indra cuts him off and speaks. Indra, simple. I just do not trust you guys, the three factions. I do not know what your true motives are, and that boy you call the Red Dragon Emperor. I will strike him down if he were to ever step out of line. Only we can use the title of Heavenly. Azazel knew that Indra said the same thing back in the previous timeline. Initially he was afraid. But now he could only laugh at what Indra said to him. Indra, what's so funny, Crow? Azazel then stops laughing. Azazel, simple, it is just a statement. It is nothing but full of pride, just like the old Satan faction. Indra then loses a bit of his smile. Indra, I am not like them. Indra then calms down. Indra, just keep that boy in line. I saw his actions, he seemed like a good boy. I really don't want to kill him. Azazel then nodded. Azazel, then don't support the Cow's brigade. Trust me, he may have a good heart, but he does not forgive anyone that hurts his friends or family. He is not someone to have as an enemy. Indra, is that a threat, Azazel? Azazel, no, a warning. You should know better to not underestimate a red dragon or a white dragon emperor. Indra gritted his teeth. He remembered how these two dragons were strong enough to tear everything apart. He knew that they are not someone to anger. Indra, alright Azazel, but as for your statement, I will be the judge of that. Azazel, your wish, Indra. Azazel then leaves Indra's palace. Indra wonders what kind of a boy this Issei Kyoto is. He knew that his actions show that he has a good heart, but he, given his untrustworthy nature, wanted to see it with his own eyes. Azazel, trust me Indra, Issei's determination is not something to underestimate. He will just keep resetting time, that is even if you do manage to kill him. I just hope you do what is right for you, Indra. After visiting Romania and defeating the Cow's brigade, Issei along with the rest of his team decide to head home. They decide to take the day off. They are all enjoying spending the day in the pool, having a pool party. Issei also decided to invite the others to the party, like Frisk, most of the monster kind, Sona's peerage, as well as Kiba and Gasper and the Vali team as well. Since they helped the most against the Cow's brigade, they knew that this is going to be a huge party with so many people present. Thankfully the pool and the surrounding area was big enough for the people to enjoy the party. Issei can be seen resting on a chair enjoying the sun. That was when Raynare called for him. Raynare, hey Issei, can you put this sunscreen lotion on me? Raynare was completely naked except for her lower swimsuit present. Issei could see her breasts jiggling out. Issei knew he had to control his perversion. Not that Raynare minded his perverted nature, given that she was a fallen angel as well. She also had lustful thoughts towards Issei. Issei then responded. Issei, sure babe, why not? Issei then applies sunscreen on her as he massages her as well. Raynare feels good as Issei's massaging gave her a much-needed relief to her body. The other girls, on seeing this happen, also wanted Issei to put sunscreen on them. Sona then asked. Sona, Issei, can you put some on me as well? Before Issei could respond, Raynare told her. Raynare, no Sona, I asked Issei first, wait for your turn. Sona, oh. Sona grabs Issei's hand. Sona, I don't think so. That was when Rossweisse held Issei's other hand. Kuroka tried to pounce on him. Everyone in Issei's harem wanted him to put lotion on their bodies. This resulted in a catfight between the girls. with Issei looking at the scene with a bit of a sly smile. That was when Asya showed up. She asked what had happened and why are these girls fighting like that. Issei then told her what happened, to which Asya nodded. Asya, some things just don't change, do they? Issei, I am surprised that you don't want me to put lotion like these girls. Asya, nope, not needed. Speaking of which, we seem to be having a nice party here, right? Issei, oh yeah, a pool party. Unfortunately Elmenhide could not come because she is a pure-blooded vampire. So what are we going to do next? Asya, I will bring some snacks for you guys. That will not be necessary. Both Issei and Asya looked at the source of the voice, revealing to be Miki Hyoto, Issei's mother. Miki, I have brought the snacks for you guys. I did not expect such a huge party though. Issei, yeah, this seemed fun. Miki, also there are people waiting for you in the hall. They specifically called for you and they wanted to meet you. Get dressed into your regular clothes. Issei, okay mom. Issei then goes inside to get himself changed into his regular clothes. He then heads downstairs to the hall area where he sees Askari and Undyne. Issei, it's been a while. Askari, Undyne. Askari, Issei, I did not expect you to arrive so soon. Your mother informed us that you guys were enjoying, so I thought you would have taken a while. Issei, no worries. So what brings you two here? Is it the pool party? Askari then nods. Askari, I would love to enjoy the day with the others. But someone has been missing. It is Dr. Alphys, the royal scientist, or at least the former royal scientist of the monsters. Issei, Dr. Alphys, is she the one who created Metaton? Undyne, you got that right, punk. She has not shown up since a long time, and we are worried about her. I checked her house and she was not there. I even checked the places where she could be, but there was no sign of her, so I am just worried about her. Issei, so where do you think she might be? Undyne, in the old laboratory. Back in the underground we had a lab which was connected to the core. Right now Gaster is replicating the technology as we speak. Issei, wait, Gaster is out. I thought he was in the void. Undyne, Sans managed to get him out. Issei, oh. Askari, we just wanted you to help us look out for her. If that is not an issue to you, son. Issei, I don't mind. Besides, the girls really want me to put some sunscreen on them and well. Askari, harem trouble. Issei nods. Askari and Undyne chuckle. After a while, Askari then says, Askari, alright then Issei, let's go. Askari then opens up a portal with the invention Gaster made for them. It tooled them straight to where the hole was, to the underground. Scene change. Mount Ibat, America, 11:30 a.m. Issei, along with Undyne and Askari, went to Mount Ibat. Issei looked at the giant hole through which numerous souls fell and were never found again. Issei, so this is where you guys were trapped for years. Undyne, indeed punk. When Frisk and Asrio broke the barrier, we were stuck here for about 400 years. Askari, the fall is known to have killed some humans, while the rest died on the journey to get themselves out of here. Undyne, yeah, one of those punks even slashed one of my eyes. Undyne then shows Issei her eye that was slashed by an unnamed human. Askari then tells Issei that before their release from the underground, most of the monsters were hostile towards humanity for their actions, including him. This is something his wife Teriel hated him for, and left him to the old home or ruins. Eventually they made up and now everyone is together, with them being as lovers. That was when Askari heard from Sans that his children were alive and were living with the Red Dragon Emperor. He informed Teriel about this, who did not initially believe, but she now did, when she saw them with their very own eyes. Issei, I see, well let's go and find Alphys. Askari, alright then. They all go inside the underground. They pass the ruins and head towards Snowden, only to see some of the citizens still staying there. Undyne, what the hell? Issei, what's the matter, Undyne? Undyne, these punks, I told them that the core will be shutting down very soon, and they are still here. What the hell are they doing here? Askari, Undyne, calm down. Some people just don't want to relocate. I mean, it is not that easy. Undyne, that is the problem. Once the core is shut down, there is a chance it might explode, which will endanger the monsters' lives. Thankfully most of the monsters around Waterfall, Hotlands and Core have already left, but still these guys are in a danger of being hit by the core. Issei, I don't think the core has exploded yet. These monsters are still living a normal live even in the underground. Undyne calms down and responds. Undyne, yeah, you are right. I will try to convince them to leave the underground and head to the surface. Askari, meanwhile, Issei, go and look for Dr. Alphys. She might be in her laboratory in the Hotlands. Issei, alright, I will find her and bring her to you. Issei then heads inside towards the waterfall. He is marveled by the sight of the waterfall and looks at the stars present there. He looked through them from a telescope, even one that had a red dot. He knew who this belonged to. He then moved on ahead and saw the sign that lead to the hotlands. That was when he saw a big laboratory. Issei, I guess this is Dr. Alphys' laboratory. Issei then went inside. The lights were on inside. He then saw a note lying on the floor. Hey guys. I am going inside the true lab once again. I want to check up on those monsters. I am finding a way to split them up as we speak, so please do not worry about me. I will be back as soon as possible. With love. Dr. Alphys. Issei, so this is the way that leads to the true lab. Issei went inside. That was when his dragons warned him. Draigg, these things are just like how Gaster was when we met him. Trihexa, indeed it gives the same aura as well as energy. Be careful, Issei. Issei, alright guys. Issei then went inside. As soon as he clicked the button he could hear an announcement. Warning, warning, the elevator has malfunctioned. Before Issei could react or do anything, the elevator door has already been shut and it suddenly falls down with an intense pressure. Thankfully Issei is able to handle it without any problem. After a while the elevator stops, and Issei looks around to see a very dark lab around. Issei, so this is the infamous true lab that Ascari talked about. Issei noticed that the true lab was grimy, dark, and fog-filled. It has a dark green celeste color scheme and an unsettling atmosphere. Assorted objects fill the area, including beds, sinks, refrigerators, wall fans, mirrors, and golden flowers. There is a vending machine that dispenses potato chips near the power room door. Issei noticed multiple panels. On the way he could see that these panels held recordings of the different entries. Through these entries Issei found out the real reason why the human souls can fight without any issues: determination. In an effort to get out of the underground, Dr. Alphys tried to extract them from the human souls that were captured. She tried to inject them in monsters. Initially the test results were going quite smoothly. Dr. Alphys asked for volunteers to do the experiment. Several of the monsters were those that were dying or were having terminal illness. Alphys injected those monsters with determination extracted from human souls. As a result, most of those monsters were able to live a proper life with their families. Dr. Alphys seemed a bit happy, but things like this don't last forever. The monsters started to melt due to them being injected with determination. They started to lose their minds as a result of being injected with determination, thus becoming into something far worse. Dr. Alphys was horrified. This is something she never wanted to do. She wanted to help her race, not this. As a result, these monsters were hidden from the rest of the public and Alphys personally took care of them. Issei also learned about how Floey was born. It was thanks to these experiments. Alphys had injected determination into the flower who had Asriel's dust sprinkled all over it. That was how Floey was born and became the way he is. Issei then proceeded to find this Dr. Alphys. He had more questions as to how this experiment went so wrong. This reminded him of the Gaster experiments which resulted him in being sent to the void, along with destroying several of his followers, with the exception of Sans and Papyrus. Another victim of tampering with the law of nature, he wanted to find her as soon as possible, only for him to encounter one of these monsters. Issei looked at the monster in pity. She seemed to be a combination of monsters from those experiments of the amalgamates. She responded. Who are you? Issei, relax, I mean you no harm, whoever you are. I am Snowdrake's mother. A certain human allowed me to remember him. Issei knew that this was Frisk's doing. Issei smiled. He then asked, Issei, do you know where Dr. Alphys is? Snowdrake's mortar. Oh, she is past the true lab entrance, where she is checking up on the other monsters like me. She is trying to release us. She has been doing this for a long time. Issei, alright, thanks ma'am. Issei then went inside. He was at the area where he could see a switchboard. That was when he sensed multiple presences all heading towards him at once. Issei could see these amalgamates heading towards him. One of them responded. Amalgamate, what are you doing here? Leave now. Issei, I do not want to fight you guys. The amalgamates do not want to listen and proceed to move towards Issei. Issei realizes that he might have to defend himself from these amalgamates. He did not want to hurt these amalgamates despite already in pain. That was when he heard a voice. Stop. He is not any enemy. Her voice was different. She was not one of the monsters he had known or one of the amalgamates. She was a yellow, reptilian monster of similar height to the protagonist. Her posture is somewhat hunched over. She has yellow scales, claws, and protruding teeth, which seem to vary between 2 and 4 depending which way she faces. Her feet have 3 toes while there are 3 fingers and a thumb on each of her hands. Her hair is designed into points facing the back of her head. She normally wears round glasses and a white lab coat. Her glasses do not cover her eyelashes. Issei wondered who she was, and then it clicked: the lab coat and everything. She was Dr. Alphys, the former royal scientist of the underground. She was accompanied by 3 other amalgamates: Endogeny, a dog-like amalgamate; Reaper Bird, a bird amalgamate; and Lemon Bread, a reptilian amalgamate. Dr. Alphys, most of your checkups are done. You can leave the lab, head towards the elevator. I will come soon to get you up back to your homes. The amalgamates, including the ones with Dr. Alphys, leave. They head towards the elevator where was, leaving Issei alone with Dr. Alphys. Issei, so I presume you must be Dr. Alphys. Dr. Alphys nodded. Issei then asked, Issei, are these experiments you're doing? Dr. Alphys, yes, these experiments are one of my biggest regrets. I only wanted to save them and impress Ascari, and this happened. I did not know such a thing would happen. Honestly, I hate myself for making these amalgamates. If I had known that determination made them into this, I would have never done this. Issei, but shouldn't determination give you the strength to live, instead of making them into this? Dr. Alphys nodded sideways. She had a sad expression. Dr. Alphys, that's not how it works. You see, the human body and a monster body are way different. While human body is composed of physical matter, monster body isn't. It is composed of magic. Thus when a human body dies, it takes a while for it to turn to dust, while a monster body immediately becomes dust. Determination requires physical matter to sustain itself, while monsters lack that, and hence they became these amalgamates. Dr. Alphys looked down. Issei noticed that she is just like Gaster. However, unlike Gaster, whose actions had a consequence on himself, Dr. Alphys tampered with the concept of life and death itself, which always resulted in something wrong. In other words, she tried to play God, and this was the consequence. Issei, knowing that nothing could be done, responded, Issei, come on, let's go back. Undyne is waiting for you. Dr. Alphys' cheek heated up when she heard that. She did not expect Undyne to show up. Dr. Alphys, you Undyne is H here. Issei, yes, now let us go. She is waiting for us. Dr. Alphys, alright, you are not mad at me for this. Issei, nope, honestly you did not know this would happen, did you, right? Dr. Alphys, and no. Issei, so stop moping over your failure. What's done is done. Just don't do it again. It will be alright. Dr. Alphys looked down. Issei sighed. Issei, listen, you did not expect such a thing to happen, so just let it go and move on. You have made mistakes, learn from them. Issei responded with a smile. Alphys then joined Issei and they all headed back to the hotlands from the True Lab and head towards to meet the others. Undyne, Alphys. Undyne immediately bear-hugged Alphys, who returned the hug to her. She then responded, Alphys, can't be breathe. Undyne immediately released her from the bear hug. She was happy that Alphys is safe and sound. She was then joined by the amalgamates, who wondered what is going to happen next. Ascari then teleports them to their respective houses, where they can spend time with their families. Undyne, I owe you one, punk, for bringing her safe and sound. Speaking of which, how is the core? Alphys, oh, that has become stable as we speak. Ascari, it seems like we can now share this technology to the rest of the world. In no time electricity will be cheaper and eventually will take no charge at all. Issei, alright, now that's done. Let's go back and meet up at the pool party. All of you guys are invited. Ascari, alright, I will call the others to come there. We will be there in an hour's time. Issei, alright, so then I can head back. My friends might get worried about me. Issei then heads home, to see the girls looking at him wondering where he went. He then explained where he was, much to their surprise. He then informed them that the monsters will be coming in an hour's time as well. He also explained that the amalgamates were given safe and sound as well back to their homes. The monsters then came from the portal in an hour's time. Issei and the others greeted them. He then looked at W.D. Gaster, who also greeted him in return. Issei then asked, Issei, how did you get out of the void? W.D. Gaster, well, you can thank Sans for that. Sans, Alphys and Gaster ain't the only scientists here. No, come on, let us enjoy. Everyone then enters the pool to enjoy for the day. Since any issue has been solved for the time being, they can now rest for a while and enjoy the day off. Previously we saw that the final hours in saving Valerie, they enter the trapdoor that was present in Marius's throne room. Issei along with Vala, Saji and Gasper then go downstairs the hatch. There they see more vampires and humans that were victims of the experiments. They are released after that thanks to the 4 They then proceed even downwards where they could see Marius forcing her sister to use the Sephiroth Graal to enhance the vampires as well as convert several of them into evil dragons. Despite her begging her brother to stop, Marius ignores her pleas. This causes Gasper to go after the pure-blooded vampire, much to his anger. Despite his overwhelming regeneration, Gasper was able to defeat him and torture him to death, after which he along with Issei, Vala and Saji then release Valerie from her prison. That was when Issei hears a voice which he would not be surprised that he would hear. RageRevan, the leader of the Chaos Brigade, has come to stop them himself. Vala tells the gang that he would stall time for the rest of them to escape with Valerie, which Issei and the others agree to do so. After successfully saving Valerie, Vala fight RageRevan, only for him to be overwhelmed brutally. Issei manages to save him before Vala could get killed by RageRevan. Issei then focuses on RageRevan trying to fight him for what he has done. Issei manages to overwhelm him by using Traixa's aura, preventing him from using his sacred gear canceller, but this was not enough to put him down. Given his immense demonic power as well as mastery in hand-to-hand combat, he was one of the 3 super devils after all. Forcing Issei to use his Traixa mode, unfortunately RageRevan was not strong enough to keep up with the strong aura and was forced to use his strongest attack to try to kill Issei, but Issei counteracts with his strongest move, Black Sun, nullifying it and using it against him. This however exposes Issei as the wielder of the Beast of Apocalypse to RageRevan. Much to his happiness, despite his condition, he still tried to smile and force Traixa against him, but he once again fails much to his anger. Issei tries to subdue him, but he manages to escape from him, but not before telling him that he will be back. This results in a total victory for the Alliance, with the vampires later being part of the Alliance as well as unifying after the Chaos Brigade's attempt to attack and destroy them in order to get their access on the Holy Grail. After that they celebrate their victory. Elsewhere, Euclid and a bloody and beaten RageRevan regroup before deciding what needs to be done next. They promise to destroy anyone that gets in their way. Meanwhile, Azazel goes to Confronting Kunou about his involvement with the Chaos Brigade, to which the latter responds that he knew about the location of the true Longinus. When asked why, he simply responded that he does not trust the faction leaders and he would kill Issei if he were to ever step out of line, to which Azazel laughs at his statement much to his anger. He then calms down and asks Azazel just to keep the boy in check as he does not have any intention to kill him, but he will be the judge of his true nature, to which Azazel agrees. A month later, Issei could be seen wondering what he needs to do next. There has been no response given from the Chaos Brigade. I mean, they have been stalled from not getting the 3rd holy relic, given that the wielder of the Sephiroth Graal, Valerie Teeps, decided to live with Issei along with Gasper Vladi as a means of safekeeping since they know that RageRevan might come after them in the near future. Issei knew that they have both the wielder of the Holy Spear, Via Saw and the wielder of the Holy Cross, Walburga, are with the Chaos Brigade. Issei knew that the Chaos Brigade had to be stopped before it is too late. That was when his mother called him, snapping him out from his train of thought. Mickey, Issei, Azazel Sensei is here to see you. Issei is surprised. Usually he would call Issei on his phone or via the magic circle, but him coming here could only mean one thing, that this is important. Issei immediately rushed to meet Azazel only to reveal that he had none other than a child dressed as a gothic girl. Issei recognized this person as Ophis. Issei, Ophis, what are you doing here? Ophis, the girl then looked up at Issei and responded. Ophis, I am here to study you. I mean, you have my powers and aura as well as Great Red's body as well. I just am curious as to why you have them. Not that I am against you having my blessing, I just want to know how you got them. Azazel, Vala, bought them all of a sudden, because of them now being targeted by the Chaos Brigade, considering you guys managed to foil them from getting the Holy Grail. Issei, okay then, what do you want to know? Ophis, first I want to know why you performed a reset. Issei. Ophis said with a smile, revealing their curiosity. Issei sighed. He bought some sweets for the dragon god, who wondered what this is. Ophis, Issei, what is this? Issei, that's what you call chocolate. Try it, Ophis, you might like it. Ophis then tastes the chocolate. She enjoys the chocolate. This is much better given that she never tried chocolate before. Issei only hoped that Chara would not mind if some of her chocolate goes missing. Ophis, this is much better. I prefer chocolate. Living here is far better. Issei smiled and responded. Issei, I am glad that you liked it, Ophis. Now as for your first question, let me activate your memories first. Issei then activated Ophis's memories. They looked at Issei as to now why he managed to gain Ophis's blessing as well as Great Red's body. She got most of her answers. On seeing him after a long time, they immediately hug Issei after seeing him a long time later, which Issei return is full. After separating for a while, she remembers that Issei is the one who was their first friend as well, the one that gave them a place to stay after Sasa's betrayal. They saw Issei as a sort of father figure, with Rias being the sort of mother figure for them. Ophis, I miss you, Issei. Issei, I miss you too, Ophis. Ophis, now may I know why you performed a reset? Issei, alright, before I do, you need to promise me something. Ophis, alright. Issei, you will not hurt the people responsible for what they did in the previous timeline. No matter what, they did not do the crime this time. Alright, Ophis. Ophis, okay, Issei. Issei then began to tell him after the defeat of the beast what had happened. He fell into a comatose. When he woke up, he realized that none of the girls had visited him in the hospital. The only people that visited him were Azazel and Vali and his team. After which he heads home only to receive the biggest shocker of his life. Rias and Akeno, the woman he had given his heart to, were fucking a man, cheating on him behind his back. He also heard them not only insulting him but also insulting Serzex as well, calling him a fool and an idiot. He then left cause he could not bear them anymore. He then headed towards the park with his doubts, but that was when the other girls, Zenobia, Irina, Revel and Koneko, were present with their boyfriends. Even they only tolerated Issei because of his perversion. They also insulted and humiliated him given that he was present listening to everything. That was where he discovered another truth, that Rias had let him die at the hands of the fallen angel, shocking Issei to the very core, causing him to suffer from an infamous disease known as Dragon's Fall. Kiba, who was also present at the same time, was there to be present for his brother till the very end. He had called Azazel to help him with the disease, but even he was helpless. The evil pieces were accelerating the fall to an alarming rate. They were eating him alive. He then saw this: his parents along with the Vali team had visited him as a means to help him cope with the disease, with Kuroka even willing to mate with him if she wanted to see him alive. Koneko was shocked on hearing this. Meanwhile, Lefei was working with Azazel to remove the pieces. The next was a portal revealing Gasper, Asya and Rossweisse, who were also there to provide Issei with comfort in his possible final moments. That was when time had stopped. He encountered two entities, the first being the beast of Apocalypse, Draigg. He offered him a favor given that Issei released him from RageRevan's control. He removed his evil pieces, therefore altering his body to that akin to a dragon god. It was a painful process, but it was worth it. After which he encountered Chara in the same dimension, who showed him his soul trait and asked him what he was going to do next. Issei then informed her that his goal will still be unchanged no matter what happens. He then releases the time barrier and tells the people present about what had happened. They in the end all agree that this timeline should stay as a bad dream. Azazel kept his head down as it reminded him of all the bad memories that happened to Issei. He knew that no matter what, some things will always keep coming back no matter what. Ophis on the other hand kept her expression emotionless, but deep down she was livid. She was familiar with the Dragon's Fall disease. She wanted to release her snakes that would torment Rias and the other traitors for all eternity, but Issei would never want her to do that. They knew that Issei would not want to punish them despite everything she did to him. That is why they took an interest to him. Ophis then asked, Ophis, how did you manage to convince the beast to side with you? Draigg responded from the boosted gear. Draigg, hello Ophis, it has been a while indeed. Ophis, it has been Draigg. I thought you went insane, or at least that has been the story told. Judging by your expression you seem to be quite sane, at least sane enough to talk. Draigg, Ophis, there is a lot to tell you about. Remember God of the Bible? Ophis, yeah, who could forget that old paranoid man? Sorry Azazel. Azazel, and no biggie, he did some mistakes after all. Draigg, he sealed me away. He was afraid at what I was capable of while you were hiding, and Great Red went into the dimensional gap. I was left alone. That was when God and the four Satans had the bright idea of sealing me away because of their fear. I put up a fight but in the end got myself sealed. But thanks to RageRevan, I was released given that I had lost my mind. It was easy for him to release me as the mindless beast that wreaked havoc. I was eventually defeated by my now current host with your power. Ophis, yes, I remember. Sorry for not visiting you, Issei, while you were in the hospital. Issei, it's alright, I knew you had something else to do. Ophis smiled. Draigg then continued. Draigg, after my defeat, I was wandering the eternal plains. I was still partially alive. That was when I saw Issei in a condition that was all too familiar. I realized that he suffered from Dragon's Fall. I decided to help him remove those pieces. Honestly, I have no regrets having him as my host. I get along with Draigg surprisingly well. Draigg, indeed, Draigg is such an amazing roommate. He helped me through so many troubles. Thanks to Issei, I found my mate. I owe both of them for getting me so far. Without them I would never have been this happy. with any other host. Issei, thanks guys. Office, speaking of which, what are the changes this time? Issei, a lot, and I mean a lot. Office, I am listening, I got a lot of time now, so please do tell. Issei then told her how Raynare became his girlfriend. From him meeting Asya, dealing with Raynare's now former friends, and they fought and beat them, him being Sona's fiancé, then his fight with Rias and Sona's former fiancé, him first time falling to hate, him meeting up with the exorcists, him fighting Kokabeel, defeating him, the peace conference, his meeting up with his future in-laws, his training as well as getting stronger, his fight with Diehauser, which Office knew, the entire Kyoto arc, and finally the Romania arc. Office intently listened to what Issei told her about the timeline changes. Needless to say, they were surprised that one reset can cause so many changes. They knew that Issei is not the type of man to abandon the people that he loves. They were most surprised when Raynare became his girlfriend, despite knowing that she was the one responsible for the curse as well as nearly breaking his heart. Nevertheless, they were happy for Issei. Issei decided to introduce Office to the rest of the house. Sona and Raynare were terrified about the Ouroboros dragon doing in their house, while the others took her entry quite well, considering the fact that she is one of the most strongest entities out there. When they asked, Asya informed them that Office stayed with Issei in the previous timeline as well. After Office told her that she remembers the previous timeline, Raynare looks down. But Issei tells her that Office is not mad at her for what that Raynare did to him, much to her happiness. They then get along very well, and celebrate. After a while, Issei and Azazel talk in secret. Issei informs him that RageRevan has come to know about the existence of the beast inside his body, which was shocking to him. But what was even more shocking was that Draigg utterly refused to help RageRevan achieve his goals of destruction on conquering the other worlds. In fact, as anything, Draigg despises RageRevan, so he will never help him ever again. Much to his relief. Azazel, thank God, that Draigg will never help that man. Honestly, I am not surprised that RageRevan has practically no one to help him in his goals, aside from his pawns and slaves. Issei, yeah, so what is going to happen, like how the leaders will react? Azazel, they possibly knew what will happen next, considering the fact that RageRevan did find out about the beast's missing location sooner or later. But yes, we did manage to stop RageRevan from getting the Holy Grail, and the leaders are grateful for your actions, Issei. Issei, so what's next? Azazel, well, remember Indra? Issei, yeah. Azazel, he wanted to test you. He does not trust the faction leaders. He wants to test you and what kind of a person you are. In other words, he has issued a challenge to fight against you. Issei, wait, what? Azazel, yeah, he wants to test you to see who you really are. Issei, alright then, I accept. Azazel, Issei, are you sure? The one you are facing is in the top 10 strongest beings. I mean, he is much stronger than RageRevan. Issei, I can't deny a challenge like this. It is an insult to my pride as a dragon. Besides, I know Indra hates chaos more than anything else, so I don't mind accepting his challenge. I do not mind fighting against him. Azazel, sigh, you never change, do you? Issei sheepishly smiled. Azazel then gave a wry smile. Azazel, speaking of which, you already have 6 harem girls. I mean, your dream of being a harem king is going quite smoothly, so did you take their virginity? Issei then responds with embarrassment. Issei, yes. Azazel then gets excited. Azazel, who is it? Issei, it is Raynare. Issei says it with a blush. Azazel then cheers for him. Azazel, that's my boy. You did not even lose your virginity back then, and now look at you, you've become a man. Issei, stop it, sensei. Issei is clearly embarrassed. Azazel then says. Azazel, alright, enough jokes. How do you plan on dealing with Indra then? Issei, honestly, I do not know. I am kind of afraid of who he is. I mean, someone like him, the Heavenly King himself, scares me. It is like I am fighting someone similar to Serzex in terms of power, if not stronger than Serzex. I do not want to kill him. He was able to destroy one of Draig's cores back then, so he is as strong as my Diablo's dragon form, with the infinity limiter. But I cannot show fear. I do not know his true strength. I might have to work hard if I have to beat him, but I want to prove myself that I am not his enemy, but his ally, and if possible, a friend. Azazel then smiles at Issei's declaration. Azazel, alright kiddo, the fight will be in 2 days, you best be prepared cause he will not be holding back against you. Issei, alright sensei. They then go back and they enjoy the party. Issei knew that he needed to get ready for his fight against Indra. Scene break. 2 days later. Kyoto residence, 9 a.m. Issei could be seen waiting at his house for the battle. He knew that Indra would come any time in order to fight against Issei. The others were also anxious as they knew that Indra is one of the members from the top 10 strongest members in the world. Issei assured them that he will be fine, but the girls were relentless. Majority of them cared for Issei. Chara and Floey cared for their older brother figure. They knew that Issei was stronger than the both of them. They did not know what kind of person this Indra or soccer guy is, but for him to issue a challenge, all of a sudden a thunder crackle is heard, which alerts everyone to it. All of a sudden a man shows up. He can be described as a man with a buzz-cut hairstyle with greenish-brown hair color and lavender eyes. He wears circular sunglasses, an aloha shirt, and has a jewel around his neck when in his leisure. So Issei Kyoto, are you ready for my challenge? Issei recognized this man as Lord Indra, the Heavenly Emperor. He was here as a challenge against Issei Kyoto. He wanted to test this man for a fight, test his true intentions. Issei, Lord Indra, so you have come here. Indra then shook his head and responded. Indra, just call me Indra boy, now we have a fight, don't we? So, let's go. Issei, alright Indra, he seems friendly. I was afraid for nothing, it looks like. Issei assured the girls that he will be back soon. He knew that he must fight against Indra. They both went into a dimension where there would be no disturbance, or the interventions of the fight. Indra and Issei headed to the dimension where Indra wore a golden armor. Like he was getting ready for battle. He was getting excited because his sources told him that Issei never went all out against any of the opponents he found. Indra, so what do you think of the dimension, Issei? Issei, nice, but I have seen better. Indra, okay. Issei, so Indra, why are you so eager in eliminating me? Like, am I really that dangerous to be left alive? Indra, honestly, initially I wanted to eliminate you because you and the White Dragon were using the term heavenly meant for us. But think about it, Issei. You have access to the hate drive, which is basically Juggernaut drive without the added drawbacks. If left unchecked, you could be a massive threat to not only the 3 factions, but also to the other races as well. Issei, I see. So this fight is a sort of test to prove my true intentions. Indra, indeed. Only with combat shall we prove what our intentions are. Issei, very well, Indra. The boosted gear appears on Issei's hands. Issei, let us begin. Issei then charged at Indra, who blocked Issei's fist with one hand. He then used his own fist to counter Issei back, with twice the effort, which Issei dodged thanks to his enhanced senses and training. Indra had a smirk on him, knowing that this boy might be the toughest opponents he faced so far, even tougher than Vitra or Virakana. Considering both fell relatively easily to the Thunder God's attack, he knew that he had his hands full when he decided to fight Issei, so he decided to keep some distance from Issei and used one of his thunder attacks. Indra, let's see how you survive this, Issei Kyoto. Indra then fired 3 lightning bolts towards Issei. This was a direct hit to the boy. Indra knew that this attack was strong enough to wipe out high-class beings, but Indra was not surprised that Issei took the lightning bolt head-on without a damage. He was able to fight RageRevan single-handedly. Issei then charged his extinction ray at Indra, which Indra was able to take it easily with relative ease, after which the both summoned their weapons, Durandal for Issei Kyoto and Vajra for Indra. Indra then zapped the whole field with his Vajra. Issei noticed that this was way stronger than Akeno's or Barakiel's holy lightning. He had to defend himself. Issei knew that this was the attack which was as strong as Issei's infinite blaster. Indra fired a direct shot at Issei. Indra then smirked, knowing that this attack can kill gods, so if Issei survived this, then he would be as strong as a god. Indra, not bad Issei, but it looks like it is time for you to divide. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Indra heard Issei activating his balance breaker. Indra was surprised that he possesses the Vanishing Dragon's power as well, and he used the power to activate his balance breaker. He managed to survive Indra's initial onslaught with relative ease. Indra cracked a smile. This attack was enough to knock a Satan-class being a distance, or if a direct hit, it can even be fatal to them as well. But Issei managed to survive the wound. Issei, thanks for the juice, Indra. Indra, instead of getting angry, only had a smirk on his face. He knew that he was holding back so that he wanted to see what is Issei capable of. He might just be the strongest Red Dragon Emperor he faced so far. But Issei was struggling. The power of Indra's Vajra is no joke. He needed some time to concentrate and incorporate his power into him. Indra then asked. Indra, Issei, how did you get the power of the Vanishing Dragon with you? Issei, I incorporated it into myself. It was a painful process, sapping away some of my life force as a result. But in the end I was able to incorporate it into myself. I would like to call this my dividing gear. Issei then revealed a white version of the boosted gear. Much to Indra's surprise, Indra only had a grin on his face. He realized that this Red Dragon Emperor might be interesting, considering he has the Vanishing Dragon's power as well inside of him. Indra, so shall we continue, Issei? Issei, indeed, Indra, let us begin. Indra and Issei began their clash. They were almost parried in terms of hand-to-hand combat for a while until Indra began pushing into him. Given his strength can overpower dragon gods as well, Issei was unable to keep up with him over time and had to use a dragon shot to keep his distance. But Indra just moved his head to the side and dodged it. Indra then gave Issei a severe gut punch to the stomach, breaking through his armor with relative ease. Issei coughed up saliva from his armor. Indra then gave a punch that sent Issei flying a distance. He crashed into a nearby rock in the dimension. While recovering from the punch Indra gave him, Indra continued beating into Issei, eventually tearing into his armor. Issei eventually kept his distance, and his dragon told him, "Draigg, Issei, you got to take it to the next stage if you have to keep up with him." Issei, got it, Draigg. Issei, I, who is about to awaken, am the Red Dragon Emperor who holds the truth of the king up high, holding the infinite hopes and unbreakable dreams and walking the path of righteousness. I will become an emperor of Crimson Dragon, and I will lead you to the path of heaven, glowing in deep crimson light. Cardinal Crimson Full Drive. The boosted gear announced Cardinal Crimson Full Drive. Indra noticed this armor to be that similar to that of the Juggernaut Drive. Indra knew that the Juggernaut Drive was strong enough to even be feared by him because of the massive amount of destruction it holds, but was surprised that Issei managed to activate a form that was similar, if not much stronger than the regular Juggernaut Drive. Indra, so you have surpassed the regular Juggernaut Drive, Issei. I am impressed, clearly I am. Now show me what this new form of yours has got in store for me. Issei, very well Indra, I won't disappoint you. The boosted gear then announced. Boost, 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 boost. 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 Boost, 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 boost. Longinus Smasher. Indra braced for impact. He wanted to see how strong this Longinus Smasher is. He knew that this was the strongest move of the boosted gear. He used his Vajra to conjure lightning in an attempt to defend himself, but this was not enough. He got overwhelmed, and all of a sudden there was a dust cloud. Issei wondered what happened. This attack was strong enough to kill Grendel. He did feel a little dizzy after using the move, but after the dust cleared, it revealed Indra with his armor destroyed, but was unaffected by much. He did feel a bit damaged. The armor did protect his important parts from getting damaged. Issei knew that Indra would still be alright even if he did not have the armor, albeit he would be damaged more despite losing the armor. Indra then asked with a smile. Indra, your attack holds conviction, holds hope. Tell me, Issei, what is that you fight for? What is your end goal in helping the Alliance? I initially only had a little belief you were a good person, but now I know that you are a good person, so tell me, Issei, what is your end goal? Issei, my goal has always been the same. I always desire peace, to protect the people I cherish and are important to my life. If there are those that will hurt my important people, then I will definitely defeat them even if they may be a god. Issei said the statement with conviction. Indra looked at Issei for a while. He then smiled. He knew that Issei was not a bad person. He knew that he never desired chaos. Indra could discern the real motives of a person. He can read minds, and when he read minds, he saw that Issei's words hold no deception. But now he knows that his words hold no deception. Indra, good job, Issei Kyoto. You have passed the test. I know you could have killed me if you wanted to, but you never intended to do so. I am kind of jealous that you have become as strong as some stronger beings out there. Usually, from what I heard, souls of determination are chaotic in nature, but you are different. Azazel is right about who you are. You really are someone special. I am proud of you, Issei. Issei, thanks, Lord Indra. Indra, alright, let's go back. The others might get worried for you. Indra and Issei head back to the Kyoto residence. Issei is then jumped on by his entire team, who hug him for surviving and passing the test. He then explains what had happened, much to their relief. After which Indra borrows Issei for a while, but not before assuring his team that he won't fight or hurt Issei. Indra then gives Issei a vial full of shining golden liquid. Issei notices the glow of the liquid on the vial. Issei, Lord Indra, what is this? Indra, that's the liquid Amrita. Use this to become stronger. It will be useful against your fight against stronger enemies. Draigg, partner, that is the miracle drug Amrita. This can give you immortality, akin to that of a true god. This can also revive those that have been defeated. This drug is known to perform miracles you have never seen before. Issei, wow, Lord Indra, I do not know what to say, it is. Indra cuts him off. Indra, consider this the reward for passing the test, Issei. But before I go, I want to tell you something. The Chaos Brigade is on the move. They are reviving someone who is as strong as Ophis. You and your friends need to be careful. Issei then looked in worry. Issei then asked? Issei who? Indra. Her name is Gaia, the mother goddess, the mother of Kronos and the grandmother of Zeus, Poseidon, Hades and the rest of the Olympians. You need to be careful. You have to stop her before it is too late. I do not know how much time they have, but you need to be careful. Issei, alright. Indra, very well then I will take my leave. I know you and your friends will be able to stop her just like you have been doing so far. Indra then leaves Issei. Issei knew that he needed to be stronger in case Gaia attacks them. But for now he decided to spend time with his family. They were worried sick after all for the battle against one of the strongest gods of all time. Previously we saw that Issei had a new guest that wanted to stay with him. The Ouroboros dragon themselves, Ophis, had come here to stay with them. She was curious about Issei as a person, as well as how he became the way he is today. Issei first activated Ophis's memory of the previous timeline. Ophis, on seeing Issei, remembered him as their first friend. The one who gave them a home after being betrayed by their own subordinates. They used her own powers to create a copy of her, Lilith. She remembers everything. She immediately hugged Issei when they remembered their relationship. Ophis was then given a chocolate to calm her down, with Issei hoping that Chara would not have mind. Issei then explains the reasoning for him to commit the reset. From his fight with Trihexa, to the girls cheating on him, and finally him meeting both the Beast of Apocalypse and his younger sister. After telling his story, Ophis kept an emotionless expression, but deep down they were furious. The mother figure they looked up to cheated on him and threw him away like some sort of tool. They apologized for not visiting Issei when he was in the hospital, to which Issei responded that he is long over it. After having a chat with Trihexa, they are introduced to the rest of the residents in the house, which not many were surprised considering they have lived in the Kyoto residence before, with the exception of Sona and Raynare, who were terrified that the Ouroboros dragon was living here. Issei thankfully explained them that they just wants to stay with them, much to their surprise and happiness. Azazel then dragged Issei with him for something important, where he revealed that Indra wanted to meet and test Issei. Much to his fear, he then informed Issei that he wanted to have a match with him, to which Issei accepted. 2 days later, Indra appears at the Kyoto residence in order to fight against Issei. They both then head to a different dimension to begin their fighting. Initially beginning with the base form, Indra forces Issei to go to his balance breaker form by summoning lightning thanks to his weapon Vajra. Issei and Indra then continue their clash in their balance breaker form. Issei tried to push Indra back a few steps, but Indra was no joke. Being in the top 10 strongest meant that even balance breaker was not enough to put him down for good. Issei then used Cardinal Crimson Full Drive, to which Indra noticed the aura is similar to that of the Juggernaut Drive, to which Indra knew that he managed to surpass the Juggernaut Drive. He then asked Issei to show his full power, to which Issei responded with a Longinus Smasher. Indra was unable to take on most of the energy, which resulted in his armor being broken, although he was unharmed. He still lost his armor, which he had worn against his battle. After the dust settled, Indra noticed his attacks held conviction and hope. On asking Issei his real reason for fighting, Issei responded with an answer much to Indra's smile. They then returned back where Issei is jumped on by his entire team. Indra then took Issei to private and gave him the miracle drug Amrita as a way of passing the test. He then warned Issei that the Chaos Brigade is reviving someone that might threaten life itself, so he needed to be prepared for what comes next. Issei knew that this enemy is someone he has never faced before in his life. Issei then told the others who they would be facing in the near future. Almost everyone was terrified. Someone threatening the very life itself is quite terrifying. They knew that Gaia was dangerous. Most of them have heard stories of her ruining her children for her own selfish needs, from what Sona was aware of, she being sealed by the Greek gods. But most probably Hades, Poseidon and Zeus were the ones that ended up sealing her away. Issei knew that the only ones that could release her was someone who had the power of Greek gods. Issei assumed that RageRevan must have found a way to release her. Raynare, Issei, that is suicide. Re-releasing Gaia is somewhat of a suicide. What they are doing is pure chaos. Issei, that's what RageRevan wanted. He always wanted chaos at the end of the day. He wants to prove to the world that devils are rotten beings that only exist to create chaos. That is why he wanted to release Draigg in the previous timeline. But since they are with me as we speak, he is going for the second strongest being that was sealed, Gaia. Sona. But it is nearly impossible to release the mother goddess, Hades. Poseidon and Zeus took extra precautions to not release her, so much so only a member of the trio is needed to release her. Issei. And what does the Cow's Brigade have, Sona? Sona. And no, he wouldn't. Even Hades knows this is crazy. He sure may hate devils and fallen, but releasing the mother goddess is as bad as releasing Draigg. I am afraid you are right, Lady Citri. An unfamiliar voice calls them out. A portal opens up, revealing Azazel, Serzex, and someone else along with them. He wore traditional Greek clothing and was a blonde man with a blonde beard. Everyone recognized this man as Lord Zeus, the current chief god of the Greek pantheon. Issei, Lord Zeus, sensei, big brother, what brings you three here? Issei's voice had a bit of curiosity, but deep down he knew that why they were here. Lord Zeus, like Lord Odin, always cared for humanity, despite their perversion, but seeing them in such a serious situation, instead of being jolly, knew that things were way bad, if not worse, for what's about to come. Lord Zeus. Hello everyone, my name is Lord Zeus, but judging by your expressions it seems like everyone knows me. I just wished we could have met under different conditions. Issei. It is no worries, Lord Zeus, so what happened? Lord Zeus. I am here to talk about Gaia. Everyone's guard suddenly perked up. They knew that Zeus, who was a jolly person, now had a morbid tone in his voice. They knew something bad must have happened. They wondered what must have happened. Lord Zeus. You see, the Cow's Brigade, the group that has been preventing us from uniting, found a way of using my brother's magic to revive Gaia. They managed to copy it behind his back, given that they have access to someone with learning of Greek magic. Issei. George. Lord Zeus nodded sadly. Issei dreaded. He knew that George was one of the few members in the hero faction that had made a deal with Mephistopheles in order to gain more knowledge based on magic. Issei knew that George is very blessed with magical talent, even more than Rossweisse. They were not surprised that he managed to copy the magic, considering that Euclid would have helped him perfect the spells. Issei remembered that he was not only able to create a clone of the boosted gear, which required a soul of a heavenly dragon to do so, but was also able to access his own version of Balance Breaker and use the boosted gear much better than he ever did. Lord Zeus. Hades informed us about this before it was too late. He may hate fallen angels and devils, but he would never release Gaia or the other titans that we Olympians have sealed all those years ago. He warned us that we only have 2 days before Gaia is released. I thought we would be able to stop them, but it is too late to do anything. The seal has already been broken and Gaia can sustain herself as long as there is plant life or anything that has life around. So there is nothing we can do at this point. We have to wait for her to come. Raynare. Lord Zeus. So what do we do now? Lord Zeus. I and the other Olympians would be helping. Even Hades is helping us. Usually he never cooperates with us. But since the situation is dire, we would need all the help we would get. Issei then thought of something. He knew a place where there is limited life. Issei. How about we manage to teleport her to the Sahara Desert? They all looked at Issei, wondering what had happened on how they would teleport a being of such power to a desolate place. Tiamat. Issei, do you think this will work? Issei. It should. The Sahara Desert is one of the places that comes in mind when there is a lack of life. The other two options that come in mind is the planet Moon or the dimensional gap. So what do you guys think? The three leaders wondered what should be done. The dimensional gap is out of options since Great Red might become an enemy of the factions, and he is someone you do not want to be an enemy of. Then the Moon is also out of option because of the lack of oxygen, and pressure might be a suicidal option. They don't have enough time to prepare a spell that could not only create earthly conditions on the Moon, but also Gaia could survive in the Moon for a while, enough for her to return back to the Earth. So the Sahara Desert is the only option for the time being. Serzex. Alright, so what do you guys think? Is Sahara Desert an option? Azazel. Honestly, there's the Egyptian gods we need to worry about, but considering the threat is Gaia, they will understand that desperate situations call for desperate measures. Lord Zeus. I see no problem. I will inform the remaining Olympians about this. They would understand. We all have 2 days, so you guys better be ready. Everyone. Alright, Lord Zeus. The three leaders teleport out of there. They decide to inform the rest of their council and members of the alliance. Issei knew that now would be the time to use the Amrita to strengthen himself against the Mother Goddess. Issei knew that he is going to be needed all the help that he is going to get. Even Draigg was worried about how Issei will be dealing against the Mother Goddess. Issei knew that he might have to go all out against her if he needed to protect himself and his friends from her. Issei then isolated himself for a while. He then took out the liquid and drank it. After a while he feels immense pain and he falls unconscious. In his dream he meets someone who he never has seen or heard in his life. "Ah, you must be the Red Dragon Emperor." Issei turned his attention to the voice. He wondered who was calling him. "Issei, who are you?" "My name is Jimun Chipatli, also known as Shikigami. I hail from an entirely separate dimension. I am one of the Pillar Outer Gods from the Atolled faction. We are gods that are constantly in war with beings from the Eevee faction. I am here to warn you against something important. This will affect your universe as well as several other universes." Issei wonders what she meant. Why would she warn him of all people? That is when Issei asks. "Issei, so the multiverse is real?" "Shikigami, indeed Issei. I am here to warn you against someone that will cause disaster to the entire multiverse. It will not be my people, given that we are still at war with each other. Or more specifically the Atolled faction. We all hail from the world or a different universe known as EXE. Issei, whoa, Outer Gods exists, that's new. Issei raised his voice. Shikigami chuckled at Issei saying that. Issei then composed himself. "Shikigami, our faction will be fighting against each other forever, it looks like. But there is someone that will come to our universe and be a threat to all of us. He will terminate whole realities for his perfect universe. You need to fight against him, before it is too late. I tried telling the Atolled faction about it, but they refused to believe me or anyone about it." Shikigami said, the voice in sadness. Issei felt pity for the goddess. Issei wondered what he needs to do next. "Issei, so what you want me to do next, Shikigami?" "Shikigami, you will need to gather all 7 different souls that hail in your universe. You will need them all to fight against this being. You need to remember that your soul is considered. All 7 souls will be used in your fight against the being. But be careful, should you lose the whole multiverse including mine, and your universe will fall as well. Alright Issei." Shikigami said it utter seriousness. Issei only gulped at how strong this new threat is, enough to make a pillar goddess from another dimension to be this worried. Issei then told her. "Issei, I will fight against whoever this threat is. I will defeat him. If he threatens the people I care for, I will never let him get stronger, no matter what." Shikigami then smiled at Issei. "Shikigami, I know Issei, you will win, I foresaw it, I know you will do it." With that, Shikigami leaves the mindscape. Issei wakes up in the real world. He knew that it was not a dream. An alien goddess had contacted him. He needed to be careful in what he needed to do next. Thankfully the girls were preparing for their battle against Gaia, so they were not there with him. That was when Draigg spoke up. "Draigg, congratulations partner. You have successfully absorbed the effects of miracle drug Amrita. Your body has become more powerful than ever. You were out for 1 hour, but nevertheless you did it." Draigg then spoke up. "Draigg, usually the Amrita is toxic, but you did it. You have become more powerful than ever. Your body can now perform both my balance breaker as well as your signature Diabolos dragon for much. You have also gained an hidden additional form, but it will require someone else to obtain it together." Issei, wow, I cannot believe that worked. Now I feel fired up in dealing with Gaia. We need to be careful for the time being. Gaia can still gain the upper hand on us, so we need to be careful. Draigg, I know, but you have become stronger than ever by consuming the miracle drug. Now I feel like you can even take on Great Red. You have become that strong. Issei, I see, that's nice. Issei looked at his body. His body was now emanating with power. He knew that this power would be necessary for his fight against his future unknown enemy, so he needed to be careful on what he needed to do next. Issei then went down to check on the others and their training. Issei could see several of them improving their abilities, with Raynare earning an additional pair of wings, making her a 6-winged angel. He also saw many of them improve in their abilities, that they are weak and like Floey, improving himself in terms of durability in his base form, and so on, and so forth. Scene break. 2 days later. Kyoto residence, 9:30 a.m. Issei and the others could be seen ready. They were ready to fight against the mother goddess Gaia. They were joined by the Citri peerage, Rias and her peerage, the Vali team, and finally Crom Crotch, the strongest evil dragon, were here to help them against their fight against Gaia. Raynare held Issei's hand. She was nervous that she will be fighting against the mother goddess of life herself. That was when they noticed an aura spike. They could see a woman. She had light blonde hair and several flowers on her body. She wore traditional Greek clothing along with some metal armaments. She then spoke. "Which one of you is Issei Kyoto?" Issei stepped forward, much to Gaia's anger. He looked at the Primordial, wondering what is her purpose of coming all the way to Japan. "Issei, why are you here, Gaia?" Gaia glared at the dragon. Issei wondered what made her this mad to seek him all the way from Greece to Japan. Gaia, your existence, your very existence is what pisses me off. You are not welcome on this world. I am here to terminate you. Issei, why is my existence not welcome, Gaia? Gaia then responds. Gaia, you have hurt my friends, my friend RageRevan, and you side with my treacherous grandchildren. They betrayed me, they sealed me away. Gaia said the last line in a booming voice. It shattered all the windows in a distance. It even pushed back some of the people present. But Issei was not deterred. He then responded with conviction. Issei, you're friends with RageRevan. He is nothing but a manipulative traitor, who only wants to bring everything to ruin. He never cares about you. He even abandoned his own family and tortured his son. As for your grandchildren, you tried to manipulate them against each other, making them your pawns. They saw through your deception. They saw what kind of a person you really are. You should be ashamed. You do not deserve to be their grandmother. That did not sit too well with the mother goddess. She started to raise her aura, which brought most of the members to their knees. Issei noticed that she was siphoning the planet's life energy. She needed to be teleported away before it is too late. Issei, Lord Zeus, do it now. Zeus triggered the spell, binding Gaia. Gaia glared at her grandson, who had an angered look on his face. He then teleported her along with Issei and the others to Sahara Desert in Africa. Gaia noticed that she had been teleported to an area which lacked life itself. Sahara Desert, Africa, 1 a.m. Gaia then noticed that she was teleported along with Issei and the others. They all look around and noticed that they were in a vast desert area. They then noticed a barrier which prevented teleportation magic. They then look at Gaia, who had a furious look on her face. Gaia, I cannot siphon. What have you done? What have you two done? Issei then responded. Issei, simple. I have taken you to an area where there is limited life. Less life means your regeneration will not be as strong as your regular regeneration. Do you still wish to fight? Gaia screamed and responded in fury. She charged at them. Gaia, I will kill you. I will kill you all. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Vanishing Dragon Balance Breaker. Prison Dragon Balance Breaker. Issei, Vali and Saji had all transformed into their balance breaker forms. Most of the others also decided to not hold back. Tiamat got her scales and wings ready along with Crom, who both went into battle immediately. They knew that she needed to be taken down immediately before it is too late. Gaia tried to use whatever control she had of the lack of nature present there to her advantage. She used several cactus that were present to attack the team, but they were easily destroyed by Vali, who used Divide to attack them. Gaia then summoned several plant monsters to attack them, which forced the teams to split up. Several of the monsters used the lack of momentum to their advantage and grow their one roots there, trapping several members of the Citri peerage as well as Gremry peerage with ease. This forced Saji and Vali to defeat the plant monsters, but there were too many. Vali then activated his wings and the divine dividing announced. Half dimension. The plant monsters were reduced to the size of a human being. Saji then responded with using his Vitra flames to burn the plants alive. The plant monsters screamed in pain as the Vitra flames easily burned through the weakened monsters. Gaia, on noticing this, was horrified. Her plants, her children, were being burned right in front of their eyes. Gaia, no, my babies, you will pay why. Gaia charges towards Saji. She sends him flying with a single punch, easily breaking through his balance breaker with relative ease. Saji is seen coughing up blood. Sand has completely entered his body. The others were shocked at the near monstrous strength. Sona screamed at her pawn's condition. Saji is rendered unconscious. Sona, no, Saji, wake up. Asya responds after checking his condition. Asya, he is still breathing. However, Gaia destroyed his internal structures. I can heal him up. Sona, do it, Asya, just keep him alive. Saji then responds weakly. Saji, President I. Sona nods her head. She keeps her finger in his lips. Sona, don't speak, rest, you have done enough. Meanwhile, with the others. Rias and the others were in disbelief. Rias responded. Rias, just one punch. Vali nods her head. Vali, hey, focus, we have to deal with her before she is left unchecked. But everyone notices that someone is furious at what Gaia did. She hurt his friend and now she will pay. They all notice Issei radiating killer intent towards the smirking Gaia. Issei, you. Gaia, what? Hate the fact I hurt your friends. What will you do now, Issei? Gaia starts laughing at Issei's condition. That was enough for Issei to go all out. Gaia then started smirking, thinking he is nothing but a weakling. Issei, he then cooperates with Ophis, who informs him and Trihixa that they will help. They then began the chant for Diablo's dragon. Issei, the crimson-red dragon dwelling within me, awaken from your dominance. Trihexa, the crimson heavenly dragon I possess within me, rise up to become a king and roar. Ophis, the jet-black god of infinity. Issei, the glorious red god of dreams. Trihexa, the true beast of apocalypse. All three, watch over the forbidden existence we shall become that transcends the boundaries. All three, thou shalt dance within our radiant inferno. Diabolos Dragon DXD. The ones that remembered the previous timeline saw this form and knew that this was the form that Issei used to beat Trihexa and RageRevan. Gaia looked at the form and stopped smirking. She noticed two particular familiar auras, the Apocalypse Beast Trihexa as well as the Ouroboros Dragon Ophis. Her smirk was gone and now was left with an aura of pure rage. She was furious as she noticed the aura was similar to that of those two. Gaia, their power, how did you get them, Issei? Issei, 1. Stop yelling. 2. I earned this power, so Gaia. Issei cracks his knuckles. Issei, shall we begin? Issei then charged at Gaia, who was unable to keep up with the speed of Issei's attacks. Issei began pummeling the mother goddess. Despite her regeneration, she was unable to keep up with Issei as he easily overwhelmed her in multiple locations. Gaia was tough, but she was nowhere close to what the Apocalypse Beast Trihexa was capable of. Issei kept using extinction spheres to overload her regenerations. He used Penetrate to bypass her defenses. Gaia, don't underestimate me, dragon. Gaia charged at Issei and used several plants to protect her from the extinction spheres that Issei threw at her. But then she heard something that would forever make her fear Issei. Boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D. Boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D. Boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D. Boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D. Boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D. Boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D. Boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D. Boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D. Boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D. Boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D. Boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D. Boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D. Boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D. Boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D. Boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D. Boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D. Boost, D-Infinity D, 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 boost, D-Infinity D. Boost, D-Infinity D, 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 boost, D-Infinity D. Apocalyptic Infinity Blaster. 4 cannons shoot out a powerful blast of red and black aura towards Gaia, who uses her plant abilities to shield herself, but it is not enough. Coupled with the power of 2 dragon gods, it pierces through her armor and starts to destroy her complete body. Gaia screams in pain as the blast starts to engulf her entire body. Gaia is sent flying a distance. She is unable to process how could she lose to a mere dragon. She then notices Issei approach her with the intent of taking her down once and for all. Issei approaches her with a ball of pure concentrated apocalyptic energy. She then notices it and looks at Issei in hate. Issei, any last words? Gaia, no, I will not accept this. I will not lose to the likes of you. I will never lose to the likes of you. I will kill you. And with that, a green light glows on Gaia. This light was enough to blind the combatants present there temporarily. Back at the headquarters with all the leaders watching, they all noticed something is going to happen. Zeus and the other Greek gods in particular were in fear when they saw that light. Azazel then asked, Azazel, is something wrong, Zeus? Zeus, this light. No, it can't be. She is not holding back. Azazel, get those people out of there before it is too late. We have to step in ourselves. Azazel, we can't. The barrier was designed so that either Gaia or these kids die, then only the barrier will break. Zeus, damn it, can we contact them in any way? We can. The door opened, revealing a monster dressed in black and having a lab coat on him. Everyone recognized him as W.D. Gaster, the monster faction's loyal scientist. Gaster, my lord, we can communicate with them. Judging by the light, I think she will transform into her Titan form. We will have to use Mr. Hiyoto's great red side. We will have to ask him to activate that form. Azazel. But how? The great red power has always been dormant inside of him. Gaster. That's where Israel comes in. Azazel. You mean, no, he might absorb his soul. I don't want to lose Issei. Gaster. I was considering merging the duo, not soul absorption. If this works, Issei will achieve a form far stronger than Diablo's dragon, the form which he currently using to fight against Gaia. Sirzex. Gaster, what you are asking is impossible to achieve. Merging of two beings is practically and theoretically impossible. Gaster. But Issei is an anomaly. He is not only the current soul of determination, he also is the Red Dragon Emperor and has the flesh of Great Red as well as Ophus's power in him. He also has the powers of the Beast of Apocalypse. He is a living miracle. I don't think this would work. I know it would work. Azazel sighs and then responds. Azazel. Gaster is right, this might work in the right circumstance. We need to inform Issei and Floy about this. Gaster, leave that to me, Governor General. Gaster then used his magic to directly communicate with the team fighting Gaia. Gaia had now transformed into her monstrous form, or more accurately her Titan form. It was basically a tree golem female with several trees attached to her body. She knew that this form would be enough to kill Issei and his friends along with several others. She fired a blast that easily knocked out most of the Gremry peerage with the exception of Kiba, who barely struggled. Kiba charged at him, but was knocked away by the Mother Goddess with relative ease. Chara attacked him out of anger, but she was sent flying through Frisk. Both were sent through the sand like it was nothing. They looked at the Mother Goddess in pure fear. Gaia then charged a blast with the intent of killing them, but Issei tooled a hit, destroying most of his Diablo's dragon armor. He looked at the duo and smiled. They were worried that Issei might not be able to take another hit from Gaia. Gaia charged another attack at Issei in an attempt to kill Issei. That was when he heard a voice. Gaster, hello Issei. Issei, that voice, Gaster, is that you? Gaster, yes it is me. Let's save the pleasantries for later. There is a way to defeat Gaia. You need to merge with Floy. If this works you can defeat Gaia. Issei, but my soul might get absorbed by. Gaster, it is a risk. If it works you will be more stronger than you ever were. You need to use your Diablo's dragon and merge with Floy's Omega form. You should be able to do it. I know you can. Issei, alright Gaster. Hey Floy, did you hear? Floy, indeed, let's do this. Floy transformed into his Omega form, and they both merged with Issei. Floy then suddenly felt the power of Ophus, Trihexa as well as Great Red surge inside of him. He then transformed into his Hyperdeath form. Asriel, been a while since I used this, still got it. Asriel then looked at his master. Brother, he and Issei knew what he had to do next. Both of them merged into one entity. They all responded. Asriel, Issei, Draigg, and Trihexa, let's go full transformation. Apocalypse answer arms. Draigg and Trihexa manifested and they all fused into one entity. This power was then later combined into a form that was beyond the power of Great Red and Ophus. The combination of all 6 powers into one entity was something no one would ever imagine they could see. It looked like a red and green battleship with black-colored aura. This was nothing short of a miracle achieved by Issei Hiyoto, the strongest Red Dragon Emperor. Back at the headquarters, everyone was in pure awe at the power Issei showed. They knew that this was the manifestation of 6 of the strongest people in this dimension. Azazel then said with pure excitement. Azazel, they did it. Issei did it. He went further beyond. Woohoo. Sirzex then responded. Sirzex, as happy as I am, we need to calm down. This is a faction meeting. Azazel. Azazel, oh right, sorry. Ajuka, although I would like to learn about this new form of Issei, sometime when he is free. Scene change. Back with Issei. Everyone saw Issei in pure bliss, especially his friends. They all saw Issei become strong enough once again. That was when Sona said. Sona, Issei, who's in charge? Issei responded from the armor. Issei, oh just me and Asriel are taking the charge and piloting this thing. Asriel, I always wanted to pilot a mech, but never got the chance. I am gonna enjoy this to the fullest. Raynare, hey babe, kick her ass, teach her to not toy with anyone else's life ever again. Issei, you got it Han, let's go Asriel. Asriel, alright brother. Issei then piloted the armor in the fight against Gaia. Gaia responded in anger. Gaia, how do you still keep going? No matter, you will die today, Issei Kyoto. Gaia then fires energy of pure green light towards Issei. Issei and Israel then respond to Gaia's attack. Revelation Barrier. Apocalypse Answer Arms created a barrier that surrounded itself and the team. Gaia's attacks went across the barrier. It was completely able to withstand the blast from Gaia. Gaia eventually stopped the attack with utter shock, as this attack was able to take out the entire of Mount Olympus with the gods in it. Gaia, how? Impossible. Gaia then used her plant roots as sort of vine whips to attack Issei. Issei in response used his Durando from the armor. He then responded. Revelation Blade. Issei cut off all of Gaia's vines, causing severe damage to her. In just one swipe he cut off most of her whips, causing Gaia to scream. Gaia A. Issei then asked from the armor. Issei, do you wish to surrender? Gaia responded angrily towards Issei. Gaia, I will never surrender to the likes of you. You will die by his hand one day, Issei Kyoto. Issei nodded his head in dismissal and sighed. Issei, fine then, so be it. Hey Azzy, wanna finish this one for the team? Israel, leave this to me. It has been a while since I used this move. Time to end this once and for all. Revelation Hypergoner. A goat skull similar to a Gaster blaster then suddenly appears in front of Gaia. It starts to laugh, after which it charges for a while. The goat skull was as big as a full 20-story building. It began absorbing Gaia's powers completely. Gaia started to feel exhausted as her powers were getting snatched from her. Once it was done charging, Issei then boosted the Hypergoner with his own energy. The Hypergoner then fired at Gaia, who was completely exhausted to move or do anything. Issei, it's over. The blast went through Gaia. It was burning her from cell to cell. She was being completely destroyed on the inside and the outside as well. Gaia screamed as she was being completely annihilated on a molecular level. She cursed Issei in her final breath. Gaia, curse you, Issei Hiyaduru. Gaia was no more. Only ash remained where she once stood. Issei completely returned back to normal. He and Israel both fell from the armor exhausted. Raynare on seeing this said, Raynare, I got it. Raynare grabbed her lover while Sona grabbed Israel and they both fell from the armor. Issei was resting on Raynare with a smile. He won against Gaia. Everyone in the headquarters cheered for Issei and the team's victory. Raynare smiled at her lover and said, Raynare, he is all tuckered out. Raynare kept her hand on Issei, much to the other girls' jealousy that Issei was sleeping on her lap. But they knew that they were too exhausted to continue fighting, as Gaia was able to even deal with Vali team and Asya was exhausted healing others as well. Previously we saw the warning given by Issei was informed to the rest of his friends and teammates present, who were all horrified. They knew that what the Cow's Brigade is doing is suicide. Unless they managed to figure out a way to manage to tame her, which was not surprising considering RageRevan is known to manipulate others for his own benefit. That was Zeus appeared and informed them how dire the situation has become. Even Hades was willing to cooperate with them to fight against the Cow's Brigade at this point. Even he knew how dangerous Gaia is. If she is left unchecked, she needed to be stopped. After creating the plan, they all head back to inform their respective parties. After that, Issei isolates himself to consume the miracle drug Amrita. He falls unconscious where he meets the goddess of the Eevee Atoll, Chimune Chipotle, also known as Shikigami. She informs him of a threat that threatens the entire multiverse in general, and Issei must gather the 7 souls to defeat him. After escaping the mindscape, the dragons inform him that the consumption of the miracle drug was a success. He then notices the others are also training to improve their abilities against Gaia. 2 days later, they all are ready to face against Gaia, when all of a sudden she shows up at Issei's house demanding a fight. On failing to convince her from giving up her plan, Issei asks Lord Zeus to teleport them to the Sahara Desert where there is limited life, which Zeus is able to do so. After that they begin their clash. Gaia summons her plant monsters, but they were effortlessly defeated by Issei and his team. Gaia out of anger nearly kills Saji. She then mocks and laughs at Issei for failing to defend him. That was Gaia's last chance, after which Issei activates his Diablo's Dragon DXD for the very first time in this timeline. With this new form he crushes Gaia's base form with relative ease. However, Gaia, on failing to accept defeat, goes into her next form, which is a giant tree Titanus with the strength to easily control the nature itself. She manages to defeat most of them present there, including the dragons present there. She uses a blast to try to kill Frisk and Chara, but Issei takes the hit, much to their sadness. He could not face another blast as Gaia was charging another one at him. He is then contacted by the headquarters by Gaster, who tells him to merge with Floey despite the risks happening when a monster and a human soul merge. Issei does it anyway. This results in Issei unlocking a new form called Apocalypse Answer Arms, a form he never managed to get in the previous timeline since he was never able to awaken his great red side of his body. With this form he wrecked Gaia like she was nothing, after which Asriel, who had transformed from Flowy Dew to the merging, used his new revelation Hypergoner to defeat and kill Gaia once and for all. After that they both fell from the armor exhausted and unconscious. They won the fight against Gaia. Issei can be seen sleeping on his bed. The fight with Gaia was exhausting. Furthermore, he used full Diablo's Dragon as well as Apocalypse Answer Arms back to back. The girls are sleeping next to him waiting for him to wake up. Draigg informed them that the exhaustion and the power usage from his using both of his forms back to back resulted in a power vacuum inside. They were all sleeping alongside him to make sure that he will not be alone. Issei meanwhile was having a conversation with his dragons. Well, it was more of a training. Issei, hey guys, can you go a little easy on me? Issei was panting from exhaustion in his mindscape. Ever since he managed to defeat the mother goddess, the dragons have been training him relentlessly against future possible threats. They did teach him some new moves, but at the same time they were increasing his evasion as well as other stats like his durability, magic potency and many more. Draigg then responded. Draigg, you need to be stronger. I know now you can give Great Red a run for his money, but that does not mean you are off the hook. You need to be stronger, strong enough to protect them. Trehixa, Draigg is right. Your body needs to be stronger. It needs to be used to such strains, so we need to become stronger. But more so than ever you need to be strong. If any of those cows brigade are going to show up, they will come after you. You need to be much stronger. Issei, alright, but can I go? The girls are waiting for me. Draigg and Trehixa look at each other. Tomorrow is another day to train. They both sigh and tell Issei. Draigg, alright, you can handle that storm on the other side. Issei, thanks guys. Issei then exits the mindscape, where he notices the girls having a conversation. He notices what they were saying. Sona, how long is he going to take to wake up? Raynare, I don't know. Draigg informed us that he will wake up whenever he feels like. Sona, I see. Sona was holding back her tears. Seraphal and the other girls who were watching were unable to do anything for their crush, lover. That was when they heard a voice that was surprising and would bring them happiness. Issei, hey girls. They all looked at the source of the voice, to see that their lover was smiling sheepishly, like as if he made a small mistake. Issei on the other hand did not know how the girls would react to his awakening. The girls all had tears in their eyes. Even Seraphal had tears in her eyes, much to Issei's confusion. They all jumped on Issei crying while at the same time calling out his name. Issei gave a big hug to all the girls that were present there. The girls were pretty much warmed inside his hug given the heat that Issei was generating. They felt like they want to sleep on his body only for the night. That was when another guest showed up. She was a blonde woman who wore a kimono. She was Yasaka, the current leader of the Yokai faction. She was joined by Kunou, her daughter, ever since Issei fell into a coma. They immediately came to check on him, and it has been a week since Issei's fight with Gaia. Yasaka, hey guys, did Issei wake up? Issei, oh hey Yasaka, how are you doing? And before Issei could continue to say anything, the mother-daughter pair immediately charged at Issei and caught him in an embrace. It has been a week since he was in a comatose state, so they obviously had come to check on his condition. Occasionally Yasaka would go back to Kyoto to check on the ley lines, but whenever she had time, she would visit Issei during his comatose state, consoling him and just being there for him. They feared that Issei might never wake up since they were informed by Draigg that Issei's body was adapting to his change given that he has now awakened the great red side of his body living inside of him. They cried when they saw him awoken from his slumber, especially Kunou who saw Issei now as a father rather than a lover. Issei, worry not, I miss you too, plus it does not look that you guys are crying. Yasaka, but hick, I thought I lost you, hick. Yasaka said this while crying. Kunou also had the same reaction. The little fox was endlessly crying. She was not even able to say a single word as she was constantly crying. Issei, it is alright you too, I will not fall this time so easily. I will be there with you all till the end of time. Issei noticed that the girls have not changed. They were still crying, although he wondered why is Seraphal crying, so he asked her the question. Issei, if you don't mind me asking, why are you crying Sarah-chan? Seraphal on hearing this realized that she still has not composed her feelings yet. She wondered whether Issei would accept her or not. She always wanted to confess to him, especially since the time he visited their in-laws a few months ago. She wanted to confess but never got the chance given that she was a Satan. She decided now would be the time to confess to him, since the beans have been spilled at this point. Seraphal, well Issei, I need to tell you something. Issei looked at her and smiled. Issei, go ahead, Sarah-chan. Sarah Fall, I wanted to confess to you, I love you, ever since the day I saw you keeping my sister happy, and ever since, I had this empty feeling in my heart which I never had since the past 500 years. But then I saw how you kept the people around you happy, you even made me much closer to my sister whom I love. I wanted to be by your side ever since. I love you, Issei. I love you more than anything else. Issei was surprised. He never thought that Sarah Fall of all people would confess to him. He was confused on how he needed to respond to her. He wanted to accept her confession, but the girls around him might not like it. Issei then spoke to her. Issei, Sarah-chan, Sarah Fall cut him off and responded. Sarah Fall, I know that you have 6 girls already in your harem, but I do not mind being the 7th. In fact, I don't mind being the last one as long as I am with you, Issei. I would love to be with you. In fact, the other girls were the ones to give me the courage to confess my feelings to you. Issei looked at the other girls, to which they smiled and responded. Raynare, Sona was technically the first to know about this, and she was the one who pushed Sarah Fall to confess. Sona, Raynare is right. I know that big sister loved you, but knowing you, you were a bit oblivious. But nevertheless, I kinda did push her to confess to you as well. We all talked about it, and we do not mind sharing you. We never did. Issei, alright then, Sarah Fall, I accept your confession. I will always protect you, even though you are very strong. I will still love you and protect you for who you are, not because of the fact that you are Sarah Fall Leviathan, but simply just Sarah Fall. Sarah Fall had tears when Issei accepted her confession. The other girls were also happy when she jumped at Issei, but none so more than Sona. She always saw her sister as a bit naive when it came to love, just like her fiancé. But in the end she finally found love, and Sona was happy for her sister that now they can live together in the same house, and they can always be together. That was when Issei asked. Issei, I wanted to know, where is Floey? Oh, he is right here, Issei. An adult male voice was heard on the other side. The door was opened up, revealing Askari, Toriel, Gaster, and a young goat next to them. He looked just like Toriel but was much younger than them. He wore a black shirt with the Delta rune symbol on it, and brown pants. Issei immediately recognized him as Asriel. He was more curious as to how he was a teenager now, knowing that he heard stories and imagined him as a child, so he wanted to know what happened. Issei, Asriel, how did you become, well, a teenager? Gaster then stepped forward and explained. Gaster, I can explain. When Floey merged with you, he not only had access to your entire powers, which included Great Red, Ophis, Trahexa as well as Draigg, but also he had some access to the miracle drug Amrita. This must have caused some sort of metamorphosis that resulted in his change being a sort of permanent. Issei, I see. Asriel, and that's not all. I can now transform from Asriel to Floey at will, and access my hyper-death form at will. Toriel, I am just happy that my child is now grown up. Toriel immediately hugs Asriel, much to his embarrassment. Asriel then speaks. Asriel, Mom, you are embarrassing me, in front of Big Brother. Toriel, alright, my child. Toriel chuckles at Asriel's embarrassment. Everyone smiles at Asriel. They are all happy that Asriel got his original body back. Askari then spoke. Askari, how are you doing, Issei? Issei, I am fine, Askari, just aside from being drained for a while. I would love to go out for a while. That was when all the girls looked at Issei like he did something wrong. Asriel, Askari and Gaster keep their distance as they knew that something bad was about to happen, while Toriel only chuckled at the situation. That was when Asya spoke up. Asya, oh, you aren't going anywhere, Mr. Kuroka. Asya is right, you need rest. After all, the battle took a lot out of you, so you are going to rest, no questions asked. Raynare, the girls are right, you need rest, babe. Issei, but... The girls glared at him, to which Issei stiffened up. Combined with Kunou, Issei knew that there was no escape. But little did the girls know that Issei had an idea. Issei, how about this? You all can come with me. Let's go to somewhere where we all can enjoy. Think of this as a celebration for our victory and my waking up as well. Kunou, do you want to spend some time with me? Kunou looked at her mother for approval, who only looked at her daughter and smiled. Yasaka knew that Kunou wanted to spend some time with her adoptive father. That was when Sona asked. Sona, so what do you have in mind, Issei? Issei, we all can go to Disney World Orlando, if you guys are okay with it. But before I buy the tickets, I want to confirm, Yasaka, how long you can stay away from Kyoto at a maximum before you have to go back. Yasaka, 8 hours. But worry, not only 1 hour has passed since my arrival. Besides, I never visited this Disney World. Issei, hold up, All this while you never left Kyoto. Yasaka, why yeah? Yasaka became red due to embarrassment. She had never traveled the world because of her fear that her leaving the ley lines might affect her city in general. Issei chuckled at Yasaka's pity, causing her to squeal. Yasaka, hey, I am not that outdated, you know. Issei, okay geez, I will stop teasing you, my dear. Yasaka was embarrassed. Issei then said, Issei, alright, let's go. I will invite the others as well, from the family as well. Everyone, alright Issei. Issei calls Chara, Frisk, Sona's peerage, as well as Kiba, Gasper, Valerie, Tiamat and Cromcroch to enjoy the event. Even they helped in the fight against Gaia, so they should all have their fun. They all then headed to Disney World to have their fun. Issei also called Sans, Papyrus, Undine, Alphys and Mettaton to enjoy. He wanted to invite his cousin, but Mettaton told that he used to always be alone, so he would not want to come where people are there. The gang enjoyed the rest of the day at the rides. It was a fun day for everyone involved. They all visited the different attraction in groups, with everyone managing to experience every single ride at least once. It was a good experience for everyone involved. Scene break. Faction Meeting Hall, 5:30 p.m. The Faction Meeting Hall was a huge hall that comprised of leaders as well as representatives from different factions. The leaders that were present were Serzex and Ajuka from the Devil faction, Gabriel and Michael from the Angel faction, Azazel and Barakiel from the Fallen Angel faction, Odin and Thor from the Norse faction, Zeus and Hera from the Greek faction. That was when the meeting began. Hera seemed like a red-haired woman with Greek origin. She wore traditional Greek clothing, while Thor was a blonde-haired muscular man who wore an armor relating to Norse tradition. Both were curious as to the man who stopped the Mother Goddess was and what kind of person he was. Serzex, thanks all for coming. Askari and Turiel could not be here because they have something important to attend, so I will inform them on what needs to be done. I would like to inform you about the situation with Cao's brigade. Zeus, first and foremost, I would like to apologize for the actions of Gaia, and I want to thank Issei Kyoto for helping us defeat the Mother Goddess once and for all. She always toyed with our lives, and she is the reason that I would have still been a puppet of her if I hadn't sealed her away. She made me commit infidelity towards my wife. She always manipulated others for her own benefit. Serzex then nods and responds. Serzex, it is alright Lord Zeus, you did what you could to help us at the moment, so what do we do next? Azazel, we all know that RageRevan is not going to stay quiet after the loss of one of his most important pawns. He will be acting upon us very soon, so we need to act upon it very soon. Ajuka, if anything that Issei, Rias, Sona and Seorg's reports tell us during their incursion at Romania, that means there must be something that RageRevan has planned. For all I know, he could be having multiple labs of human test subjects, or a superweapon that could threaten all life on this planet. Everyone dreaded at Ajuka's hypothesis. They knew that he is one of the smartest beings, so he most likely is right. But everyone was scared on what superweapon he had in his hand. They all knew that he needed to be stopped before it is too late. Hera, isn't there any way we can stop them before it is too late? Azazel, only one person can stop them. Gabriel, Issei. Azazel, yes, he has been stopping their attempts so far. He is the one that brought us together no matter what. He never gives up on fighting his opponents. He will fight anyone to protect the people he cares about. So I believe he will stop them. Zeus, that boy even stopped Gaia and even provided us with the strategy with defeating Gaia once and for all. Most of the Olympians appreciated his strategy when I told them. Even the ones like Athena and Hermes showed interest in his intelligence and respect towards him. But there was one who did not like who Issei was in his actions. Azazel, let me guess, Artemis. Zeus, yes, she still has a deep-rooted hatred for the male gender, so much so that I had to threaten her with expulsion if she did not stop her racket at the Olympian Council. She somehow listened, but she was livid that a man was the one solving the worldly issues. Odin, she still is living in the past. This might be a problem not only for the Greek, but also for the Kuoh in general. Zeus, yeah, you are right. Azazel, since the Cao's brigade is getting on the toes, I would suggest that we create a team of our own. This would be an alliance team against them. Serzex, what would you suggest, Azazel? Azazel, the team will be DXD. Zeus, based on Issei's Diablo's Dragon, I like the name of the team, but who will be leading the team? Michael, my Joker Dulio Gesualdo would lead the team. He is the possessor of the Longinus Zenith Tempest, the second high-tier Longinus after the true Longinus. Zeus, not a bad option, but there needs to be sub-leaders as well. Azazel, I think I might have a suggestion. Let us have 2 sub-leaders this time. Serzex, ho, and what do you suggest, Azazel? Azazel, the first-generation Sun Wukong, and the current wielder of the boosted gear, Issei Kyoto. Any objections? Zeus, I have none. I would love for Issei to lead the team. Serzex, same, I would love for the three to lead Team DXD. The other leaders also have no objections to lead the team. They knew that the three chosen are the best leaders they could come up with so far. Issei had a sort of foresight to determine where the Cao's brigade would strike next, so Issei was chosen. Dulio was known to be the wielder of the second strongest Longinus, since the first one is in the hands of the Cao's brigade and Sun Wukong is known as the most cunning leader out there. Serzex and Azazel volunteered to tell Yasaka and Ascari as well as the others about the news as well. Scene break. Kyoto residence, 9 p.m. Everyone had come back after enjoying their trip to Disney World. They all were entering home only to be greeted by Azazel, Serzex as well as their parents. Yasaka and Kuoh had to leave home early to Kyoto to check on the ley lines since they are linked to Yasaka. Issei and the others told them about the adventures that they had at Disney World. That was when Serzex decided to break the news. Serzex, since the Cao's brigade's actions are running rampant, we decided to create our own team to answer to the Cao's brigade. And Issei, please no spoilers. Issei, okay big brother. Serzex, the team will be called Team DXD. Everyone nods in confirmation. Azazel then continues. Azazel, the leader of the main team will be Dulio Gasuldo, the wielder of the Longinus Zenith Tempest, and the Joker of Lord Michael. Raynare, how strong is Dulio? Chara, even I want to know. Issei, strong enough to become as strong as Lord Michael. He is able to wipe out legions of evil dragons. In the previous timeline, his balance breaker Furigero di Korori Daru Arako Barino, Superenza di Burasukara, he was able to create bubbles that can control the climate itself, and he was able to hold his own against Krom Kroch, the strongest evil dragon. He is also a master tactician as well. Raynare and Chara were in awe. They never knew that the leader was this strong. They were proud to be led by such a strong warrior. Azazel then continued as to who is the sub-leader or this time sub-leaders for the Team DXD. Azazel, there will be two sub-leaders this time who will lead along with the leader of the Team DXD. They are first-generation Sun Wukong and Issei Kyoto, the wielder of the boosted gear. Everyone then clapped and cheered for Issei. Issei himself was surprised that this time he was chosen as the sub-leader of Team DXD. They all were happy and proud that Issei was chosen as the sub-leader for the Team DXD. Asya, congratulations Issei. Kuroka, congratulations, Vala would be so jealous. Raynare, that's my babe. Sona, I am so proud of you Issei. Asriel, that's my big brother. Chara only smiled in happiness for Issei being chosen to be the sub-leader for Team DXD. Issei, thanks guys. Rossweisse, you becoming the leader, that is something to be definitely proud of, isn't that right mom and dad? Mickey, it is, we were already proud of you son, but you just took it to the next level, we should celebrate. Gora, indeed we should, this is a time for celebration. Seraphal, I will bring the party stuff, this is a night for celebration after all. They all then began to celebrate the selection of Issei into the second sub-leader of Team DXD. This is something that did not happen back then, and Issei enjoyed every single moment of it. Scene break. 2 days later. After the celebration that had happened, Issei and the others were informed that the finals happening between Team Citri and Team Bale will be happening in a week's time. They knew that they needed to train for the raiding game. They were training to become much stronger since they knew that the Bale peerage was able to take out the Gremory peerage with relative ease, so they wanted to become much stronger. Saji, Tsubaki and Sona decided to train much harder than the others in order to become much stronger since Seorg will not be holding back against them. Saji knew from experience that Seorg will crush them given that he is not going to go easy on them. Issei personally trained them so that they will be able to fight against them. Scene break. 1 week later. Issei and the others can be seen present at the waiting lobby only to find someone unexpected to meet them. They all never thought he would be showing up, especially how Issei had once humiliated him. Hello Red Dragon Issei. Issei looked at the man, young man in his early 20s with short blonde hair and dark blue eyes. His outfit consists of a burgundy blazer with gold embroidery on the right with matching pants and black dress shoes. Underneath his open blazer is a white dress shirt that is not fully buttoned. He was Riser Phoenix, the third child of the Phoenix family. Issei, Riser, what brings you here? Riser, I just want to first wish you best of luck against Seorg Bale, and second I want to talk with Issei Kyoto. Issei, so what do you want to talk about? Riser, I just want to know why you helped Rias to begin with. From what I have heard, you hated her guts, so why did you help her? Issei. I never hated her, it is just that you forced her for marriage and us dragons cherish freedom. But I certainly don't love her, and will never love her no matter what happens. Riser. If it is alright with you, may I know the reason why you don't love her? I thought you loved her, so that's why you saved her. I guess I was wrong. Issei. Sona, tell him, Issei, what happened in the previous timeline. Riser. So you did perform a true reset at some point, didn't you? Issei. How did you? Riser. I may be a playboy, but I am not a fool, at least not anymore. You did change my attitude to make me more, how should I saw this, a less of an asshole towards other people. Issei. I see, so I did manage to change you once again, only this time in an indirect way. Riser. Alright, so tell me what drove you to do it. I know you are a noble man, even more so than me, so what happened exactly? Seeing no choice, Issei decided to activate his memories of the previous timeline. This action made Riser even more confused as to what happened exactly. He then asked. Riser, so what happened? Issei then began recounting the experiences. First he told of the girl's infidelity, except of Asia's, Kuroka's and Rossweisse, due to which he suffered from Dragon's Fall. He then met the people he cared about and told them that he would never be manipulated ever again, after which he commits reset. Riser was initially shocked at what Issei said. He sensed no lies. He then had tears in his eyes. He started to blame himself for not only not being there for someone who showed him the right path in life, but also for not stopping Ravel from doing such actions before that. Riser then said with tears. Riser, I'm so sorry, Issei. I have failed her. I have failed her. Issei could only feel pity for him. He never knew what her sister did. Given that he loved his sister just like how Serzex loves Rias, he kept his hand on him and consoled him. Even the others present felt pitiful for the once prideful devil now becoming a changed man. Issei. It is not your fault, Riser. You tried to be better. Her actions are on her own consciousness. She made her choice a long time ago. I don't hate her or you or your family for what she did, but I will never love her ever again. Riser then nodded. He knew that Issei never hated anyone, even in the previous timeline. He never hated him despite being an arrogant asshole in both the timelines. He is happy that Issei does not hate him or his family for Ravel's actions. Riser, she will never come near you. I promise you of that. She does kinda fear you after what you did at the engagement party. But I promise you that Ravel will not go down the same path she did in the previous timeline. As her big brother, I will set up a good example not only for my peerage but for my sister as well. But worry not, she will not bother you guys ever again. Issei then smiled. Issei, now that is the Riser I know. Riser, alright, I will take my leave. Sona, all the best against Seorg. You will be needing it. Sona, thanks Riser. Riser then leaves, promising to be a better person and to be a brother Ravel can look up to. He promised himself that he will not let Ravel become what she was in the previous timeline. That was when Asriel said. Asriel, that went quite well, considering how others had taken the news. Issei, yeah, speaking of which, you guys better win this rating game and become a champion. Sona, you bet we will. Issei, come on Saji. Saji, yeah, let's show Seorg that we will not lose so easily. The Citri peerage leave for the stadium to begin their match against Seorg Bale and to defeat him once and for all, while the others head to the stadium to watch the match. Sona along with her peerage can be seen heading towards the Agar Stadium for the final match against Seorg Bale. The crowd cheered as they began proceeding towards the main stadium. With each of them taking up one dome, they knew that they had to win the finals, if they needed to become the rating game champions, if they wanted their dream to be complete. Sona wanted to open up a school for low-class devils, in case they wanted to participate in the rating games. Since they never had the privilege of doing so, they needed to win before it is too late. That was when the announcer spoke up. The announcer was the same as Nod Gauman from the rating games between Bale and Gremory and Agars and Citri. Nod, hello and welcome to the finals of the Rookies 4 rating game. The grand finale everyone has been waiting for between the heirs of the Bale and Citri, Seorg and Citri. Let's give them a round of applause. Everyone cheers and claps as the two peerages enter the stadium. They all take on one side of the stadium as they look around the stadium being fully packed. Nod, since the dice game was so popular in the other two rating games, we will be playing the dice game in such a manner as well. The rules will be same. The knights are 3 points, the bishops are 4 points, the rooks are 5, both the kings are 12, the queens are 9. While each pawn takes up 1 point, since there are pawns that have taken multiple pieces, Regulus would be taking 7 points while Saji, the wielder of the evil dragon King Vitra, will be taking 4 points. So without further ado, let us begin. The screen then rolls the dice to the number 5. Both the rooks are sent this time. From the Bale team came Gandama, and Citri team came Lu Garu, the new member of the Citri peerage. Issei knew that he and Benya, the other new member of the team, were recruited a few weeks ago by her. Both the combatants headed to the area where the match had begun. The match was quick, with Gandanma transforming into his golem form. Despite being stronger, Lu was not only faster but way durable as well. He started to chisel the golem down. Over time he was able to penetrate his defenses as the rocks started to get destroyed. With a well-timed punch to his now open stomach, Lu managed to destroy that area, defeating Gandanma and eliminating him from the game. Lu, well played. Nod, the winner of this match is Lu Garu. The Citri team won this round. Give them a round of applause. The crowd cheered as they had won the first game. Sona congratulated Lu Garu for his first victory in her peerage. Saji also gave him a thumbs up for winning the match against Gandanma. That was when the dice got rolled once again, and the number 9 came up on the screen. They knew that the queens were up next. Tsubaki from the Citri team and Quisha from the Bale team were sent to begin their match. Tsubaki and Quisha were of the same type. Both had abilities designed to reflect the attacks of an opposing enemy. Quisha's ability hole was designed to take a magical attack and use it on the opposing team, while Tsubaki's Sacred Gear Mirror Alice had the same purpose. The only difference of the situation was that Tsubaki's enhances the damage dealt by Mirror Alice once the attack was reflected, but she cannot exactly control where the attack might go. While Quisha has full control of her attack and may redirect it towards the enemy, but without the added damage bonus. They both knew that the fight would be decided with the one who manages to win against in hand-to-hand combat, since it would be a huge tennis match if they used their demonic power. Over time they were grazing through each other, but eventually the one that won was Tsubaki, since she used her Mirror Alice in a manner that would deflect Quisha's punch back to her. Although this match was basically them fighting hand-to-hand, they knew that Tsubaki had the higher advantage when it came to hand-to-hand combat. She knew that if she would fight with the Bale Queen, her magic power would not have worked given that the Bale Queen had the advantage. But she knew that she had to win not for herself, but for her team. That was why she took lessons of hand-to-hand combat from Issei and Saji, and both of them happily trained her in the basics of hand-to-hand combat. The crowd once again cheered for the victor. The Bale peerage were running thin given the fact that they had just lost their queen and rook. Seorg knew that they were not the strongest, but certainly they were important to the team. The dice rolled once again, revealing to be the number 8. Sona this time sent out Benya Orcus and Tsubasa Yura, while Seorg sent out Baruka Furcus and Ladora Bune. The match between them had just begun, with Tsubasa taking most of the hits from Ladora, who had managed to transform into a dragon, gaining a massive advantage on the team. Benya managed to use her scythe and her Grim Reaper physiology to get the upper hand on Baruka. They both were on a stalemate given that Baruka used his horse to evade most of Baruka's attacks. Eventually Benya was able to defeat Baruka with a well-timed scythe to his face, eliminating him from the match. However, while Benya was dealing with Baruka, Ladora easily overwhelmed and crushed Tsubasa with relative ease. The devil-transformed dragon was easily able to deal with her attacks like it was nothing. Over time Tsubasa could not take the heat and was eventually taken out by Ladora with relative ease, after which he proceeded to deal with Benya, who was already exhausted from her match with Baruka. With one swing Ladora sends her flying, eliminating her from the match as well. This resulted in a partial victory for the Bale team. Nod, Benya and Tsubasa from the Citri team and Baruka from the Bale team have been eliminated. The winners is Ladora, and the victory goes to the Bale team. The dice once again rolls and the number was 12. This time the ones that go in are directly the Bale King himself, Seorg. While the Sona was confused, she did not want Saji to go in since he was her trump card, so she was forced to send Tsubaki along with her other knight Tomo. They both come in and know that they needed to at least stall Seorg, since none of them can beat him with his strength, known to rival ultimate class devils for time being. Seorg: so this time it is the queen and knight that is sent after me. Let's see what you have got. Seorg smiles at the duo. He then charges at the knight, sending her flying. She managed to use her sacred gear which she received from Grigori to keep her balance to prevent her body from being sent flying. Tsubaki used her demonic power to keep Seorg at bay, but this did nothing to him as he easily punched her through the ground. Luckily she used her sacred gear Mirror Alice to prevent most of the damage. She then maintained her distance from Seorg, who began chasing her down. Tomo managed to use her sacred gear and the counter knights that she created to keep Seorg stalled, but this only gave Seorg an easy target, as he grabbed her hand and punched her to the ground, eliminating her with relative ease. Nod, Tomo has been eliminated. Seorg then began his focus towards Tsubaki, who was unable to evade most of Seorg's punches. He knew that he needed to be at least weakened. She fired her strongest demonic blast at Seorg, which she did. There was a lot of dust, but after the dust settled it revealed Seorg, who had covered his body with Tuki. Seorg then threw a Tuki-enhanced blast at Tsubaki. Tsubaki used her Mirror Alice to deflect most of the blast elsewhere. But this is exactly what Seorg was expecting her to do, Seorg then said. Seorg, well, Queen of Citri, you've done your best, now it's time to end this. Seorg then charged at Tsubaki, initially kicking her in the stomach, sending her upwards. Seorg then said, Seorg, it's over. He then dealt a flurry of punches and kicks to the Citri Queen. She took massive damage to her entire body and was sent flying across a distance, resulting in her elimination. This resulted in a total victory for Seorg Bale, who used a Phoenix Tear. Both he and Sona were given at the start to win. Sona was worried now, given that she lost her queen and knight to him. She needed to be more careful now. Nod. What an amazing fight between the heir of Bale and the two members of Team Citri. It was too overwhelming for the two of them. It was an easy win for Seorg Bale. Give them a round of applause. Saji kept Sona calm. He knew that he was the only one that could keep her calm since Issei was not here. That was easier said than done. He knew that he had to beat Seorg since he and Sona were the only ones strong enough to keep up with him. Not to mention Issei informed them about Regulus and his balance breaker, which is another beast of its own kind. Saji, it is gonna be alright, President, just keep hope we will win this. Sona nodded. This is what her fiancé would do in a situation like this. They may have lost Tsubaki, but that does not mean they can lose. They will win no matter what happens. The dice rolled once again, and this time the number was 6. Sona sent both of her bishops to fight against the Bale team, while the Bale team sends both Mastita and Coriana. Both the bishops received the sacred gears from Grigori. Momo used her barriers, but Mastita had a counter for that. She used her own sacred gear trick Vanish to prevent Momo from using her sacred gear for a while. However, Rhea protects Momo from using her gear with the help of her own gear and magical power, which she uses to deal with Mastita. She was able to eliminate him, but this severely weakened Momo, who was not prepared for Coriana's ice attack and was eliminated by her. Saji clenched his fists when he saw that, but kept calm, while Coriana was then dealing with Rhea, who although had a calm smile, on the inside she was furious as her teammate got eliminated. She used the faces as a shield to prevent the ice attacks from hitting her. Much to Coriana's anger, Rhea then said, Rhea, it is time to end this. Rhea then fired a very high demonic blast at Coriana, eliminating her from the list, taking her out before she could do much. This resulted in a partial victory for the Citri team. The ones left in the Citri team are Lu, Saji, Rhea and the King Sona, while the Bale team had Ladora, Regulus, Liban and the King Seorg. The dice then rolled and the number was 8. This time, however, the ones that were sent were Saji and Rhea, while the ones that were sent from the Bale team were Liban and Ladora. They all began fighting against each other. Ladora was transforming into a dragon. But Saji has a trick of his own. He immediately transformed into his Vitra promotion form, which was strong enough to fight against Ladora with relative ease. However, this was short-lived as Liban easily crushed Rhea since she was unable to process what had happened. Liban easily demolished Rhea with his sword abilities, causing Rhea to be eliminated. Rhea's sacred gear was not that strong against the knight, since he was much faster than the bishop. This action angered the dragon, who first made quick work of Ladora, causing Ladora to be eliminated. He then focused his attention on Liban, who was unable to dodge the attacks of Saji. Saji used Vitra flames, causing Liban immense pain through his armor. Saji then said, Saji, it is time to end this. Saji then fired a blast of pure demonic and draconic energy at the Bale Knight, eliminating him from the match. This resulted in the victory for Saji, but at the cost of Rhea. He could not even hear what Rhea said to him. Issei and his team smiled at how Saji cheesed through those two, which the Gremry team struggled against. That was when the announcer made an announcement. Nod, since this just came in, the last match will be a battle royale between the remaining members of both teams. The teams were teleported to the battlefield. Sona had told Saji and Lu to fight against Seorg, while she will hold of the Regulus Nemia. Regulus transformed into his Nemean lion form and began attacking Sona, who used her water powers to keep her at bay. While Lu and Saji were facing against Seorg at the same time, the duo were able to keep up with Seorg as Saji constantly used his absorption line to prevent him from using Tuki, while Lu kept on punching him endlessly. That was when Saji and Lu heard a scream. Sona could be seen bleeding. She was severely damaged by Regulus, who managed to dodge most of her attacks. Seorg, Regulus, why did you have to take it so far? Regulus, sorry master, I had to do it, if you needed to win. Seorg, but this is not the way. Regulus, I am sorry, but I had to do what I must. Saji and Lu rushed to their master and gave her the Phoenix Tear. Sona was saddened that she was the reason that they were being held back. She apologized. Sona, I can't believe that I have become a liability for you guys, I am sorry. Saji, "Don't worry, President, you tried your best, leave the rest to us." That was when Regulus spoke. "Regulus, Master, we need to combine." "Seorg, are you crazy? That is only when the underworld was in crisis." "Regulus, you cannot take them together, especially the Vitro wielder, we must combine." Seorg gritted his teeth. He knew that he must combine if he needed to win. For his dream, they both combined into one armor, both said. Seorg and Regulus. Balance break Regulus Ray Leather Rex. A golden lion armor was formed on Seorg, whose helm has a golden mane growing from it, and a lion's face on his chest. Everyone then began fighting the armored Seorg, who easily ragdolled Lu around. That was when Saji was given a command by Sona. "Sona, Saji, use your balance breaker." Saji smiled and responded. "Saji, got it, Malbulge Vitra promotion." Saji used his balance break as well to fight against the Bale King. Him together with Sona and Lu, who had transformed into his wolf form, were giving Seorg and his armor a hard time. Sona constantly used water attacks to prevent Seorg from keeping his stance, while Saji constantly used his tentacle lines to capture any part of the armor and turning into ash. Lu then started striking any of the weak points that Seorg had, thus preventing him from moving. Despite this, Seorg was still a beast. He did not give up. He knew that his mother was still under the effects of the sleeping disease. There is no way that he is going to lose to them, not until he achieves his dream and show his bastard of a father that he does not need the power of Bale to win matches. He used all his power in a 1-2 blast, which was strong enough to eliminate Lu, but not before Lu manages to scratch Seorg's weak spot that had been created by Saji using his tentacles. "Lu, you better win this, Saji, President." "Nod, Lu has been eliminated." Saji then decided to take him out once and for all. He constantly began punching him in the weak spot, causing him to fall unconscious due to the blood loss and pain. That was when a voice was heard from the armor. "Regulus, Vitro wielder, you have done enough. My master has already been defeated, please stop." Regulus had tears flowing from his face. Saji could see Seorg already unconscious. Saji then collapsed out of strain as a green light started to glow on Saji. Saji smiled genuinely at his competitor for the good match. He told Regulus, "Saji, when your master wakes up, tell him that I would love to fight him once again, as well as Issei Kyoto would also love to fight you." Regulus, "Indeed I will." That was when the green light dissipated. Seorg Bale has been defeated. He has retired from the match. Nod then announces. "Nod, Seorg Bale has been eliminated. Genshiro Saji has won. The winner of the rating game and the rookies 4 is Sona Citri." Sona, on hearing this, had tears in her eyes. She had finally achieved her dream. She eternally thanked Saji for helping her. Issei and the others were happy for Sona. They knew that she deserved her dream to become reality. Issei was really proud of her fiancé. They knew that they needed to celebrate their victory. The crowd cheered for their victory, as that was an amazing grand finale for the rookies 4 rating game. Issei and the others then headed to the medical rooms where the injured members were. Scene break. Medical room, Citri Hospital, 4:30 p.m. Issei and his friends were heading towards the chambers where all the injured members of the raiding game were. They immediately headed to the Citri team to check their injuries. Most of them had been healed up courtesy of the Phoenix Tears. Everyone congratulated Sona for her victory. But their happiness was short-lived. Suddenly a magic circle opened up, revealing Yasaka. However, she seemed pretty exhausted. Her clothes were torn up and she was in a tearful state. Issei immediately caught her. The others were also worried as to what had happened. Issei then asked, "Issei, Yasaka, what happened? Who did this to you? Where is Kunou?" Yasaka, Artemis, she took her. She attacked us while we were shopping for our stuff, and she kidnapped Kunou, as she told her that if she does not see you in 2 hours, she might. Yasaka breaks down crying. Issei dreads as to why Artemis attacked them. He was consoling her, telling her that she will be alright. The others also wondered as to what happened to Kunou. Even they want to save her. That was when another portal opened up, revealing Lord Zeus and Lady Hera. "Zeus, I will tell everything." Zeus had his head down in shame. Even Hera had a similar reaction. They never thought Artemis would go this far just to prove that she despised men. They never thought she would try to hurt a simple girl just to show her superiority towards the other gender. Zeus then told everyone why Artemis hated men. Because of not only his actions, but also she once had a lover who had betrayed her. Hence she started to have this mentality that all men are the same. She had this mentality for centuries. Hera then spoke up. "Hera, she kidnapped Kunou out of jealousy and hate. Jealousy because of what you have achieved, and hate because you are a man." Before Hera could continue, they were faced with a massive killer intent. Issei was the one radiating this killer intent. She hurt someone from his family. She will never be forgiven for what she did to Kunou. This was enough to put most of the city peerage's members under immense pressure and fear. They knew that Issei never forgave anyone that hurt his family. That was when Issei spoke. Issei, if anything happens to my daughter, I will not spare Artemis, Lord Zeus. Zeus knew that Issei was a kind-hearted man, but at the same time he was protective of his family members. Even he would never forgive anyone that hurt his children. While he initially casted Hephaestus out of Mount Olympus, he regretted doing so, and now he is trying to be a better father for them. Hera understood what Issei meant. This is the teen that had defeated and slain Gaia. She knew that this teen had a heart of gold in him. Even she would never forgive Artemis for what she did. Zeus then responded. Zeus, I know where she is and where Kunou is kept. Issei, where? Issei kept his voice down, but everyone that was present knew that Issei was pissed, beyond pissed that someone had attacked his mate and his child when they were only walking peacefully. Zeus, underneath Mount Olympus, there is a stadium. Issei, I take full responsibility for her actions. As a father I should have raised her well. I failed her. Issei then nodded and said, Issei, it is not your fault, Lord Zeus. You tried your best in raising her. She made her choices and now she must face the consequences. Take me to her. Asriel, let me also come, big brother. Nobody hurts my niece and gets away with it. Issei, no, Asriel, she wants me. I will make sure she suffers. They all nod. They knew that Issei was serious. This is the side of him that he rarely shows, but when he does they know that the one responsible for this is in serious trouble. They remember how RageRevan once attacked his parents, and this action resulted in his demise. That was when Yasaka held his shirt. Yasaka, Issei, please save my daughter, she and you are the only things I have left in this world, please do not let. Before Yasaka could continue, Issei kissed her on her forehead. Issei, worry not, my dear. I will not let anything happen to our daughter. I will save her, just like I saved you. Issei then asked Zeus to teleport him to her location. Issei leaves alongside Zeus. Yasaka kept her head down. She was crying constantly for her daughter. Raynare and the others kept her hand on her and said, Raynare, I know Issei will save her. Yasaka, he saved you and many of us once, he will save her from Artemis. Asriel, just like Raynare said, I know Issei will save her no matter what happens. Chara, believe in my big brother Lady Yasaka. Nothing will happen to your daughter as long as her father is around. Saji, if there is anything I know about Issei, Kunou is really lucky to have such a strong father like Issei. He will save her, I know it. Yasaka nods. They were all right. Issei will save her and bring her back to her. She needed to believe in him. Scene break. Mount Olympus, Greece, 11:30 a.m. Artemis could be seen waiting for Issei. Kunou was imprisoned in a cage designed to imprison Yokai. That was when Kunou spoke up. Kunou, release me now. My father will not spare you for what you did to me and my mother. Artemis, being the goddess she is, looked at Kunou and smiled. Artemis, let me see how that harem bastard releases you and saves you from me. That was when Issei showed up alongside Zeus. Issei glared at the blonde-haired goddess. She only seemed beautiful on the outside. Deep down she was filled to the brim with hate for the male race. She wore traditional Greek clothing and had a bow in her hands. She looked at Issei with a smirk. Artemis, hello Red Dragon. Before Issei spoke up, Zeus said. Zeus, Artemis, let that child go. She did nothing to you. She is not responsible for being related to someone who you were jealous of. Artemis, quiet Lord Zeus. You have no right to say that. You have cheated on Hera multiple times. One was even with my mother Leto and Zeus. But that does not have to do anything with Kunou. She is just a kid. Let her go or else. Artemis, or else what? Issei, or else I will make sure you were never born and give you a fate worse than death. Issei charged at Artemis. However, Artemis raised her bow in front of Kunou, so as to prevent Issei's charge. However, instead of getting angry, Issei responded sarcastically. Issei, hey Artemis, are you a goddess of cowards as well? Issei, on saying this, made both Zeus and Kunou chuckle while Artemis was furious. She charged at Issei while saying, Artemis, I am not a coward. Issei easily sidestepped and used a boost on her speed. This increased her speed to a massive amount, resulting in its overloading. She was sent flying to a wall. Issei then walked towards Kunou and used Penetrate to get Kunou out of her cage she was imprisoned in. Kunou hugged her father. Issei then said, Issei, it's alright Kunou, go to Lord Zeus, he will protect you. Kunou, what about you dad? Issei, I am settling this once and for all, stay with Lord Zeus, you will be safe. Kunou nodded and ran to Lord Zeus, who protected her. Issei then looked at Artemis and said, Issei, Artemis, I will teach you a lesson you will never forget. I, who is about to awaken, am the Red Dragon Emperor who holds the truth of the King up high, holding the infinite hopes and unbreakable dreams and walking the path of righteousness. I will become an Emperor of Crimson Dragon, and I will lead you to the path of heaven, glowing in deep crimson light. Cardinal Crimson Full Drive. Issei transforms into his Cardinal Crimson Full Drive armor and charged at Artemis, who was dazed after crashing into a wall. He pummeled her endlessly as she tried to defend herself. Issei is the man that would protect his family no matter what, and Artemis messed up with the wrong Red Dragon Emperor. Artemis then keeps her distance and fires an arrow at the Red Dragon Emperor. Issei caught the arrow with his mere hands. He then charged at her and snatched her bow with her hands. Issei used his power to easily break the bow in two. He then uses a base fire attack to destroy the bow. Artemis, no! Artemis cries as her bow gets destroyed. She charges at Issei out of anger. That was when she hears another voice. Divide, divide, divide. Artemis feels her power drained. She was shocked that this Issei had the powers of the White Dragon as well. Artemis, how? Issei, I took his power into my own body by my own accord, and trained to use it without any consequences. Issei then once again began pummeling her. Several of her bones were broken as well as she was bleeding on multiple areas. That was when Zeus had shown up and said, Zeus, leave this to me, Issei. I will deal with her punishment. Zeus then turns to Artemis and says, Zeus, Artemis, you will no longer be a goddess and you will lose your position on the Mount Olympus. You will have to earn them back if you need to be a better person. Artemis nodded. She knew she attacked an innocent girl, just out of jealousy. Zeus then stripped Artemis of all her power and her title as well. Zeus then told her that her hunters would be with her brother Apollo, who will take care of them till she comes back, while Hestia will be considered the new goddess of hunting as well. Artemis accepted her punishment knowing that Issei could have killed her. Just like he killed Gaia, who could crush most of the Olympians in one blast. She then said, Artemis, I'm sorry, I was blinded by my jealousy, by my hate. I was betrayed by the man I love and saw that nobody helped me. I am sorry, please forgive me, Issei Hiyoto. Issei crouches down and looks at her. He then says, Issei, I was also betrayed by the woman I love, but in the end I do not hate them. I do not think that all women are the same. If I went by your logic, I would have hated all women if I were betrayed, but I did not do that. That is the difference between you and me. Learn from your mistakes, Artemis. You can be a better person, I know you can. Artemis smiled. She should have known that Issei was a better person. She let her own hate cloud her judgment, and now she must face the consequences of her actions. Issei then checked on Kuoh for her injuries, to which Kuoh responded, Kuoh, I am fine, Dad. She did not injure me or Mother in any way. Issei, thank God she did not hurt you in any way. That was when Zeus spoke. Zeus, Issei, young Kuoh, I would like to apologize for what my daughter did to you. I am grateful that you did not kill her. I just hope you do not hate me or the Olympians for her actions. Issei nods and says, Issei, Lord Zeus, I would never hate you for what she did. I do not hate her since both Kuoh and Yasaka were unharmed. You did your best in raising her, and Artemis did apologize for her actions. Now Kuoh, let's go. Your mother is worried about you. Kuoh, yes, Dad. Issei and Kuoh walked through the portal alongside Zeus. Yasaka had tears in her eyes. Kuoh called out to her, Kuoh, mother. Yasaka embraced her daughter. She had tears in her eyes. She held her daughter with the tenderness of a mother. After all, she and Issei are the only things that she has left in this world. Yasaka, Kuoh, you are safe. I am glad nothing happened to you. Yasaka hugs her even more tightly. She knew that her daughter would be unharmed. She then released her daughter after a while and said, Yasaka, Issei, thanks for bringing our daughter back to us. You really are a true father, a man that cares for his children no matter what happens. I am so happy I chose you as my soulmate. I will always love you no matter what happens. Issei then nodded and responded, Issei, I love you too, Yasaka and Kuoh. As long as I am around, no one will hurt you too. I will protect and stay by your side no matter what happens. Issei took Yasaka and Kuoh in a loving embrace. They were in a trance for a while. That was until someone coughed, causing them to split up. Zeus then spoke up. Zeus, I am sorry for all the trouble my daughter Artemis has caused you. Rest assured she will not be troubling you guys ever again. I assure you guys that. Hera, I would like to apologize as well for her actions. I may not be her true mother, but I still must take responsibility for her actions as well. I hope you do not hate us, Lady Yasaka and Red Dragon Emperor. Zeus and Hera bowed in apology. Yasaka then nodded and responded, Yasaka, no Lord Zeus, please do not apologize, I am just happy that no one is harmed, even my daughter is safe and sound. Issei, Yasaka is correct, Lord Zeus, like I said before, please do not apologize for her mistakes. Same goes for you, Lady Hera, we do not hate you, just let this thing not happen again, K. Lord Zeus and Lady Hera nod, they are happy that Issei and Yasaka do not hate the Greek pantheon for Artemis's actions. Issei then looks at the other girls who were busy daydreaming about having future kids with Issei. In a way, they were jealous of Yasaka having the privilege of having a child, even though it is technically adopted, but nevertheless, Issei did accept Kunou as his daughter. Issei then called out for them. Issei, what you girls are thinking? This causes all the girls to snap out of their trance and blush profusely. Issei immediately understood that they were thinking of something in the future, but before Issei could respond, two monsters come in. Askari, hey guys, I saw the match. It was an amazing performance, Lady Sona, young Saji. Sona, thanks Lord Askari. Askari, please call me Askari. I am not one for the formalities. Teriel, you must be Kunou, right? Kunou, yes, Lady Teriel, how did you know? Teriel, my child, Issei told me a lot about you. Kunou smiled, while Teriel had patted her. Asriel then asked. Asriel, hey mom, what brings you guys here? Teriel, we came here for the match. We wanted to see the finals of the Rookies 4. It was a truly amazing performance from both the teams. I enjoyed them. Chara, but mom, I thought you never liked fighting. Teriel, I dislike murder, my child, but regular fighting is quite interesting as we speak. Asriel, say, do you guys want to celebrate? Like Sona just won the tournament of the Rookies 4, so what do you guys want to do? Issei, indeed we should celebrate. All the members of the Citri peerage are invited. We are all going to have a feast tonight in celebration. Everyone nodded to what Issei said. It has been a while since they had a party, so they all decided to spend the night off and enjoy the rest of the day. Everyone celebrated the victory of Sona's Citri against Seorg Bale since it was the finals after all. They partied till late at night till they all decided to call it a day and go to sleep since most of them had school the next day. Scene break. 2 days later. Kyoto residence, 9:30 a.m. Issei could be seen sitting at home. He was solving his homework which his teacher, girlfriend Sarah Fall, had given him. He was finishing most of it. That was when he heard a voice. She comes in with a plate of chips. Rossweisse, hey Issei. Issei, oh hey Ross, what's you doing? Rossweisse, oh nothing, I came here to give you this plate. So are you completing the homework? Issei, yeah, I just don't understand how to solve this integration problem. Rossweisse, show me. Oh, this is easy, just apply this formula and... Rossweisse then explains the formula of SECX, 10x, formula to easy, making him be able to solve the problem with relative ease. Issei understood how to do it. Integration and differentiation were always his weak spots, so he never understood on how to do it. Issei, wow, you really know your formulas, Ross. I sometimes question how you did not get a boyfriend until like way later. Rossweisse, that's what being constantly involved in magic studies and being Odin's personal maid 24/7 will do that to you. I never even got a chance to socialize with anyone. As a matter of fact, the first guys I socialized was my former peerage, the Gremory one, although this time I can proudly say that I have a boyfriend. Rossweisse had a proud smile on her face. She sniffed out air, like a bull when it is charging towards you. Issei could only sweat drop at the 100 yen Valkyrie. Issei then continued his homework with Rossweisse helping him with the rest of his homework. Scene break. After completing his homework, Issei could be seen playing some video games. That was when he sensed a familiar presence. Looking at Asriel, who was playing video games next, they knew that someone uninvited had come to their house. Issei and Asriel rushed to the area where the presence was. On their way they were joined by Chara, who also informed them that she could sense some killer intent heading in this house. They knew that this was coming from Office's room. Issei knew who was responsible. He immediately rushed in and punched the mysterious attacker who was sent flying. The attacker was revealed to be none other than Saw, the leader of the hero faction. Issei asked Office that did he touch them with his light spear, to which Office responded. Office, no, I am fine. If you three had come a moment later, then I might have lost my powers to him. Issei smiled at Office. He then looked at the hero faction leader and glared at him. Issei, Saw, you have got some nerve of coming into my house and attacking my own people. Do not assume you will escape from here this time. Saw could only smirk at the Red Dragon Emperor. He knew that attacking his family would piss the dragon off, but little does he know that this would be the biggest mistake of his life. Saw, So what's you going to do, attack me? You can't because I have this. Cao then reveals a snake eye to Issei. He immediately recognizes this as the eye of Medusa. Issei avoids it but his legs were not lucky. Cao smiles at the pitiful dragon and tries to charge at him with the intent to kill. But a lightning attack is sent from the ground where he stood upon. Chakra Breaker. Azazel called out his move. His eyes were now black with white pupils. He had entered into his god of hyperdeath form. In the meantime, Issei managed to break free and destroy the legs that were petrified because of Cao. Issei charges with his durandal. But that was when Cao muttered something that forever terrified Issei. Balance Break Polar Night Longinus Chakravartin. Suddenly 7 orbs surrounded Cao. Issei immediately knew what these orbs do. That was Cao's signature balance breaker. Issei then called out. Issei, listen Azazel, Chara, Ophis, these orbs are very dangerous. The first one destroys weapons, the second one disables woman abilities, the third one can teleport you or Cao, the fourth one can be used to redirect attacks, the fifth one allows to lift any object, the sixth one can create mechs like Kiba's subspecies balance breaker, and the last orb can unleash a destructive attack. Azazel, how the hell are we going to recognize which is what? They all look the same. Ophis, worry not Azazel, you are not alone, I will fight alongside you. They all began attacking Cao. He tried to disable Chara's abilities but Chara only smiled. Cao, how? Chara, it seems like it does not work on soul traits, huh? Nice. Chara's eyes then go red. Chara, shall we begin, false hero? Cao was seeing red. He used the destructive orb to hit her but she easily evaded. Azazel used his star blazing ability. But Cao turned it against Chara. She took a hit and was sent flying. Luckily Azazel caught her before she could get severely injured. Issei looked at Cao in fury. He charged at him. While Cao tried to use Medusa's eye to petrify him, Issei this time however was successfully able to dodge. He then said, Issei, the same trick won't work twice, Cao. Issei sent him flying with a punch to the face. Azazel, on noticing his opponent having his guard down, unleashed the same move but much stronger. Chakra Breaker 2. Torrents of lightning with warning signs appeared below Cao. He tried to redirect the attack, but Azazel predicted this. Azazel, I knew you would try to turn my attack against my friends, so this is something I had in mind while dealing with you. The lightning attack started to become unpredictable. Cao was forced to either dodge and avoid getting hit or redirect or attack at them but get hit at the same time. Unfortunately, this was driving him closer to Chara. Chara, take this. Chara unleashed a flurry of slashes at Cao, making him unable to take Chara's attacks coupled with Azazel's lightning. Cao was forced to use one of his orbs to break Chara's knife in order to stop her attack. Issei knew that Cao cannot handle the pressure. He also wanted some in on the action. He then decided to go for it. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Issei had activated his balance breaker. He then charged at Cao and gave him a slam with his fists, sending him flying across a distance. He tried to use the destructive orb to attack Issei. However, with his knowledge of the timelines, he charged at him before he could react. Issei, oh no you don't. Issei then used a point-blank fire breath. Cao was not able to dodge this one, and was forced to use one of the orbs to teleport out of there. When the dust settled, Cao was not present. He had fled from the battle. Issei then rushed to Chara to assess her condition. Chara then responded. Chara, I am fine big brother. Azazel did not let anything happen to me. Issei, but how? I mean Cao's treasure is known for disabling the ability of women, so why did it not work? I can explain that. A portal opened up revealing Azazel, he then said. Azazel, I am glad nothing happened to you guys while I was absent. Issei, I sensed him before he could do something. Speaking of which, where are the other hero faction members? Azazel, oh they have not attacked yet, and as for your why did the female treasure did not work on you Chara? It was because determination cannot be suppressed. It is too strong for the spear to work on. It has a limit after all. Chara, nice. That was when a communication circle had opened up next to Issei and the others' ears. They recognized it to be that of the Citri clan. Sona spoke through those communication circles. Sona, Issei, guys we need help, the hero faction has attacked us. Issei, we are on our way, just hang in there Sona. Issei then looks at the others and they all nod. They need to help the peerages as well as protect the students that were present there. They all rush there. Issei calls the Vali team and the remaining members of his team as well on the way, and they all come and reach out to Issei. Issei then brings them to Kuoh Academy where they could see them attack the Citri peerage as well as several new recruits trying to go after the Gremry peerage as well. Issei knew that he and his team had to deal with the new recruits first. He asked Kuroka to handle them while the strong ones should deal with the leader members of the hero faction as well. Unfortunately for them, another portal had opened up, revealing the old Satan faction members and Nilrame members as well. They were led by Euclid Lucifuge. Forcing Azazel to deal with them, he informed them that he would take care of Graphia's younger brother. But before he could go, Issei asked Azazel for something. Issei, hey Azazel, do you still have the vial of Samael's blood with you? Azazel, what do you want that for? Azazel wondered what he needed the Samael's blood for. He knew that it is dangerous for Issei, since it nearly killed him last time. It was even a miracle that he survived back then. Issei, I have a plan to defeat and bring Sasa in for what he did, just trust me on this. Azazel, alright kiddo, but if you die then I will never forgive myself. Issei, I don't plan on dying sensei, just have a little faith in me. Azazel, alright. Azazel then began fighting Euclid, who was stronger than Azazel thought. He was able to infiltrate the barrier because of him having the same energy as his sister Graphia. He knew that this was how they were able to bring the old Satan faction as well as the Nilrame magicians inside without any signature breach. Euclid, I have something that can defeat you once and for all. Euclid reveals the boosted gear copy that he had designed using the souls of previous famous dragon. Euclid then speaks. Euclid, and now balance break. Euclid transforms into Issei's balance breaker state. He then decided to fight against Azazel. That was when a chaos fire was headed his way, forcing him to dodge. Euclid, that fire Tiamat. Tiamat then approached him. Her blue hair was swaying in the wind. Her horns were glowing in power. She had her fists ready to pummel this guy. Tiamat, say, Azazel, shall we fight him together? Azazel then shrugged him and responded. Azazel, well, the more the merrier. They both began fighting Euclid, who was able to push Tiamat and Azazel back with his wits. Azazel knew that Issei had once told him that he was able to use the boosted gear much better than Issei once did. Tiamat used some of her chaos fire to keep him at bay, but Euclid responded with a dragon shot, in a manner diffusing most of the fire, and with him evading the rest. Azazel and Tiamat were surprised that he was able to use a dragon shot to counter her fire. Tiamat knew that she had to increase the intensity of the fire as well. Meanwhile, while they were continuing their fighting, the Citri peerage were dealing with Nilrame magicians as well as Walburga, who had used her incinerate anthem to begin their assault on them as well. Saji then began fighting Walburga, who had evenly matched the blonde pawn with her own magical spells. Saji knew that there was only one form that could beat her once and for all. He decided that now would be the time to use his balance break. Vitra called out from his sacred gear. Malbolge Vitra promotion. Saji once again had donned his purple armor and began fighting against the Hexenac leader, who had managed to overwhelm her with relative ease, using his tentacles to destroy most of her flames created with her sacred gear incinerate anthem. She was forced to flee given that the situation is now not under her favor. She and some of her stray magicians from her group were forced to flee from there. Saji then dispelled his armor and began helping the rest of the Citri peerage in their battle against the remaining stray magicians, defeating them one by one and killing most of them before they could escape or hurt any of the peerage members. With Rias and her peerage. Rias and her peerage were dealing with several devils from the old Satan faction, whose main goal was to hurt Rias Gremory and Sona Citri in an effort of attacking their siblings as well. That was when an unexpected challenger began to show up. He was desperate on fighting against Yudo Kiba given his defeat at his hands during the fight against him back in Kyoto. Siegfried, where is Yudo Kiba? Kiba, on looking at him, knew his reasoning for attacking him and his friends. He was here for a rematch. He started to walk towards Siegfried, having his sword in his hand ready to begin their fight. Rias had called out to him. Rias, where are you going? Kiba, settling a score with the old foe. He is here for me, so I might as well. Kiba smiles. Kiba, entertain him. Worry not, I will be fine. Rias, you better be alright, Kiba. Kiba nodded. He knew that she has become a much better person compared to what she was months ago. The old timeline counterpart of hers is long dead, just a bad memory. Just like that timeline, he summoned his sword Birth to begin fighting against Siegfried. He knew that he needed to beat him before it was too late. Siegfried then used his balance break. Chaos edges your revenge. Suddenly Gram, Bamung, Nothung, Turfing and Daneself all came in the forearms that the twice critical had created. Kiba knew that since this time he was alone, he needed to fight him on his own accord. However, Kiba had an ace up his sleeve. He performed his own subspecies balance breaker with his own blade blacksmith, Kiba's other sacred gear. Glory Draigg Trooper. Several dragon knights had surrounded Kiba. He then unleashed them at Siegfried, who was having slight difficulty in fighting against these knights. Kiba himself charged at him with his very own sacred gear, thus giving the hero faction member even more difficulty than he already had. He was constantly able to push Siegfried back with his own abilities as well as his own power. Siegfried, who was already struggling before, was now having a hard time landing a hit on the speedy knight, who easily evaded most of the attacks. Kiba, on the other hand, had a smile on his face. He was now able to not only keep with Siegfried's attacks, but also he was able to now overwhelm him with relative ease. He knew that he must be defeated before it was too late. Kiba got some distance and went to a place higher than the current plane that they were standing on and dueling. Kiba, it's over, Siegfried, I have the high ground. Siegfried, you underestimate my power, Kiba. Kiba, don't try it. Siegfried tries to jump over Kiba in an attempt to behead him in midair, but this is what Kiba wanted. Using both his blades, he cut off his sacred gear from his back and his arm in the process, as well one of his legs. Siegfried fell down in a staggering manner. He was unable to move due to the immense pain of having his sacred gear chopped off along with his arm and leg being cut off. He looked at Kiba in pure hatred, as now he has not only lost his sacred gear but also his arm and leg as well. Kiba then responded. Kiba, don't look at me like that. You have done that yourself. You've brought this fate on yourself. Now suffer the consequences. It's over, Siegfried. Kiba used his sword Birth to stab him in the head, killing him instantly and ending his suffering. The other hero faction members, on seeing this, were horrified that one of their members are now dead. All the 5 demonic swords Kiba Gram, Bamum, Nathung, Turfing and Daneself chose Kiba as their new master, much to his happiness. He then returned back dealing with the other members of the old Satan faction, since the others were struggling with their attacks belonging to that of ultimate class devils. Scene break. With Vali and Issei. Vali and Issei got the news that Kiba managed to beat and kill the hero faction member Siegfried. They knew now they have got the advantage and now they can beat the hero faction. But little did they know that the hero faction had a little bit of surprise for them. Saw was already furious with his loss against Issei twice. He knew he had to switch things up or his dream of proving human superiority will never come into reality. He had pushed Leonardo to unlock his own subspecies balance breaker. He knew that if he accessed this balance breaker, then he might defeat Issei Hyoto. Saw, I have a surprise for you, Issei Hyoto. Issei, ho, and what would that be, false hero? Saw gritted his teeth on hearing that nickname, but he knew that they have not even unleashed his trump card yet. Saw this. Saw then reveals a brainwashed Leonardo, who immediately created several gigantic monsters. They were 12 Bandersnatch and 1 Jabberwocky, totaling to 13 gigantic monsters. Issei was furious at how Saw forced his own teammate to do this. He noticed Leonardo in mental pain and stress thanks to forcefully activating his own balance breaker. They knew that they needed to fight against Saw and his monsters as soon as possible. The others were fighting against the other members of the hero faction. Scene break. With Azazel and Tiamat. The duo of the Governor General and Dragon King were now able to push back Euclid Lucifuge. As for Euclid Lucifuge, he was exhausted. His armor started to break and he was unable to continue fighting against the duo. That was when Azazel spoke up. Azazel, give up, Euclid, it's over. Euclid, no, I will be back, Governor General Azazel. Euclid teleported out of there as he was unable to fight against them. If he would be continuing the fight, then he would be captured and the secret weapon would be revealed before its launch, which is something he cannot let it happen. Tiamat tried to pursue him, but Azazel stopped her. Azazel, I would allow you to pursue them, but we have bigger problems as we speak. Tiamat, what problems? Azazel then pointed to the Bandersnatch and Jabberwocky that were ravaging the area, and Issei along with Vali and their teams that were fighting against them. They immediately went to assist the teams that were struggling against the monsters created by Leonardo. Not to mention that the old Satan factions and Nilraim magicians were getting the upper hand on the peerages of the Citri and Gremry peerages. Azazel knew that he would be needing help against them. The question is, how long will they survive till reinforcements arrive? Issei and Vali along with the others were facing off against the gigantic monsters created by the brainwashed Leonardo against the teams. Thankfully no school students were present for the hero faction to take as hostages. Issei knew that he needed gigantic balance break against the monster, but since Great Red was nowhere in sight, Issei was on his own. The Bandersnatch that were 12 in number were all beasts that were 150 meters in height and were capable of immense durability as well as tenacity. Issei remembered these beasts giving the Emperor, Diehauser Belial, a hard time as well as being immune to space-time magic as well. Not to mention they were able to give the Lucifer peerage, minus Surzex, a run for their money as well, which was the strongest peerage of all time. As for the Jabberwocky, it is known to be immensely regenerative, so the best bet for Issei was to use Draigg's signature move Blazing Inferno of Scorching Flames, in order to burn down this beast for good, not to mention the Citri as well as the Gremry Peerage were starting to struggle against the attack by the two organizations of the Cow's Brigade. Issei knew that now would be the time that they receive reinforcements. That was when the Lucifer Peerage had come in to assist the teams as well. Grafia had been informed by Azazel about the situation. Issei was grateful that the Peerage had come to assist them. Issei then asked, "Issei, Grafia, where is Big Brother?" "Grafia, he sent us currently. He cannot come because he has to defuse the situation back in the government. The government has held him back for the time being, but he will be joining us soon. We are here to help. Speaking of which, I heard my brother is here. Where is he?" Before Issei could respond, Azazel responded. "Azazel, he fled the scene, but he was able to create a copy of the boosted to fight against us. Tiamat, he ran away after realizing that he would get caught." Grafia, "Oh, let's not waste time. We need to deal with these monsters." Grafia then commanded the Lucifer Peerage, which consisted of Sir to the Second, Okita Suji, McGregor Mathers, Bahamut, Anka and Beowulf. They all began attacking the Bandersnatch, which were multiple of them. Issei asked Tiamat to deal with the one of the Bandersnatch, to which she agreed. Azazel took on one of them, while the others were dealing with the remaining Bandersnatch as well as the Jabberwocky. Jean ended up fighting against Raynare, Irina and Lefay, who wanted a rematch just like Siegfried, while the others were dealing with the remaining members of the hero faction. Issei and Vala were fighting against Saw, while Kuroka, Frisk and Biko were holding off against George, and finally Rossweisse, Chara, Arthur and Asriel were fighting against Heracles. They all began their fighting at the same time, with Raynare, Lefay and Irina. Jean was pissed she just lost one of the members of the hero faction in cold blood, thanks to a devil, one of the creatures she hated the most. Now she charged relentlessly in order to kill him at all costs. Before she could do so, she was facing against the two she had faced once before in Kyoto, that being Raynare and Irina. However, she was not alone, she had Lefay helping them. Lefay constantly used her spells to keep the former Holy Maiden at bay, while Irina and Raynare were constantly throwing light spears at her, preventing her from moving much. Jean was forced to go balance breaker. However, this time she had something up her sleeve. Earlier, she along with Siegfried as well as Heracles had been their sacred gears doped with the blood of the original Satans known as Chaos Break. However, Kiba managed to take Siegfried down despite him having the doping advantage, much to her shock and anger. Jean then screamed, "Jean, now, here is something interesting. I can use this Chaos Break." Jean then started to merge with the holy sword she created. She transformed into a silvery lamia made out of holy swords, shocking the trio of girls. They had realized that she has gone too far. By sacrificing her own lifespan to gain an advantage over them, she was now able to compete against the combined efforts of Raynare, Irina and Lefay with relative ease. That was when Raynare revealed something surprising. "Raynare, since you took it to the next level, it is fair that I should as well." Raynare then released her all 6 wings. The other 2 present were shocked that she was able to reach this far. Raynare's light spears had now become much more potent and stronger since she had trained to fight against the mother goddess Gaia. Irina and Lefay also began assisting them in their attacks, with Lefay using several elemental magical spells to keep her at bay, with Irina holding on to her with her throwing light discs at her in an attempt of destroying her holy swords, but this did little to her, as she was able to regenerate with little to no issue. Jean then used her tail, made out of holy swords, to send the angel flying aside a rubble. She was knocked, and took some amount of damage. "Raynare, Irina, you will pay for that." Raynare charged at Jean while Lefay constantly kept bombarding her with spells, forcing Jean to defend herself from the attacks. Irina was dazed. She realized that she was only holding the other 2 back. She constantly hated herself for betraying Issei, but now she was only hurting herself with hate. She realized that it is about time that she gets over her own self-loathing before it consumes her completely. She knew that she will never let history repeat itself no matter what. "Irina, am I really that weak? Weak to fight my own hate? Weak to fight against what I did? To repair my actions? No. I will not let history repeat itself no matter what. I will never let anyone hurt my childhood friend no matter what." This self-realization of Irina allowed a drastic change in her body. She now grew an additional pair of angel wings. Irina and the others present were surprised at Irina's second pair of wings. Irina suddenly felt a huge surge of power. She then joined the other 2 as they continued their fighting against Jean. "Raynare, so you did it, you broke through the thing that was holding you back. You managed to unlock your second pair." "Lefay, congratulations Irina." "Irina, Let's enjoy later. We first need to deal with this former maiden before it is too late. She does not seem to be a holy maiden in my book anymore. She is a monster just like her. Le Fay knew who she was referring to. She was happy that the arena in front of her is not a deceiving monster like the one she saw in the previous timeline. They all then began attacking Jean, who taunted. Jean, second pair, no matter, I will crush all of you. Raynare, we will see about that. Speaking of which, how did she lose in the previous timeline? Raynare made sure to speak in a low tone, only enough for Le Fay and Irina to hear, resulting in them blushing. When Raynare asked what happened, only for Le Fay to inform her that he had used his dress break to strip her Lamia armor in the previous timeline, causing her to blush as well. Raynare, Issei, you better be ready. We will be having a long talk today. Meanwhile with Issei. Issei, huh? Vali, is something wrong? Issei, no, someone just talked about me. Saw, we are in the middle of a fucking fight, you know. Issei, okay geez, let's continue. Back to Raynare, Irina and Le Fay. The trio of girls were managing to now push Jean back. Le Fay had an idea this time. She decided to use her dispelling magic to try and nullify the swords that had surrounded the former holy maiden. It worked, resulting in Jean temporarily being vulnerable. That was enough for Raynare and Irina to strike her when she is ready. Raynare, Irina now. Irina, you don't have to tell me twice. They both used their light attacks, forcing her to defend herself using her blade blacksmith. Irina knew that she will not be able to use Chaos Break for much longer as it threatens her lifespan. They knew that now would be the time to strike her with a flurry of light arrows at her. Jean was unable to prevent herself from being hit since these arrows had surrounded her, and coupled with Le Fay using defensive magic as a sort of barrier preventing Jean from escaping, resulting in her taking multiple arrows directly. Jean, ahahaha. Jean screamed in pain as the arrows easily struck her body. Her armor was broken, her clothes were torn, and she was bleeding due to the cuts she received from the arrows. Le Fay then used her sealing magic to prevent her from escaping, sealing her away. Le Fay, we did it. Raynare, now let's go and see how the others are doing. Scene change. With Kuroka, Frisk and Biko. Kuroka and Frisk knew that they were under the most powerful spellcaster of all time, that being George. He was much stronger and far more talented this time, but now this time, he was prepared against Frisk and Kuroka. He had counters to her senjutsu as well. Unfortunately, they were joined by Biko, who was this generation's Monkey King. They all began fighting against the Master Magician of the hero faction as well as the Longinus wielder. George threw several of magical spells towards Frisk. It managed to severely damage him, but his regeneration had saved him and healed up several of his wounds up. His soul trait also gave him immense pain tolerance, allowing him to tank several of George's attack. Biko had summoned the Nimbus to assist from a distance using his pole, while Kuroka used her senjutsu flames to fight against George's magical spells in an attempt to pierce through them. Kuroka, take this. A circle consisting of senjutsu was formed around her, and blue flames were thrown at George, who was forced to use his own magic to counter them. Biko then extended his magical pole to pierce through the vulnerable side, piercing his barrier, resulting in a weak spot that had appeared through him. George realized that he might have to regenerate the barrier with his own magic. That was when Frisk had attacked George with his own hand-to-hand combat. However, George had himself used his own fighting style to counter him. Biko had started to assist him with using his pole to prevent George from summoning any magical spells. Kuroka had supported the duo from behind using her own nature magic to assist with her own abilities. She was able to push back George, with both Frisk and Biko assisting her in taking her down. George, damn it, there needs to be something I need to do. His train of thought was snapped when Frisk said something. Frisk, hey, focus. Frisk gave him a punch to the jaw, causing severe jaw damage, which was enough to daze him. Kuroka and Biko, on seeing the chance, decided to knock him out before he could use his Longinus to let everyone escape. Kuroka used her fist and summoned Tuki. She charged at him and struck him in the stomach, dealing a direct hit, causing a complete knockout, allowing him to get defeated. Biko, we did it. Frisk, yeah? Both Biko and Frisk high-fived after their victory. Kuroka then called them so that they can now help the others. They immediately rush in order to deal with the other members of the Cow's Brigade. Scene change. With Arthur, Asriel, Chara and Rossweisse. Heracles had begun fighting the four as a way for retribution for what he had received in fighting them earlier. This time, however, Arthur had joined them in fighting against the hero faction member. Arthur used his sword skills to try and pierce the muscled hero but was unable to do so. However, when the others had joined him, Heracles was starting to be pushed back. Heracles then used his own balance breaker to even the odds. But Azazel switched things up by using his chakra breaker to push back Heracles, to which both Chara and Arthur used their knife to deal massive damage to him on him. Heracles was forced to use his sacred gear in a defensive manner in order to avoid most of the damage dealt to him. Eventually his defense broke due to the constant slashes on his armor, shattering it as a result. This forced Heracles to use the Chaos Break to try to get an upper hand on the opposing team. Heracles, I have something in store for you guys, Chaos Break. All of a sudden the variant detonator transformed Heracles into something mechanical like an iron suit. He then started to grow immensely in size as the Chaos Break transformed into a mechanical golem-like size. It had completely changed into a mechanical armor composing of several missile and rocket launchers at its back, metal shields designed to fight against any magical artillery thrown at him. The mechanical golem towered over. It had a mechanical boulder on one hand and a plasma launcher on the other hand. The golem radiated immense power such that it was meant to fight against a being of much stronger strength. Rossweisse tried to fire magic at him, but the armor was unfazed. There was not even a single scratch on the golem. Much to everyone's surprise, Rossweisse, who is known to be a prodigy in magic, was unable to land a single attack on him. Chara tried using her knife to try to destroy or damage the armor, but not even a scratch was landed. Heracles then announced, "Heracles, it is no use, not even ultimate class devils can break through this armor, now take this." Heracles had smashed the ground, causing everyone to fly away a certain amount of distance. No one was able to understand how is this thing so strong. That was when the rocket launcher on his back fired several seeking missiles towards all four of them. Arthur and Azazel were able to destroy those missiles as well as evading the explosion. They managed to do this for several missiles that had headed their way. Unfortunately for them, Chara and Rossweisse tried to destroy those said missiles, but they were too much of them, and with them targeting their enemy directly using their heat or magical signature, they were not easy to avoid and several of them took direct hits. Chara took 2 of the missiles directly. If it was not for her soul, she would have been severely injured. She was sent flying across to the nearby school rubble, and was barely awake. She was still conscious. Rossweisse had it far worse than what Chara did. Her magic was unable to destroy most of the missiles that had high magical resistance, and the ones that she was able to destroy were not enough. She managed to defend herself from most of the missiles using her own barrier magic, but the barrier eventually broke, much to Rossweisse's shock. Rossweisse, oh shit. Rossweisse took multiple missiles to her body. She was rendered unconscious due to taking several hits from those missiles. She was sent flying across the area, taking her out of the fight. Azazel, Rossweisse, Arthur, check on her condition. I will handle this monstrosity. Arthur, got it. Arthur rushed towards the downed Rossweisse and Chara. He went to check their condition. Rossweisse was thankfully breathing, but unfortunately was knocked unconscious due to taking direct hits from those missiles. He then went to check on Chara, who weakly responded, "Chara, I'm fine. Arthur, go help Azazel." Arthur, alright Chara. Arthur then went to Azazel, who informed the monster that Chara and Rossweisse are fine. They all began fighting against the hero faction Heracles. The golem tried to smash the area, dealing massive damage all around the area, even trying to attack a school bus full of children. The automaton was thankfully stopped when Azazel used his own barrier magic to protect the golem. Azazel then said to Arthur, "Azazel, Arthur, get those kids to a safe area. This hero will destroy everything if left unchecked." Arthur, got it. Arthur used his Caliban to teleport the school bus out of there. He had taken them to a place after knocking them unconscious, as they would think that it was a dream. He then returned back to help Azazel in his fight against the golem, who had been smashing the area where Azazel and Arthur were. Azazel then summoned his third move. Chaos Sabers 2. 2 sabers identical to each other came in Azazel's hands. He then charged at the golem with the intent to strike him down. Azazel was assisted by Arthur, as the Pendragon Knight was easily able to evade most of Heracles' attacks. Azazel used his Chaos Sabers to chop off one of the golem's mechanical arm, causing severe pain to Heracles. Arthur followed up by using his Caliban in an offensive manner to strike the golem in the heart, forcing the golem to use his hands in a defensive manner to protect himself from the attack. This was what Azazel needed. He used his second move, Galacta Blazing. Azazel threw several massive stars at Heracles, which blasted on impact, resulting in several small stars that broke and grazed several parts of the golem. And finally a huge star was dropped onto the golem, dealing massive damage to its outer core. Heracles was struggling to keep the armor form intact. Eventually the armor started to break into smaller parts. Azazel and Arthur could see a defeated and bloody Heracles, who was brought to his knees by the main attack, as well as several stars that had pierced through the armor. Arthur and Azazel knew what they needed to do to end the fight. Arthur and Azazel used Excalibur Ruler to summon chains that bound the golem, preventing it from moving. Azazel saw this as an opportunity. and summoned his Shocker Breaker move. In just a matter of time, a huge torrent of lightning came from under Heracles, attack dealing massive amount of damage to him. Heracles, ahaha. Heracles screamed in pain as the lightning was too powerful for him to handle, enough to make him unconscious due to the pain. Arthur then used his chains to bound him to prevent his escape, allowing them to win the fight. They went to check on Rossweisse and Chara, who were now on their feet, with Chara helping the former as she took up a lot of damage from the fight. They all knew that they needed to help Issei and the others in their fights right now, but instead, on seeing the Cow's brigade gaining the upper hand on the Citri and Gremry peerages, they decided to help them in their battle against them. Scene break. With Vali and Issei. Vali and Issei were fighting in their armors against Saw, who was struggling as the dragon duo were able to push back the leader of the hero faction with zero to little effort. Saw gritted his teeth as this is the third time he will lose against Issei Kyoto. He does not want to lose against him again. Out of desperation, he had used his balance breaker Polar Knight Longinus Chakravartin to try and gain the upper hand on them. The duo had to be careful with what they would do next, as he can easily turn the table against them. If they make a single mistake, they will easily be taken out, given that spear can easily kill Vali given that it has been soaked in the blood of Jesus Christ. He then notices that all his teammates have either been killed or they have been sealed or they are unconscious. In a desperate attempt, he began to use his ultimate move, Truth Idea. Saw, oh spear, the true holy spear which pierces. Issei, oh no you don't. Issei charged at Saw at blinding speeds, causing him to cough up blood. He then began his vicious onslaught and prevented him speaking the chant for the Truth Idea, as this can easily kill Vali due to his half-blood nature. Vali assisted in him in constantly dividing his energy, preventing him from keeping up with him. Vali, on thinking that he got the high advantage, fires a pure demonic blast at Saw, but he easily deflects the blast and knocks it towards Koneko. Koneko tries to brace for impact, however Kuroka takes a direct hit against the blast, shielding Koneko. Koneko, big sister. Kuroka is greatly injured from the blast, but she is barely conscious. This act enrages the dragon duo, who began their beatdown against Saw. Issei in particular was furious, as he was starting to beat up the hero faction leader, while Vali used his Imperio Juggernaut drive to bring Saw to his knees. Since George is knocked out this time, there will be no Samael's blood helping Saw this time. The divine dividing called out. Half dimension. The power directly cripples the weakened Saw to his knees, adding further insult to injury. They were joined by the ones in Issei and Vali's team. However, they were easily dealt with using his female treasure ability, rendering them unable to do anything. That was when Issei called out to them. Issei, guys, leave him to me. I am the only one that can beat him. Let's go, Vali. Vali, you got it. Issei and Vali continued their fight against Saw. They knew that weapons and magical attacks will not work against this guy, so they had to resort to good old punches. They were beating Saw up for what he did to Kuroka. They wanted him to suffer. They continued beating onto him, with Vali easily dividing most of Saw's power, and Issei pummeling him after that, making him unable to keep up, and eventually brought the hero faction leader to his knees. Saw tried to use his Gorgon Eye to petrify, but something unexpected happened. Saw, eh. Issei and Vali were caught off guard by this. That was when they saw something come out of Saw's Gorgon Eye. It was a silhouette of a woman. No, it was the silhouette of a woman with the tail of a snake. Issei then asked. Issei, what's going on, Saw? Saw, I can't control her, The thing that came out of the Gorgon Eye was a woman with the upper torso of a human and the lower torso of that of a snake. She had the eyes of a snake and greenish-yellow scales on her entire body. Her hair, instead of having regular hair, she had hair full of snakes. Issei and Vali recognized who she was, Medusa the Gorgon. Medusa, finally free. Now where is this my Prius? The one known as Medusa was radiating dangerous bloodlust. She wanted to torment Saw for imprisoning her and torturing her. She then noticed the red dragon and the white dragon emperor, and gave them a faint smile. She was ready to battle them and consume them completely. Medusa looked at the duo of dragons in a hungry manner. Any resemblance that she was once a human who worshipped Athena, the goddess of wisdom, was long gone. She was a monster on the inside and on the outside. Medusa lunged at Saw with the intent to kill him, but was stopped when Issei used his Durandal, forcing Medusa to back off. Issei, are you alright? Saw, why did you save me? Issei, now is not the time. Can you still fight? Saw, I can, although I will not be as useful as Vali or anyone else. I can still try to fight against her. Vali, well then let's kick her ass. We need to find a way to deal with her stone gaze first. That was when Medusa announced, startling the trio and getting their attention. Medusa, you will die trying Dragonsis. Medusa lunged at the trio in an attempt to kill them. Cao used his holy spear to get the attention of the snake monster towards him, allowing Issei to smack the Gorgon in her face. Medusa released multiple snakes from her locks and used it to attack the other members of the team. Issei, on seeing this, called the others and informed them before it was too late. Issei, Raynare, Sona, Rias warned the others, Medusa has unleashed her snakes towards you. One gaze from them and you will turn into stone. One bite is lethal, watch out. This message got to them loud and clear. Approximately 100 snakes were unleashed onto the enemy. Rias and those who could get an aerial advantage took to the skies. Rias managed to use her power of destruction to destroy most of the snakes, while Akeno used her lightning to zap them to dust before they could do much. Akeno then said, Akeno, Ara, you will not be hurting anyone over here, take this fufufu. Akeno unleashed a storm of holy lightning towards the snake, disintegrating most of them. Frisk was a sitting duck since his main ability was hand-to-hand combat with Char, killing most of the snakes. Everyone had each other's backs. Arthur used his Excalibur along with Zenobia to kill most of the snakes before they could bite anyone. Asriel was protecting Rossweisse from being bitten, while at the same time he made sure that no snake hurt him as well. Some even managed to get close to her but were destroyed when Asriel used his swords to keep them away from her, as well as killing them instantly. Biko and Kuroka were fighting side by side, killing several of these snakes while at the same time protecting each other in case one of them bites. Kuroka used her flames to burn the snakes to dust before they could even gaze or bite them. Lefei used her defensive magic as well as offensive magic to destroy any snake that had come close to her. Being a master magician allowed her to protect herself from any impending attacks and abilities. The Gremory Peerage and the Citri Peerage were also doing a number on them, as many were able to kill several of the snakes without any effort. Saji was in his balance breaker protecting Momo and Rhea from any snake attacks, so that they do not become stone or something. Meanwhile, Irena used her angel wings to gain some distance between them, and using her light hollows to destroy most of the snakes with relative ease. Raynare was assisting her in the attack while throwing light grenades and light arrows, killing most of the snakes with relative ease and zero to little problem. Any snakes that were heading towards the Lucifer Peerage, Azazel and Tiamat, were handled by Issei and Cao. They destroyed snake after snake. While Vali was holding off Medusa before she could do anything funny, one of the snake lunged at Graphia. She braced for impact given that she was dealing with the Jabberwocky at the same time, but Issei used his Durandal before she could get bitten or turn to stone. Graphia, thanks Issei. Issei, not a problem, leave the snakes and Medusa to us, we need to deal with the Jabberwocky before it is too late. Graphia, leave it to me and my peerage. Graphia commanded her peerage to deal with the Jabberwocky and Bandersnatch. That was when Diehauser and Surzex had shown up. Surzex then commanded, Surzex, leave the Jabberwocky to me. Graphia, assist the others in dealing with the Bandersnatch. Diehauser, you also deal with the Bandersnatch. Diehauser and Graphia, at once, my lord. Surzex then looked at the Jabberwocky. The monster roared at the Crimson Satan, who not only was unfazed but responded with a smile. He then taunted the beast. Surzex, is that all you got? I must say I am disappointed. The beast then charged at the Crimson Satan, who was easily evading most of the beast's attacks with zero to no effort. He was moving from side to side, with the Jabberwocky getting furious that he was unable to land a single hit on him. Surzex then began to give his own barrage of punches to the Jabberwocky, breaking several of wings and other body parts as well. Surzex was pushing the beast to his limit as the beast, despite its regeneration, now was struggling against him. Surzex knew that the regeneration was a problem, but he had a quick solution to that. He had no choice but to no longer hold back. He decided to destroy every single trace of the beast so that he will not be able to regenerate. Surzex, take this. Surzex then used his Ruin of Extinction, his signature move, against the Jabberwocky. The Jabberwocky was being trapped in a reddish sphere of destruction. The sphere started to close in on the beast as the body started to get destroyed under the destructive power of the sphere, making him unable to regenerate. The beast howled in pain as the destructive sphere closed in on him with relative ease, destroying his entire body, and every single cell, completely defeating it with ease. Surzex, well, that's done, let's see how the others are doing. Scene break. With Issei, Vali and Cao. Issei and Vali along with Cao had formed a temporary alliance since the priority was now to take care of Medusa. Meanwhile, Medusa, on seeing her snakes being constantly killed and disintegrated and being turned into dust, screamed at everyone present. Medusa, my Babiuses, you murdered my Babius, I will kill you all. Medusa then charged at the trio with the intent to kill. They were able to dodge. Having enough, Medusa decided to use Stone Gaze to try and convert the hero faction leader to stone. However, Vali got in between them and the Divine Dividing announced, Reflect. Medusa's stone gaze was reflected back to her as the snake woman's hand was suddenly petrified. But given that she had that power, she easily shrugged it off without any issue. Vala then asked the hero faction leader. Vala, should you be able to use your balance breaker to take away her powers? Saw, well, I would love to, but I am too exhausted to activate my balance breaker. I cannot use the orbs, not at least after a while. We have to take her on like that. Saw used his sphere to fire a light attack at her, forcing Medusa to defend herself. Issei coupled the light beam with his dragon shot, was able to push back Medusa towards a distance, staggering her for a while. Medusa, on getting hit by that, immediately got even more angry that she already was and used her body to attack the trio in an attempt to poison them. They easily evaded most of her attacks, with skill and grace. Issei once again summoned his Durandal and began fighting against the Gorgon, who had managed to summon a second round of snakes to fight against everyone. Issei wondered, how many snakes does she have in her arsenal? He then asked. Issei, how many of those snakes do you have with you, and how long will you be able to keep throwing those snakes at us? Medusa, you will not live long enough to find out, Dragonsis. Issei then had a smile. Issei, oh, we will live longer than you, worry not. Issei then charged at Medusa. Medusa tried to grab the Red Dragon Emperor but was unable to do so, as he was able to evade most of her attacks thanks to Saw using his sphere, forcing Medusa to defend herself from both the attacks. Issei then used his Durandal to slash downward towards Medusa on her body. Medusa screamed in pain as her torso now had a mark on her body. The mark was constantly burning since Issei used an holy sword to damage her. She glared at the Red Dragon as he only had a smirk on his face. Out of agony, she redirected her snakes towards Issei, Saw and Vala. The others, on seeing this, prevented those snakes from escaping. Le Fay created a barrier along with Sona which prevented the snakes from escaping the fight. They then began destroying any snakes that managed to escape, since their main priority was to deal with so that Saw, Vala and Issei have no problem in dealing with Medusa. Le Fay then commented. Le Fay, oh, I am afraid I cannot let you escape, you are under my spell. Le Fay then told the others that they need to deal with those snakes first. The snakes tried to break the barrier, while several others were attacking the teams present. Issei and Vala team both destroyed most of the snakes with relative ease. Most of the snakes were trying to get through the magical barrier. Le Fay made the barrier in a spherical shape so that the snakes cannot dig underground to escape and help Medusa in dealing with the trio. Rias and Sona along with their peerages were assisting the other two teams as they were able to deal most damage to the snakes, without them poisoning or petrifying them due to their abilities. Anyone that did get petrified, they had Phoenix Tears ready in case such a thing happened. Raynare, Asriel, Rias and Sona were destroying most of the snakes as they were highly potent in magic. They were able to destroy most of the snakes with relative ease. The others were assisting them in destroying any stragglers that tried to escape, but were unable to do so because of Le Fay's barrier. Any snake that tried to attack Le Fay were killed by Arthur and Kuroka before they could reach her. Medusa was watching everything happen. She had tears in her eyes as her snakes were getting killed. Was furious, she wanted to destroy everything at this point. She charged at the trio with the intent to kill, however Saw on noticing this used his spear extension to attack the spot where Issei had slashed her with his Durandal. The spear pierced the snake woman's weak spot through her body. Medusa screamed in agony as her body was pierced by the same thing that had once sealed her away in Saw's eye. She glared at the human spearman in pure hatred, while Issei and Vala knew that they had to defeat her before she could summon those snakes once again to attack them once and for all. Issei, Vala, Saw, we need to deal with her before she could summon those snakes to attack anyone else. We must stop her at all costs. Vali, you got that right, but how are we supposed to do that then? I think I might have an idea. Saw, what do you have in mind, Lucifer? Vali, Issei, remember how we took out Grendel? Issei, yeah, this might work. You are in your Imperio Juggernaut drive while I am in my Cardinal Crimson full drive form. This should be able to work. Saw, what do you mean? Vali's divine dividing started to glow with power. He was already exhausted from fighting for a while. He knew he had to give it his last shot, and this was it. He used his most powerful move. The divine dividing then called out. Compression divide. Medusa started to shrink much to her anger and shock. She was unable to deal with the powers of compression divide. That was when she heard another voice, but that was not from the White Dragon Emperor. Boost. Boost, 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 boost. Boost, 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 boost. Boost, 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 boost. Longinus Smasher. An intense beam of light was fired towards the already weakened Medusa. She started to disintegrate because of the light beam heading towards her. She was unable to dodge or block the attack, especially in her weakened state. Over time, the light had started to consume her. Saw used his last energy to fire a pure light energy blast along with the energy blast to destroy the Gorgon once and for all. Medusa screamed and cursed the trio as she was being evaporated from the blast. Medusa, Aha, damn you Red Dragon Emperor, damn you White Dragon Emperor, damn you Spisper Wielder, damn you all. Medusa was completely destroyed as the blast completely disintegrated her into nothing. Saw collapsed due to the multiple strain that it had put on his body. Issei put the vial of Sama Ale's poison back in his pocket dimension so that no one could use it. He then also sat down to rest for a while along with Vali, who both had removed their armors due to getting some recovery from the attack. Issei, job well done guys. Vali, yeah, it was one of the few times I went all out and had fun. Issei, geez battle maniac, hold it in. Vali, what can I say Issei, some habits die hard. Vali and Issei chuckled. They all then looked as the others were fighting against the anti-monsters, as they were the only ones remaining to deal with, and the Lucifer peerage along with Diehauser, Tiamat, and Azazel were handling. Scene break. The Lucifer peerage were now facing against the Bandersnatch. These things were strong enough to deal with each and every one of them. Even Azazel were having a little bit of difficulty putting these beasts down for good. One of the Bandersnatch had attacked Graphia, who had enough playing with them and decided to put these beasts down for good. She took to the skies using her wings and used her strongest ice attack. A beam of pure ice energy radiated from her, and she aimed it at the Bandersnatch. Graphia staggered for a while. Before regaining her balance, the Bandersnatch was this close to biting her head off. Graphia then used her own strength to break the ice, effectively killing the Bandersnatch. She sat down exhausted as Surzex sat next to her. Surzex, good job honey. Graphia pulled his ear and said, Graphia, how many times do I have to tell you not to call me that in public? Surzex, ow, that hurts. Let me go Graphia please. Graphia let go of his ear and stared at him with a blush. She then fell asleep next to Surzex, and they both sat for a while. Surzex, she seems exhausted. Oh well, thankfully nobody is seeing us like this. With Diehauser. Diehauser was struggling against the Bandersnatch. His worthless ability was only able to snatch away most of the beast's strength, but this was not enough for him since it was still a threat in close range. If it was not for his immense strength and durability, he would have been a goner. Diehauser had to figure it out on how to deal with the Bandersnatch before it kills him successfully. Diehauser, damn it, I thought I would have an easy win, but here it is becoming harder for me. Wait, this might work. Diehauser knew what he needed to do. He had to weaken the part of the Bandersnatch where his life is, in his heart. He used his worthless ability to nullify the defenses that were a part of the Bandersnatch. Diehauser knew that he needed to be quick before the beast can escape its ability. Diehauser then charged at the beast with the intent to destroy its heart before he can escape. He pierced the chest area of the Bandersnatch and used his hands to destroy its heart with ease. The Bandersnatch yelped in pain as the heart of the Bandersnatch was finally crushed with relative ease. Diehauser then sat down to rest for a while before going in and helping the others. With Suji and Beowulf. Suji, being the knight, was able to evade most of the Bandersnatch's attacks, while Beowulf did most of the damage to the Bandersnatch. Suji used his blade to easily destroy most of the Bandersnatch's body, dealing massive damage to its entire body, as well as Beowulf, who had earlier promoted to queen with Graphia's permission. They both managed to deal some severe damage to the Bandersnatch, making the beast howl in pain. Suji, this is the end. Suji used his blades in a circular motion like a centrifugal machine. His goal was to generate enough force to carve and pierce a wound into the Bandersnatch's body, and with the help of Beowulf he was able to pierce the Bandersnatch's heart, killing it instantly. With McGregor Mathers. McGregor, being the master magician, he has had massive advantage over the Bandersnatch, given that due to the bishop piece, his magical reserves easily surpassed those of LaFaze as well. McGregor managed to use the defensive magic to prevent the Bandersnatch from hurting it. McGregor knew that the beast does not possess a proper rational brain. He was getting bored now, it was time to end. McGregor, it was fun playing with you, but this my domain, my furry friend. McGregor then summoned multiple magical circles of all types of magic. His magical knowledge even surpassed that of George, who was known for his immense knowledge of the magic. There were several magical circles consisting of demonic, angel, fallen, fairy, dragon, to name a few of the magic circle. All these circles then surrounded McGregor, as he aimed it towards the Bandersnatch. All these magical circles fired a pure magical blast comprising of each type of magic towards the Bandersnatch, evaporating and disintegrating with ease. McGregor then relaxed so that he could recover his magical abilities. With Surtur II. Surtur was a demonic beast of Asgardian that was known to bring the Ragnarok. However, this version of Surtur, also known as Surtur II, was a weaker version of him. But despite this, he was still a beast of its own rank. When the Bandersnatch charged at him, Surtur easily grabbed him and sent the beast and turned him in a circular manner. Surtur II then used a firestorm, evaporating the beast with relative ease without any issue. With Bahamut. Bahamut was usually a transport ship that was meant to transport others and help annihilate smaller grunts with ease. However, he started to struggle against the Bandersnatch. That was when Suji had arrived to assist the sacred beast in taking down the beast with relative ease. He was joined by Beowulf, who all assisted them in taking down the Bandersnatch once and for all. Given Suji's magical rituals that he did in the past, he became a host for several yokai, which allowed him to take out the beast as well as the smaller anti-monsters around him. Suji then called out, "Suji, take this, Hitori Hayaki Yaku." All of a sudden, thousands of yokai started to charge towards the Bandersnatch, destroying the beast with relative ease, since beasts like Nu were able to kill and destroy his heart with ease, while the Bahamut and Beowulf were dealing with the smaller anti-monsters, taking them out before they could harm anyone else. With Enku. Enku was a Qilin, meaning that he was a mythical creature representing luck. However, this beast was known to have been able to fight against foes much stronger than itself. Immediately promoting to Queen, Enki gained a burst of speed and other abilities as well. Enki fired a magical blast that was able to push the Bandersnatch back. The Bandersnatch tried to attack the Qilin, but he was easily able to evade most of the abilities. Given his knight trait gained from the promotion, he was able to avoid most of the Bandersnatch's abilities. He then was quick enough to easily destroy the Bandersnatch and take it out with a single magical blast towards it. With Azazel. Azazel was fighting evenly against the beast that was made by the Annihilation Maker. He had a smirk that he was actually enjoying the fight rather than putting in much effort. He used his light spears to keep the Bandersnatch at bay while at the same time using it in an offensive manner, preventing him from getting the Bandersnatch close to him. Azazel was merely toying with the beast. Azazel. "Oh man, is that the best you have got? I was honestly expecting more from a monster created by the Longinus. I mean, you aren't as strong as the Jabberwocky, but still." The creature in question continued his attack on Azazel, but Azazel was avoiding it like it was not much of an issue at all. The Bandersnatch was constantly trying to attack the Governor General, but Azazel was using his own light spears. After a while, he got bored and decided now would be a time to end this once and for all. Azazel used his light spears to pin each and every limb of the Bandersnatch, making it howl in immense pain as well as making it unable to move much. "Azazel, it's over." Azazel then used his light spear and aimed it at his head and heart, piercing it with ease and completely killing it. "Azazel, now let's see what my students and the others are doing." Azazel then heads back to see that his students have already successfully slain Medusa and taken her out completely, along with the hero faction and the Cow's brigade. With Tiamat. Tiamat ended up facing against 4 of the remaining Bandersnatch at once. She knew that they were weaker than them under a normal circumstance, but this was something that was supposed to have the potential to destroy the world. Tiamat volunteered to fight against the 4 Bandersnatch at once. She knew that she was one of the few that could take on multiple of them without any issue, the other 2 being Surzek's Lucifer and her master Issei Hyoto that could take them out without any issue. The Dragon King then approached the 4 of the monsters with the intent to take them out and destroy them before they could cause any havoc. The Bandersnatch were a little afraid that the Dragon King herself had come to face them herself, but they had not much choice, they needed to fight. One of the Bandersnatch had charged at the Dragon King, but Tiamat grabbed him by the throat and slammed him on the ground. She then used Chaos Fire in a minimal amount to burn the beast to prevent it from coming back. "Tiamat, that was pretty disappointing. I was expecting more from the beasts made by one of the 4 high tiers Longinus. Well then, let's take out the trash." Tiamat then charged at the other 3 beasts in order to take them out once and for all. The beasts were under panic given that they were unable to keep up with the Chaos Karma Dragon. Tiamat came close to one of them and had slammed one of the monsters down with her own brute strength, breaking several of the bones and damaging their internal organs. Tiamat then used her Chaos Sphere to destroy the remains of the beasts before turning her attention to the last 2 monsters remaining. Tiamat charged at the two before they could react and slammed one of their heads towards the nearby school wall with such force that they could hear its head completely shattered and the beast was staggering. Tiamat then used her chaos powers to disintegrate the beast into complete nothingness, killing it instantly. She then made her focus to the last and final beast. The beast charged at her with the intent to kill. However, Tiamat only nodded and responded. Tiamat, big mistake. Tiamat quickly evaded the beast's attacks and grabbed the beast's abdomen. She then slammed the beast to the ground, breaking all of the beast's internal bones. Tiamat then used her chaos flame to completely disintegrate the beast and burn the beast. The beast howled in pain as the flames started to consume her completely. The last Bandersnatch was completely killed by her flames as it had not left a single trace of its own original body. Tiamat then simmered down for a while and recovered as she knew that she might have overdone it. In the aftermath, Saw and the rest of the hero faction were taken into custody, since they were wanted terrorists that had attacked a faction leader as well as attacking the two devil heiresses. Thankfully nobody was severely harmed, so they were given minimal punishment of only imprisonment. Indra, who had come in after the news, had confiscated Saw and George's sacred gears, and had told them that they would get them back once they served their punishment. Leonardo was taken to Grigori, where his condition was to be assessed due to him being in severe mental pain from activating his balance breaker. Heracles and the hero faction members were also given mere imprisonment, but some died in custody since they had their Ophice's snake break their sacred gear. Jean, on the other hand, was taken into the custody of the Vatican as she was placed under a watchful supervision since she was a former holy maiden, and the church knew that she had to take responsibility for her actions. She was kept under the eye of Vasco Strata, who had volunteered to make sure that she never went astray ever again. Irina was praised by both Lord Michael and Lady Gabriel that she managed to get over her insecurities and earn her second pair of angel wings, which not a lot of people can achieve in a short span of time. Issei and his friends also congratulated her on her achievements, much to the angels' happiness, while the Seraphs were grateful for Issei and his friends for managing to bring most of the hero faction to custody. Ever since Euclid Lucifuge and the Cow's Brigade had become more aggressive, Grafia was asked by the government to be put under house arrest till his brother was brought into custody, since they feared that someone as strong as Grafia was on the side of the enemy. Serzex was against this, however Grafia convinced him that she does not mind being at the Gremery estate for a while, and Serzex can call her when he needs her. In addition, she can spend more time with their son Milikas, since Grafia was most of the time busy with the Gremery household duties or serving her king and husband Serzex. She knew that she needed to spend some time with her son. Most of the members of Team DXD decided to take a rest after them fighting against the hero faction, along with the others decided to take a break for a while, which the leaders approved. They all were high school students after all. They decided to rest for the day, knowing that the next day would bring something new. Sarah Fall had decided to live in the Kyoto residence since she wanted to be closer to her lover. She convinced Serzex by telling her that she would be in the underworld performing her Satan duties without any issue, which Serzex was doubtful of since she used to pile most of her paperwork as well as duties on the crimson-haired Satan. Much to his annoyance, it didn't make things better as Grafia never let him leave his room till his job was over. She used any means necessary to make sure that Serzex had completed his duties. Scene break. One day later. Kyoto residence, 9 a.m. Issei was watching television with the rest of the family. They were all watching Captain America: Civil War to spend the time with. Ever since Sarah Fall had joined the house had become far more lively, and even Ophis had an occasional smile as she enjoyed being with this new family. That was when all of a sudden a portal with the crest of Gremery had opened up, revealing Serzex Lucifer. Issei then asked, "Issei, what brings you here, big brother?" Serzex: "I actually wanted to tell Sona that the middle class promotion examination will be held in a week's time, so you need to inform your brother, and Issei you will need to tell Kiba and Akeno that their middle class examination will also be held by the next week." Issei: "Alright then." Mickey then asks, "Mickey, Serzex, why don't you stay for a while?" Serzex: "I do not want to impose MS. Kyoto, I have something important, I gotta go, bye guys." Issei: "Bye big brother." Serzex teleports out of there, since Grafia had called him for something important, since today was a holy day even for Satans and Grafia wanted to have some fun with him. Issei then calls up Kiba and informs him about the middle class promotion examination. He then asks him to tell the others in his peerage about it, and tell that Akeno was also selected for it. Meanwhile Sona does the same and informs Saji about the middle class promotion examination. Issei knew that Rias would handle Kiba and Akeno's middle-class preparation, while Sona and Issei personally decided to prepare Saji for his middle-class promotion test. He wanted them to get promoted to middle class since Issei knew that the blonde pawn deserved it. Issei and Sona teleported to Saji's house, where they were greeted by Saji's little siblings Keiho and Jango Saji. They both knew who Sona was and then they asked. Keiho, who are you, big brother? Issei crouched to reach the young girl's height and responded. Issei, I am a good friend of your brother, my name is Issei Kyoto, and I am with Sona because we have some work with your older brother. That was when Saji had come down to greet the duo. He told his siblings to go inside to play on his games. Issei and Sona told them that they were there to train him for his promotion. Saji, so how are you guys going to train me to, improve myself? Issei, well, I have thought about it, and I want to improve the time of your balance breaker as well as your durability in fights against your enemies. As for Sona, she will train you in. Sona, I will primarily improve you in your knowledge of the underworld. Better be prepared because none of us will be going easy on you. Saji gulped when she heard Sona in her serious mode. But he knew that he needed to become stronger. He promised his parents that he would look after his little sibling Keiho and Jango no matter what. He also knew that he needed to become stronger for the sake of protecting his love Momo and Rhea from getting hurt ever again, just like Issei can protect his family. Saji then told the duo with resolve. Saji, you are right, please go all out on me. I want to learn as much as possible from the two of you, so please do not hold back. Both Sona and Issei smiled. They knew that Saji has come a long way since his time being a reincarnated devil. They decided to teach them everything they possibly could in a week's time to make sure that Saji is ready for the middle-class promotion exam. Meanwhile, Rias was busy training Kiba in his knowledge of the underworld, making sure that he learns as much as he can. While Akeno was training herself in combat, she knew that she cannot rely on magic always since if she runs out she can get defeated with ease. She also knew that she had to improve her reserves. Kiba also did the same, improving his glory drag trooper as well as sword of betrayer to make sure that he is ready for the examination. He also improved his soul trait bravery to make sure that he becomes strong enough to protect the people he cared about from anything that came at him. Scene break. 1 week later. Examination hall, Underworld, 10:30 a.m. Saji could be seen walking towards the examination building where the exam was being held. He was nervous since this was as much important as possible. He wanted to ace the examination but feared that he might fail the examination. Issei and Sona both kept their hand on him. They convinced him that he will successfully pass the examination no matter what happens, much to his happiness. They were joined by Kiba, who also told that he was going to take the examination. Issei then asked, Issei, where is Akeno? I thought she was coming with you. Kiba, oh, she went inside the hall. She never told me why though. Issei, oh okay, all the best you two. Kiba and Saji, thanks Issei. They both head inside the examination hall to give their middle-class examination. Sona went close to Issei for the moment. Issei then asked, Issei, something wrong, Han? Sona, no, just worried about him. Issei held her tightly. He knew that Sona cared for her peerage just like Rias did. She just was more stricter and did not show much emotion. But deep down she still cared for them. Issei tells her. Issei, he will be fine. I know he will ace the test. Sona, I hope so, Issei. Scene change. Inside the examination hall, 11 a.m. Saji and Kiba headed inside the examination hall where they saw the one in charge of the examination, this time of the middle-class devils. It was the matriarch of the Phoenix family. Lady Phoenix had shown up to take up the test, she announced. Lady Phoenix, hello and welcome to the middle-class promotion examination. I, Lady Phoenix, will be your invigilator to make sure that the examination goes smoothly without any issues, as well as there will be several invigilators that will check whether you guys are cheating. If any cheating is caught, you guys will be immediately disqualified from the examination. Lady Phoenix then continues after pausing for a while. Lady Phoenix, the test will be divided into 3 parts. The first would be the ambition of the candidate in question. The second part will be the examination where the history and the government of the underworld will be asked, and the final part will be a one-on-one sparring match between the 2 candidates that will be taking the examination. Saji and Kiba had a determined look. They knew that they needed to pass the examination so that they can move on and become high-class devils one day. They knew that they must pass all 3 tests no matter what happens. They saw the doors open up and it was a regular examination hall just like it would be in a human world with multiple benches and a chair for a candidate to sit on. Kiba and Saji sat on the tables to begin their examination. Each of them were given a sheet which they were supposed to write the reason as to why they were even sitting for this examination. Saji knew that he needed to get the promotion so that he can become stronger to protect the people he cares about at all costs. Saji wrote an essay as to why he needed to become a middle-class devil. His desire to protect his friends, his master, and his family were the reason he wants to reach the next level and become a high-class devil in the near future. He wanted to pass the examination so that he can have a better chance at protecting the underworld from any future attacks just like his friend and mentor would. Kiba had a similar answer. Initially his goal was revenge, but now it was a desire to protect Issei and his friends and family. He also wanted to find if there were any survivors of the Holy Sword Project just like himself. Being a high-class devil would allow him to achieve all his goals as he would have enough resources to do so. He needed to protect his friends as well as his peerage at all costs. Issei gave him a new hope. He showed Kiba that there is another reason that he needed to fight, and that was to protect the people he cared about. Even if Rias betrayed Issei and himself in one timeline, did not mean that she was the same in another timeline. He still owed her for saving him that day. Rias was really regretful for what she did, and she wanted to change her ways, and she was successful in becoming a better person. Kiba wrote his answer down in his essay. He was happy with his new life and his new friends, especially if he can protect them. Scene change. The next exam was the history and the government of the underworld. Saji had been preparing for this thanks to taking personal tutoring lessons. Kiba had also a similar take that he had some personal lessons courtesy of Rias Gremory. They knew that being trained personally by two high-class devils should give them a slight advantage when it comes to this test. Most of the questions were belonging to those of the history of the underworld, with some questions of the government being sprinkled here and there for good measure. All in all, it was a relative easy test for the duo, since they were well taught by Issei Kyoto and Sona Citri, while Kiba was taught by Rias Gremory. They managed to give the test much earlier than before, with the test not being that hard for the duo. Akeno, who was sitting at a distance, managed to complete her test much quicker and faster than the duo, making her leave the examination hall as soon as possible. Kiba and Saji left the examination hall after giving their own papers to the main invigilator that was present at the center of the room. Once they were outside the hall, both were discussing on how the paper went. Kiba then asked Saji. Kiba, hey Saji, what was the answer to the 4 extinct devil clans? Saji, I wrote Sabanok, Buer, Gusion, Larage, what about you? Kiba, I wrote Larage, Igelos, Bodis, Bathin. Saji, nice. Kiba, so the next test, if I am correct, will be one-on-one battles, right? Saji, yes. Kiba, well, we gotta win this one, at least for the people that have supported us and brought us this far, so we need to ace this examination. Saji, you got that right. The next examination will start once this one gets over, so we need to see what the opponents are capable of. I am kind of nervous. Kiba, be confident Saji, we have fought against beings that are minimum high class, if not ultimate class, we would be fine. Saji, yeah? Since there was an hour remaining for the final examination remaining, both were at the cafeteria near the examination area, so they were basically waiting for the next examination to begin, which was going to be a fight between the two random devils. The invigilators will be testing the low-class devil's strength as well as their magic and their abilities as well. Scene break. Saji and Kiba had returned from the lunch cafeteria and they all went inside the battle arena. It was an open space arena, similar to that of a stadium in a fighting tournament or an exhibition match. The stadium itself was circular, with the stadium having been made of concrete enchanted with defensive magic so that the concrete-made stadium does not break due to the devil's attack. Kiba and Saji were not as surprised as the others since they saw this stadium in the previous timeline as well. Although they wondered who they will be fighting this time, given that their opponents have a chance of being changed every time, both had excitement in their eyes as they wanted to fight against opponents that have been selected for the examination. That was when Lady Phoenix makes an announcement about the matchups that will be going on. She knew that this time the crowd was quite nice, and the matchups will be great. Lady Phoenix, all candidates, I welcome you all to the final part of the middle class examination that will be taking place shortly. It will be a one-on-one matchup between the two random devils that were chosen to take the examination. The points will be based on that of your physical, analytical, mental as well as magical skill. The winner of the match then gets their points doubled for the skills that they show in this examination. So everyone give your best attempt at clearing this examination. The candidates that were chosen then go towards the stadium were performing their matches. Some were interesting, some not so much. That was when it was Saji's turn. He was facing a low-class devil belonging to that of the Barbados household. The match began with Saji facing the Barbados devil. He dodged most of the magic that was thrown at him, and even tank some of the shots that were sent towards him with skill and grace. Saji decided to take it to the next level and use some of his vitreous flames to slow down the devil. He knew that he needed promotion, he needed to injure this devil. He seemed to be able to handle him with relative ease. Saji decided that now would be the time that he could go to the next level. He and Vitra called out, "Saji, Vitra promotion." In an instant Saji transformed into an evil dragon that was 20 meters in height. The Barbados devil knew that he was screwed, as this was the form he had used against the Eastern dragon, and even though he lost using this form is not something to mess against. Saji spewed more of those Vitra flames that were this time far more potent than the Vitra flames he had used against him previously. Since the Barbados devil was unable to dodge the attack, he was forced to use defensive magic to avoid getting the flames to hit his body. However, the barrier was not strong enough. It easily dissolved the barrier, much to the devil's shock, and easily engulfed him, bringing scars to his entire body. This results in a pure victory for Saji, who had returned back to normal. That was when the referee made the call. Referee, the Barbados devil is unable to battle, the Citri devil wins. The winner of the match is Genshiro Saji. Saji went back to the area where Kiba was waiting for him. The blonde knight easily saw the match and was happy for his victory. He congratulated him for his success, as he knew that Saji would win the match. Now he had to wait for his turn. He wondered who he would be facing against, since last time he easily outmatched and outmaneuvered his opponent, but this time he would have to be careful. After a couple of matches, resulting in some wins and some loses, Kiba was the next candidate to be called for his match against the bishop of the Ami household. Kiba knew that his opponent had the advantage when it came to magic. He knew that his best bet would be to outspeed his opponent before it is too late, before she could take him out with relative ease. Kiba then got into his stance, ready to begin his fight against the Ami devil. He saw her being a blonde woman, who looked awfully similar to Ravel. With some facial changes and hairstyle changes, she had a grateful attitude towards the blonde knight, who responded in kind. The bishop then used her magical potency to charge at Kiba before he could use his speed. However, Kiba already activated his speed due to his enhanced reflexes. He tried to get close to the Ami bishop, but she constantly kept firing her magical attacks, preventing him from getting close. Kiba knew he had to do something. He will not let this woman gain the advantage on him by attacking using her spells. The Ami bishop was smiling at him, but little does she know that Kiba had not even used his balance breaker yet, or even his sword birth yet. Kiba had an idea. He summoned his blade blacksmith, and used his subspecies balance breaker. Glory Draigg Trooper. Several knights of dragon armor surrounded Kiba. They all charged at the Ami bishop, but she managed to use her magic to try and eliminate several of them. However, they easily evaded most of them with ease. Kiba then decided to join in. He activated his own soul trait, which formed the orange durable armor around his body. Since the dragons were distracting the blonde bishop, she was unable to notice Kiba heading towards her. Kiba then summoned his sword of betrayer and slashed her behind, causing severe damage. He then decided to end this by using his sword style, causing severe sword wounds, rendering the bishop of the Ami household unable to do anything. The sword's holy properties were the ones that gave Kiba the advantage, allowing him to penetrate the bishop's defenses and defeat her with ease. The Ami bishop then surrendered as she could not take more damage. Referee. The Ami devil is unable to battle. The Gremry devil wins. The winner of this match was Kiba Yuto. Kiba then helped his fellow devil up, who congratulated Kiba on his victory. He also responded by saying that her magical spells were pretty good, as he was able to push her back for a while. He then left and was joined by Saji, who congratulated him on his victory. They then watched some matchups against the others as well. Akeno also had her matchup, and well, let's just say that it was a one-sided beatdown, as Akeno is known for her sadistic tendencies. She easily overwhelmed her opponent without much effort, or any effort as a matter of fact. Her actions earned a sweat drop from Saji and a facepalm from Kiba, as she was laughing while destroying her opponent. After that, the examination was over and Lady Phoenix had informed them that they would get their results within a week's time, so they all can return to their places. On leaving and heading back to Kuoh, Saji was asked by Issei and Sona on how his examination went, to which he said that his examination had went well, much to the duo's happiness. He also told them that they needed to wait for a week for the results to come. They then headed back to their homes to wait for the results. Scene break. 1 week later. Occult Research Club, Kuoh Academy, 1:30 p.m. Everyone from the Occult Research Club, Student Council and Issei's team except Tiamat were present to see the results. That was when Sarah Fall brought the results for Kiba, Saji and Akeno. Sarah Fall had a smile on her face the whole time, since she knew that all of them passed the test. Sarah Fall then announced the results. Seraphal, I, Seraphal Leviathan hereby declare that the following candidates. Genshiro Saji, Yudo Kiba and Aokeno Hinajima have passed the middle class examination, and are now officially middle class devils. Signed by Serzex Lucifer, Ajuka Beelzebub, Seraphal Leviathan and Falbium Asmodeus. Seraphal then hands the scrolls of each of their results to them, which showed their proof of their success to them. They all see their marks. Saji's marks was 45 out of 50 in the essay writing section, 85 out of 100 in the examination section and 96 out of 100 in the battle section, totaling that to 226 out of 250. Kiba's marks were 50 out of 50 in the essay writing section, 85 out of 100 in the examination section and 88 out of 100 in the battle section, totaling that to 223 out of 250. Akeno's marks were 40 out of 50 in the essay writing section, 100 out of 100 in the examination section and 80 out of 100 in the battle section, totaling that to 220 out of 250. The minimum passing marks were 150 out of 250 in order to get promoted into the next class of devils. Everyone had congratulated the trio on their promotion. Since they all had worked hard to get the promotion, many of them decided to enjoy the day since they all had worked hard to earn their promotions. Issei in particular congratulated the three of them, even Akeno, as she got promoted to the next class, which did surprise her, but nevertheless she accepted. After that they all decided to celebrate for the trio's promotion in middle class devils. Scene break. Unknown location, 10:30 p.m. In an unknown location hidden from the supernatural, the Chaos Brigade decided to finally begin its next move. They stayed low because of losing both Gaia and the hero faction to the Alliance. They knew that they needed to find a way to defeat the Alliance once and for all. Euclid, RageRevan-sama, my experiments of the hate have been successful. Would you like to see the results? RageRevan got up from his throne and followed Euclid. Euclid then reveals a huge chamber which was as tall as the Empire State Building. Currently there was some entity that was hiding underneath the blanket. Euclid, my experiments on the hate have allowed me to create something so dangerous that it will destroy the Alliance once and for all. Then we can invade the other worlds as well. Nobody will stop us, no matter how hard they try. RageRevan then grew a maniacal smile. He responded. RageRevan, good Euclid, good, you have done a good job. You can take a rest for a while. Now Issei, let's see if you can defend the people you care about. I will enjoy seeing you in pain and agony, ha 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 ha. RageRevan's laughter echoed throughout the base. He had a small army of evil dragons which he had created thanks to the Holy Grail before he was prevented from getting it. It was not as big as he wanted it to be since Issei and the others prevented him from getting it, but he is certainly going to use them against it. The experiments done on the human souls have turned them into mindless husks of hate that will only seek and destroy everything around it. Team DXD will be facing an opponent that will be considered stronger than anyone so far. They need to be as strong as possible. 2 months later. It was a snowy day in Kuoh, since it was the month of December. Issei was inside his home enjoying hot chocolate, while Chara and Asriel were playing in the snow. They were having a snowball fight. Chara dragged Asya as her teammate, while Asriel dragged Frisk as his teammate. All in all, they were having a good time. Raynare along with most of the girls were cooking and helping Issei's mother in the kitchen. While Issei's father had gone to office for his work, Issei was watching Dragon Ball Super. He was currently watching the Goku Black Saga, or the Future Trunks Saga as some people called it. That was when Issei and the others felt a presence, a familiar one in fact. The presence seemed angelic. It revealed to be Gabriel and Michael. They both were wearing a Christmas outfit that was meant for the celebration of the birth of Jesus Christ. Issei then asked. Issei, Lord Michael, Lady Gabriel, what brings you two here? Michael, oh Issei, we are here to invite you and your friends for a tour in heaven, since you guys helped us against the Chaos Brigade so far, and brought one of our holy maidens back to us. We decided to repay the favor. Issei, but why the Christmas outfits? Like there is still like a few days for Christmas to take place. Gabriel, oh it is because we celebrate the month of Christmas, the entire month of December. We are happy for the birth of Christ, and we do this all month long. That was when the girls from the kitchen come in. Seraphal and Gabriel see each other and both of them is shocked at the fact that they are in the Kyoto residence. They glared at each other and said, Seraphal, well, if it is not my rival Gabriel, what brings you here? Gabriel, oh I am here to invite these guys to heaven for a tour. I don't understand why a Mao like you would live here. Like don't you have a mansion already? Seraphal then smiled. Seraphal, oh because I am here with my lover. For your information, I live here because my lover lives here as well. At least I will not be a virgin like you for your entire life. Gabriel got flustered when Seraphol said that. Gabriel, what did you say? Seraphol, you heard me correct. You live longer than me and still do not have a boyfriend. Do you even have a life? Gabriel was stuttering. She was fuming in anger about her rival's statement. Gabriel, I will let you know that I have a life. Gabriel and Seraphol were radiating their auras out of anger. Michael and Issei knew that they needed to stop their lover, sister from creating chaos. They knew what exactly they needed to do. Michael, sister, calm down, you know wrath is a sin. Do you want to fall? Issei, calm down, Sarah-chan, we do not want chaos. There are people living among us. Gabriel and Seraphol, on hearing this, calmed down. They knew that they were here for peace and not to settle a rivalry. That was when the other four who were playing in the snow joined them. Asriel, hey, we sensed the killer intent. Are you guys alright? Chara, Azzy, forget we asked those two, points to Seraphol and Gabriel. We're settling their age-old rivalry. Asya, so what brings you two here, Lady Gabriel, Lord Michael? Gabriel, we are here to invite you guys to heaven, since your help in fighting the hero faction. Frisk, heaven as in the place where souls go to when they die. Gabriel, yes, except you guys are getting a special access, you can visit them even before you are dead, Frisk. Frisk, this is a lifetime of an opportunity. I am honored, Lady Gabriel. Gabriel, worry not, and call me just Gabriel, same goes for all of you. Michael, and me as Michael, we have been past that. Issei, alright if you guys say so. Mickey brought snacks for the two guests that had arrived. Issei and the others were getting ready so that they can head to heaven to visit it. Issei and several others had visited heaven once in their lives. They needed to take full advantage of the offer, since this is a lifetime of an opportunity. After a while, they all teleport and head towards the Vatican, the place where the church exists, as well as the access portal to head to heaven. Michael had informed Issei earlier that some of the exorcists had left their past grudges towards the other races, but he knew that there were still some more that had kept their old past and were never able to let it go. Issei told him that they might need to fight them as well as a possible attack from the Cow's Brigade. He informed this to Gabriel and they both agreed to improve on the security of heaven. Scene break. The church, Vatican City, 11:30 a.m. Issei and the others were shocked to see the Vatican Church. One of the biggest churches of all time and the place where the head of the cathedral lived. They all went inside to see what kind of a place was the Vatican. Issei knew that this would be a lifetime experience for Chara, Asriel and Frisk, since they never managed to visit any of the cathedrals before, let alone a church before, since Asriel was trapped in the underground for most of his life. While Chara and Frisk were both living in America for the time being. Rias and her peerage were also invited to visit the church because they helped in the fight against the hero faction. Issei and his team along with Sona and her peerage greeted the Gremory peerage, and they responded kindly. They knew that this would be an amazing vacation. Since they would be visiting the church, they wanted to purchase some stuff before they head back to Kuoh. Issei then noticed Vasco Strata. On the way he went to greet his teacher who had greeted him kindly. Issei, Vasco-sensei. Vasco, that voice. Issei, is that you? Issei, yes, it is me, Vasco-sensei. How are you? Vasco, I am fine, Issei. Speaking of which, what brings you guys to Vatican? Before Issei could answer, Michael comes in. Vasco immediately bows in front of the seraphs, who responds. Michael, please do not bow. Vasco, you have been a great help to us so far. I still wonder why you do not want to become an angel. The heaven could use a person like you to lead. Vasco, my apologies, Lord Michael. I want to die like a human. I have lived long enough to see a lot of things happen in my life. Michael, I see. Vasco, speaking of which, how is your performance with you, Durandal, and your abilities? Issei, oh, it is fine. I have improved using the blade in multiple ways and managed to take down beings stronger than me. Vasco, oh, I have heard about that against your fight against that super devil RageRevan as well as the mother goddess Gaia. You have become strong, Issei, my student. Issei, thanks, Vasco-sensei. Vasco, since you guys have come here, I might as well take you guys to a tour across the church. It has been here since centuries, maintained by the priests and the angels that come by once in a while. Sona, I appreciate it, Your Eminence. They all then head inside the church halls, and most of them are surprised to see the architecture of the church has been maintained for so long. Many wanted to click photos, and thankfully they were granted special permission to do so. Vasco showed them the history of the church. Vasco, our Vatican Church was once a corrupt organization that used to extort people in the name of God. But now all those practices have been abolished since a long time. Now we only serve the God. and any donations that are given are sent to either maintain the infrastructure of the church or to serve as supplies to the less fortunate. It is usually the latter in which most of the money goes in. Issei and the others then proceeded inside, where they saw the different locations of the church and the different areas that are present inside the church. Issei wondered how this building was maintained for such a long time. They knew that this is a place where most people dream of coming once in their life. Issei was happy that he will be able to visit heaven once again before going back to his regular studies. Vasco then showed them a secret room that was hidden from the public using magic, since if the public came to know it would cause all manner of chaos and outrage. He then unlocked the room to show them a portal to heaven. Vasco, as you can see, this is the portal which takes to the humble abode, the heaven itself. You cannot enter heaven by any other means unless a seraph personally takes you. You will also be needing to wear this. Vasco then shows them golden halos. Issei knew that if they needed to visit heaven, then they needed to wear those. Vasco, these are angel halos. This is meant for mostly devils, since their skin will burn due to the holy presence in the heaven. Raynare, I see, it's been so long since I was cast out. I never managed to visit heaven since Dad never let me visit heaven after my fall. Issei looked at her with a sad face. He knew that she had fallen out of heaven because of her lust. They knew that a fallen angel is not welcome in the heaven inhabited by the angels and God. It was even worse that God had died, since any and all fallen angels and devils were seen as a threat except by the seraphs, since they never hated them. Issei, well, you can visit them once again, Ray. You may feel like home. Gabriel, Issei is right. Our father made a lot of mistakes in his life. Maybe it was out of fear or desperation. But we are here to set things right that was done by him. We will not let history repeat itself. Lady Raynare. Raynare, I know, and you have been doing a good job so far. Michael, speaking of which, you guys should enjoy traveling around Vatican. There are a lot of places you guys would love to visit. You should spend the day off today. Issei, we will, Lord Michael, we will. Issei and the others then visit the Vatican City and many of its attractions. They decide to split up and visit several of the locations there, like the several image galleries and the Sistine Chapel. Their Issei never managed to visit these places before because of him being a pawn of Rias Grimoire, but now he is free. They then visit the St. Peter's Square and many other places. They decide to settle down and eat at a restaurant, and the restaurant had to take up multiple tables to accommodate for such a huge group. Since Issei and his team, along with the Grimoire and Citri peerages, the restaurant was nearly jam-packed with the entire team visiting the restaurant. All in all, they enjoyed having the food there. After they left the area, they were then suddenly a voice had called them from a distance. Guys! Everyone turned their attention to none other than Irina. She was called back to Vatican for something important. Issei then asked what had happened to Irina, to which she responded. Irina, it is my dad. Irina's voice had fear and sadness. She was afraid of losing her dad. Issei knew that this was the work of Masaomi Yagi, who was revived by the Holy Grail. He assumed that RageRevan must have revived him as secret. Issei then asked. Issei, what happened to Mr. Shido, Irina? Irina, he was attacked and poisoned. He has not been waking up. Please help me. Irina's voice now had desperation. Her father was being poisoned, but she had no idea what he had to do. Her mother had called the doctor, and he was removing the poison from him. Issei then said. Issei, let's go, Irina. We will save him. Take him to us. Irina, thanks guys. Issei and Irina then head towards the Shido residence along with their friends. They knew that they needed to save Irina's father before it is too late. Scene break. Shido residence, 1:30 p.m. Issei and his team went to the Shido residence to check on what happened with the man. From what Irina told him, a man had attacked him out of revenge. Since most of them remembered the past timeline, they knew this was the work of Masaomi Yagi. He was alive and he wanted revenge for what they did to Cleria Belial. When they entered, they saw that Tuji Shido was barely awake. This was due to the efforts of the venom made from Yamada no Orochi, an evil dragon. Issei then asked. Issei, what happened, Mr. Shido? How did this happen to you? Issei was curious since he was not there to help Irina this time. He knew that they were easy pickings, since Masaomi was a skilled exorcist who was capable of killing many devils before, so him getting off guard and getting poisoned by Masaomi was no big deal. Tuji then introduced himself to the team. Tuji, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shido Tuji, the one who came up with this Christmas project. I am the pastor of the Protestant Church of England. As for the poisoning, let me explain how I got into this situation. Tuji then began to explain the Cleria Belial incident that had caused them to forcefully murder her and his lover to maintain the status quo that two people from different factions cannot be enemies. he was forced to kill his own colleague out of forcefulness to maintain the status quo. Raynare and a few others were furious at what the church did to a loving and innocent couple. Raynare knew that this was not the heaven she once knew, the heaven that was built on forgiveness. Ever since God has died, the values and nature of heaven has plummeted to a point where it has been a simple government system. She knew that the seraphs were trying their best to keep the heaven the way it once was. But the system is failing and they do not know how much longer they can keep doing it. Issei pitied the couple that had passed away. He knew this story because of his memory from the past timeline and even helped give justice for Cleria Belial, much to Diehauser's happiness. After that, they even prevented the Great King faction from having absolute power thanks to the four Satans now being informed about the decisions and the conclusions they make, and they would be the approve of the situation. Issei, Mr. Shitty, you should be going to heaven for treatment. There they will treat you much better. I will inform Lord Michael. Tuji, I guess you are right, Issei. I will be heading to the church to see whether he can take there or not. Allow me the Tuji. Everyone looked towards the direction of the voice, revealing it to be Lord Michael. He personally decided to escort Tuji to the third heaven for his treatment. There he would be getting proper treatment for the poison that he got infected with. Irina and Mrs. Shida, on seeing him, immediately bowed before him, to which he responded. Lord Michael, Irina, Mrs. Shidu, please do not bow in front of me. I will take Tuji to heaven. On seeing his condition, it seems to be that he was infected by the venom of one of the evil dragons, known as Yamada no Orochi. From what I have heard, he was slain by the Shinto god Susanoo, but he must be revived by someone. Tuji, that's not all. My former colleague is working with them. He wants to hunt me down for what I did to his lover, along with my former colleagues. Lord Michael, I see. Lord Michael was feeling guilty for what he had gone through. He and his lover were killed because to maintain the truth about everything that is going on. He knew that he needed to set things right, before it is too late. He is expecting an attack from him and the evil dragon anytime soon, so he needed to be careful. Lord Michael then escorted the exorcist to the third heaven to make sure he gets treated for his injuries before it is too late. Irina and Mrs. Shitty knew that their husband would be fine since the heaven is known to have the best medical assistance when it came to the three factions. Issei and the others then left since they wanted to visit the Vatican City even more. On their way they see some more places and check out the hotel they were supposed to stay in. After dropping their bags and resting for a while, to cover up the time difference, they all then visit the different places. Issei never saw these places given that they were in a rush to see many things before. That was when they meet someone who was waiting for them. You must be the guests that Lady Gabriel informed me about. The woman that called out for them was a sister with the appearance of a woman in her late 20s or early 30s with blue eyes. She seemed to be from Northern Europe and had features that were standing out like an actress. She wore a Q printed on the back of her hand, symbolizing her position as Gabriel's queen. Issei and the others recognized this woman as Griselda Corda, one of the former top 5 exorcists, and now the current queen of Gabriel's brave saints. They knew that she could go toe-to-toe with most of the members of the peerages as well as put up a fight against Issei as well as Asriel and Tiamat. Griselda, nice to meet you, servants of Gremory and Citri House. I'm the queen of one of the 4 great seraph, Lady Gabriel, Griselda Corda. I'm regional manager for Heaven, pleased to meet you. Issei, indeed it is Sister Griselda. My name is Issei Hyoto and this is my sister Chara Hyoto, along with my friends, Asriel Dreamer, Frisk Dreamer, Tiamat, Asia Argento, Rossweisse and finally Kuroka. The ones mentioned all introduced themselves. Griselda had a bit of fear in her mind since there are beings in this group that can kill her in an instant like the strongest dragon King Tiamat as well as Asriel Dreamer, the god of hyperdeath, as well as the leader Issei Hyoto himself. The slayer of Gaia and the strongest red dragon emperor is present as well. Zenobia on the other hand was in a bit of a panic just like Griselda. She always kept her distance from Issei since the incident at the 3 factions. Now she is wondering why is Griselda under stress. The woman who was her legal guardian and the one that scared her was also now under fear. That was she called out. Zenobia, Sister Griselda. Zenobia walked towards the sister, and the sister embraced her. She was her legal guardian after all. She missed her for so long. Zenobia also returned the embrace. After releasing the blue-haired girl, Griselda then asked, Griselda, so what Lady Gabriel had informed me that you guys are here for a tour in the heaven, so enjoy your stay in Vatican. Issei, alright if you say so, Sister Griselda. They all leave from the area. Sister Griselda thinks to herself. Griselda, that boy and his friends are no joke. They not only have powerful auras but are also able to sense danger from miles ahead. From what I have heard, even the humans in his team are stronger than they seem. Zenobia, whatever you do, don't piss or anger their group by any means. they have slain Gaia who can slaughter us with relative ease, please stay safe. Scene break. Issei and the others reached the hotels. Thankfully it was a single-bed hotel, much to the girls' sadness, albeit the rooms were single so that everyone could enjoy their stay to the maximum. Issei was seen sleeping alone in his room. He wondered what he needed to do next. He asked his dragons inside. Issei, so guys, what do you think is going to happen? The boosted gear then showed up and responded. Draigg, we have not seen any action from the opposing side so far. As far as I am concerned, we are safe right now. Trihexa, no Draigg, this is the calm before the storm. These terrorists have not surrendered or given up yet, so we do not know what will happen next. So just stay on guard. I have a feeling that if things go according to the previous timeline, then Issei, he is after the fruit of life and fruit of wisdom, and knowing him he will achieve anything to achieve his goals. Trihexa, precisely, we need to be careful, and most likely heaven needs to be careful. There is no telling when they will strike. Draigg, talk about ruining another vacation. The Cow's Brigade just loves ruining the vacation of others, it seems like. Issei, you got that right. You too, you got that right. Now let's go to sleep. Draigg and Trihexa, good night Issei. Issei, good night to you too as well. Scene break. Unnamed location, Vatican, 12:30 a.m. So it looks like he was saved by Lord Michael, huh? Then looks at his arsenal. He remembers being revived for one purpose, if getting his revenge no matter what happens. No matter, you might have been saved once to Jishido, but you will not be saved for any longer. You will die just like those fools from the Great King faction. Then clenches his fists. I will have my revenge for what you did all those years ago, and no one will save you, not even your god. Oh wait, he is dead. There is no one that will save you. Then hides back in his living quarters waiting for further instructions from his superiors. He is determined to have his revenge one way or another. The next day, Issei wakes up and starts to get ready. That was when he hears a knock on the door. It was revealed to be Raynare in her school dress. She was joined by Chara, Asriel, Frisk and Asya. Issei then asked, Issei, hey guys, what brings you here? Raynare, honestly we were not able to sleep. Because you were not there, it was honestly hard for me to sleep. Issei chuckles at her statement. Raynare pouts on this, which Issei finds cute. He then wonders what had happened. Chara, so today is the day I visit heaven, huh? Never got to visit that area. Issei, but how, were you not supposed to be, you know? Chara, I was trapped in limbo. I never was able to move to the next world. I did pass away thanks to those humans, but my soul was still physically present in the real world, so I could not go to heaven. Asya, that must have been bad. Chara, I am over it. Asriel, as for me, I ended up being flowy and well, the rest is history. Speaking of, I never managed to get a formal look in heaven. Issei, you will love it Azzy. I was forced to wear a halo, but this time I will not be wearing one because I am not a devil anymore. Asya, same goes for me. I am happy that I get to visit the area that the gods call home. I would love to visit that area once again. Asya then prays and is happy that she no longer will receive any headaches in the future. Michael had offered her once that she would be let into the church once again, but she refused as she wanted to spend her life with Issei. Issei and the others are happy with the nun no longer being treated like an outsider. They all are then called by Kiba. Kiba, hey guys, what are you guys doing? Issei, nothing Kiba, we are just having a chat. Kiba, speaking of which, Sona and Rias are calling you guys down. They all want to visit heaven. Issei, are they that impatient? It is only 9 a.m. I mean we need to leave at 10 a.m. Kiba, well I tried telling them. Sona understood, but Rias, well, she was not having any of it. She is kind of getting impatient. Issei sighs while the others get mildly annoyed. They know that Rias was spoiled. Issei remembered that she once threw a tantrum when she could not get everything during her first visit to Kyoto. Issei, alright, let's not keep the princess waiting. Raynare, yeah, we do not want another move from her. Kiba, let's not let her hear that, she will throw another tantrum. Chara, yeah, I honestly am not a big fan of drama, so let us go down. They pause for a while before Asriel is separated with Kiba and Issei. Asriel, speaking of which, Kiba, are you alright? Like this is the place where you know. Issei, Azzy. Kiba interrupts him and says, Kiba, no Issei, allow me. Honestly I have mostly gotten over my past. I do not hate the Excalibur too much since it only harmed me. Honestly I am glad that my friends and comrades' souls can rest in peace. Kiba makes a genuine smile, much to Issei and Asriel's happiness. They all then join the girls and meet up with Rias and the others. Scene change. Dining table, 9:30 a.m. Issei and the others were sitting in their dining table. They had taken up the food that they had wanted. They were joined in by Rias, who asked them, "Rias, where were you guys? What took you so long?" Issei, "To answer your questions, princess, 1, we were in the hotel rooms, and 2, we were getting ready for lunch. I never expected you to be so patient. I know you want to visit the places, but be patient, we will visit all places, do not worry. I know about the Kyoto incident." "Akeno, how did you?" "Never mind." They all then sit down at the dinner table, having their lunch. They were joined in by Sona, Tsubaki and Saji. Sona, "The heaven, I did visit that area last time. I wonder what will happen this time." Saji, "Honestly, I would love to enjoy a vacation without the Chaos Brigade. Be like, let us ruin your vacation." Issei, "We all do, Saji, we all do, but they will be as annoying as always." Sona, "Saji, let us just enjoy the visit till the uninvited guests show up." Irina then joins the gang and asks them, "Irina, hey guys, may I join you guys?" Irina asked the question as a request. She managed to improve her relation with Issei and the others to the point where she can have normal conversations with them. Issei now sees that she is much better than what she was in the previous timeline. He knew that the previous Irina is long dead. She has just become a fleeting memory at this point. Issei, on hearing this, responds, "Issei, of course you can. Speaking of which, how is your Mr. Shida doing?" Irina, "Oh, he is much better as we speak. He is currently resting in the third heaven as we speak. Lord Michael has asked me to call you guys so that we can head to the Vatican Church." Issei, "Glad to hear he is doing fine. We will just finish our food and join you guys." Irina, "Alright, I will be waiting." After they finish their food, they have some talk relating to the situation in heaven. Irina informs them that heaven has even more tighter security, as the barriers have been improved to the point where only strong beings are allowed to enter. However, this would notify the angels and the others. Issei was worried as he remembered that there was an evil dragon that specialized in creating and deconstructing barriers. Issei knew that they might bring him in for the assault against heaven. He told Irina this, who responded that she will tell Lord Michael to be wary of the situation. Scene change. Vatican Church, 10:30 a.m. Issei and the rest of the teams then head inside, where they could see that Vasco along with Griselda already waiting for the teams so that they can head to heaven. Vasco then greeted them saying, "Vasco, hello everyone, thanks all for coming to visit heaven." Griselda, "For devils to enter the heaven, you all need to wear these to enter these sacred grounds." Griselda then handed some angelic halos to the devils present, to Sona and Rias along with their peerages. They all were made to wear halos just to enter the heaven so that the holy essence does not hurt their bodies. Griselda then said, "Griselda, you guys may now enter heaven, we shall lead you guys there." Griselda then uses her magic to open up the door leading to heaven. There they were greeted by the 4 seraphs. They recognized Gabriel and Michael. However, there were other 2 seraphs that others did not know about. The 2 seraphs then introduced themselves. "My name is Uriel, Flame of God and one of the 4 seraphs. And my name is Raphael, Justice of God, and the last of the 4 seraphs. It is a pleasure to meet you, Red Dragon Emperor, and everyone else." Issei, "Indeed it is Lord Uriel and Lord Raphael." Uriel, "Please do not call us Lord, you seem to be way above us, Red Dragon." Issei, "Alright, but you need to call me Issei, cause that is my name." Raphael, "Very well, Issei." Michael, "Since introductions are out of the way, I would like to welcome you all to heaven. It is a pleasure to have you all here." Issei, "Thanks for inviting us here, Lord Michael, Lady Gabriel. It is indeed an honor to come to visit heaven. Speaking of which, is there something you want to show us?" Michael, "Indeed, follow me, Issei." Issei and the others then follow the 4 seraphs to what seemed to be a door, to a room which they have been working on. Michael, "Allow me to introduce you to the interdimensional room, a room designed so that angels can mate without any problems." Issei remembered this room where he once had memories with his childhood friend in the previous timeline. Issei clenched his fist as the relationship he had with that arena was nothing but a lie. Raynare held his hand where no one could see what was happening. Issei made sure to not emit any bloodlust or negative emotions. He still remembered that it was nothing but a lie. He for sure will never forget some things no matter what. Michael then opened the door to the room. It had an appearance of a rather fancy bedroom and is decorated with angel statues, portraits of various saints and other religious items, to the point that devils present in the peerages felt uncomfortable by just walking into the room. Apart from that, the room is rather barren in terms of furnishing, having only a desk, a chair, a clock, and a large bed with a canopy in it. The girls were in agreement that the room only served one purpose, and that was to create children. Issei and Irina looked at the room and flinched. They knew that this brought bad memories that they never thought would surface. Irina in particular hated those memories as well as her past self, while Issei controlled himself. Michael, on seeing those two souls in pain, told the other seraphs to continue the tour. Michael had stopped both Irina and Issei and told the others they would be joining them very soon. Michael, is something wrong? Issei, Irina. Both then respond. Issei and Irina, nothing, Lord Michael. Michael then narrowed his eyes. Michael, I know you two are lying. Irina, you did not fall, but you were close to. Be careful. If you lie, you will fall. Irina, right, sorry, Lord Michael. Michael, I noticed you guys were in distress when you entered this room. Did this bring back some bad memories? Irina, indeed it did, Lord Michael. I just can't believe I did that to Issei. I don't know how and what drove me to hurt Issei like this. I don't know. Irina's voice was filled with guilt and sadness. She was crying endlessly. She did not know what to do. Issei hated her for something she did in another timeline. She hated herself for her actions. She discarded her childhood friend out of just a mere flaw, his perversion. Michael immediately held his ace in a caring manner. Irina cried her heart out when she saw this. Issei could only feel pity. He wanted to embrace this Irina, but somewhere he was unable to get over the fact that she threw him away like a toy. He wondered whether she would do the same thing that Irina once did. He always had this doubt in his mind. Issei then spoke up. Issei, Irina, listen, like I said before, what you did in the previous timeline is unforgivable. You not only cheated on me behind my back with a look-alike, but also you threw away my friendship like it was nothing. I will never forget that. Irina flinched on hearing this. Issei then continued. Issei, but you need to know what you did back then. You should not suffer for something you did back then. Honestly, you should not beat yourself up for her actions. She is as good as dead to me, but you are not the same person. I have seen your actions so far. They hold no deception like your past timeline counterpart. In other words, do not punish yourself or hold yourself back for what you did. Move on, be a better person. The Irina I always knew, believed in the good nature of other people. This time you earned in becoming an angel. You never betrayed me so far. So I have no need to forgive you or the current timeline, Irina. Irina on hearing this cried even more, but this time out of happiness, that Issei has some faith in her. Michael mentally thanked Issei for helping her out. She detested herself for what she did in the previous timeline. Out of all the girls, Irina was the most affected by what she did in the previous timeline. While the others moved on, Irina was unable to do so. He is happy that Issei does not have any hate for anyone anymore. Issei then spoke after a while. Issei, well, we gotta go. The others might be waiting for us. Irina wiped her tears. She knew now she could be at a little bit of peace. Irina, yeah, let's go. And I am sorry for ruining your clothes, Lord Michael. Michael, it is alright, Irina. Now we need to go. The others are waiting for us. They all then leave, and they head to where the others are going. As far as they are going, they were heading towards the second heaven. Scene change. Issei, Irina along with Lord Michael joined the rest of the teams in their tour of the heaven. So far they could only see a bright ceiling high overhead. He then saw them and asked them to wait, since they all joined the rest of the teams in their tour. After that they entered the area called the second heaven. So far they have only seen several low-class angels being present. They knew while going ahead they might see more of them. Gabriel then opened what seemed to be a door to the second heaven. Once opened, it was revealed to be a place filled with darkness where the angels observe the stars and where they confine angels who have sinned. Michael, welcome to the second heaven, a place where angels that are close to falling in or sinned are imprisoned here, as well as those involved with the Tower of Babel incident were kept here as well. Chara and Frisk were confused. They then asked, Chara, what is the Tower of Babel incident? Frisk, I never heard of this with Mom or Dad, or anyone. Can someone tell me what that is? Raynare then explained the Tower of Babel incident, which was God basically being a sort of prankster when he heard that the Babylon people were trying to build a tower with its top in the heavens. So God decided to, let's just disrupt the language of human living there so that they could not communicate, thus resulting in the project being unfinished and the people were dispersed over the face of the earth. This resulted in the existence of multiple languages. Michael, that is putting it lightly, Raynare. Father never liked anyone trying to be as good or better than him, hence why some people saw him as a bit of a jerk. Honestly, he made mistakes, and we as his children are here to clear the mess up. Gabriel, brother, you can't talk about Father like that. Michael, I know, but it is honestly troublesome. Well, we do have to clear the damages he has done so far. Uriel, your rant is troublesome. Let's go guys, heaven is a huge place, and we must try to finish touring by today itself. Michael sighs and then responds. Michael, alright brother. Michael and the others then continue to move and tour around the heaven. They see that some Babylon people that were involved with Tower of Babel event, as well as several angels, were being imprisoned for committing a sin. Issei felt a little bit of pity for those angels, but he had to keep moving since Michael had no choice given that pure angels can no longer be born and he is forced to keep the system in check since it was God's last will. It was honestly difficult for him, but he still tried his best to keep the system in check and to prevent angels from falling as it was his father's last wish. The others were intrigued by the stars present in this area, and it was kind of different from the first heaven they had visited, with it being the complete opposite of the current heaven. Raynare missed the heaven. It has been centuries since she last visited heaven. Once she felt she was no longer welcome in heaven, Azazel took her in and pretty much became her father figure. While she was sad that he did not see her as an equal, she nevertheless was happy that she was going to be loved, and was even more happy when she met Issei. Raynare missed the warmth of heaven. It felt like forever since she visited the place. Raynare saw that Issei was staring at her. She then responded. Raynare, truth be told, it has been so long since I visited heaven. Ever since I fell, I was kicked out of heaven thanks to Dad. I never got to see this place until now. It feels warm just like the day I left from here. Gabriel then smiled to her and responded. Gabriel, Father made a lot of mistakes. I am happy that you still like the heaven which my brothers and sisters have maintained so far. I hope you do not have any ill will towards us. Raynare then nods and says, Raynare, it's alright Lady Gabriel, I am over it, it is past me. Asya, this is heaven. I feel like I am in bliss, Lady Raynare. Asya was on cloud 9, both literally and figuratively. She was happy that she managed to visit heaven, which most holy maidens never managed to get the chance to do so. Raynare held her before she could fall. Raynare, hey Asya, easy, you do not want to feel dizzy. I know you wanted to come here, but please calm down, calm yourself. We do not want another incident of you falling unconscious. Asya got embarrassed and responded. Asya, I won't, Raynare, I won't. Raynare, Asya, relax, take deep breaths. Easy, enjoy the visit to heaven. Worry not, we are there with you. Asya, alright. Michael, well Asya, if you want to visit heaven once again let me know. I will let you visit heaven once in a while. Asya smiled gracefully and responded. Asya, thanks Lord Michael. Michael smiled and they decided to continue the tour. They passed through what seems to be a corridor. At the end of the corridor was another door, which was revealed to be the entrance to the third heaven where the Tuji Shido resided. The third heaven seemed like similar to that of the second heaven. Issei and the others were aware that this part of the heaven was connected to that of the purgatory. He then noticed Tuji Shido, who was being treated for the poison he had received thanks to the attacker. Irina, on noticing her father, immediately jumped and hugged the man. Tuji then responded. Tuji, Irina, I miss you my little angel. And hello Issei, it has been a while. Say, how are Mickey and Gora doing back in Kuoh? Issei, Mom and Dad are doing fine. Speaking of which, how is your wound doing, Mr. Shido? Tuji, oh, it is getting better. Issei, the poison is nearly gone from my body. Now all I need to do is to recover from the poison that he put on you. Issei, I hate to say this, but you are equally responsible for what happened to him. Judging by your story, he and his lover are a victim of injustice. Just because of something he did, he loved someone who just so happened to be a devil. You killed him out of a reason to maintain the status quo that angels and devils are supposed to be enemies no matter what, and because of that now you have a target on your back. Sona, Issei. Tuji interjected Sona before she could continue. Tuji, Lady Sona, Issei is right. I never wanted to kill Masaomi for what he did. He only wanted love and I could not let him because of him loving a devil. I was forced to murder both of them in cold blood. I honestly hated myself, and out of guilt I and my family moved out of Kuoh to prevent a repeat of such a thing from ever happening again. That is why I left you and your family, and decided to stay in Vatican so that I can repent for what I did. I just killed an innocent man and his lover because of them being from different factions. I am sorry. Issei had no words. These were the words of a man that was clearly filled with guilt. Their relationship seemed similar to that of his and Asya's relationship when Issei was a devil, a pawn of Rias. He looked at Asya, who nodded. She also had similar thoughts regarding the matter. That was when they heard a voice that meant trouble. It is too late for apologies, my old friend, Tuji. A man then showed up to the group. He was a man with long black hair. Tuji recognized this man. He was Masaomi Yagaki, Tuji's old friend. Masaomi, Hello Tsuji, it has been a while since we met. Tsuji, Masaomi, listen to me. I had no choice. We had to maintain the status quo of keeping the devils and angels as enemies, so we had to eliminate you. I am sorry. Masaomi gets angry on hearing this. No, he is furious, he responds. Masaomi, you are sorry, you are fucking sorry. Cleria died because of your and the Great King faction's damn status quo. You WLOL suffer the consequences since you are the only one remaining. Tsuji gets tensed as to why did he say that, he then asked. Tsuji, only one remaining. Oh no, you didn't. Masaomi then has a smile, he responds. Masaomi, oh I did. I killed everyone responsible for my lover's death, including our former colleges. That's what they get. That's what they fucking deserve. That was when Gabriel spoke up. Gabriel, brother, go and warn that there has been a breach. Ready the forces to defend heaven, we cannot let them pass through. Michael, Uriel and Raphael, got it. They all leave to alert the rest of the heaven. Gabriel then looks at the former priest and requests him. Gabriel, Masaomi, please stop this madness. This is not you. We are sorry for what happened to you. Please do not do this, please. Masaomi cuts her off and says, Masaomi, quiet. Gabriel, you have no right in judging me. I lost the one I love just because we are enemies. You have no right to silence me. Masaomi then brings in several evil dragons and magicians hailing from Noraim. They all were there to fight against the people here. The teams are divided, with even Griselda and Vasco helping them fend off the rogue magicians and other creatures. Some of them were even angels who had betrayed their church, much to their shock. Gabriel recognized these angels as the traitors who were giving information to the Cow's Brigade. Gabriel decided to step in to fight her former brothers and bring them to justice. The sweet Gabriel was no longer smiling. She was angry at their betrayal. Masaomi looked at the chaos and smiled. All he needed was a distraction, and now he can have his revenge against the man that murdered his lover and himself in cold blood. Masaomi then charged at the weakened Tsuji with the intent to kill. However, his blade aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi was intercepted by both Irina and Zenovia's Excalibur Mimic and Excalibur Destruction. They both were holding him off from harming Tsuji Shido. Irina then responded. Irina, Issei, listen, take dad far away from here. He is in no condition to fight. Take him to safe location. Keep him safe. Issei, you got it, Irina. Tsuji, but Irina. Irina cut her father off. Irina, dad, you are in no condition to fight, especially due to the poison wound. Go with Issei. Worry not, I will be safe. Irina and Zenovia both held off Masaomi Yagaki as Issei took Tsuji away from the battlefield. After dropping him in a safe place, he heads back to the fight, but Tsuji holds his hand. Tsuji, Issei, please, protect my girl. Masaomi will kill her. Issei nods and responds. Issei, worry not, Mr. Shido, I will protect Irina. Nothing will happen till I am around. Tsuji smiles, and Issei leaves from there to join the fight. Issei knew that if he is the same person, he would listen to him and stop this attack before it is too late. As the fight continued between Masaomi, Irina and Zenovia, Masaomi was getting bored. He was a former skilled exorcist that had fought and slain many beings before, so fighting against a novice angel and a low-class devil was not really a big issue for him. He managed to keep up with Irina while having a bored face. Masaomi, are you really Tsuji's daughter? Your skills are sloppy. Irina got angry and responded. Irina, skills, I will show you skills, Masaomi. Irina charged at Masaomi, who only had a disappointed face as he clearly expected more from the exorcist. Zenovia also joined in to assist her friend, but they were unable to do anything to an exorcist who not only had skills in their fighting as well as an advantage since his sword once had half the spirit of the evil dragon Yamada no Orochi, the venom blood dragon. He then used his swords to grow two heads in order to deal with the two exorcists. The two exorcists were forced to deal with the two heads as they started to overwhelm the duo of exorcists with relative ease. Masaomi then charged at the duo of exorcists and went after Irina. His main target was her since she was his daughter, the one that had killed his lover in cold blood. Irina used her Excalibur rapidly as a sort of whip to deal damage to him, but he was able to easily parry them with his sword. Irina got angry and charged at the exorcist with the intent to take him down. But Masaomi, being the skilled one from the duo, managed to grab the sword and slam it to the ground. He responded by giving her a kick to the face, sending her tumbling towards a distance with ease. Masaomi then repicked his sword and tried to slash Irina, who had barely recovered, and she was dodging his attack by close calls. She knew that Masaomi can kill her with relative ease if he wanted to. Irina needed to find a way to defeat the exorcist before it was too late. Zenobia was busy dealing with the two dragon heads, leaving Irina on her own against the exorcist. Masaomi wasted no time in attacking her, as she was barely able to defend herself. Masaomi used his blade to slash Irina, making her stagger and fall to the ground due to exhaustion. She then saw Masaomi approach her with the intent to kill. He said with a gleeful smile. Masaomi, so what if I cannot kill him? I can surely kill his little girl. Yes, I will make him feel despair. He will suffer the same pain I felt. I will enjoy killing you. Masaomi brings his sword in an attempt to kill Irina. Irina closes her eyes, accepting her fate. She knew that she deserved this. She deserved this for betraying Issei. Zenobia, on seeing this, screamed. Zenobia, Irina, no. Masaomi raised his sword and tried to attack Irina. However, the sword was intercepted by Issei, who had his durandal in his hand, holding of Masaomi's aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi. Irina opened her eyes, wondering why Masaomi did not kill her yet, only to see Issei holding him off using his durandal. He glared at the exorcist, who had a furious look on his face. Masaomi had gritted his teeth seeing him here. RageRevan had informed about the Red Dragon Emperor interfering with his plans. He knew that this Red Dragon Emperor was no joke, as he was able to push back the Super Devil, preventing him from achieving his goal of getting the Holy Grail. Hence the Chaos Brigade's plan was slightly delayed. Issei then responded. Issei, sorry, but I cannot let you hurt her. Masaomi, why must you get in the way of my revenge, Red Dragon? Issei, because I cannot let you kill her. He then looks at Irina and says, Issei, leave Masaomi to me. You help Zenobia in fending off those heads. I will deal with him. I know exactly how to handle him. Irina then gets up and responds. Irina, alright. Irina then joins Zenobia, who was initially struggling against the two heads. Now with Irina helping her, she does have a slight advantage. Issei then looks at Masaomi, who had fallen back a while. He knew that Masaomi can be talked out of the fight. He knew that he needed to beat him into submission. Masaomi charged in with the intent to kill, but Issei used his durandal to parry the exorcist's strike and send him flying with a kick. Masaomi was however able to regain his balance with a flip. Issei then walked towards Masaomi with his sword and charged at him, who was barely able to parry his strikes. If Issei has learned anything, he knew that he needed to use powerful strikes to overwhelm his opponent. That was how he managed to beat Jean back when she was a part of the hero faction. Masaomi, on the other hand, was barely able to strike him down. He was unable to land a hit on the Red Dragon Emperor, as his strikes were much stronger and the force he used can easily cause decapitation of any body part if unable to keep up with him. Not to mention he had the durandal with him, a sword that only a select few can wield. He was surprised that a dragon was wielding the sword. Issei then decided to go the next step. The boosted gear called out. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. In an instant, Issei was transformed into the red armor that had struck fear into the hearts of his enemies with ease. He knew now that he needed to be careful. He then charged in an attempt to strike his here, however Issei managed to catch the sword with his single finger, much to his shock. Masaomi then tried to use his sword to constantly attack him, but was unable to do so given that Issei was blocking every single strike with his single finger. Masaomi was getting even more angry as he was unable to hurt Issei, not even by a little bit. Issei only smiled and responded. Issei, shall we continue, Masaomi? Masaomi got even more irritated as he decided to charge at Issei in an attempt to take him down once and for all. Issei, on the other hand, was only humoring him as he was easily able to dodge most of the strikes. Issei then took to the skies using his wings and tried to get an aerial advantage on him. Masaomi, don't underestimate me, dragon. Masaomi charges the blade, aiming for Issei's neck. However, Issei managed to notice this. In a flash, he brought durandal towards his neck, easily being able to protect himself from the attack. Much to Masaomi's surprise, their swords were in a headlock for a while as none of them were budging. Issei then swiped his sword to the left, causing the headlock to break. Masaomi was pushed behind. He knew that this boy was trained by someone extremely skilled in swordplay, not to mention his physical prowess alone was staggering. In his base form alone, he was able to completely destroy his abilities with ease. Seeing no choice, Masaomi decided that now would be the right time to not hold back. Masaomi, I am impressed, clearly I am. Not a lot of people are able to push me back. But you did it. Tell me, who is that trained you to reach this level? Issei, it was my master, Vasco Strata. Masaomi's eyes widened. He knew who that man was, the Devil of Vatican, the same man that was responsible for pushing back Kokubile years ago. He was also the previous wielder of durandal. He knew that this kid was clearly holding back, as unlike him, he was not staggering or being pushed back. He could still fight for much longer without any effect. He knew that he had to be dealt with if he ever wanted his vengeance to fulfill. As the fight continued between the Exorcist and the Red Dragon Emperor, another fight was going on. The fight was between the two heads of Yamada no Orochi and Zenovia, and Irina was still going on. Irina managed to dodge most of the head's attacks. She knew that if the head managed to bit her, she would be poisoned. She knew that the heads must be eliminated. That was when she heard a cough. It was Zenovia. She was already staggering and exhausted. She was unable to move and she collapsed due to exhaustion. Irina, on seeing this, was shocked. If Yamada managed to land a single hit on her, she would be done for. Irina was already handling one already, and another one would take her out. Irina, Zenovia. Irina cared for her friend. She needed to help her before she gets poisoned by Yamada's head. Irina charged at her and took the hit. Zenovia opened her eyes, only to find that Irina had been bitten by Yamada's head. Zenovia had tears in her eyes. Issei was also shocked on seeing this. While Masaomi had a smile, he felt that at last he had his revenge. Irina had collapsed due to being bitten by the poison. Zenovia was now completely helpless as her friend was bitten by the dragon. The dragon heads then came to finish the job. Zenovia closed her eyes to finish the job, while Issei was focused on fighting against Masaomi, who knew that he got what he had wanted. That was when a blinding flash appeared in front of them. Both the heads were instantly killed. The flash died out, revealing to be a young man with blonde hair, green eyes, and dressed in priest clothes. Issei recognized who this man was. He then spoke. As much as I would love to stay, I need to take these two to get healed. My name is Dilio Gesualdo. I will take care of them. It is nice to meet you, Issei Hyoto, the sub-leader. Dilio then teleports out of there, taking away both the girls so that they can get healed up. Masaomi gets furious as the daughter of Shido is once again gets saved by someone else. Now knowing that no one is present, Issei decided to not hold back anymore. He then decided to take him on once again. The boosted gear called out and announced. Boost 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 boost. Dragon shot. Issei fired a dragon shot towards Masaomi, who was barely able to push the attack back. Issei took it one step further and used his dividing gear to divide Masaomi's power, sending him flying as he took a direct hit. Issei then charged at the exorcist, who was using his sword to barely defend himself from his attacks. Issei then used his sword in a defensive manner. He used his sword in one hand and charged at the dazed Masaomi as he was unable to strike him down. Issei smirked underneath his armor. He knew that Masaomi has not even pushed him far enough. Masaomi started to get pushed back. Knowing that he needed to use the sword's full power, he decided that now would be the time to do it. Masaomi, take this, Yamada no Orochi. In a second, 8 heads appeared beside the former exorcist. Issei knew that these heads are capable of regenerating. He must be careful. Although the poison won't hurt him by much, it will still weaken him. And he must not get weak, especially with him around. He knew that RageRevan was nearby and he can take any chance to strike him. He must be ready for him. Issei knew that he needed to take him before he can hurt anyone else. He knew that he must take it to the next level. It was about time to begin the chant for Cardinal Crimson. Issei started to chant and say, Issei, I, who is about to awaken, am the Red Dragon Emperor who holds the truth of the King up high, holding the infinite hopes and unbreakable dreams and walking the path of righteousness. I will become an Emperor of Crimson Dragon, and I will lead you to the path of heaven, glowing in deep crimson light. Cardinal Crimson full drive. In a minute, Issei's balance breaker got updated to the point of looking similar to that of the Juggernaut drive. Masaomi was familiar with that of the Juggernaut drive, knowing its tendency to kill multiple people, but this was not the regular Juggernaut drive. Unlike the chant which brings in despair, this one brought hope and righteousness. A part of Masaomi knew that he should not be fighting this man, but he wanted to get Tsuji or Irina punished for their actions. Issei then began charging at Masaomi. The wings that were present in the Cardinal Crimson retracted and the boosted gear called out. Star Sonic Booster. In a flash, Issei managed to get close enough to Masaomi. Before he could react, much to his shock and surprise, the boosted gear then called out. Solid Impact Booster. Issei gave a severe gut punch to Masaomi, making him cough up blood. Masaomi staggers as his clothes were completely destroyed and was looking at Issei in pure shock. Issei then sent Masaomi flying using his power. Masaomi was unable to comprehend how he managed to take such severe damage in a matter of few minutes. Issei then resummoned his wings back and summoned 2 blasters. The boosted gear called out. Boost 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 boost. Boost, 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 boost. Fong Blast Booster. The blasters started charging and fired a beam at Masaomi. The boosted gear then called out. Crimson Blaster. A reddish-black beam hits Masaomi, causing him to barely able to defend himself. He knew that the blast can easily kill him with relative ease. He needed to be careful before he actually gets hit by them. Issei knew that the blast will not kill him, so he once again picked up Durandal and the boosted gear called out. Sonic Star Booster. Issei then quickly charged at the Masaomi, who was recovering from the Fong Blast Booster. Issei then used his Durandal and chopped off his hand that was holding his blade. Issei sliced his hand off with relative ease, completely disarming him. Masaomi, ahahaha. Masaomi screams in pain as his arm gets chopped off. He then cries as he loses his arm. He looks towards Issei in pure fear. He knew that he would get killed once again, and he was unable to finish his revenge while doing so. Tuji is still alive, and as well as Arena was now in safe hands. However, Issei did not want to kill him. He knew that by weakening him, now he will at least listen to him without any issues. Issei, however, knew that he needed to bring the man to his side. Issei then asked. Issei, since you have now been disarmed, do you wish to surrender? Worry not, I will not kill or hurt you any further. Masaomi looked down. He had no choice. If he had to be alive, he needed to surrender since he could not fight anymore. Masaomi, I surrender. Issei then lets his armor down. He knew that he is in no condition to fight. Issei then cares to ask. Issei, so then Masaomi, want to explain what drove you so far to kill an innocent person, if not multiple innocent people, cause their blood would have been on your hands. Masaomi looked at Issei in shock. He wondered what he meant by multiple innocent people. He then asked. Masaomi, what do you mean by that? Issei then points Masaomi to the damage he was creating. He could only watch in horror as he understood what Issei meant. He could see many angels and several exorcists being damaged by the evil dragons. They are forced to retreat. Issei and his team, along with the Gremry peerages and Citri peerages, are assisting them in taking them out as soon as possible. Masaomi, I did all this. I did not know. Issei looked at him in a confused manner. He then asked. Issei, what do you mean you did not know? Masaomi, the sword was corrupting me. I was honestly not able to comprehend what I just did. Issei, so I was right, this sword is corrupted. Masaomi, I am sorry, it is just. Masaomi started crying. He received the biggest injustice in his life. His lover was killed in front of his eyes by the faction members in cold blood. Issei felt pity for him. He knew that his lover being killed just because it reminded him of his relationship with Asuya and how Rias prevented him from seeing her due to status quo. Masaomi, my lover was killed, by them in cold blood, in the church just because she was a devil. They killed her because they did not want us to be in a relationship. Issei then nodded and responded to Masaomi. Issei, I know how you feel, Masaomi. I know exactly what you have gone through. You see, before I was a dragon, I was a devil, a part of Rias Gremry's peerage. When I was there, I met and befriended a nun. Now, as you know, back then the church and the devils were enemies. My former master forbade me from meeting her ever again because of the status quo. I rejected her order and went on a sort of date with her. That was when we were attacked by the fallen angel who dated me to take my own sacred gear. She was sent to capture Asuya and bring her back to the church for her extraction. Honestly, I got a spear to my stomach and she left with her after Asuya healed me up. My former master slapped me for disobeying her order. She reprimanded me for what I did. But I did not falter. I was determined to rescue her at all costs. However, she was killed by the same fallen angel for her sacred gear. On her dying breath, she was happy that I was her first friend. I eventually destroyed the fallen angel responsible for her demise. Out of rage, I pummeled her to the ground, and she was eventually destroyed by my former master. She was eventually revived as a devil, and we were well together. Masaomi was surprised this boy just went through the same things he did, but he managed to make sure that his lover stays protected no matter what happens. He was happy not for his own sake but for Issei. Masaomi then asked. Masaomi, how did you turn from a devil to a dragon? If my hunch is correct, you must have been a reincarnated devil. From what I have heard, removal or purging of the evil pieces resulted in death. What happened? Issei, well, let's just say that my former master betrayed me. Out of rage, I removed my pieces and asked Draigg to transform me into a dragon. I don't want to go into the details as it brings back bad memories. Masaomi, I see. Why do you not desire vengeance for what they did to you? Issei, cause it is pointless. I mean, sure, it makes you feel good for a while, but then what will happen next? You do not gain much aside from satisfaction, so in the end it is kind of pointless. In addition to that, I want to break the cycle of hate. I just want to move on from that incident. Like that should not hold me back. Masaomi, I see, you managed to give up. You truly are a special individual, Issei Kyoto. It's really, you and I are the same, except, what me and Clearia wanted wasn't allowed. Before Masaomi could continue, he felt a straight stab in the chest. Issei was shocked to see that Masaomi was stabbed by someone he could not see. However, even that would come into light once he saw the one responsible for the attack. Oh, how nice of you to come to terms with your past. Almost brought me to tears. You have fulfilled your purpose. Now you may die peacefully, Masaomi. The attacker's face was finally shown. It was revealed to be none other than RageRevan Levon Lucifer. He had a smile on his face as he got what he had came here for. He had successfully managed to obtain the fruit of knowledge and the fruit of life. RageRevan, it has been a while, Issei. How are you doing? Issei glared at the man in pure hatred. He not only successfully gained the fruit of knowledge and life which he showed to Issei, but also he killed Masaomi. Masaomi then said his last words. Masaomi, hey Issei, kick his ass for me. Masaomi dropped dead due to the wound. Issei got into his fighting stance. He knew that he needed to face the super devil at some point. That was when RageRevan wagged his finger and said, RageRevan, as much as I would love to fight you, your opponent will be someone else. That was when all of Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi, Masaomi's sword started to shatter, and it revealed the dragon Yamada no Orochi. The dragon was a feral beast who only wanted to kill and destroy everything in its path. He was a light-headed eastern dragon with tears of blood running down its eyes and mouth filled with sharp fangs. It was an 8-headed dragon measuring 200 meters in length. Issei knew that he had to fight both of them at once. However, RageRevan teleported out of there and said, RageRevan, we will fight later. I got what I came here for, ciao Issei. RageRevan teleported out of there and leaving Issei alone to fight against the evil dragon. Issei got ready to fight against him. He then took one final glance at Masaomi's dead body and thought, Issei, I will make your last wish come true, Masaomi. Rest now, you have done enough. Issei got into his battle stance to fight against the dragon. Scene change. Meanwhile, with the others, everyone was fighting against the Chaos Brigade armies. They were defeating and slaying evil dragons left, right, and center. That was when they felt an immense presence. They could see that the presence was radiating from an evil dragon who had an appearance which looked like a combination of a tree and a dragon. Raynare and most of the angels knew this dragon, and she shivered when she noticed them. Chara, on noticing her shivering, asked, Chara, Ray, you know this guy? Raynare, that's Layden, the insomniac dragon. I have heard of him from Azazel when he taught me and informed me about the evil dragons. He once was guarding golden apples of Hesperides. He was killed by Heracles as a part of his labors. The evil dragon, now identified as Layden, then approached them and decided to introduce himself. Layden, the crow is correct. Although this is my first time meeting you, Insomniac Dragon, Layden is my name. I'm mostly in charge of barriers and protection walls. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Everyone then decided to get into the fighting stance against the evil dragon. They knew that he needed to be stopped before it is too late. Issei got into his stance. He held his durandal in his hand. He was ready to face against the evil dragon, who is nothing but a primal and feral beast. He knew that he needed to hold him off. He could see that the others were fighting against Layden. He was confident that they can handle them considering Tiamat was with them. Issei looked at the evil dragon Yamada no Orochi, who responded with a roar. Issei then looked at the dragon and said, Issei, well ugly, let's rock. Issei charged at Yamada. One of the heads tried to bite him. Issei knew that he could take the dragon bites without any issue, but he nevertheless had to be careful. If his teammates were injured, he could hold off Layden. Issei used his durandal to chop off one of the heads of Yamada no Orochi. Yamada screamed in pain as his heads were gone. Issei fired a dragon shot, disintegrating his head with relative ease. The other heads glared at Issei, who only was jumping around. He was frisking his body as he knew that this battle was only getting started. Issei, oh, we are just getting started. There is a lot in store for you, ugly. Issei then re-equipped durandal in his hand and got ready for another attack. The evil dragon roared in anger. He tried to spew his flames from his heads. Issei easily dodged those flames with relative ease. He knew that if he went full power, he could easily kill Yamada no Orochi with relative ease. However, he did not want to risk everyone knowing that he had the power of the beast in him. He does not want everyone to fear him, hence he only chose certain people to know about them. Issei then used his own fire breath and charged at the dragon, giving a severe punch to his face. The fire twirled around his body. He then used the boosters on his armor to charge at the dragon. He then called out, Flame charge. In a matter, Issei blinded the beast. The beast was unable to locate Issei's exact position. He then gave a fist punch to his second head, cracking his jawline, managing to severely damage it and break it. However, Issei was far from done. He knew that Yamada cannot think rationally, which was a disadvantage for the evil dragon. However, his lack of proper functional brain meant it survived on instinct, which meant that he only knew what he needed to do to survive. Yamada saw Issei as a threat for its existence. He knew that Issei will kill him if he managed to get the advantage on him. He tried to use one of his heads to chomp, with the other trying to throw some fire breath at him. However, Issei managed to grab his head and use it as a shield against a flame. Not that Issei cannot survive the attack without any problem. Issei using his head against the evil dragon caused severe pain. He was forced to stop the flame attack. Issei was looking at this as his chance. He ripped off the head that he was holding with slight difficulty. Issei's head ripping off caused Yamada's heads to howl in pain as the second head has been successfully destroyed. The next thing he did was look at the head. The head howled for a while, before Issei burned the head to ask, using his fire power to burn off the head before it could do anything. Issei, 2 down, 6 to go, do you wish to submit? Yamada roared at him in response. He used the other 2 heads to once again spew fire at him. Issei dodged and responded. Issei, I will take that as a no. Draigg, show him that you are the true dragon of domination. Issei, indeed I will. Draigg, indeed I will, just watch the show. Issei then charged at the evil dragon. He still had 6 heads that he needed to deal with. The head tried to attack him, but Issei was anything but faster than the head. Issei used his sonic star booster to try and close the gap between the evil dragon. With a quick evasive dodge from the dragon, Issei stabbed the torso of the dragon, making the latter bleed. Yamada staggered for a while and used one of the heads closer to his torso to remove the durandal. Issei grinned when he saw this. Things were going exactly as he had planned. Issei then punched the dragon square on the face, cracking and destroying most of the facial structures. Issei then removed his durandal from the torso and used the blade to chop off the damaged head off from the body. Yamada now has lost 3 heads, with only 5 remaining. Issei then used Welsh Dragon Flare to burn off the dragon's head before it could be used for something else. He then cracked his knuckles. The dragon moved back a little. Its instincts were telling it to flee the battle, as he knew that he would die if he continued fighting Issei. Issei, on the other hand, was gaining the advantage. He flipped the durandal in a defending position, using both of his hands ready for another attack by the evil dragon. He knew that he needed to be defeated and purified before it is too late. Yamada used his wings to escape. However, Issei already knew that he was running on primal instincts. He quickly created a barrier preventing him from escaping. Yamada, on seeing that there is no escape, used his teeth to bite him. Issei dodged the attack and managed to deal a fire breath to damage him, causing it to howl in pain. That was when a light spear had hit Yamada's head, causing it to stop the attack and focus its attention on the attacker. The attacker was revealed to be none other than the Seraph Gabriel, who had a look of anger on her face. Issei was surprised to see her here, since he knew that she was fighting against several rogue exorcists, as well as some angels. Issei then asked her, Issei, Lady Gabriel, what are you doing here? Should you not be fighting against the traitors? Gabriel, worry not, I can fight against him. Let us fight against him together. As for the traitors, I have already dealt with them. Gabriel then pointed to the traitors as well as Layden fighting against the Team DXD along with Angel that were reinforced and led by the Seraph Uriel and Raphael. Issei knew that they all could deal with the dragon. They then decided to focus their attention on Yamada, who now had the look of fear on his face. Gabriel then threw multiple spears towards the evil dragon, who used his fire to burn all of them. Issei then took the opportunity to counter with his own fiery breath, which pushed back several of the heads, forcing multiple heads to join to counter Issei's fiery breath. This surprised Gabriel. She then asked, Gabriel, how strong are you? Issei, that is something you can't even comprehend. Gabriel kept quiet. She knew that he had the beast Trihexa with him, along with him being the Red Dragon Emperor. She knew that he had the power to crush Yamada with relative ease, but at the same time knew that he needed to keep his power hidden, as people will fear him. Gabriel knew what kind of a man Issei was. She was aware that Issei was a man with a heart of gold, with Issei's heart being more compassionate than most angels, including several seraphs. She was happy to have such a strong ally defend heaven alongside her. She was happy to have such strong people assist her. She knew that together that they could overwhelm the evil dragon. Gabriel, so Issei, shall we take him together? Issei, after you, my lady. Gabriel stopped for a while, but she recovered. She knew that fighting the dragon took priority. She knew that she should focus on the dragon rather than anything else. Gabriel, listen to me. Issei, 3 of the 5 heads are down. I will use my spears as a distraction. Use your durandal to take out the heads and burn them before it is too late. Got it? Issei, indeed Gabriel, well then shall we begin? Gabriel smiled and responded. Gabriel, you bet. Gabriel then summoned her spears to take down the dragon. The dragon, as she had predicted, spewed flames to try and destroy those spears. She knew that the dragon would be forced to defend himself from the attack. Gabriel proceeded to increase the intensity and the number of spears, which were starting to exhaust her. She knew that Issei must strike her now. That was when she heard boost 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 boost. Issei, Draigg, transfer the power to my boosters, increase my speed. Draigg, got it. The boosted gear then announced. Sonic Star Booster. Issei charged at the dragon and managed to move at blinding speeds towards the dragon. The dragon nor Gabriel were able to track down the exact position of where Issei was at the time. Issei used his durandal and successfully chopped off the head of 3 of the dragon heads that were spewing flames at the spears thrown by Gabriel. The flame intensity decreased, causing the spears to overwhelm and destroy them. This resulted in an explosion due to the amount of spears thrown at him. After the dust settled, it revealed a staggering Yamada no Orochi with only 2 of his 8 heads still intact. Yamada looked on the duo with fear as he was unable to now do anything. Yamada then focused and attacked Issei using his flames, which Issei blocked using durandal and his own armor. However, that was not Yamada's goal. Yamada then proceeded to use his second head to lunge at Gabriel. Gabriel, who was already exhausted, tried to make a fight to avoid getting hit. She tried to dodge those heads. Issei knew that he needed to help her, but the head was constantly spewing flames, preventing him from helping her. Issei understood what the beast's intentions are. Since he was unable to take them together, his goal is now to separate them and take them out one by one. Gabriel managed to dodge most of the attacks that were coming towards her, however she could not keep up. She eventually staggered due to exhaustion, only to see that the head came towards her in an attempt to bite her. Gabriel closed her eyes awaiting her impending fate. That was when she heard a biting sound, only to see that Issei had taken the bite for her. The poison was getting into his body, making his left hand completely numb. Gabriel, Issei. Issei, I am fine. Let's NT this son of a G-gun. Issei then decided to use his durandal with his right hand and chopped off the second last head of the Yamada no Orochi. Gabriel then used her light spear to pierce through the final head of the beast, with Issei using his own flames destroying its last and final head, killing it. Issei then collapsed due to the exhaustion and effects of the poison. Issei underestimated the effects of the poison. Gabriel caught him in her arms. With tears in her eyes, she knew that Issei took the hit for her. She knew that she could cure him with the technology of heaven. She needed to take Issei to a safe area. Issei knew. Another voice was heard. It was Raynare. She had heard Gabriel screaming, only to see that Yamada had bitten Issei, which was meant to take down the seraph. Raynare had tears in her eyes and rushed as fast as she could, knowing that they could handle Layden since a special ally had come to help them. Raynare, Issei, what happened? Why is he not? Gabriel, he took the hit for me. Yamada's poison has entered his wound. Thankfully, his draconic state was able to stay partially conscious. Raynare, let's take him back for treatment. I will come with you. Gabriel, but what about Raynare? They will be fine. They can handle Layden on their own. Gabriel, alright. Raynare and Gabriel used their wings to fly. They took the barely conscious Issei to a safe place for treatment. Issei then spoke. Issei, our Raynare, is that you? Raynare put her finger on his lips and responded. Raynare, shhh, don't talk or waste your energy, relax. I am here with you. Issei and Raynare took Issei to get treated. In the safer locations of heaven, there Raynare and Gabriel laid him on the bed, with Raynare staying by his side and Gabriel getting the stuff for his treatment. Scene break. Meanwhile, with rest of the team DXD, 2 hours ago. Layden had just joined the Chaos Brigade in an attempt to fight against the team. The evil dragon was excited on how strong his barriers were against the god of hyperdeath Asriel, Rias Gremry, as well as Issei Kyoto, the Red Dragon Emperor. Layden then roared. Layden, so who is going to fight me? Tiamat and several of Issei's team and Rias and some of her peerage step in. Layden beams in joy given that he wanted to test his barrier strength. Layden, wow, so many volunteers. RageRevan was right. There are some strong contenders. Tiamat, the strongest dragon king, god of hyperdeath Asriel, Rias Gremry, so nice. Rias, I am flattered you think of us as that strong. Rias said with a prideful smile, earning a look of annoyance from both Asriel and Tiamat. She then lost her smile and made a puffy face. They then focused back on Layden. Azazel then called out. Azazel, leave him to us, you guys go and handle the rest of the Cao's brigade and the rogues. Chara, no brother, let us join, besides the rogues are weak for Sona and the rest of Rias' peerage have got this right. Sona then responded while holding off an angel and taking it down. Sona, yeah, we can handle this, the insomniac dragon takes priority. Frisk, thanks Sona, let us handle this guy. Layden, oh nice, the more the merrier. Layden then charged at the gang who had attacked them. Chara used her knife to slash Layden, however Layden used his barrier to prevent the slash from affecting him, shocking the human. Chara, how? Layden, nice slash, but... Layden uses his tail to smash Chara who easily evades, he then responds. Layden, you need to do better than that if you need to injure me, human. Azazel, better than take this. Galacta blazing. Several stars started to drop on Layden, with a few of them even breaking in the process. The area of effect attack destroyed most of the surrounding evil dragons, killing them. Layden had his barrier placed, which was the same strength. The barrier started to shatter. Initially Layden was surprised, he then grinned once the barrier was destroyed with the star completely dissolving. Azazel gritted his teeth when he saw this. Tiamat used her own chaos fire to try and damage the wooden evil dragon. Layden responded with his own barrier. However, chaos being an chaotic element, was unable to keep his barrier active for much longer. He was forced to evade the attack while spewing his own flame breath at the Dragon King, who was able to tank it without any problem. However, her clothes were slightly singed. Chara then asked. Chara, Tiamat, you okay? Tiamat, worry not, I can take a much harder beating than this, these flames are nothing. Tiamat extinguished the last of those flames. She then got into her stance and got ready to fight against the dragon. Kiba activated his blade blacksmith and went into his subspecies balance breaker. Glory Drag Trooper. Several draconic knights were summoned to fight against the insomniac dragon. Layden used his flame breath to destroy most of those knights, with some being destroyed by his brute strength. Rias then used her power of destruction to try and hurt the dragon. Layden was expecting this. He came here to see Rias's power of destruction in its full glory. He used his barrier as a way to prevent the power of destruction from getting to his strength. The barrier which he had developed was starting to crack. Layden was getting pushed back for once in his life. He smiled as he knew that the power of destruction was pretty broken. He wanted to test his barrier strength against a wielder of the power of destruction. He knew that sometime if he is still on the Cao's brigade he would be needed to use his barriers against her older brother, Sirzek's Lucifer, so he needed to prepare against them. Layden then once again reinforced his barrier, much to Rias's shock. Rias, no it can't be. Layden then spoke up from the barrier. Layden, as much fun as this is, you are strong, I will give you that, but... The barrier shatters and Layden lunges at Rias. Rias barely manages to dodge when Layden spews a fire breath at the ruined princess, which is responded with a holy lightning strike. This was courtesy of Akeno, who had already taken to the skies. Akeno, Ara, I cannot let you hurt the president. Akeno fired more holy lightning at the dragon, who had taken a direct hit. Akeno licked her lips due to landing her holy lightning on the evil dragon. Given her sadistic nature, she enjoyed writhing her enemies in pain. However, her giggles later turned into shock that Layden had not only survived the attack but also had managed to claw Akeno's, which resulted in her taking a direct hit from the evil dragon. Akeno was bleeding because of taking a direct hit from the dragon. She then falls to the ground bleeding. Thankfully, she was caught by Koneko, who had brought her to safety. However, she was unable to battle. Rias looked at her queen and then looked at the insomniac dragon in fury. She fires her power of destruction in fury and in an attempt to take him down once and for all. Rias, take this. Rias flings her power of destruction at the insomniac dragon in an attempt to take him out once and for all. However, as predictable as this was, the dragon was using a barrier to keep most of the blast in place. Azazel and several other magic users used their own abilities to couple on the barrier, resulting in its shattering. Layden took a direct hit from most of the attacks. With him staggering because of the attack, he then uses a Phoenix Tear, which promoted a question. Rias, how did you get those Phoenix Tears? Layden then responded with a smirk. Layden, I got them from the black market. It is easy to find some of these bad boys in the black market. Now take this for breaking my barriers. Layden then spewed a fire breath at the entire team, causing Tiamat to use her own chaos fire and Azazel to use his chakra breaker to intercept most of the damage. Layden then charged towards Frisk and Chara since they were easy pickings. Chara dodged his attack. However, Frisk was not lucky. He ended up taking a direct hit. Azazel, Frisk, you will pay for that, Layden. Chakra breaker 2. A much stronger lightning appeared underneath the insomniac dragon, with a warning sign, and he was surrounded by many more of those. Once the bigger one went off, he then got hit by multiple of those lightning attacks. Layden took multiple hits from those lightnings. Most of his wooden body started to break, much to his shock. Thankfully, being an evil dragon gave him immense durability and strength, enough to survive Asriel's shocker breaker, much to his anger. Koneko meanwhile went to assess the condition of Frisk, who was regenerating due to his soul trait. Koneko then asked, "Koneko, are you alright? Can you still fight?" Frisk nodded and responded, "Frisk, yeah, it is gonna take more than that to put me down." Frisk then got into his stance and punched the dragon square in the face, breaking some of the wood off. Layden tried to attack, but Asriel used his Chaos Slicer ability to hold the dragon at place, giving enough time for Frisk to evade the attack. Layden started to get angry on the team for making him unable to do anything. Layden knew what he had to do. He had to take them down one by one. Using his quick wits, Layden summoned multiple barriers to stall his enemies. He used the stronger ones on Asriel, Tiamat and Rias, making it harder for all of them to break it. Chara used her knife to slash the barrier, making it weak but unbreakable. The others were having progress, but it was not quick enough. Layden, on seeing this, grinned and charged at Frisk with an intent to kill. Everyone screamed Frisk to dodge, but being a human has his limits when it came to speed. Layden was almost close to the kill when all of a sudden, his mouth was forced to stay open. Several bones had been on Layden's mouth, much to his surprise. "Hey kiddo, did I keep you waiting?" The attacker was revealed to be a skeleton with a blue hoodie and shorts. He was seen wearing slippers. Everyone recognized who this was, the resident pun master Sans the skeleton. "Frisk, Sans. Sans, good to see you kiddo, how are you guys doing?" "Raynare, oh we are fine, just these barriers are annoying and Akeno must be badly injured." "Sans, oh she looks like she is fallen and can't get up." Everyone groaned in annoyance due to the pun. Raynare glared at Sans as he winked at his own bad joke. Frisk then said, "Frisk, as much as puns are important to you, we need to focus, there is an evil dragon in front of us." Sans, geez kiddo, you don't need to frisk on any situation. Frisk sighed in response. Asriel groaned even more. Sans, come on Asriel, this is as real as it gets. Sans giggled on his own puns. The dragon roared in response. He roared, "Layden, I will fucking kill you, if you make another pun." Sans, come on, my puns are puntastic. Layden, that's it skeleton, take this. Layden fired a dragon breath at the skeleton, who easily dodged the attack. Sans responded by summoning Gaster Blaster, which fired at the skeleton dragon. Layden used his barriers once again, which gave the chance for the others who had managed to break their barriers that Layden had set up to use their own power to start pushing back the Layden. It easily broke several of their barriers with ease. With Layden taking a direct hit to the face, Layden's body started to disintegrate. Once the dust settled, Layden had already lost half of his body to that attack, shocking everyone present. Being an evil dragon gave him immense durability, but even that has its limit. They all easily figured it out that the Holy Grail could only bring it to such regeneration. Layden used his final Phoenix Tear to help regenerate his body. He gained most of his strength but was still low on stamina because of taking the attack head-on. That was when they heard a shriek. They all looked to see that Issei had been bitten by Yamata's head. They knew what would happen if one gets hit by their head. Gabriel had shrieked because Issei had taken the hit for her. His team and his lovers were horrified at the bite that he received. Issei started to stagger, but that was not enough to put Issei down. Issei and Gabriel managed to destroy the final two heads of the dragon before Issei falls on Gabriel's hand. Raynare wanted to go and help her lover. Everyone knew that she wanted, but they knew that they had to deal with Layden first. Sans had then called out, Sans, Raynare, go to him. We will handle Layden. Raynare, but... Asriel, worry not, Big Brother needs you. Stay by his side for us. We will hold of the insomniac dragon. Raynare, alright, I will go. Sona, take care of him. I do not want to lose him. He cannot die, not like this. Raynare, I won't let him die no matter what, and guys, kick Layden's ass for me. Sans, you bet we will, Raynare. Raynare then uses her wings to fly and rush to Issei. She had tears in her eyes. The other kept their tears in check and they decided to focus on Layden. They now knew that they needed to deal with Layden as soon as possible. They all decided to seal the beast once and for all. Sans had a plan on taking the beast down. Sans, his regeneration is a problem. How can we beat him like this? I have a sole solution. The one who said that was revealed to be a yellow reptilian monster with a hunchback. She wore glasses and a lab coat. Sans, oh hey Alphys, what do you have in mind? Alphys, introductions, my name is Dr. Alphys, and as for your solution, we need her power to defeat the dragon. Alphys then points out to Rias, who was confused. Rias then asked, Rias, how can I help? Alphys, your power of destruction is known to completely destroy your enemies. Try charging it into a ball. The more charge you do, the more potent it becomes. Try to do that. Rias understood what the doctor was trying to tell. She knew that she had to use her extinguished star attack as it would be the one that would defeat him. Rias then began charging her attack. She then looked at Sans and said, Alphys, you know what you need to do, right? Sans, use your gravity to make him unable to move for a while. I know it takes a lot out of you, but since we do not have any better gravity magic user present, you are our best bet. Sans, alright, I will try my best. Layden, I will not let you do it. But Layden's attack was cut short by the combined assault of the rest of the Issei's team. Along with the Gremry peerage, Kiba used his gram to keep the dragon in bay while Koneko focused on being a guard for Rias so that Layden is unable to get to her. While Frisk and Tiamat were using their strength to keep the dragon at bay, while Asriel, Kuroka and Asya were using their own magic to either hold the dragon off or to heal up the team, Chara was slashing at the dragon preventing it from attacking Rias or Sans. After a while Rias had called out. Her extinguished star ability was ready. She gave a sign to Sans, who nodded. With a movement of his hands, Sans used his gravity magic to push Layden upwards. Rias threw her extinguished star upwards, managing to suck the insomniac dragon. Layden tried to resist. He tried to use his barrier to defend himself from the attack. However, it was too much. Layden's body started to disintegrate. Eventually his body was no more as it was completely destroyed. Sans and the others sat down due to exhaustion. They knew that the dragon did take out a lot from them since he was enhanced by the Holy Grail. Alphys had brought out a machine that was created by herself and Gaster. Sans, what is that? Alphys, one of my creations. I and Gaster worked along with each other. This machine is used to capture the souls of evil dragons. Since they are much unstable to handle, we have been working on this for a while. Alphys then activated the machine which had sucked out the soul. She then contained it in the device, and knew that she had to give it to the three factions so that it can be sealed away forever. She did the same with the first half of Yamada's soul. She nearly barfed seeing Yamada's heads, but managed to control herself. The others decided to rest after repelling the attack from the Cow's brigade. Many angels were injured. Irina and Issei were poisoned by Yamada no Orochi, and they were currently in a safe place recovering their strength. Unfortunately, RageRevan managed to obtain what he wanted, the fruit of knowledge and life. Issei can be seen rush to the first heaven to get some treatment. Thankfully, because of his dragon physiology, Issei can survive for much longer compared to a regular human, but he can still be potentially killed if the poison is not removed. As Issei took a huge amount of Yamada no Orochi's poison, Issei was awake the whole time. Since the poison did not render him unconscious, Issei was strong enough to do that. Issei could see Raynare rushing him to the area where the treatment was to be held. She knew that Irina would also be present since she also was bitten and infected, but Raynare did not care. Her priority was making sure that her lover got treatment as soon as possible. She did not care if that red-haired Rias was present. Her priority was to get Issei better. She wanted him alive and well as happy, not in distress. Gabriel, the room is to your second left. I will get the medicine required to neutralize the poison as well as some antiseptic to prevent any infection to the wound. Raynare, got it, Gabriel. Raynare rushed to the second right. The dragons along with Raynare were also praying for Issei's safety. They knew that Issei has survived Samael's curse, so this poison should be nothing for him. But seeing his condition, they were nevertheless worried for him. Issei was trying to calm his already distressed lover, but she told him to keep quiet, which Issei complied. He did not want to make a bad situation even worse. Raynare had reached the room. She knew that Irina and her father were also present alongside Zenobia as well. They were all shocked to see that Issei was on the bed, barely conscious, with Raynare having a tear-stained face. They knew that something bad must have happened to Issei, and to see that Raynare had tears in her eyes, they knew that something has to be done. Irina then asked, Irina, Raynare, what happened to Issei? Raynare looked at her in anger. Irina flinched, knowing now would not be the right time to ask the question to her. Raynare then responded, Raynare, Yamada, he bit him. Tuji, Irina's father, was shocked and surprised that Issei had been bitten by the venomous evil dragon just like Irina and himself. Irina also had started crying. Zenobia, on the other hand, looked away. She was also barely controlling herself. Raynare then looked at Issei's distressed face and kept her hand in a consoling manner, just like a mother would do to a child when they are sick. She then said, Raynare, Issei. Raynare had tears dripping from her eyes. Issei then used whatever strength he had to wipe her tears off. He then spoke. Issei, please, do not cry, Ray, for my sake. Raynare tried her best to control herself from crying, but she was unable to do so. She cried even more as she noticed that even in near-death situation, he still cared for her. Raynare cried endlessly, and she kept her head on Issei's body. Issei kept his hand in a consoling manner. He was still unable to move his other hand though due to the paralyzing effects of the venom. Issei did not know exactly how to calm his distressed lover down. He was happy to be by the side of the woman who loved him unconditionally, while at the same time he was worried about the others in their battle against Layden. That was when Irina wiped her tears and asked, Irina, but Raynare, how did this happen? I believe I can answer that, Irina. The voice was revealed to be that of a blonde woman with an angelic robe. It was Gabriel. She also had tears in her eyes. Both Tuji and Irina, on seeing this, bowed in front of Gabriel. Gabriel then nodded her head and responded, Gabriel, please Tuji, Irina, do not bow in front of me, especially in your condition. Tuji, you have just recovered, you need to rest on the bed. Same goes for you, Irina. Both, yes, Lady Gabriel. The father-daughter duo then go back to their bed to rest and recover their health and improve their condition. Gabriel then brought the medical stuff required for bringing Issei to full health recovery. She had the antiseptic in one hand and a removal device in the other. The first step was to remove the poison from Issei's body, which might take a while. Gabriel also knew how she needed to remove the poison. She also brought in a disinfectant to clean the wound off so that it will not cause any future infections. She used that and removed most of the dirt and grime present on the wound. She cleaned off the wound, and then added the antiseptic, preventing any germs from growing on the body. After which she activated a removal device. She then informed Issei. Gabriel, Issei, I will be injecting this needle into the bitten area. This should remove the poison off. Since your body has a lot of poison in it, then only we can get the anti-venom which can cure you from the lingering and life-threatening effects of the poison. The needle might hurt a little bit. Issei, worry not, Gabriel. I can take a much worse beating. After all, I took a bite from the evil dragon, remember? Gabriel smiled in gratitude. Gabriel, I know, Issei, I know, and I am eternally grateful for that. Gabriel then injected the needle into his body to remove the poison from his body. Issei gritted his teeth in pain. Once the needle was in his body, Gabriel activated the extraction process, which started to remove the poison little by little. It was a slow process as the poison can go elsewhere and affect any other part of the body. Gabriel also made sure to use some of her healing magic to reduce the pain for Issei. She needed to do that for his sake. He took the hit for her, and without anyone saving her, she might have been in a far worse condition than Issei. She is grateful towards the Red Dragon Emperor for saving her life. Over time, after 30 minutes, the venom was successfully removed. Gabriel then went to the medical room to get the anti-venom serum which was created by the venom of a celestial dragon. She knew that this was the only place where a poison from the evil dragon Yamada no Orochi could be cured. She then used the anti-venom and placed it in a clean syringe. Gabriel came to Issei's room and brought the anti-venom with her. She injected the anti-venom into his body. She smiled knowing that Issei has been successfully cured from the poison from Yamada no Orochi. Gabriel then spoke up with glee. Gabriel, alright. I have injected the anti-venom into your body. Now you are completely safe and out of danger, although normally you would be needing to rest for a week once you get infected by Yamada's venom. But in your case, you will only need to be resting for a day at most for the venom to be removed completely from your system. Issei nodded his head in gratitude and responded. Issei, thanks Gabriel, for helping me. Gabriel, no Issei, I am in eternal gratitude for saving me from the venom. If I were the one to be bitten, I may not have survived. Remember, if you ever need me, just call me, and I will be there for you in a heartbeat. Gabriel then kissed Issei's forehead and she left to take care of the other injured soldiers. Issei then spoke up. Issei, well, that was one hell of a fight, right, Raynare? Issei saw that Raynare was pouting. She was in a slight tearful state. Issei's sweat dropped. He then smiled and asked. Issei, hey Ray, worry not, I am now fine. Raynare, but I did not do anything. Gabriel saved your life and I just watched and... Before she could continue, Issei brought Raynare close to her and kept his hand on her. She closed her eyes in happiness that Issei was alright. Issei then spoke up. Issei, you staying by my side was more than enough for me. I am happy to have someone like you in my life. Thanks, Raynare. Raynare smiled in happiness towards her lover, who smiled in return. She then spoke to Issei and said, Raynare, yeah. Tuji smiled at the couple. He knew that Raynare loved Issei and was happy for Issei finding the love of his life. Irina also had a sort of a sad smile. She knew that she had lost her chance when she betrayed and bad-mouthed him in the previous timeline. Zenobia could only look away. she knew that Issei already had a rotten relationship with her, and he was good enough for her as an ally. The three knew that the couple must not be disturbed and they must be left in peace. Tuji then asked her daughter. Tuji, they look good together, don't they? Irina, yeah? Tuji, I am surprised you accepted her without hesitation and without any issue, considering you had a crush on him. Irina looked down. She knew that she did not have the right to even have a little bit of an attachment to him. Irina then said. Irina, yeah, but he already has someone in his life. I don't think he will accept me, at least not anymore. Tuji looked at Irina in surprise. He then asked. Tuji, what happened, Irina? Irina, well, let's just say I did something terrible to him. I don't want to get into details as it will bring only bad memories for me. Tuji, alright. Tuji and the other two watched Issei consoling and calming Raynare down. They were in a way happy for Issei, especially Tuji and Irina. They decided to leave the couple alone and went on to talk with their own things. Scene break. First Heaven, Vatican City, 4:30 p.m. Issei was lying on his bed, resting for the damage that he had suffered. Raynare was beside him. She was taking care of him, while at the same time wondering where the others are. I mean, they were fighting for so long, so she wondered what happened in the battlefield against the fight towards Leyden. Issei, on looking Raynare in a trance, he asked her. Issei, is something wrong, Raynare? Raynare does not respond. She was still wondering. Issei then keeps his hand on her and says, Issei, hey Earth to Raynare. Raynare snaps out of her trance and says, Raynare, do you want something, Issei? Issei, is something the matter? You seem to be kind of in a trace, like is something wrong? Raynare, nothing much, just wondering what had happened in the battle against Leyden, just worried what had just happened, like should they not be here by now? Issei, they will be fine, they have Tiamat and Israel with them, they should be fine. That was when the doors suddenly burst open, revealing to be members of Issei's team, Sona and Rias and their peerages, Asya, Kuroka, Rossweisse, Chara and Sona all jumped on Issei when they saw that he was awake. All had tears in their eyes. When they saw that Issei was fine and the poison was removed, Issei consoled the girls who were crying on him. He was calming them down. Issei then spoke. Issei, ladies, calm down. I am alright, the poison is out of my body. I am alright, now I need to rest for a while. Don't worry, nothing will happen to me. The girls nod in understanding. They all leave him one by one. He then asked them. Issei, so how did the battle with Leyden go? Sona, we managed to win, albeit some were injured, but we managed to win against the Insomniac Dragon. Where did RageRevan go? Issei, he ran away, saying he got what he came here for, although I don't know what he needed with the heaven. Michael, I believe I can answer that. Michael comes in, but he had a sad face. He knew that RageRevan needed something from the heaven in order to complete his master plan. He went to the fourth heaven where the Garden of Eden was, only to find that the fruit of knowledge and the fruit of life were missing. Michael, I went to check the fourth heaven earlier, to see what were RageRevan's intention. That was when I realized what he had taken. He had stolen the fruit of life and the fruit of knowledge. We need to be careful. If my instincts are telling me, there is a threat far stronger than anything we have faced so far, so you need to rest for now. There are things that are much stronger than what will come soon. Everyone that knew the previous timeline were shocked that RageRevan successfully managed to steal the fruit of knowledge and the fruit of life successfully without any issue. Issei wondered what were his intentions, since he had used the fruits in attempt to revive Trihexa, or was one of the components that was used to revive the beast 666 without any issue. RageRevan even had a hidden backup plan which was present, a sort of contingency plan which was designed in an attempt that he could not revive Trihexa or was killed before reviving him. Issei, I have a theory. Everyone looked at Issei, wondering what had happened. Michael knew that everything he had said so far came true, so Michael and the others let Issei continue. Issei, they have been experimenting on souls and hate so far. We all saw one of those laboratories, back in Romania. I have a feeling that there are more such laboratories, so my theory is that they are trying to somehow recreate the Beast 666, to use them for their own goals. Vali had informed me that RageRevan was trying to find another way to reach the other worlds and invade them, like he was trying to invade ours. So to invade other worlds he will be needing an army. That was why he attacked Romania, to try and get his hands on the Holy Grail so that he can revive the dragons who were slain at some point. But since we prevented him from getting the Grail, he is now finding an alternative, hence the attack on heaven to gain the fruit of life and knowledge. That was when Dr. Alphys had spoken up. Everyone present was too shocked to even say anything. What RageRevan was doing was beyond madness. No, this was insanity. recreating something as strong and as life-threatening as the Beast 666 was too much. Not to mention the experimentation on hate was just too much to comprehend, since most people knew that hate had a mind of its own. It was too unstable. Even more that the chaos element. Alphys. But recreating the beast, that is beyond comprehension. Issei, who are you? Alphys. My name is Dr. Alphys. But introductions later. What you are saying is just too much even for them to handle. Like recreating a clone of the beast which is too uncontrollable is a suicide attempt. Issei, Alphys, this is the same team that revived Gaia and used her against us in an attempt to kill us. This is nothing. The Chaos Brigade is known to do stuff like this. It is nothing new for them. Alphys knew that Issei was saying a point. She did hear from Gaster that they were able to manage to recreate the stuff necessary to reviving Gaia, including cloning Greek god magic in order to revive and send Gaia to go after Issei and his team. She had to tell this to King Ascari and the other faction leaders before it is too late. Sans, kiddo, what you are saying, I just hope it stays as a theory and does not become a fact, because if it does, then no one will survive. Issei. I hope so too, Sans. And even if it becomes a fact, we can still do this together. We have been able to defeat the Chaos Brigade so far, we just need to find out how. We managed to defeat Gaia successfully, someone who is as strong as Ophis. We were able to take him out as well and come out victorious. All we need to do is just hope. Sans chuckled on hearing that. He remembered how Frisk gave him and the other monsters hope that they could live on the surface world. Issei seemed to be a lot similar to Frisk. Sans knew that he can now live the happy ending he always wanted, although he may have to fight for it. Let's just hope that Papyrus does not see his personality change. He might get worried. Sans almost tried to make a pun. That was when everyone had sealed his mouth shut. They all glared at the skeleton, who flinched. Raynare then spoke up. Raynare, no puns, Sans. We do not want another headache. Am I clear, Sans? The girls were smiling menacingly, including the others in the room. Sans nodded in fear. He knew that there was a time and place for everything, and now is not the time. He did not want to face the wrath of the girls. He was sort of scared. Asriel, so what are you going to do now, Issei? Issei, oh me, I decided to take a rest for the time being. Well, since my arm is still kind of stiff, I need to wait for a while before my arm recovers to full capacity. The girls in his harem sighed in relief. They were happy that Issei will not run out or escape to roam the city. While he is not present, some even volunteered to stay in the heaven till Issei recovers from his wounds. Tuji then spoke up. Tuji, I would like to apologize to you, Issei, but also to my daughter, because of my past actions. Masaomi came after you guys for my blood. I really should not have killed Cleria. It is all my fault that they managed to attack heaven. In a way, I feel like I am responsible for the attack. Irina, Dad. Irina called her father out in concern. Michael then responded. Michael, Tuji, listen, you did what the church ordered you to do, and besides knowing the Chaos Brigade, they toyed with Masaomi's desire for their own advantage. If anything, I should be the one to apologize since you were forced to do the dirty deed. Michael then bowed before the exorcist as his actions. He knew that he was equally responsible for putting Tuji and his family under the bus, just to maintain the status quo. Tuji and Irina were surprised by the gesture and responded. Tuji, please do not apologize, Lord Michael. As exorcists, it is our job to serve you and the church in heaven. Irina, Dad is right, Lord Michael. It is our duty to help and serve the church with our own lives. Michael looks at the duo and smiles. He then responds. Michael, alright, you guys have done enough, now you guys need to rest. Michael then teleports out of there so that he can aid in repairing the damage caused due to the Chaos Brigade attacking the heavens. He knew that the heaven needed to recover if there was another possible attack from the heavens. Sans, well, I gotta go back. Pap and Gaster are worried sick about me. Are you coming, Alphys? Alphys, yeah, wait for me. Sans holds Alphys and teleports out of there to head to America to their house. They tell everyone that everything in heaven has been sorted out, much to their happiness. Issei and the others spend the rest of the day in the hospital, with some of them recovering while the others go around and look around to see where they can visit, since there were still some places that they needed to visit. Scene break. The next day. Vatican Church, 9:30 a.m. Issei and the others decide to bid farewell to the church people, with Irina staying back to get some more treatment due to her injuries. Tuji bade farewell to Issei since it has been a long time since he has seen Issei or even met the Kyoto family. He was happy that Issei has found love in his life. Michael then spoke up. Michael, I would personally like to thank all for coming to visit heaven and protect it from our enemies. For that I am eternally grateful. Gabriel, And I need to thanks as well, Issei Kyoto. Without you, I may not be alive. You took a hit for me and saved me from being bitten by Yamata no Orochi. As for its soul, I have asked Alphys beforehand to give me the soul so that we could purify it. Issei, please don't thank me for helping you, Gabriel. And besides, we all had a fun time. I can now walk and move my hand without any issue, although it is a bit stiff. Gabriel smiled in response. She said, Gabriel, worry not, the stiffness should go in hours at most. Considering your body type, you should be alright. Issei, well guys, let's go, we need to head back to Kuoh. Sona, indeed Issei, let's go, we will meet again, right Rias? Rias, yeah, we will. I did love to visit the place this time and managed to complete the tour this time. That was when Vasco and Griselda had shown up. Griselda and Zenobia hugged each other. Before saying goodbye to each other, Vasco then spoke up. Vasco, before you guys go, I need to give you something. Vasco then gives Asia a box. She looks at the box wondering what that is. Vasco, this is a box of letters that were sent to you by the ones that you had healed. They all were thanks letters from the ones that you had healed. Raynare, that must have been a huge amount considering the size of the box. Good job, Asia. Asia blushed and smiled. She then responded. Asia, thanks guys, it really means a lot. Griselda, and that's not all. The Pope that was stationed there regretted removing you from the church. But if you ever so desire, you can join us anytime. We will be more than welcome to accept you. Asia, thanks for the offer, but I would like to stay with Issei and his family. They are like my family as well. The ones present smiled at Asia. Griselda then spoke up. Griselda, if you ever decide to join us, just call me and inform me. We will be happy to accept you. Griselda then hands her number card to Asia, which she keeps with her. Asia was happy that she knew that she can join the church anytime she wants. They wave goodbye to the people present in the church, after which they are then teleported back to Kuoh by Michael, after which he leaves with Issei heading back to his room to rest for a while, with the girls joining him to rest as well. Scene break. In an unknown location. Many priests and nuns were gathered at an unknown location. They were all here for one purpose, to destroy the Alliance, since they were dissatisfied with the devils and the vampires joining the Alliance. Welcome brothers and sisters to our meeting. Ever since Archangel Michael has joined the Alliance, the devils and the vampires have been forgiven for their sins against our innocent families as well as friends. We have lost our brothers, our sisters to those evil creatures, but not anymore. We will take them down and the heavens will listen to us. Many present were cheering at the statement. They all held resentment, but due to the Alliance getting in their way of taking the devils and vampires down who ruined their families, they knew that now is the time that they needed to be dealt with. Then another voice speaks up. My parents were killed by those devils. They need to suffer the consequences of their actions. The Red Dragon Emperor and Team DXD is the pillar of the Alliance. Once we kill them, the Alliance will fall apart, and we can once again kill those evil devils once and for all. Everyone cheers for the miracle child's words. They knew that these two exorcists will be leading them to destroy those devils once and for all. Vasco was present in the meeting, but this time as a spy. He put up a front to say that he hated devils and vampires, but in reality he never hated them. He knew that his student's life was in danger. He then thought to himself, Vasco, I need to inform Lord Michael and Issei about this. Issei was lying down on his bed wondering what is going to happen. What was RageRevan's intention with him gaining the fruits from heaven? He knew that they would go after Agar's next in an attempt to find the crystals present there. By taking over the island itself. After that, well, in the previous timeline he released Draigg. It took the combined effort of everyone, including himself, all the gods, devils, angels, fallen and many more from the pantheons, to take the beast once and for all. Even Great Red, Ophis and Lilith had helped them take the beast out once and for. With Issei and his lover Asia nearly sacrificing themselves and taking Draigg out once and for all, it resulted them in falling into a comatose state. The battle itself was pretty destructive, with many casualties, massive property destruction, as well as many more severely injured. Even the evil dragons Apophis and Azidaka had fought against the factions, resulting in them getting defeated and sealed or killed. He still remembered how NHGGR brutally attacked and had beaten up Ophis simply because they never fought back to defend themselves. This resulted in his parents getting kidnapped and his identity revealed to them. Thankfully, they still accepted them without hesitation. This allowed him to take out RageRevan once and for all. However, he survived and activated Draigg, and they both fought together, resulting in their demise. Everything is going well. Him waking up from a comatose state with his parents staying by his side till he gets up. Even Vali, which was a surprise, used to visit him when he was in such a bad state. He could see Asia was sleeping peacefully next to him. She was safe and sound and had no injuries. It was going well till he discovered that the people he had once fought for, Rias and her peerage, except for Kiba, Gasper, Rossweisse and Asia, along with his childhood friend and Ravel, had betrayed them without hesitation, mated with another man, bad-mouthed them as well as discarded him like a tool. The faction leaders still cared for him, especially Azazel and Serzex, who viewed Issei as a son, little brother without hesitation. They never viewed him as the Red Dragon Emperor, but as the kind man that Issei Kyoto was. Issei eventually suffered from Dragon's Fall, a disease which only took place when a dragon's mate betrayed them. The evil pieces accelerated the disease from taking effect. Thankfully Kiba, who was next to him, heard everything and called whoever he could, first Azazel and Barakil, who in turn informed the Vali team, Issei's parents, as well as Gasper, Rossweisse and Asia. They all were present to see Issei in his bad state, trying everything they could to cure the disease. Issei then met up with Draigg, revealing his true nature as well as his current adoptive younger sister, who informed him about the situation, with Draigg merging with him to enter into his body. Issei then performed a true reset with the ones present, remembering everything that had happened, creating a new timeline and starting from scratch. That was when Draigg spoke up. Draigg, remembering the past partner. Issei looked at the gauntlet and responded. Issei, yeah, we have come so far. Things actually seem to be better than what had happened back then. People have different personalities except for a select few. Honestly, I am just happy. Draigg, yeah, and if I had not merged, I would have been that bastard RageRevan's puppet to toy with and kept destroying everything. In a way, I should be thanking you guys for defeating me and giving me the freedom that I desired. Draigg, indeed, now we need to figure out a way to stop RageRevan once again, like we stopped him once. We will do it again. Issei, you bet guys, we will defeat him once and for all. That was when Issei heard a knock on the door. Issei opened up, revealing to be his mother Miki. Issei always thanked her, as she had put up with Issei's antics in both these timelines. She however had a bit of a tense look. Miki, Issei, someone is here to see you. Issei, Mom, is something the matter? I mean, you seem kind of tensed. Miki, well, a priest is here to see you. He wanted to personally meet his student. Issei understood who it was. It was Vasco Strata, his teacher, who taught him how to use Durandal as well as its techniques. He wondered what had happened. Issei then told his mother. Issei, I will see him, worry not. Miki, alright son, he is waiting downstairs. Issei then heads downstairs to meet up with his teacher Vasco Strata. Issei noticed him sitting downstairs chatting with the residents of the house. He then calls out. Vasco, buongiorno, Issei my student, how is your condition? Issei, it is fine sensei, I managed to completely recover from the poison. Vasco, that's great to hear, speaking of which, I came to give you something. Vasco then hands a letter to Issei. He then informs them about the growing dissatisfaction that was taking place at the Vatican due to the alliance. Everyone present was either surprised or shocked at the action. Issei then asked. Issei, but wasn't Lord Michael trying to help the exorcists with their issues? Vasco then nods his head and responds. Vasco, he did. Most of us, including me, were convinced that Michael meant good, and he even tried to help several of us with our past as well as the issues that had been taking place in our mind. However, there were still a lot of exorcists who disliked the idea of peace between the factions, since their lives were ruined by the vampires, devils, and some of their was even done by the fallen. The damage was too severe for even Lord Michael to take care of. He and the other 4 seraphs tried to fix the issue, but the damage was already done, and the hate between them and the devils as well as the vampires, they are now coming after you Issei as well as Team DXD, which is considered the symbol of alliance. You need to stop them before it is too late. Try not to kill them. They are misguided. Help them before someone like the Chaos Brigade uses them to their advantage. Just like they tried to do with Masaomi Yagaki. I believe that there are hundreds, if not thousands of exorcists that are going to come here to attack you guys. Issei clenched his fist. He knew that the Chaos Brigade are trying to recruit people who either hate the alliance, or don't like the idea of peaceful coexistence. The others were also angry at this. Those exorcists needed to be dealt with and saved before things become so severe that it may result in the complete fallout of the alliance. Issei, I accept the challenge. What about you guys? Chara, I am in as well. Nobody tried to threaten the people I care about and gets away with it. Raynare, same here. I totally agree with Chara. Sona, I will inform Rias and her peerage about this. They also need to be there since the exorcists might come after them as well. Valerie, I already did. Sona, I told Gasper about it, and he will inform Rias and the others about that. Sona, thanks Valerie, it really was a time saver. Asriel, We need to help those exorcists. Us monsters once hated humanity for sealing us away. We can help those exorcists. I believe we can, so I am in as well. Tiamat, don't forget about me. Where you guys go I will as well. Kuroka, don't forget about me. I will not sit back and watch as they come after my lover and my sister Nya. Rossweisse, indeed Kuroka, we will deal with them together. I will inform Frisk, since he is currently outside, he will come here soon. Vasco smiled at this. He knew that only this team can help them, he then told. Vasco, I knew that you guys would accept the challenge. That is why I have someone who is willing to aid you guys. He will be joining you shortly once you start fighting against those exorcists. Issei, thanks sensei. Vasco, now I need to leave. I am kind of undercover, so if they see me here, they will suspect and may change their plans. Issei, alright sensei. Vasco then leaves Issei and the others. They know that they needed to get ready for an impending attack on them which will be happening very soon. They needed to brace themselves for whatever the exorcists throw at them. Vasco had estimated that there will be a lot of exorcists that come after us. Now it was up to them to defend the Alliance, and their loved ones at all costs. They know that they will win. Scene break. Kuoh Town replica, 12:30 p.m. Issei and the others were ready for the exorcists that had come this way to fight them. That was when 3 magic circles had opened up. These magic circles were revealed to be the ones from Gremry, Citri as well as an angelic circle. Rias Gremry and her peerage had stepped out of the magic circle which revealed the Gremry crest. Sona's peerage stepped out from the next magical circle, and the third magical circle was revealed to be none other than Dulio Gesualdo, the Joker of Michael. He then spoke up. Dulio, hello everyone, my name is Dulio Gesualdo, the current leader of Team DXD. It is a pleasure to meet all of y'all. It is especially a pleasure to meet you Issei Hiyoto, the current sub-leader. Issei, likewise, Dulio. They both then shake hands. The others then introduce themselves to Dulio, with Rias and Sona personally introducing their peerages to the brave Saint Joker. Issei then asked. Issei, so what is the plan, leader? Dulio, knowing them, they will come after us. They want to break the Alliance apart. Honestly, it hurts to see such souls be tormented, unable to let go of their past. We need to stop them before it is too late. Issei, so we just wait for them and then we will decide who needs to be dealt with first. Dulio, yep, let's wait for a while, they will come to us. Rias, so what do we do till then? Sona, well, we can play some. Before Sona could continue, a portal had opened up revealing hundreds if not thousands of exorcists that had come from the portal. They were led by a middle-aged man with black hair, dressed in church vestments. He was followed by a young boy. Although having a childlike face, he is also described to have a majestic presence. He wore a priest vestment clothing. He has a pair of white angel wings. Dulio then called out. Dulio, what is the meaning of this Ewald, Teodoro? Why did you choose to attack us? The child known as Teodoro answered. Teodoro, I need to protect the rights and views of the exorcists. Although the devils present are good devils, there is also a need to eradicate the evil devils and vampires. To unilaterally deprive them of judgment for their sins. I cannot accept this. Even if this goes against Archangel Michael's will. Only this I cannot accept. Rias and Sona looked down. They knew what he meant. The war had killed a lot of devils as well as several other devils, angels and fallen angels. They knew that this is something that was bound to happen sooner or later. Many exorcists had joined the church to fulfill their revenge as they knew that something would happen sooner or later. Issei then spoke up. Issei, do you think that by attacking us, you would get what you want? You need to stop this before it is too late. Ewald then responds. Ewald, we became exorcists for the sole purpose of one thing, to get revenge as well as get justice for the death of several of our loved ones. We wanted justice. But because of the Alliance we never got that. We always were told that the devils were no longer our enemies, which would have been alright by some of us. But then the vampires also joined the Alliance. That was the last straw. In a way you, Issei Hiyoto, are denying us the justice we deserve and we desired for so long. So we will destroy Team DXD, the symbol of this alliance, no matter what it takes. Dulio, so you will not stop, right? Alright, listen, Rias and her peerage go and deal with the exorcists led by Teodoro, along with Sona and her peerage. The rest of us will be dealing with the exorcists led by Ewald. Issei, can you handle Teodoro? Issei, sure, but what about Ewald? Dulio, leave him to me. Now let's go everyone. Everyone, alright. That was when an unexpected guest had shown up to assist the terrorist. It was revealed to be mass-produced evil dragons from the Chaos Brigade, led by the leader of Hexenact Walburga. They were there to help the exorcist. Dulio and Issei gritted their teeth when they saw them here. They were not expecting the exorcists to be aided by the Cow's brigade. Walburga, how do you do, devils? It has been a while since we have met, so shall we begin our battle? Walburga then commands all the evil dragons present with her to attack Team DXD. They all charge at the teams, with several of the peerage members being forced to fight against them. Saji volunteers to handle against Walburga, while Issei fights off against Teodoro, while Ewald fights against Dulio. The rest handle against the evil dragons led by Walburga and the exorcists led by Ewald and Teodoro. With the others, many of the teams, including the leaders, were forced to fight against the evil dragons and the exorcists at the same time. Sona and her peerage were dealing with the exorcists. Many of them were filled with hatred such that several of them wanted the devils dead. However, several of them were unprepared against what they were facing against. The devils were easily able to subdue them with ease. Any light-based weapons were either deflected back to the attacker using Tsubaki's Sacred Gear Mirror Alice or were consumed by Kiba's Sacred Gear Sword Birth. The light from the swords were easily absorbed by the Holy Eraser that Kiba had created, who had volunteered to fight alongside the Citri peerage. Many of the exorcists present were either angry or were demoralized. Exorcist number 1, you filthy devil, you will pay for that. Kiba, oh, I would like to see you try. Exorcist number 2, you, take this. The exorcist fires a holy light-based beam onto Kiba, but Tsubaki saved him using her Mirror Alice to save him. Kiba then said, Kiba, thanks for the save, Tsubaki. Tsubaki blushed and stammered on hearing this. She composed herself and started fighting the exorcists. Chara, on seeing this, had her eyes glowing in red due to jealousy, which made Kiba shiver in fear. Kiba then thought, Kiba, so is this what Issei felt like? Jealousy is truly a woman's kryptonite. I said it right. Kiba refocused and continued fighting the exorcists. Many were either subdued, surrendered, and those that resisted were knocked out, so that they cannot pose any threat to them. Sona and Tsubaki used their magic to bound most of the exorcists so that they cannot pose any problem. They then relaxed after a while to recover their strength, and they wanted to check what happened with the others so far. They could see the fight between them still going on. Rias and her peerage were having a bit of a tough time against the mass-produced evil dragons. With only 5 members from the peerage fighting against an entire army, things were not looking too good for the ruined princess. Rias, take this. Rias threw her extinguished star attack. She had been training for a while to make sure that she does not fall back. She used her attack to destroy several of the mass-produced evil dragons. Akeno had assisted in taking several of those evil dragons out with her own holy lightning, as well as her newly gained version of fallen angel mode, in which she gained by making her holy lightning blood denser. She gained 6 black fallen angel wings, which strengthens her holy lightning, making her appear more like a top-tier fallen angel. Koneko also assisted in taking down several of those evil dragons using her newly gained Shirin mode, which allowed her to use her senjutsu abilities in a more efficient manner. She was easily able to kill several of the evil dragons and destroy their bodies with relative ease. She was able to make her body mature, appearing similar to her older sister temporarily by gathering the natural ki around her and syncing it with her Tuki. Kuroka, on seeing this, was proud that her sister has finally gained a new stage of evolution. Now they knew that they could take their enemies out without any issue, even easily destroying several of them simply by touching the. Gasper was constantly being able to stop the dragons with his time-stopping abilities, which allowed Frisk and Chara to easily destroy them with their fighting skills and their knife skills respectively, taking several of them out with relative ease. Chara used her Knife Storm ability to defeat and disintegrate several of those dragons with ease, while Gasper used his tendrils to slay many of the dragons before they could come back or be able to regenerate. Frisk assisted them as regular beatdowns, which allowed Gasper to kill them without them trying to hurt or kill several of those dragons with ease. Several of the stronger evil dragons came after Azazel and Raynare. Raynare used her 6 fallen wings to fight against those evil dragons. She charged multiple light spears at the dragons, killing several of them in an instant. Azazel took it one step further by using his Galacta Blazing attack as well as Shocker Breaker attack, easily destroying several of the evil dragons with relative ease. Several dragons tried to sneak up Azazel in an attempt to get an advantage on them. However, Raynare threw multiple light spears, killing several of those dragons with multiple ease. Zenobia had slain multiple of the dragons using her Excalibur to take and slay several of those evil dragons without any issue. She took it one step further by using her Night Piece to outspeed and slay several of the evil dragons without any issue. She was assisted by Kuroka, who used her own senjutsu to take out several of those dragons with ease. She even used her Poison Mist to weaken several of those evil dragons, slaying them without any issue. One of the dragons had tried to sneak up behind in an attempt to kill Zenobia, but Kuroka used her Tuki to kill the dragon with ease. Zenobia, thanks Kuroka. Kuroka, Thank me later, incoming. Several more evil dragons had attacked them to take them out. Zenobia, however, was ready. She used her Excalibur in a twirling manner which allowed her to take out several of those evil dragons with relative ease. Zenobia used it to prevent any evil dragons from getting closer, and any that did were easily killed because of the Excalibur taking them out piece by piece. Kuroka had assisted them as using her Senjutsu flames, killing several of them with relative ease. Most of the evil dragons were either destroyed or killed. Tiamat and Rossweisse decided to handle the last of the evil dragons, which are stronger than the regular ones. Tiamat transformed into her own dragon form to destroy or kill several of the evil dragons without much effort. The exorcists and Cao's brigade were afraid that a dragon king had joined the fight. Most evil dragons were trying to flee, but neither Rossweisse nor Tiamat were having any of it. Rossweisse used her barrier magic to keep them at bay, while Tiamat used her chaos flames to prevent any escape routes. Rossweisse her Norse magic circle to defeat and kill several of those dragons. Tiamat destroyed the rest of the dragons with her chaos flames, killing most of them with relative ease. Rossweisse also pressed the advantage, killing several of the evil dragons easily, and managed to kill all the evil dragons. Over time, all evil dragons were slain and destroyed, while the exorcists had been either unconscious or had surrendered, leaving only Walburga, Teodoro and Ewald. With Dulio, 30 minutes earlier. Dulio was fighting against the exorcist, who was barely able to keep up with the Joker's attacks. Ewald constantly used his cloned 3 Excalibur fragments to fight against the angel's attacks. Dulio, on the other hand, was easily dodging all of the exorcist's attacks with zero to little issue. Dulio, is that all you got? Ewald, stay still, damn it. Dulio kept on dodging all of the exorcist's attacks with ease. He was not even trying. He did not even activate his sacred gear Zenith Tempest, which will easily destroy him, which is something he wanted to avoid. Furthermore, Michael even forbade him ever using his balance breaker, which was capable of destroying the complete world with relative ease. Ewald, fight me like a real man, and not a coward. Dulio, fine, have it your way. Dulio then activated his angel wings and decided to push back Ewald. Ewald knew that he needed to avoid his attacks. Dulio then threw multiple light energy balls at the exorcist. Ewald managed to destroy all the balls with relative ease. He then slashed at the angel, who once again was able to avoid most of his attacks. Ewald was getting frustrated as he was unable to land a single hit on the angel. In a desperate attempt, he managed to use his light sword to create a massive eruption of light that was able to push Dulio back, forcing Dulio to use his wings to defend himself. Ewald, I won, I did it. Dulio, I would not be so sure. Dulio came out of the unscathed, with no damage at all. Ewald was in shock as his strongest attack, which had once slain many devils, was unable to anything to the man in front of him. Dulio then spoke up. Dulio, you have done yours, now it is my turn. Dulio then decided to use his sacred gear, Zenith Tempest, and activate one of his techniques that was created by him using his sacred gear as well as his light powers. Although he made sure not to use his balance breaker as it can kill the man, Ewald stared at his opponent in pure shock and fear. Dulio then called out, Speranza Bala di Sapone. All of a sudden, several bubbles had started to appear in front of Ewald. Dulio then brought those bubbles in front of the exorcist, which he had made the mistake of popping them. This allowed Ewald to remember all the memories that he had once in his life, making him lose his will to fight. Dulio then spoke up. Dulio, listen, I once lost my birth parents thanks to a civil war, but you don't see me going for vengeance. You don't see me trying to hurt innocent devils or any other creature. Devils and vampires also have a heart, they have emotions. Not all devils are evil. There are many that are nice people as well. So stop this, I know how you feel. Please let me help you. Ewald knew that Dulio's words hold true. He then put his Excalibur down, and was ready to surrender. He had seen that none of his exorcist students were killed in the fight. He was happy about that. He then spoke. Ewald, truly, you're too gentle. Known as warriors, ultimately we can only use our swords to communicate. It's your victory, Dulio. Well, do as you wish. But let the others go. After all, I'm the one that brought them here. Only I am guilty. Dulio then smiled. He then responded. Dulio, worry not, nothing will happen to them. They will receive the help that they needed. They will be well taken care of. Ewald, thanks Dulio, thanks. Scene change. With Issei, 30 minutes earlier. Issei was seen fighting against the miracle child. He knew that he was just a mere child when that happened. He was avoiding all the attacks that he threw at him. Teodoro, on the other hand, was getting angry. He knew that he needed to gain an upper hand on Issei. Issei then spoke up. Issei, listen kid, I do not want to hurt you, stop this. Teodoro, I know, you are a good person, but what about my parents? They were killed by those devils in cold blood. I never got any justice for my parents. I want to make them suffer. Teodoro then threw several light spears at Issei, who managed to hold them off, crushing several of those spears with his brute strength. He then summoned Durandal. Teodoro, how did you get this Durandal? I mean, how did it accept you without hesitation? Issei, truth be told, I really did not know. Lord Michael told me that only a pure soul can be accepted by this blade. So kid, do you still wish to fight? Teodoro was conflicted at this point. He knew that the Durandal is a finicky blade which only shows its own will based on the purity of the soul. He was still a kid who suffered a heavy loss at such a young age, shaping him to be the person he is today. Issei, you seem conflicted. You don't want to fight, do you? Let me help you, kid. Teodoro fell down, tears in his eyes. Issei knew that he was always a kid. Issei knew what he needed to do. He then crouched to his level and told him a story of a man who suffered betrayal by the people he once loved. He was broken, but he found some people that cared for him. He moved on. He became a better person. Teodoro then told. Teodoro, W was that man you? Issei nods. Teodoro, why spare them? Issei, well, let's just say that it is pointless, even if I torment the people that made me suffer. What will I do next? I will make the people that cared about me suffer grief by killing those people, those devils, the innocent ones you were trying to hurt, have parents, siblings, friends, who you will hurt. If you killed them, please do not do this. You have a life ahead. Please do not drown yourself in hate. Become a better person. I know getting over hate is not easy, but you can do it. You can be a better person. I believe you can. Teodoro breaks down. He knew that his parents would never want the man he would become in the future. He endlessly cries and Issei embraces him while consoling him. He knew that he needed help, but he never received any. Issei calms him down, knowing that there will always be someone that will care for him. After which he declares his surrender, which Issei accepts. Dulio, looks like you have done your part. Issei and Teodoro look at Dulio. Issei then responds. Issei, yeah, this kid has gone through a lot, please help him. Dulio, do not worry, consider it done. I will be taking them back to Vatican, adios. Dulio then takes both Ewald and Teodoro back to Vatican so that they can be taken care of. He informs Issei that the Seraphs will be taking care of the rest of the exorcists, to which he agrees. He wonders what Saji is doing on the other side. With Saji, 30 minutes earlier. Saji was dealing with Walburga. He wanted to end this fight once and for all. He realized that she was nothing but an annoyance at this point. He then told her. Saji, losing 3 times, do you ever give up? You can still surrender, you know, and no one will be unharmed. Walburga only laughed at his statement. In response, she then spoke. Walburga, I will not lose this time, cause I have something special for you, Saji. Balance break, incinerate Antifona Calvario. Walburga activated her balance breaker, which used up the remaining half of the Yamada no Orochi soul. Saji, on seeing this, activated his own balance break. Malbolge Vitra promotion. They both started to fight, with Saji using his tendrils to destroy most of the flames that made up the body of the feral and primal evil dragon. Saji then used Vitra flames to burn most of the dragon's body. Walburga, on seeing this, knew that she would have to join in the fight very soon. She used her ice arrows in an attempt to try and damage Saji. Saji managed to destroy most of those arrows with relative ease. He used his Vitra flames to isolate Vitra from the dragon. He fired several of those flames at Walburga, forcing her to dodge them, some of them even managing to hit the magician. Saji then focused on the dragon Yamada created from the flames. He knew what he needed to do to end this once and for all. He then used all of his tendrils to destroy the dragon's body completely. The dragon howled in pain as his body was completely destroyed. He then focused his attention on Walburga. Walburga, I need to get out of here. I am losing, all my evil dragons are down. I need to get out of here. Walburga tried to flee, but she was unable to do so, shocking her. She then looks at Saji and asks him, Walburga, what did you do? What did you do, Genshiro? Oh, I am afraid he did not do anything. I prevented any escape routes for you to escape, Walburga. The man was revealed to be none other than young man with short black hair and pale gray eyes. He wore a black combat suit, as well as a black coat. My name is Tobio Accuse. I am from Team /Dog. Azazel sent me here. I am ally, worry not. As for you, Walburga, you will be detained. Walburga, I will not lose, not like this. Tobio sighs and responds. Tobio, very well, looks like you need to be dealt with, using my sacred gear Canis Lycon. A black dog then came into reality, which was revealed to be the extension of the sacred gear. He then summoned the gear and the dog lunged at Walburga, easily crushing her and destroying her completely. Over time Walburga was overwhelmed and she fell unconscious. Tobio then looked at Saji and spoke up. Tobio, well that's done, I will take her back for her crimes, leave the rest to me Genshiro, you have done enough, speaking of which is the Red Dragon Emperor here? Issei, I am right here. Issei had come in, he had informed them that the exorcists have been dealt with, as well as their leaders, the Seraphs had already come in and taken them back to Vatican, that was when a purple flame was formed on Walburga's body. Issei is that? Tobio, the Incinerate Anthem, yes it is Red Dragon. Issei, call me Issei, may I call you Tobio? Tobio, I see why not, we are allies after all, you see the flame, or the Incinerate Anthem can leave its host without the host dying, hence the flame. It can also choose its own wielder. Azazel sent me here to take her to Grigori. Worry not, she will not hurt you guys anymore. Tobio then leaves the dimension to head back to Grigori. While the Issei and Saji regroup as they were able to successfully fend off the attack, they decided to call it a day and rest. Scene break. The Alliance headquarters, 4:30 p.m. The Alliance leaders had come in to discuss what needed to be done. Given that Issei's theory was already informed by Michael to the rest of the leaders, they knew that this needed to be discussed before it is too late. Azazel, I know what you guys have came, we need to discuss what needed to be done next. Michael, we need to be prepared for the worst. If Issei's theory is right, that means they have something destructive more than Gaia in their arsenal which needed to be activated by the fruits that RageRevan had stolen. Zeus, you've got to be kidding me, something stronger than Gaia, it is not possible. Azazel, it is Lord Zeus. The Chaos Brigade managed to recreate your magic to unseal Gaia. They were able to clone that magic, so they can do anything. We need to be prepared for anything that may come upon us. Askari, so what do you suggest, Azazel? Azazel, knowing the Chaos Brigade, they will go after Agars next. We need to prevent them from taking over that island. We will have to stop RageRevan. If what Issei has said is right, we need to defeat RageRevan as soon as possible. Sirzex, then leave that to us. We will improve the security at Agars. Lord Agars may not like this, but I will convince him. We cannot let him get Agars. We need to defeat him before it is too late. Azazel, I believe that we can take them out together. We just need to believe in ourselves and those kids. Odin, honestly, we should not let those kids do things that we are supposed to do. It is about time that we step in and stop those terrorists once and for all. We will step in now. Azazel, but Lord Odin, we need to accept any help we can get. I know you want to protect humanity on your own, but they can help us. We can do this. Zeus, Azazel is right. Lord Odin, Issei and his friends were able to stop Gaia and defeat her once and for all. We will be needing as much help as we can get to stop them. Even I don't wish to bring those kids into the battlefield, but we need to stop them, and we must not deny any help that we can get. Sirzex, very well then, it is decided. We will secure Agars. I will inform Rias and the rest about the decision. Azazel, can you inform Issei and Sona about this? Azazel, very well, I will. Alright then, that's it for the meeting. Thanks all for coming. They all then leave and teleport back to the rest of the Pantheons. They needed to prepare for what would be coming next. Scene break. The Chaos Brigade headquarters, 6:30 p.m. Euclid, the final phase is done. Now we just need to put the fruits and the beast will be activated. Lord RageRevan, what is your order? RageRevan, place the fruits in them. The beast will end the alliance. After all, we used Issei's hate to recreate the beast 666. This will end the alliance once and for all. Euclid, although Walburga is captured by them, we still have the corrupted souls as well as an army of evil dragons. We can now end the alliance, once and for all. Euclid then reveals that the beast looked identical to Trihexa or the beast 666. Much to RageRevan's smile, they decided to recreate the beast itself. Since the beast was not present in the seal, they decided to create their own beast 666, to end those that get in their way, once and for all. RageRevan, now we only need someone to give us Phoenix Tears, and then we will unstoppable, ha 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 ha. Line break. Issei, I am a brave boy. Aika pops up and says, Aika, hello? Issei, not a brave enough boy for this. Issei runs the heck out of there. Scene break. Ramen guy. Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen, how tough are you? Issei, how tough am I? How tough am I? I am the strongest Red Dragon Emperor. I have defeated thousands of foes. I managed to defeat Gaia and slay her. And you are asking me how tough am I? Ramen guy, yeah, you're not so tough. What about you? Asya, I went to bed at 12 instead of 9 at night. Ramen guy, yeah, you're pretty tough. Go right ahead. Issei was in disbelief. Issei, W what? fuck bedtime. Scene break. Issei, oh hey they're good looking. Issei, DXD, same to you. Raynare Issei. Both Issei yeah. Raynare gasps. Both Issei Ray. At Grigori headquarters. Phone, fucking ring ring ring. Azazel picks up the phone. Azazel, hello. Raynare, Azazel-sama help, there are 2 Isseis, please fix this now wow. Scene break. Sans, you know what fallen angels say when they fall. I have fallen and I can't get up. Raynare, internal screaming. Scene break. Issei, while looking at the downed Rias, is someone here a doctor? Asya, I am. Issei, well you're a nerd. Scene break. Lord Vali, oh you're approaching me, even though I have been enhanced by the Holy Grail and become immune to the sunlight, you still approach me. Gasper, I can't beat the shit out of you without getting any closer. Lord Vali, ho ho, then come as close as you like. Scene break. Azazel, pull the lever Vali. Vali pulls the lever, Azazel falls down. Azazel, Running Leaf Virier. Vali oh. Scene break. Issei, say my name. Saw, the most dangerous Red Dragon Emperor. Issei smiles. Issei, you're goddamn right. Scene break. Issei, hard cake. Raynare tackles him to the ground. Raynare Issei no. Scene break. Issei, DXD, hey dad, what is that flower doing there? Gora, DXD, well son, I found it on eBay. Inside the flower case. Floey, where the heck am I? Scene break. Kiba, hello. Gasper, hey what's up? Kiba, I need some help, can you come here? Gasper, I can't, I am buying clothes. Kiba, well hurry up and get over here. Gasper, I can't find them. Kiba, what do you mean you can't find them? Gasper, I can't find them, there is only soup. Kiba, what do you mean there is only soup? Gasper, it means there is only soup. Kiba, well then get out of the soup aisle. Gasper, alright you don't have to shout at me. Gasper starts walking to the next aisle. Gasper, there is more soup. Kiba, what do you mean there is more soup? Gasper, there is just more soup. Kiba, go into the next aisle. Gasper walks to the next aisle. Gasper, there is still soup. Kiba, where are you right now? Gasper, I am at soup. Kiba, what do you mean you are at soup? Gasper, I mean I am at soup. Kiba, which store are you in right now? Gasper, I am at the soup store E. Kiba, why are you buying clothes at the soup store? Gasper, fuck you Ulu. Scene break. Issei, hey Sona. Sona, yes Issei. Issei, do you know what happened to that Italian chef? Sona, oh no, what happened to them? Issei, they passed away. Be a dumb tis. Sona. Issei, Sona. Sona, get out. Issei, but this is my. Sona, get out. Scene break. Issei, sup Matsuda, trick or yeet? Matsuda, yeet. Issei, yeet it is. Issei throws Matsuda out of the window. Matsuda, ahaha. Scene break. Saji, so cool, so cool, so cool, so cool, so cool, continues. Sona, Saji, what are you doing? Saji, so cool, so cool, so cool, so cool, so cool, continues. Sona, Saji. Saji, so cool, so cool, so cool, so cool, so cool, continues. Sona, shut the fuck up Saji. Scene break. Issei, the next one is going to be a bit of a mouthful, you ready for this? Issei pauses and speaks. Issei, yeast. Issei, that's all there is to it, don't think I really need to explain. Scene break. Sona, Issei look, sonic forces. Issei where? Sona, laughs hysterically. Issei, oh yeah haha, so funny. Sona continues laughing for a while. Scene break. Asriel, I am the Sand Guardian, guardian of the sand. Chara, Frisk quivers before him. Asriel at Frisk, fuck off. Scene break. Asya, finally I can keep some chocolate to myself. Chara, slashes the door, I smell chocolate. Asya a. Scene break. Saji, all women are queens, activates absorption line. Issei, if she breathes, she is a Thutuit, activates boosted gear. Scene break. Vali, I, Vali Lucifer, have a dream. RageRevan, oh no, oh no, oh no. Giorno's theme intensifies. Vali, mutta, 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 mutta. Scene break. Issei during his training session with Saji. Issei, Fus Roda. Saji, help me. Saji is sent flying. Scene break. Issei, we're gonna die. Raynare, oh Issei, think positive. Issei, I am positive we are gonna die. Scene break. Rias, first you get a jar. Sona, holds a gun. Rias, that's a gun. Sona, yes. Sona fires at the orc, except Kiba and Gasper who were in their house because of the soup store incident. Scene break. Rias tries to break or breach the barrier around Issei's house. Rias, let me in, let me thin. Rias continues till she loses consciousness. Scene break. RageRevan, you got a war face, ha, let me see your war face. Euclid ye. RageRevan, Lilith's skin, let me see your real war face. Euclid, yeah. Scene break. RageRevan, I am a super devil with sacred gear disabling powers, I can't be beaten. Issei, I summon Draigg and use blazing inferno of scorching flames. RageRevan, oh well, let's see how powerful it is. Issei Prime. RageRevan, Fuakuk. RageRevan gets burned as his soul also gets destroyed. Scene break. Draigg, are you alright partner? Issei, I have this headache that comes and goes. Koneko comes in. Koneko, sup. Issei, and there it is. Scene break. Graphia, Issei here. Azazel gave me this manual relating to all sacred gears and... Issei grabs the manual and consumes it completely. Graphia, Issei, I have learned everything. Scene break. Vali, guys look, a birdie. Biko, it's pretty, let's catch it. Vali and Biko run towards the birdie, only to fall off the building. Thankfully none were harmed, but they were unable to catch the birdie. Scene break. Ajuka, hey, what time it is? Seraphal, it's muffin time, repeats, it's muffin time. Surzex, actually it's 12:30. Seraphal, with tears, somebody kill me. Once again. Seraphal, it's muffin time, repeats, it's muffin time. Surzex, actually it's 12:30. Seraphal, with tears, somebody kill me. And now a cow pretending to be a man. Azazel, Vali, are you a cow? Vali, what? No. Issei comes in a cow costume. Issei, yeah, me neither. Once again. Azazel, Vali, are you a cow? Vali, what? No. Issei comes in a cow costume. Issei, yeah, me neither. Issei, you guys wanna go skateboards. Back to the Satans. Ajuka, hey, what time it is? Seraphal, it's muffin time, repeats, it's muffin time. Surzex, actually it's 12:30. Seraphal, with tears, somebody kill me. Once again. Seraphal, it's muffin time, repeats, it's muffin time. Surzex, actually it's 12:30. Seraphal, with tears, somebody kill me. Meanwhile. Donasik, you're leaving me. Raynare, sorry I met a real man, repeats, I met a real man, repeats, I met a real man. Donasik, you're leaving me. Raynare, sorry I met a real man, repeats, I met a real man. Issei, hi babe, yes I am a real man, do you wanna go skateboarding? Donasik glares at Issei with hate for stealing his girl. Kiba, real mean. Seraphal, it's muffin time, repeats, it's muffin time. Surzex, actually it's 12:30. Seraphal, with tears, somebody kill me. Once again. Seraphal, it's muffin time, repeats, it's muffin time. Surzex, actually it's 12:30. Seraphal, with tears, somebody kill me. Frisk, oh look, somebody killed those cows brigade members. Issei skateboards past them and says quietly, Issei, skateboards. Scene break. Issei, so I said, is that all you got, Kokabeel? You should reduce on your crack. it will make you look normal. Issei, DXD, hee classic. RageRevan, no, we are not dealing with two of them. Scene break. Rias, ugly begins with you. Issei, rough surface ends with your face. Scene break. Mickey, what have you got there, Chara? Chara, while holding a knife, a chocolate bar. Scene break. Serafal, now for the weather, with the weatherman Saji. Saji, it's gonna be hot. Serafal, thanks Saji, he's not gonna work. Saji smashes the door. Saji, climate change. Serafal, Scene break. Kuroka, do you have eyes? Frisk, well yeah. Kuroka, well where are they? Frisk, in the basement. Scene break. Azazel, I hope you're ready to put ice on those roasts. Graphia, who needs ice, when I am already on ice? Surzex, from a distance Sohuhu. Scene break. Kuroka, who needs wings with claws like these? Raynare, you disgust me. Scene break. RageRevan, why won't you die? Issei, I have the power of God and anime on my side. Scene break. Issei to male reader. Issei, it is a beautiful day outside. Birds are singing, flowers are blooming. On days like these, readers like you should realize that character bashing is not the only route in the story. I mean, you can dance with an angel, you can sing with me in karaoke. You can play games. I would even let you date my foster sister for Satan's sake. But no, let's not do any of that and torture and break all those that have betrayed me. I'm tired of your shit. I'm tired of it. Do you think I want to be the perverted dragon to be tortured? No, I would be playing some video games at an arcade. But you gotta take revenge and I gotta intervene. Jesus Christ. Writer, if you are seeing this, stop this please. The reader looks away in confusion, and I guess shame. Scene break. Mickey, I am baking cakes now. Issei, well, I am quite tired of carrot cakes. Mickey, I am baking cheesecakes too. Issei, I will take your entire stock. Scene break. Serafal, so is there anything you want to say to the audience? Frisk, my favorite color is margarine. Serafal. Serafal, alright. Scene break. Barakil, you want to hear a joke? Issei and Chara look at him. Barakil, my daughter still hates me, but her aim is getting better. Issei and Chara. Barakil, her aim is getting better. Issei and Chara. Barakil, you see, having a daughter can be quite stressful. Akeno, activating holy lightning, silence father. Scene break. Asya, let me see what you have. Kiba, a knife. Asya, no. Scene break. Mickey, okay, truth or dare? Chara, truth. Mickey, how many hours have you slept in total this week? Chara becomes nervous. Chara, I switch to dare. Mickey, I dare you to go to bed right now. Chara, I don't think I like this game anymore. Scene break. Issei, we should be fine as long as nobody teleports bread. Raynare, I have a question. Issei, what is your question, Raynare? Raynare, I teleported bread. Issei, what? Raynare, you told me to. Issei, how much? Raynare, I have done nothing but teleport bread for the past 3 days. Issei grabs Raynare and says, Issei, where have you been sending it? An evil dragon comes crashing down due to the bread. It roars on seeing the duo. Issei and Raynare, oh god. 1 month later. Issei and Rossweisse were going on a date. They were informed by Gondel that she needed to find a date as soon as possible, considering that the Cows Brigade were on hiatus after their disastrous loss that had happened in the demonic beast riot. They decided to go on a date. Gondel, who seemed to be an elderly woman who wears a deep blue-colored robe. She has a fearless look, appears to be the same height as Rossweisse, has a good posture, and looks to have a slim figure overall. She wanted Rossweisse to find a boyfriend and perhaps a husband so that she can have someone to take care of her in the future. Gondel knew that the one in front of her is the god-slaying Red Dragon Emperor, who had defeated Gaia before. She managed to convince Issei and Rossweisse to go on a date together, much to the embarrassment of the duo and the jealousy of the other girls and the cheerfulness of Issei's parents, Asriel, Frisk and Chara. Gondel also informed them that several magicians would be meeting up at Agar's territory to inform them about something important relating to magic, and that she would be there. While they were on a date together, they visited several places and many more areas. However, their date was interrupted by none other than Euclid Lucifuge, whose sole goal was to recruit Rossweisse to his cause. Issei defended Rossweisse from him. Euclid then called out, "Euclid, greetings Red Dragon Emperor Valkyrie." Issei, what do you want, Euclid?" "Euclid, her." Euclid pointed to Rossweisse, who got behind Issei. Issei then said in fury, "Issei, you really have a death wish, don't you, Euclid?" "Euclid, I will give her the choice to join us or die." "Rossweisse, my answer is..." Issei Rossweisse, let me speak, Issei. It is about time I stand up for myself, and not rely on someone else. My answer is no, Euclid Lucifuge. Do you know how much your sister cares for you? She still misses you, she wants you back, and here you are trying to destroy everything. Leave RageRevan now, or you will regret it big time. Issei smiled at Rossweisse's declaration, while Euclid was furious. "Euclid, Valkyrie, you will join me one way or another." Euclid blindly charged at the duo. However, Rossweisse's magic prevented him from getting close. Issei used his bare strength to punch him on the face, breaking his nose along with several of his facial bones. Euclid is then sent flying across, destroying several malt tables as well as creating a dent on the wall. Euclid struggled to get on his feet. He glared at Issei in pure hatred and anger. He was once again refused to get what he wanted. He then angrily screamed while pointing his finger at Issei. "Euclid, this is not over, Dragon. I will be back." Euclid teleports out of there. Issei then checks for Rossweisse for any injuries. With the latter assuring them that she is fine, they then go home and inform the others of what had happened, which Sona tells them that she will inform Lord Lucifer about the incident. 3 months later. Issei and Vali were sparing, since Issei had promised him a fight once there will be a peace for a while. And there has been no attack from the side of the Cow's brigade since RageRevan has been preparing for his final assault against anyone that stood in his way. Vali was gaining an upper hand on Issei, while Ophis was watching the two fight, while consuming her chocolate. Thankfully Chara was not there, as she had gone to America with Asriel to spend some time there with Teriel and Ascari, while at the same time meeting the other monsters who have completely settled there, and the humans present have completely accepted them. Some even pitied how they were sealed back in the day. As for the others, Raynare, Asya, Kuroka, Rossweisse and Seraphal had all gone shopping since it was a free day. While Sona was in the underworld, she had recently created the Oros Academy. Since she had won the Rookies 4 tournament, she became the founder of the Oros Academy with the goal of training devils who were less privileged in the Devil Society, as well as helping those who wanted to become better and learn better. This was established a month ago, and all 4 Satans had approved this rule. Vali was constantly keeping his distance. While siphoning Issei's power, Issei started to struggle against the Lucifer descendant. Vali then taunted. "Vali, is that all you got? Issei, you have the power of the beast, and you still are struggling. Come on, show me what you got." Issei, "Hey, cut me some slack. I was kind of exhausted from training earlier, and you suddenly show up saying, 'Fight me.' What was I supposed to do?" Vali, "There has got to be something to push him. Wait, this might work." Albion, "That's suicide, but knowing you, I know you will push him to his maximum. Just try not to die. I do not want you to." Vali, "Thanks for believing in me, best buddy." Albion growled. Vali then looked at Issei and said, "Vali, if you don't try, then I will kill that fallen girl of yours." Issei, what did you say?" Vali smirked. He knew how to push Issei. He knew what he needed to do. It worked once, it will work again. Vali, you heard me right. I will go after Raynare, if you don't try harder. Issei, Vali, good, now show me what you got. Issei charged at Vali, with the intent to destroy him. Vali easily avoided his attacks. He knew what he needed to do in order to push Issei. Vali used his divine dividing to phase him, weakening him once again. Vali once again taunted. Vali, you gotta be better than that if you have to land a hit on me. What will you do if someone hurts her? Ha, Issei. Issei did not respond. Instead he blindly charged, which Vali easily evaded. He then decided to put a final touch to pushing Issei. Vali, I guess you do not care for what happens to her then. Issei has had enough. He charged a small ball of apocalyptic energy. Vali heard of this move. He knew that this move was the one that brought his grandfather to his knees. Issei then threw the sphere at Vali. The sphere started to siphon all of Vali's demonic power, making him struggle and bring him to his knees. Vali used divide. He was slowly regaining his power, but it was not enough. Eventually his scale mail broke and he was on his knees. Issei, on seeing this, charged at Vali. Issei, Issei gave him a punch which sent him flying across a few acres. Issei then rushed to Vali and gave him a phoenix tear, making his reserve back to normal. Issei, never do that again, is that clear? Vali, Crystal, that move, it was Black Sun, wasn't it? The same move that brought my bastard of a grandfather to his knees, right? Issei, yeah, sorry I took it too far. Vali, no, I deserve that. Should not have pushed you this far, it is equally my fault. That was when Issei's phone rang. It revealed to be Sona. She then called to inform something. Sona, hey Issei, you there? Issei, yes Sona, I am here, is something the matter? Sona, wanted to inform you that the Oro's Academy is ready for its grand opening. You guys are invited, bring everyone in. Issei, alright. Issei then cuts the call. Vali, is something wrong? Issei, well, Sona has invited us to Oro's Academy. She worked on it for a month, and today is the day for the grand opening. Vali, well then, what are we waiting for, let's go. Issei, yeah? Oro's Academy, Underworld, 11:30 a.m. Issei manages to invite the rest of the group along with the Gremry peerage to head towards the Oro's Academy. They all can see that it is a magnificent academy made specifically for raiding games and many other stuff. Issei knew that this academy was his fiancée dream and now it was complete. They could see Sona there. She was dressed elegantly for the opening. Another portal had opened up revealing Chara, Frisk and Asriel. They had also received a call from Sona directly regarding the grand opening. Chara then spoke. Chara, the academy, it looks just like Hogwarts. It is amazing. Sona, thanks Chara and thanks all for coming. This is an honor to see my dream be made into reality. Honestly, if I were to thank anyone, I would thank my peerage, especially Saji for letting me achieve this dream. I would also like to thank my fiancé and his family for supporting me in this dream and giving me the strength to achieve it. I hereby declare that the Oro's Academy is now open and will be operational. Sona cuts the ribbon with a scissor to the Oro's Academy. Everyone claps for her due to the speech. That was when they hear another voice. Big Sister Rias. A cute young boy with short crimson hair. He resembled a lot like Serzex and had red eyes. Issei recognized this kid as Milica's Gremry, the son of Serzex Lucifer, formerly Gremry and Graphia Lucifuge. It has been a long time since he has seen him. He wondered what he is doing here. Rias, Milica's, it has been such a long time since we have seen each other. Rias hugs her little brother, technically nephew. He then looked at the others and wondered who they were. Rias, now Milica's, go introduce yourself to them. Milica's then bowed at the teams who were smiling seeing a little kid here. He then began to introduce himself. Milica's, I am Milica's Gremry, the future heir of the House of Gremry. It is so nice to meet you all. Issei, hello Milica's, my name is Issei Hyoto. This is my sister Chara Hyoto, formerly Dreamer, my brother Asriel Dreamer. Chara, greetings little one. Asriel, howdy Milica's. Asia, I am Asia Argento. Sona, you already know me Milica's, it has been a while since we met. Tiamat, the name is Tiamat, your friendly neighborhood dragon king. Milica shivered when he saw her here. He knew that the one in front of him was the strongest dragon king. He needed to be careful. Tiamat, on seeing his here, put her hand ahead. Milica's flinched, but Tiamat rubbed the little one's head. Tiamat, worry not, I will not do anything to you. Milica's, alright. Graphia then came running to the scene with Serzex behind him. She seemed exhausted after what had happened. She approached her son. Graphia, Milica's, how many times have I told you not to run off like that? Milica's, sorry mother, I just got excited. Graphia sighed and responded. Graphia, it is alright, I am just worried for you. Serzex, Milica's, don't run off like that. I know you are excited, but don't scare your mother like that, you know how she is. Milica's, okay father. Issei, it has been a while big brother, big sister. Serzex, it has been a while too, Issei, and congratulations Sona for finally achieving your dream. Sona, thanks Lord Lucifer. Serzex, please call me Serzex, I am not the one for formalities. Besides, this academy is well done, there is things for everything here. Like there is a raiding game holdable for a virtual raiding game, there is a gym to get stronger, there is a training camp to test your limits, and push be the very best. It is an amazing school, good job Sona. Sona smiled when Serzex said that. Issei and the others were happy for her, they knew that this was a big achievement. Sona then decided to give her guests a tour of the school, which was pretty big and amazing on the inside. The classrooms of Oro's Academy were quite spacious with well air-conditioned rooms, as well as smart televisions to help the students learn more quickly and efficiently. There also was a cafeteria for food and many other things that would help the students learn much more. That was when suddenly the alarms started blazing. They knew that someone had breached or had entered into the building without any authority. Sona, it was the first day and already some people decide to attack it without permission. Oh, come on. Sona screams in annoyance. She spent a month building the school. Issei and the others calmed her down. Issei then informed the others. Issei, big brother, big sister, protect Milika, send him to a safe space. I sense 2 areas where the attack is taking place. I have a feeling that we might run into several evil dragons and magicians from Nilrame. I also sense a presence similar to that of Euclid Lucifuge. Vali and I along with my team will be handling the evil dragons. Can the rest of you take care of the magicians? Grafia looked down when she heard that her younger brother is here. Surzex calmed her down and they both teleported out of there. But not before Grafia told Issei. Grafia, please Issei, bring my brother back, I know you can. Issei, you can count on me, big sister. Grafia smiled. She along with her husband and son managed to escape out of there before anyone could sense their escape. The teams then divide themselves into the groups designated, with Issei and his team along with Vali heading to deal with the evil dragons, while the Gremry Peerage and the Citri Peerage went to deal with the magicians. Scene break. With Issei and his team along with Vali. Oro's Academy, South Side, 1:30 p.m. Vali and the others rushed to the area where the evil dragons were attacking. Vali then asked Issei. Vali, do you think we can prevent them from destroying the school? Issei, it should be much easier given that they do not have Layden with them, not to mention they did lose a huge amount of their forces to fight in our fight against Walburga, so we should have a slight advantage. Vali, I hope that we can prevent this school from being destroyed this time. Asriel, we need to, the hopes and dreams of several devils lies in this school, we must protect it. Chara, and protect it we will Azzy. Issei and the others reached the area where Issei could sense a massive presence of evil dragons. One of the evil dragons, Grendel, who had received a new body as to fight in the battle. Grendel on seeing the dragon emperors looked at them and glared at the duo. Grendel, you came here to ruin my fun. Issei then spoke. Issei, sorry pervert, but we cannot stand by and let you destroy this academy. This is built to make sure the children's dreams come true. You will not destroy the school. Asya, hello, pot calling the kettle black. Issei, nice reference, to Saw Abridged. Asya, thanks. Grendel, do you not understand that we are in the middle of a standoff? Grendel roared at the teams. Issei only responded. Issei, and we are in the middle of a conversation, do you not understand that? That was the last straw. Grendel charged at the teams. Issei and Vali decided to defeat them once and for all. They were given a machine to seal the dragon's soul so that he cannot be revived by Sans, who they met earlier. He told that he would be with Issei's parents for the time being. Tiamat was also not present because Issei asked her to look after Issei's parents since they knew that Ophis was not present and RageRevan would do anything to gain an advantage on them. Tiamat agreed to this request since she knew that RageRevan was a manipulative bastard. Issei and Vali both went into their balance breaker forms, since they knew that this Grendel does not have the enhancements that he would have received from the Sephiroth Graal, also known as the Holy Grail. He is still a beast to be reckoned with. Vali started to take the charge, dividing any attack that he had thrown at them, while Issei kept him at bay, firing any dragon shot at the evil dragon, weakening him little by little. Issei's team, minus Tiamat, were holding off on the evil dragons little by little. Chara and Frisk were slaughtering anything that came close, since several of them were mass-produced. Frisk had an easier time destroying those dragons with his fist, while Chara used her knife slashes to kill as many evil dragons as possible, while Frisk kept his distance and used his fists to hold off the dragons. Any wounds caused by the evil dragons were regenerated thanks to his soul trait. Asriel was basically dealing a one-sided beatdown to the evil dragons. He used his chaos sabers to slice any heads of the evil dragons that had come close to him. The others were easily dealt with Asriel's Chakra Breaker. They did not see the lightning show up from under their bodies. The others that had gotten closer managed to take direct hits from Asriel's Galacto-Lasing, destroying many of their bodies with relative ease. Raynare was using light-based weapons to slay majority of the evil dragons with relative ease. Any that managed to come close got a light sword to the chest. Raynare gritted her teeth, throwing the relentless barrage of attacks at the evil dragons. Raynare, take this. Several light spears were thrown where the evil dragons were present, destroying them with relative ease, and many more were killed when Raynare used her light balls to destroy anything that had come close to these evil dragons. Rossweisse kept her distance from these evil dragons. Since she was an efficient magic user, she knew that she needed to deal with them using her own magic. She opened up several portals of magic belonging to the Dragon Slayer magic. This was Norse magic that was specifically designed to deal with dragons and had been once used to deal with some certain dragons. She fired all the magic at those dragons, destroying several of them with relative ease, leaving only a few of them alive, which were dealt by Kuroka. Kuroka used her senjutsu to burn several of those dragons, easily killing several of them with relative ease. She then used Tuki to kill any of those that came close to her in an attempt to kill them. Over time, most of the dragons were destroyed, leaving only a few of them left, along with Grendel, who was getting his ass beat by Issei and Vali. That was when suddenly a dude jumped on the ground, smashing the area slightly to join the fight. The man was revealed to be Seorg Bale along with Regulus. Seorg, hello there. This got the attention of all the evil dragons with ease, which Seorg single-handedly took several of them, while the Longinus Regulus handled the rest of them. Seorg then used his balance breaker Regulus Leather Ray Rex to gain the advantage on the evil dragons, killing almost every single one of them with ease, destroying their bodies. Seorg punched every single one of those dragons, breaking and destroying their bodies with relative ease. He then noticed Issei and Vali fighting and decided to join the fight. Issei then asked, Issei, Seorg, what brings you here? Seorg, I am a reinforcement sent by Lord Lucifer. I am here to help. Issei, but what about those magicians? Seorg, they have already been defeated. Saji managed to take on the entire Hexenact on his own accord. They were quite furious with Saji taking their leader Walburga as well as their Longinus Incinerate Anthem, but Saji defeated every single one of those magicians with relative ease. Issei, not bad. Vali, I would love to fight him someday. That was when they heard a screech. It belonged to that of Rossweisse. She had been attacked by none other than Euclid Lucifuge. Issei knew that he must have escaped the peerages, since he was the leader of Nilraim, the magician group associated with the Cow's Brigade. Issei was also aware of the sister complex he had, was worse than that of Serzex's. While Serzex knew how to control himself, Euclid did not. Euclid despised her sister for joining the Gremry and becoming the wife of the one who was not loyal to the Satans and had betrayed and killed their descendants. Even though they were assholes, Euclid attacked Rossweisse because she looked awful lot like Graphia, the silver hair, same texture, etc. Asriel, give her back, Euclid. Euclid waves his finger and responds. Euclid, nah, I need her for something important. Her knowledge and her magic is important, we need her for it. Asriel has had enough. He along with Chara had charged at him, to save Graphia, but Euclid put Rossweisse's body as a shield to defend himself. Chara, coward. Asriel, that he is. Euclid, see ya. Euclid kidnaps Rossweisse and tried to teleport. However, Gondel, Rossweisse's grandmother, seals away his teleportation powers. She then speaks. Gondel, you ain't going nowhere, lad. Now return my granddaughter back, or you are going to regret it. Euclid is forced to use his speed to flee. Issei wants to stay back, but Vali and Seorg tell him to go after her. They will handle Grendel. Plus Issei's team backed them up and told him to save Rossweisse. Asya used her healing spell to cure any injuries that they had. Issei then chased Euclid, while assuring Gondel that he will bring her granddaughter safe and sound, much to her happiness. Issei then chased Euclid down while at the same time, he was trying to slow his ability and movement down. Eventually he managed to attack his leg, causing the Lucifuge devil immense pain, making him fall to the ground. Issei made sure to take Rossweisse while Euclid was distracted. Rossweisse was happy, with tears in her eyes, that he came for her. Issei, I told you that I would be by your side no matter what. Now let me handle this, sit back and watch. Rossweisse, I know, Issei. Issei then looks at Euclid, who was glaring at Issei in pure hatred. He once again failed because of the Red Dragon Emperor. Time and time again him and his master's plans were being foiled by him and his team DXD. Issei, do you still wish to surrender, Euclid? Graphia would be happy to have her brother back. Euclid, never, not to the likes of you. I will show all of the forces what devils are by using RageRevan. I will make them realize it. I want them to realize just how brutal and dangerous the evil species called devils are. For me, I don't care about ruling and politics. No, that is the same for Lord RageRevan. At the final stage, I want to show what devils are to the human world as well. Issei, very well, so you will not understand. Then violence is the only way. You know Graphia still cares for you. From what I have heard, she misses you every single day. She wants you to be by her side, so I will bring you back to her, no matter the cost, no matter what happens. Issei then charged at Euclid, who had unveiled his replica of the boosted gear which he had cloned from the remnants of Issei's hate back in the underworld. where he had mercilessly killed Shalba Beelzebub. Thankfully, him donating his blood as well as giving the blood of several Satans gave the Chaos Brigade a massive boost, allowing them to use an alternate of Ophus's power without any issue. Hence they decided to dispose of them when their use was no longer required. Euclid, balance break. Euclid was now in the same red armor that Issei wore, however there were some black lines on the sides of the armor, indicating that the armor is infused in hate. Issei need to be careful as this hate might consume him. He needed to defeat Euclid as soon as possible. Issei immediately went into Cardinal Crimson, since he no longer needed to chant because of the Diablo's Dragon God mode. Cardinal Crimson full drive. Issei was in an armor similar to that of the Juggernaut drive, however this was much better and different compared to regular Juggernaut drive. It seemed clean, more crimson rather than red, with its wings glowing a crimson glow. Issei felt himself surging with power. He then used his Sonic Star Booster to close the gap between himself and Euclid and used Solid Impact Booster to smash Euclid to the ground. Euclid was barely able to hold his own against Issei as his strength surpassed that of his expectations. Euclid knew that this was the Beast 666's power inside of Issei. Issei then quickly gave him a roundhouse kick to his face, sending him flying. Euclid recovered and responded with his own dragon shot, which he deflected. Issei knew how he needed to be brought down for good. It is about time he used the same trick this time, just like he managed to defeat him last time. Dividing Wyvern Fairy. Several white wyverns made out of metal came next to Issei. These wyverns started to siphon Euclid's power and integrate into his own body. Issei's chest cavity opened up. The next Euclid heard was boost, 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 boost. 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 Boost, 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 boost. Boost, 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 boost. Longinus Smasher. Euclid was getting overwhelmed by the blast. He used a defensive magic barrier to prevent himself from any damage, however he was unable to keep up with the damage. The barrier started to shatter. Euclid then said, Euclid, no, 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 I cannot lose, not to the likes of a low class like you, not until the plan comes out, no. Euclid was completely getting overwhelmed by the singular blast. He was unable to push back and defend himself from the attack. The Longinus Smasher. His armor was completely broken, his bones were broken, his clothes were torn. Euclid survived by a sort of miracle. However, his appearance was completely broken. He was bleeding from his head as well as his body. His hair was completely messy. The boosted gear replica was completely destroyed. He then spoke. Euclid, no, I cannot lose, ugh. Euclid fainted due to exhaustion. He was unable to keep up with the strain of the boosted gear as well as taking a direct hit from the Longinus Smasher, which was capable of slaying many ultimate class beings with relative ease. Issei then dispelled his armor. Rossweisse jumped at him and embraced him, to which he responded by hugging her. That was when Serzex had shown up. Issei, hey big brother. Serzex, hey Issei, thanks for dealing with my brother-in-law. I will be taking him from here. He needs to be interrogated for what he did, as well as what is going on inside the Chaos Brigade, as well as his connection with RageRevan Levon Lucifer. Issei, I see, where's Graphia and Milikas? Serzex, back home, they are staying there. I asked them to. Graphia wanted to come here, but I convinced her to stay with our son. Don't worry, they are back at the Gremry household with my parents. They are safe. Issei, alright. Serzex then approached Euclid. He then said, Serzex, you will answer for your actions, Euclid. You will pay for tormenting Graphia for so long. Do you know how much she cried when you were revealed to be on the enemy side? You will answer for what you did. Serzex then picked up Euclid and teleported out of there. He was then put under a maximum security prison, where his wounds were being attended. Issei then relaxed for a while. They then headed back to where the others were. The others were happy that none of them harmed. When asked about Grendel, Vali showed him the device where the soul of Grendel was stored. He was successfully sealed inside the device. After that, they meet up with Sona and the teams. Sona then informed them that the school will be operational since the damage was quite minimum this time. They all then head home, only to find it severely damaged. Scene change. Kyoto residence, 3:30 p.m. Issei was looking for his parents. Along with Asya, Chara and Asriel, he then noticed a severely damaged Tiamat. She was bleeding from all sides, her clothes were torn from all sides, she was badly wounded, she was next to Sans who had taken massive damage as well. He was on the verge of getting dusted, he was slowly dying because of the damage. Asriel had informed him that monsters die when they start to dust. Asya immediately started healing the skeleton up, which slowed the dusting. Issei then asked, Issei, Tiamat, Sans, what happened? Who did this to you? Where is mom and dad? Sans and Tiamat heard his voice. They were barely able to speak because of the damage. Sans, sorry kiddo, we tried to protect them, but we failed. Issei, what happened? Issei said in anger and worry. Everyone present knew that he was furious at what they did to the duo. Even Draigg was roaring due to fury of what happened to his mate. Tiamat then responded. Tiamat, RageRevan, he was here. He attacked us while you guys were away. He kidnapped your parents. We failed to protect them. Issei dreaded what had happened. He knew that RageRevan would do this. He wondered how strong he had become. He not only broke Issei's barrier but also took out the strongest Dragon King, along with one of the strongest monsters with ease. He clenched his teeth and gritted his teeth in anger. RageRevan will pay for what he did, suffer. Kyoto residence, 5:30 p.m. Asya can be seen healing up Sans and Tiamat using her sacred gear. The others are making the plan on how to rescue Issei's parents. That was when an unexpected guest comes in and joins them. Issei, Kyoto, come in. What the hell happened here? Issei recognized that voice. It belonged to Crom Crotch. His appearance had not changed since their last encounter back in Romania. He was a tall man wearing a black coat with a long mixture of black and blonde hairs as well as heterochromatic eyes where his right eye is gold, and his left eye is black and he has pointed ears. He wondered what had happened here. Issei, my parents, that bastard RageRevan, kidnapped them. Crom now knew what happened and how it happened. He was furious. No, he was pissed. No one attacks a dragon's parents. There are standards. He was radiating a dangerous aura. He then said in a low voice. Crom, I will join you. Nobody hurts a dragon's parents. These are standards. I will make them pay. The voice of the evil dragon was loud and clear. He was interested in joining the fight against the Cow's brigade. That was when Tiamat decided to speak up. Tiamat, alright, I will tell. What had happened when you guys had gone? Draigg, Tia, don't push yourself, take it easy. Tiamat nods weakly. She then narrates the entire incident that had happened so far. Flashback. Kyoto residence, 3 hours ago. Tiamat was inside Issei's house. She had been asked to look after the house since Issei was not there, which she agreed. She knew that RageRevan would attack them at any time to break her master's will. She was then called by Issei's mother. Mickey, hey Tiamat, you haven't gone to the opening of the Oros Academy. Tiamat, nah, was not interested in those stuff ms. Kyoto, I volunteered to stay back and protect the house while you guys were away. Mickey, but you should enjoy yourself, right? Tiamat, honestly school was not my favorite, and plus Issei asked me to stay back, to which I did not mind doing so. Mickey, that boy, I will have a long talk with him once he comes back. Mickey then goes inside the kitchen to prepare some food. That was when the doorbell rings. Tiamat opens the door, revealing it to be Sans the skeleton. Sans, hey Tia, it has been a while. Mickey then calls out from the kitchen. Mickey, Tia, who is that? Tiamat, it is Sans the skeleton. Mickey, oh alright, I will prepare something. Sans then enters the house and he sits on the couch. He almost dozes off to sleep. Given how lazy he is, Tiamat sighs in disbelief she heard at how lazy the skeleton is. That was when they sensed a presence, not welcoming. This wakes up Sans. Sans, did you sense that? Tiamat, looks like we have some unwanted guests. Sans, go ahead and protect the parents, keep them safe. Sans, you got it. Sans then goes inside and informs Mickey about the situation. She panics, but Sans informs them that Tiamat might be strong enough to handle it. She then goes to her husband and they both along with Garu all head to a different location at the house. Tiamat then sees the barrier completely broken, revealing none other than RageRevan and Nijo. Tiamat gets ready to fight against them, but RageRevan throws a vial of pure bright liquid at her face. Tiamat, aha! Tiamat screams in pain. She recognized the liquid to be some sort of dragon-slaying mana. RageRevan then gleefully smiles and says, RageRevan, oh Tiamat, you should have stayed back at the familiar forest. Now Nijo, crush her. Nijo, with pleasure. Nijo then walks towards the weakened Tiamat. Tiamat then yells in anger and fury. Tiamat, Issei will not spare you, you coward, he will crush you if you do anything to his parent. RageRevan then nods his finger and smiles at Tiamat. RageRevan, nah, I don't think so, with his parents under my control, he can be easily manipulated, ha 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 ha. RageRevan then heads inside the house to find his parents, only to find a glaring skeleton. His eyes had a one blue glow, and it was constantly changing colors to blue and yellow. That was the last thing Tiamat saw. Tiamat then got ready to fight against Nijo, the latter brutally overpowering the Dragon King. He easily crushed the Dragon King, breaking several of her bones as well as destroying most of her body. He then grabbed the Dragon King and smashed her to a nearby wall. Tiamat lost more of her consciousness. She was barely able to speak. When Nijo slammed her to the ground, Tiamat was wheezing in pain because of the assault. Nijo used his fists to slam into her body, nearly crushing her torso. She screamed in pain as Nijo constantly began beating on the Dragon King with no remorse or mercy. She still remembered that he was a cannibal who had eaten a dragon hatchling alive. Nijo then said with joy and glee, Nijo, oh how I wanted to crush you, Tiamat. I am enjoying this so much, ha 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 ha. Tiamat was barely able to speak. Most of her body was destroyed. Some of her internal organs also had damage. She started to lose her consciousness. Tiamat, no. Tiamat was unconscious. Nijo grinned in joy as he wanted to once crush the strongest Dragon King. He then looked as Sans was still fighting RageRevan. He wanted to join, but RageRevan gave a sign to leave this to him. Flashback end. Everyone had heard Tiamat's story. Everyone present was livid. They wanted to tear apart RageRevan and Nijo for their actions. Draigg and Crom roared in pure fury. Crom was happy that he was no longer a part of the Cow's Brigade. He also wanted to join them in destroying the Cow's Brigade once and for all. Issei gave Tiamat a Phoenix Tear, which healed up most of her damage as well as the internal damage which Nijo inflicted on her. She was grateful for that. Issei had done healing up Sans. Sans then spoke up. Sans, thanks kiddo. If you guys had made it even a little bit later we would have been both goners. Issei, not a problem, you are our friend after all. Sans, sorry Issei, for not protecting your parents. Issei nodded his head and responded. Issei, it is not your fault, you both tried your best to protect my parents. Please do not apologize, instead I should be thanking you two for putting your lives at risk in protecting my parents. But after Tiamat fell unconscious, what happened? Sans, I will explain. That megalomaniac used a deceitful technique in winning against me as well. Issei, I should have expected that from him. Sans, alright, here we go. Flashback. Sans had gotten ready to fight. He knew that his opponent was a super devil. He also knew that his chances was pretty small. But he will protect his parents no matter what. After all, he did so much for the monsters. He owes him a lot, and he will certainly do anything to help him. Sans, last chance RageRevan. Take your dragon and go home or you will regret it. RageRevan chuckled at the skeleton's threat. He responded. RageRevan, none of your monsters, even that goat king of yours cannot beat me. What makes you think that a mere skeleton like you can beat me? Gaster would have been a challenge, but you are nothing. Sans, take another step or you will have a bad time. RageRevan, oh I would like to see you try. RageRevan takes one step. Sans closes his eyes and opens them. One of his eyes start glowing. Sans, hee, I knew you would take a step, considering your pride. Sans, it is a beautiful day outside, birds are singing, flowers are blooming. On days like these, devils like you should be burning in hell. Sans then uses his gravity magic to slam the super devil to a distance. He summons several bones to attack him, which RageRevan destroys using his powers. Sans then summons several Gaster blasters and they fire at him. But RageRevan was unscathed. He knew that Sans can only take one hit and he is down. RageRevan charged at Sans, who easily dodged. He kept punching the skeleton. Sans then taunted. Sans, what, you think I will just stand there and take your attack? Think again. Sans used his gravity magic to slam RageRevan a distance. RageRevan coughs up saliva. He grits his teeth. He then uses his magic blast as a distraction, with Sans using his Gaster blaster to counter it. RageRevan, on seeing a distraction, charges at the skeleton, who dodges it. Sans then sees that Tiamat had already been beaten and was unconscious thanks to Nijo. Sans then got even more angrier. Sans, Tia, no, you will pay for that. Sans then summoned more bones. Making RageRevan unable to dodge, he was forced to use his magic, resulting in a massive smoke screen. RageRevan then threw a lot of magic blasts at Sans, forcing him to use his bones. Sans started to get exhausted. He was usually never pushed to such an extent. RageRevan, on seeing this, smiled. He found his chance. He charged at the skeleton and pummeled him endlessly. Sans was only able to dodge for so long. He then slammed Sans downwards, making him cough up blood. Sans was awake, but he was only able to watch as RageRevan moved towards his parents. Sans held his leg and said, "Sans, let them go, you dirty bastard." RageRevan used a magic blast and fired at Sans, making the skeleton scream in pain. "Mickey, Sans, no." RageRevan then approached both of Issei's parents and grabbed Mickey's hand. "Mickey, let me go, you bastard." RageRevan, "Nope, your son has caused us a lot of problem, and with you, I will make him fall into despair. I will enjoy his suffering." "Gora, you." Gora charged at RageRevan, but he was sent flying by the sheer power of his, rendering him unconscious. "Mickey, Gora, no." Mickey screams as she sees her husband knocked unconscious. She struggles against RageRevan, but was unable to do anything against the super devil. "Mickey, my son will come, and you will pay for this." RageRevan, "Oh, I want him to come, to make him suffer. I will make you witness his final moments. You will watch him die. Ha 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 ha." RageRevan then drags the struggling Mickey and carries the unconscious Goro and teleports out of there. Sans only watches in horror. He started to dust. He knew that his time had come. He then speaks. Sans, "Well, looks like my time has come. Sorry Pap, Gaster, Tori and King Ascari. I will not make it home." Sans then senses another presence. This time he knows this to be Issei's. He closes his eyes knowing that he would live for another day. Flashback end. Sans, "So that's what happened. After that you came and well, the rest is history." Issei, "I will kill that bastard." Issei said that in pure anger and fury. He was radiating bloodlust. Most that were around him flinched, even Asriel was flinching. He knew that his brother was furious. His parents were attacked. His father is unconscious and his mother was struggling against that super devil. Asriel and Asia calmed him down, resulting in his bloodlust reducing. Asia, "So what now?" Crom, "I will help you guys in your rescue mission. Leave Niger to me. I will make him pay." Sans, "Allow me to join. I have a plan. I will help rescue your parents no matter what." Issei, "Thanks Sans, thanks for helping me." Sans, "No biggie kiddo, you gave us hope for a better future. It is the least you could do for us." "Guys, I have bad news." Sona had come rushing in. She knew that something was wrong. Issei and the others on hearing this immediately asked what happened. Issei, "What happened?" Sona, "Agars. RageRevan has taken over Agars. And that's not even the worst part. He attacked the Phoenix household and kidnapped Ravel and Riser. Diehauser managed to inform me about the situation. His raiding game with Riser was brought to an abrupt end because of that. He told me to relay this message to you." Issei, "Damn it." Issei punched the wall in anger. Sona and the other who had joined in were informed about the attack on Issei's parents as well as the assault on the two protecting them. The girls were livid at their actions. Even Frisk was furious at what had happened. They knew that they need to save Issei's parents as soon as possible. They started to plan on what needs to be done next. Scene break. Tartarus, Underworld, 4:30 p.m. As Issei and his team was preparing for the rescue mission. An hour ago, in the depths of Underworld's most secure prison, Tartarus, Euclid could be seen inside the holding cell. He was placed under solitary confinement. Medics were healing him up so that he could be interrogated. Serzex was watching everything that was happening. He wanted to punch Euclid on the face for causing so much pain for others, especially his wife. But he had to control himself because he was a Satan. Medic, Lord Lucifer, he has been healed. You may now speak to him. Serzex, very well, you may leave. Thanks for your job. The medic bows and he leaves the room. Serzex then enters the room. He had an angered expression on his face. Euclid only smiles as he looks at the super devil. Euclid, it has been so long since we have come face to face. How long has it been? 500 years since you came and killed the 3 of the 4 descendants of the Satans. Serzex, so what was RageRevan planning? Answer me. Euclid, worry not, brother-in-law, your questions will be soon answered, but you will not be able to do anything. Serzex grabs Euclid's collar in anger. He wanted to torment him for what he had done. Euclid laughs in his pity. Serzex, tell me his planning. Euclid, ha 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 ha, you will get nothing from me, false king. Serzex slams Euclid's head, making him groan in pain. He holds his head due to the slam. Serzex was furious. He wanted to tear Euclid apart. Serzex grabbed Euclid and threw him on the floor. He went crashing through the wall. He then yelled at Euclid. Serzex, what is his plan? Euclid only laughed at Serzex. He responded to Serzex's question. Euclid, ha ha ha, you will get nothing from me, false king, you will all lose. You will all fall, nobody will save you guys, not even the Alliance. You will all die, ha 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 ha. Serzex has had enough. He picked up Euclid and threw him across the table. He was injured due to the force and the speed at which the super devil threw his at. He then grabbed his body and said, Serzex, speak now. Euclid, I will make a compromise since you are asking so nicely. Bring my sister here, I want to see her, then I will answer your questions. Serzex, fine, if that's what you want I will bring her here. Serzex leaves the room. While Euclid was gritting his teeth in pain and anger, he hated the man who had left, since he had taken his sister and turned her against the Satans. He then headed to the lobby where he could see Ajuka and Grafia were waiting for him. Grafia rushed to him. Grafia, did you get anything from him? Serzex nodded his head sideways. Ajuka then spoke up. Ajuka, this is becoming troublesome. We might need to use violence to get him to talk. Serzex, Ajuka. Grafia, Serzex, calm down, we might need to use violence to get him to talk. I hate to say this, if there is anything I know about my brother, he is known to be quite stubborn. Serzex, it is not going to work, Grafia. I already tried the violence route, he did not say a word. Grafia, darn it. Ajuka, so did he say anything else? Serzex, he told that he will only speak once he sees you. He wants to talk to you, Grafia. He will only cooperate if you speak to him. Grafia sighs at this. She knew how her brother very well. She then speaks up. Grafia, fine, leave this to me. I will find an answer one way or another. Grafia activates her aura, making the two super devils shiver in fear. They knew not to mess with the strongest queen. Serzex then composes himself and responds. Serzex, I am going to get something to eat. I am kind of hungry. Serzex then leaves Grafia and Ajuka alone to grab a bite. Ajuka then speaks up. Ajuka, it has been a while since I saw his anger. The last time I think I saw it was back in 500 years ago, when he fought against that fly Chimera in the Devil Civil War. Grafia, I know, he rarely gets angry, but when he does, it is a nightmare for anyone who angers him. That fly Chimera is the reason why my father died, the poison emitted from the beast my father, and my brother was supporting the ones that killed my father. I do not know what to do. Grafia looked down, barely controlling her tears. Serzex immediately teleported back with his mouth full from consuming the burger. Half the burger was in his mouth. He then spoke with his mouth full. Serzex, I sensed you crying, Grafia. Is something the matter? Did something happen? Grafia started chuckling hearing his voice. For some reason she used to always be happy when he was beside her. Ajuka also had a bit of a smile. Grafia, nothing, Serzex, just remembering the past. Now finish the burger. You were speaking with your mouth full. Serzex realized what had happened. He immediately chewed the burger, gulped it down and continued. Serzex, so what happened? Grafia, nothing much. I will be interrogating my stubborn brother and get information out of him. Serzex, allow me to come with you. Ajuka, me as well. It is boring waiting here anyway. Grafia sighs and responds. Grafia, fine, come along. The trio, while Serzex was munching on his burger, head towards the holding cell where Euclid was sitting in anger. Grafia looks at her brother in a neutral manner. She wanted to help him, but remembered his actions, so she controlled herself. Grafia entered the room first. She informed Serzex and Grafia to stay out, and to only come inside when he tries something or if she needs help in straightening her younger brother. Grafia then looked at her brother and spoke. Grafia, hello brother, it has been a while. Everyone present noticed the stoic nature of the voice. Euclid flinched at the stoic nature. He then spoke. Euclid, hello big sister, is this how you greet your brother after the last time we met properly? I mean, it was 500 years before you left me and joined that false king. Euclid could not continue as a slap was heard. Grafia had slapped him. Grafia, don't you dare talk about my husband like that. I won't forgive you if you do that again. Euclid, but he betrayed the devils that were supposed to rule. Your husband is nothing but a tray. Grafia slapped him once again, interrupting him. Grafia, do you even realize what those descendants wanted? A full-scale war. They wanted to bring the devil race into extinction by starting the Great War. One of the leaders, Diehauser Asmodeus, transformed into a fly Chimera, and he is the reason our father died. Why do you not understand this, Euclid? Euclid was surprised. He was told by RageRevan that his father died during the war by the anti-Satan faction. He refused to believe this to be true. He then spoke. Euclid, you're lying. Lord RageRevan told me that father died during the war. He? Grafia, yes he did, you are right about that. But you want to know what happened? He transformed into a fly Chimera. Back then I was fighting against Serzex. We were enemies. Back then. I fought against Seraphos Citri now Leviathan. We fought against each other. That was when Diehauser transformed into a fly chimera. He started targeting the opposing troops, but he also went after our troops as well. More than 1,000 victims were killed by the poison he had emitted. One of the victims was my father as well. He survived long enough to give Serzex to look after me. And that was not even the worst part. He knew what he was doing. He enjoyed killing our soldiers and generals as well. In other words, he is the reason why our father is dead. Euclid was speechless. He gritted his teeth. He now knows the full truth. Despite this, he did some pretty awful, unforgivable things, experimenting on innocent people, recreating the beast to name a few. Graphia. And do you know how Diehauser was defeated? Serzex first asked my father to retreat along with his army, which he trusted him and agreed upon doing so. After that, he took on the fly chimera on his own and killed it using his power of destruction. It took a while, but eventually the poison died down. But my father, he was unable to make it out alive. He died because of inhaling the poison. Do you know what his last wish was? Lucifuge should always be with Lucifer. Those were his words before he died and passed away. Serzex then joins in and says, Serzex, Graphia is right. I was there when he died. I asked me to look after and take care of Graphia. I dealt with the fly chimera myself. He himself told me that he not only enjoyed killing those innocent choir kids who were supposed to perform, but also killing his own army along with mine as well. We had to kill Diehauser before he could do any more damage. And that's not all. I and Ajuka gave the Satans a chance to surrender, but they chose their pride over their lives. We had to do what we must to stop them. We had to kill them. Euclid was speechless. His whole life was a lie. He was living a lie because of all those false beliefs he has had since the past 500 years. He knew that he must tell them the truth. That was when Graphia spoke. Graphia, so please tell us what RageRevan was going to do. We need to stop him, else nothing will remain. Euclid relents. He tells them everything from those experiments to recreating the beast. He informs them about the situation as well as RageRevan's actions in detail. Everyone present was shocked. Ajuka then spoke up. Ajuka, recreating the beast, that's just beyond the realm of possibility. Serzex, I am afraid it is not. If Issei's theory is right, then we should be prepared for the beast. He knew that the Chaos Brigade is capable of doing things like this. Albeit I am beyond shocked that you helped him in that, Euclid. Euclid, I was driven by a desire to prove that devils are rotten beings who only exist to destroy everyone that they hate. I was manipulated by him, but there is a way to save them. Graphia then spoke up at the end. Graphia, speak up, Euclid. Euclid, just like you saved the Red Dragon Emperor from his hatred months ago, you will need to do it again. Serzex, I see, thanks Euclid, but you will be staying here. After all, you did such heinous actions, albeit some were deemed impossible. Euclid, I understand, but there is something else. As well, RageRevan is going to go after Agar's territory. He needs the energy there, and will go after the Phoenix family for their Phoenix tears. Serzex, what? Euclid nods in response. That was when Ajuka gets a call. Ajuka, hello, what? I understand. Ajuka disconnects the call. Serzex, what happened? Ajuka, Euclid is right. They attacked Agars and have taken Ravel and Riser hostage. I got a call from Diehauser. He told me this. Serzex, damn it. Serzex clenched his fists. He then told Euclid. Serzex, we will handle the mess he has created. You will be staying here because of your crimes. I hope you understand, Euclid. Euclid, I do, thanks brother. The trio then leave the cell to handle the situation at Agar's. They knew that this is the endgame, and they needed to be prepared for the final fight against this new beast that the Chaos Brigade had created. Scene break. Agar's territory, 6:30 p.m. RageRevan was smiling as everything was going according to his plan. He had captured Issei's parents in an attempt to break him. He looked at his parents, who were both glaring at the super devil. That was when a portal opened up, revealing Issei, Chara, Asya and Crom Crotch. RageRevan, Crom, you betrayed me. How dare you? Crom, shut up, you deceitful, treacherous liar. You do not have a single sort of class. Attacking someone's parents is really dirty. I am disappointed in you. I am grateful and happy for betraying you. RageRevan, damn you, Niger, destroy this traitor. You have enough Phoenix tears, crush him. Niger, with pleasure. Crom, I will handle this beast. Go and save your parents, Issei. Issei, thanks Crom. Crom then heads towards Niger to begin their fight. Issei then glares at RageRevan, who is glaring back at him. Issei, so shall we begin, RageRevan? I will make sure you suffer for hurting my parents. RageRevan, oh, we will see about that. I will enjoy killing you in front of your parents, ha 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 ha. Issei. Oh, I would not be so sure about that, RageRevan. RageRevan, what? RageRevan then looks at Sans, who had appeared next to his parents. He had grabbed their hands and teleported them out of there, next to Issei, Asya and Chara. Sans, sup megalomaniac. RageRevan, how, weren't you supposed to be dead? Sans, you can thank Asya for that. If it wasn't for that I would have been a goner. Mickey, thanks Sans for coming for saving us. Sans, it is no biggie, MS. Kyoto, now let's get out of here. And Issei, make sure that this megalomaniac burns in hell. Issei, you got it Sans. Goru, stay safe you three. Chara, we will dad, now Sans, get them to a safe area. Sans, alright fellas, next stop Kuoh town, hop on the Sans train for a safe and secure journey. Sans then teleports along with Issei's parents out of their back to Kuoh town. Issei then looks at RageRevan, who was radiating bloodlust. He glared at Issei in pure anger and hatred. Issei then spoke. Issei, well, shall we begin, RageRevan? Issei, looks like somebody failed, once again. RageRevan, damn you, Red Dragon, damn you. Issei, you will never win RageRevan. As long as I live, you will keep failing. You cannot defeat me. Now will you surrender yourself to the factions, or die resisting? RageRevan then blindly charged at Issei. He was furious at the Red Dragon Emperor constantly failing his plans. Issei sidestepped and gave him a punch to the face. He used Penetrate to bypass all of RageRevan's defenses. RageRevan was sent flying. The Super Devil was unable to keep up with the strength of Issei. Issei, you made the biggest mistake of hurting my parents, RageRevan. Now I will make sure you suffer, RageRevan. Issei then activated his Cardinal Crimson full drive armor. He knew that anything lesser than that the Super Devil can easily overpower him with ease. That is something he did not want to risk. Considering there is Chara and Asya and he would come after them in an attempt to break Issei, he needed to make sure that they will be safe at all costs. Issei was now in a crimson armor that was radiating with power. Issei used Draig's power to make sure he will not be able to use his Sacred Gear Canceller to destroy his balance breaker, and as he predicted, he tried to use his Sacred Gear Canceller to destroy his armor, and was once again more surprised when his enhanced Sacred Gear Canceller did not work on Issei. He gritted in teeth in anger. Issei then spoke. Issei, what's the matter, RageRevan? Did your cheat code refuse to work? I mean, it did not work before. What made you think it would work now? RageRevan snapped and charged at Issei. He once again avoided it, and used Sonic Impact Booster to smash RageRevan at distance. Chara charged at the Super Devil and slashed multiple times at the Super Devil. However, RageRevan grabbed Chara and slammed her to the ground. Chara coughed up blood. RageRevan then grabbed her by the throat, forcing her to drop her knife. Chara struggled as she looked at the Super Devil in shock. RageRevan, if I cannot kill Issei or his parents, I can certainly kill this human to hurt you. However, before RageRevan could continue, Issei used a combination of Sonic Star Booster and Solid Impact Booster to send RageRevan flying. He then spoke. Issei, keep your filthy hands off my sister, you bastard. Issei then looked at Chara and assessed her condition. Issei, Chara, are you alright? Chara coughed up and recovered her breathing. She was now able to breathe properly. She then responded. Chara, I'm fine, cough, big brother. Issei, rest. Asya, can you look after her? Let me handle him. I will crush this man. Asya, yes, leave this to me. Asya goes and heals up Chara. She uses her soul trait to create a green barrier which would protect the two girls in case RageRevan goes after them. In an attempt to break Issei, Issei then speaks up with the dragons inside, who gave him the go-to sign to use his balance breaker, Draig's mode. Draigg, destroy him. Issei, consider it done. Balance breaker, Draig's mode. All three of them then announced the mode. Draigg wanted to destroy this man as he nearly killed his mate as well as hurt his partner's family. Issei then transforms into this form. It had 4 wings. 2 draconic and 2 fallen, a blackish armor. It had a jet black tail. 2 visors on his chest, draconic as talons as well as a tail with a trident on it. The armor was radiating power, power akin to that of a dragon god. No, it was even more than that. He knew that Diablo's dragon or Apocalypse Answer Arms would crush RageRevan with ease, but that would be mercy, especially for the things he has done. He abused Vali and made his childhood a living nightmare in both the timelines. He killed several people in a biased hope to invade other worlds, turned people against each other, and created the Chaos Brigade, and then he tortured Tiamat and Sans, just because they were protecting 2 innocent people. He then kidnapped Issei's parents, and tried to turn them against Issei in an attempt to break him. he will suffer for what he has done. RageRevan was looking at Issei in pure fear. He knew that this is the same armor that showed that he could crush the super devil with ease. It made his sacred gear cancel the power that made him stronger to the level of super devil class nothing. His only option was using his magical power. But even that would not work. Considering Issei's signature move, Black Sun can easily drain RageRevan's magical power and turn it against him. Issei, so shall we begin, your judgment? Issei's was radiating his aura. It easily surpassed the power of the super devil. He knew the man in front of him was the one that had Gaia as well as defeated majority of his forces in the Cao's brigade. He was the one to stop RageRevan's plan every time. RageRevan, no, stay away from me, you monster. RageRevan yelled in fear. He knew the one that was standing there is the one that can kill him with relative ease. Issei approached him with his aura, destroying the surrounding ground. Issei underneath his helmet was furious. He wanted to make this man suffer for toying and tormenting so many lives. Issei then charged at RageRevan. He approached RageRevan and gave a punch to his stomach, shattering his armor with zero to little effort. Issei then grabbed RageRevan by his face, and he slammed him around with relative ease. He then told RageRevan, Issei, this is how Tiamat suffered when you asked Nijo to beat her to near death. Now feel the pain rise of him. Issei then choked him by the throat and slammed him sideways to a nearby rock, shattering several of his internal bones, making him cough up blood. Issei then summoned Durandal and used Penetrate to slash at his balls, chopping them off from his lower region. RageRevan held his crouch in pain and screamed in agony. Issei, you know you should always protect your McNuggets. RageRevan glared at Issei and punched his face using his super strength. However, Issei's face barely moved, much to RageRevan's shock. RageRevan, no, that was my strongest punch. Issei then started laughing, much to RageRevan's horror and the others' confusion. Issei, strongest? Since when were you a clown? I mean, even Draigg's punches hit harder than this. I cannot believe you are a super devil. Ajuka and Big Brother are way stronger than you. You are beyond pathetic. RageRevan gritted his teeth. He used the Phoenix Tear to heal himself up, Issei then said. Issei, let me guess, you got that tear from Ravol and Riser, right? RageRevan, indeed. It was a shame. I had to torment them to get what I want. The worst part is that the tear needs to be extracted when they do not have any emotion. It is a shame that Diehauser refused my offer to join me in my attack. I tried to manipulate him, but he saw through me and called me out. RageRevan shrugged his hands and made a carefree sign. He never needed Diehauser for his plans, since all he was offering was a helping hand. Issei gritted his teeth underneath his helmet. He knew that RageRevan tried to use Diehauser against the factions, but he turned on RageRevan, which resulted in him losing his title as the Emperor and the champion of the raiding game. Issei then called out, Annihilate. Issei targeted the move towards the Phoenix Tears, which RageRevan had hidden inside his clothing. He was shocked to find out the Phoenix Tears had been completely destroyed with not even a single trace of the substance remaining inside his body. RageRevan was horrified at what Issei had done. He had destroyed every last trace of the Phoenix Tears inside his body. He then looks at Issei in pure fear. Issei then speaks up and says, Issei, dealt with your never-ending supply of Phoenix Tears. Geez, how many of those you had in there? 15. 20. How did your robe was able to take care of those tears without breaking or leaking? I mean, to pinpoint the exact location of these tears took me a while, so I decided to distract you and you fell for it, making a monologue thinking that you are the greatest villain. If there is one thing you guys from the Cao's brigade make the mistake of, is endlessly monologuing and boasting about your achievements, allowing someone smarter or quicker to gain an upper hand on you. I know that you are a super devil as well as a descendant of Lucifer, so it was expected of you to monologue because of your pride. But now look, you have lost most if not all of your Phoenix Tears because of that one mistake. Now let us begin round 2. Issei picked up Durandal. He knew that being a devil made him still vulnerable to the weapon. Issei knew that Durandal will let him survive, and he was counting on that. He wanted the man in front of him to suffer for what he did. Issei stabbed Durandal, but RageRevan grabbed it and flicked it off Issei, surprising him. He had realized that his immunity to holy weapons must have increased. RageRevan tried to grab him, but he dodged and used Penetrate to give an uppercut to the face, breaking his jaw and sending him flying across a distance. RageRevan was sent flying a distance. Chara and Asya were seeing the fight completely. Chara also wanted to have in on the action. She used her knife and slammed the ground. In an instant, a red light started to emit underneath the direction towards the knocked-up RageRevan, who tried to recover. Chara, take this. This is payback for choking me and hurting Mom and Dad, you bastard. A red energy line erupted in the direction Chara was towards RageRevan. The ground nearby was destroyed and the energy consumed RageRevan. RageRevan, aha. RageRevan was heavily damaged because of taking that blast to the face. He was barely holding his own against the duo. He knew that he needed to escape before it is too late. Issei, on noticing this, grabbed him by the throat and said, "Issei, you ain't going anywhere, you coward." Issei then slammed RageRevan side by side, breaking several of his bones. He then grabbed RageRevan and threw him across a distance, sending him flying through the different debris of the Agar's island. RageRevan stopped after a while. His clothes were shattered. His bones were broken. He was bleeding on all sides. He was heavily panting. He was still conscious though. Issei approached him, with a small black ball on his hand. "RageRevan, could it be that I'll end up like how Shalba and Saw did, being defeated by you like this?" "Issei, you are right, RageRevan. It is over, you have lost. Just give up and accept the fact that you have lost." "RageRevan, no, I cannot lose to you, not now, not ever." RageRevan fires a magic blast at Issei, which the black ball consumes. Issei nods his head sideways in disappointment and responds, "Issei, you've made the same mistake twice. RageRevan, you know any magic used will be siphoned away by this black ball. Now take this and die." Issei fires the black ball at RageRevan, which consumes him. He screams in pain as his body was being completely annihilated on a molecular level. Any magic he has used is consumed. He now has no choice. He must accept his fate. But no, he will not surrender, not to the likes of Issei Kyoto, the man who ruined everything. In a last-ditch effort, he used his teleportation to escape out of there. Issei, damn it, he escaped, again. Issei flared his aura in fury. That bastard escaped once again. Asya removed the barrier and the duo rushed to Issei to calm him down. After a while he calms down. They were successful in their mission. Issei's parents are safe and sound. He wonders what happened to Crom. He knew that the evil dragon would crush Nijo without any doubt. He wondered where he is. Scene change. With Crom Crotch, 1 hour earlier. Crom was seeing the Abyss Rage Dragon, both of them looking at each other, one with pure glee while the other in pure hatred. Nijo is an evil dragon that was described as to having a large body about 20 meters long and ochre belly. Despite his snake-like appearance, he had 4 limbs and 4 wings. He also had eerily drooling fluids coming from its huge mouth. If there was anything that Crom hated more than him never getting his favorite food, bananas, is the usage of underhanded techniques to win the fight. The usage of a dragon-slaying vial was enough to infuriate him. What made him even more angrier is the use of Issei's parents as hostages. He wanted to destroy Nijo for his involvement is brutally beating up Tiamat and Sans and taking Issei's parents as hostages. Nijo, hello Crom, you ready for a beat-up? Crom. Nijo, not much of a talker I see, well then. Nijo charged at Crom, and tried to swipe his claw at the strongest evil dragon. However, Crom only raised his hand and grabbed the evil dragon's claw. Much to his shock and surprise, he then grabbed that arm and ragdolled him around, smashing his body and throwing it sideways, preventing him from recovering. Nijo's bones started to break. His body was bruised. He was bleeding on all the sides. Crom was able to bring the evil dragon to his knees without much effort. The dragon in front of him was capable of even giving Draigg and Albion a run for their money. The 2 heavenly dragons, known and feared by many gods and entities alike, will struggle against this monster of an evil dragon that was in front of the Abyss Rage Dragon. It is safe to say that Crom was the unofficial 3rd heavenly dragon. Nijo remembered how he was brutally beaten by the Draigg at one point in his life. When the latter heard of its nature, and Draigg crushed this evil dragon, he looked at Crom in pure fear. Crom looked at the dragon in pure disappointment. A dragon that had an infamous reputation for being a cannibal was now struggling against him. Crom assumed that he would be stronger than what the stories make him of eating the roots of the Yggdrasil. But he honestly was disappointed. He was expecting more of a fight, but him using underhanded techniques was the only way he could win. Crom then crouched and looked at Nijo and said, "Crom, is that all Abyss Rage? I am honestly disappointed. I expected more." Nijo got angry on hearing this. He flew and took some distance. He then brought a vial and healed himself up. The vial was that of Phoenix Tears. He then spoke towards Crom with glee. Nijo, "Oh Crom, you should have killed me when you had the chance. Now I cannot die. I have Phoenix Tears. I will keep healing myself up. Eventually you will get exhausted and that is when I will kill you. Ha 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 ha." Crom only looked at Nijo as if he has gone mad. He knew that this dragon was mentally unstable, but this is just stupidity. He then smiled at Nijo. Much to his surprise, Crom spoke. "Crom, how many of those so-called Phoenix Tears are there? 10, 20, in front of me. Crom Crutch. Enjoy using them, but I'll definitely kill you over 100 times. I'll chase you down relentlessly until your consciousness perishes." Nijo was shocked at Crom's carefree response. Crom started to approach Nijo in an attempt to strike him down. Nijo used his black miasma, to try and corrode Crum's crotch. However, the evil dragon easily dodged it. Crom knew that he could take the miasma without any problem and shrug it off like nothing ever happened. But he wanted to make Nijo suffer for what he did. He then charged at the evil dragon. He grabbed his head and slammed it to the ground. Nijo staggered because of this and was unable to recover for a while. Crom used the opportunity to use his arms to slam into his torso, breaking most of the internal organs as well as the bones surrounding and presenting it. Nijo wheezed in pain as most of his torso was destroyed. He used another phoenix tear to recover himself from the wounds. Crom only looked at grinned at the evil dragon's pity. Crom, that's two. I wonder how much longer can your body sustain the damage. No matter the amount of phoenix tears you have, you will not win. Let us see how strong your tenacity is. I wonder when will you break. I will enjoy tormenting you till you run out of those phoenix tears. Crom gave Nijo a sadistic glee. He was happy that the evil dragon was suffering for what he did. Nijo then roared in fury and charged at the crescent circle dragon. Crom once again sidestepped and gave him a punch to his torso. This time his hand went through the body, creating a hole inside of the evil dragon. Nijo once again used a phoenix tear to heal himself up and the wound started to heal itself up. Crom then charged at the evil dragon and grabbed his leg. He immediately ripped the leg off, causing the abyss rage dragon immense pain. He threw the leg a distance and started beating on the evil dragon relentlessly. Nijo was barely able to keep up with brutal beatdown Crom was giving him. He tried to defend himself but was unable to do so. As Crom was relentless punching the evil dragon to near death, Nijo managed to get some distance and head towards the area where his leg was. He used the phoenix tear to reattach his leg back to him. However, the leg was permanently damaged because of what Crom did to him. Crom then spoke. Crom, 4, you must be really pain tolerant. Well, let's see how much more of those tears you have. Crom then relentlessly chased Nijo and grabbed him by the face. He then slammed his face next to the agar's ground and destroyed most of his face. He then kept punching his face in a rapid-fire pace, making him unable to speak or continue, since his face was being overwhelmed by a barrage of punches. Crom knew that Nijo cannot keep up for much longer. He had deduced that phoenix tears can cure wounds and recover most of the damage, but certain permanent damage will still remain persistent, not to mention mental scars will not be healed by those phoenix tears. Crom knew exactly what he needed to do. He just needed to punch him for long enough. He continued punching the dragon endlessly, and with rapid-fire speed. Crom then stopped punching, only to see Nijo still conscious. He knew that the evil dragon is hard to put down, but he did not know that he was this persistent in being put down for good. He then used his 5th phoenix tear, but Crom grabbed his hand and destroyed the vial. Nijo, no, I needed that. Nijo tried to flee and escape. He wanted to get out of here. There is no way he could beat Crom, who was not even trying or making a real effort to take him down. Nijo used some dust to distract Crom and made a run for it. Crom in an instant teleported hailed to where Nijo was. He then said, Crom, throwing dust, really? Were you that desperate? Nijo, no, please spare my life. Crom, let me think about it. Nope. Crom then used both of fists and slammed the evil dragon to the ground, creating a crater. Nijo staggered as he was unable to recover most of his strength. Crom then rushed and gave a kick to the stomach, strong enough to make his cough up blood. He then relentlessly began beating on the dragon. Blood was being flying everywhere. His teeth was broken due to a punch he received on the face. Crom had a smile. He knew that this is what he wanted. He wanted Nijo to suffer for what he did. He attacked an innocent family just to mentally break Issei Kyoto. Crom continued his onslaught as several more bones, tendons, ligaments were broken. Nijo had flesh wounds. If that was not enough, and he was bleeding on all 4 sides, Crom then grabbed all 4 of his wings and tore it off. Nijo, ahaha. Nijo looked at both of his wings in horror. Crom then said, Crom, this is to prevent you from escaping. Now let us continue, shall we? Crom then continued his beatdown on the evil dragon until several more of his bones were broken. He used his claws to tear a lot of flesh wounds in him. Being an evil dragon only made him conscious. He was made to endure all the pain, without any effort of stopping or being shown any mercy. Crom relentlessly beat into the evil dragon, resulting in several more of his bones being broken. He was staggering and was barely conscious. Crom then gave him a final punch to his face, making him completely unconscious. Nijo was finally defeated. Crom, well, now I have to carry this abomination back, so that he can never be released. Crom carried all 4 of his wings and his entire body. He then used his wings to fly to where Issei, Asya and Chara were. He then looked at the absence of RageRevan and asked, Crom, RageRevan, where is he? Issei, he ran away, like a bitch. Crom, oh yeah, that is totally him. Speaking of which, are your parents safe? Issei, yup, Sans brought them to a safe area, back at Kuoh. Crom, well, that's good. Hey Issei, we should fight one day. I would really love to test my strength against the Slayer of Gaia. I would love to fight against you, one day. Issei, indeed Crom, indeed we will fight. Issei and Crom shook their hands, and Crom used his wings to fly off. He then looked at Nigre's body, and used the machine which Sans had given him earlier to seal the evil dragon away. They all then head home, but little do they know that this is only just the beginning. Meanwhile in Agars, 6:30 p.m. Agars is a territory that has a distinctive feature in which it appears to be a large floating island suspended in the sky. A popular tourist resort, it is also the place that controls the flow of the air in the underworld. The Rias is a place that has the technology of the original Satans and contains the essential crystals of the highest quality that is used to create both the evil pieces and brave saints, which were also used to create the Malbranche. Rias, Sona along with their peerages and the rest of Issei's team are heading to look for the location of Ravel and Riser, which they knew are at Agars. It would be much easier, since they have gotten the confirmation from Issei that his parents have been rescued and they have been saved thanks to Sans the skeleton, making us real thank the skeleton despite his puns annoying the heck out of them. They looked around the entire floating city of Agars, which was big, but thanks to the map given to them by Sequeria Agars, they were able to move around the map very easily. They needed to find the 2 Phoenix members before it is too late, or Clippeth can use them to strengthen their own forces. They thought that RageRevan should not survive considering his wounds were quite grave, but they knew that the bastard can be a threat even after death. Since he had a fail-safe designed in case he had died, his soul could be used to release Trahexa. Although they were able to defeat the beast, it took the combined efforts of Ophis and Great Red along with the factions to put the beast down for good. Honestly, it was a miracle that they could perform the feat, which took the sacrifice of Issei and Asya, with Issei going all out in his Diablo's dragon, which his body was not prepared for back then. Their combined efforts were the reason as to why Trahexa is now on the side of the Alliance. Sona still remembered the day she escorted Issei and Asya to the hospital. Issei's wounds were quite severe because of his use of Diablo's dragon. Asya was in a similar condition. His parents and Azazel were beside him escorting the man to the hospital. The condition was pretty severe the first few days. He and Asya were in intensive care. Even Draigg was worried since Issei was the first host that treated him and cared for him like a friend in a while. Aside from Elsha and Belzerd, albeit his Oppi dragon did scar him mentally, Draigg knew that Issei was the only host that he truly enjoyed being with. He did not want to lose him the second time. He already had seen Issei die in front of Ophis from the Sama Ale's poison. He asked no begged Sona to keep his partner alive, which she agreed on doing so. Sona also noticed that Rias and the others from the Orc were distant except for Rossweisse, who was in Asgard. Gasper, who was in Romania with Valerie, and Kiba, who was the only one that genuinely visited his friend, and Comrade, who had nearly lost his life to give all of them a second chance, and even when they used to visit him, it always seemed forced. She did not bother much back then, since it was a personal matter, but it nevertheless worried the Citri heiress. But she did not know why they had become like that. Irina was the first to stop visiting him, which was quite surprising since she knew that Issei and Irina were childhood friends, and she also knew that the angel had a crush on him. Even Lord Michael created the interdimensional room, which was designed to have sex, without Irina falling, because of having lust in her head. Now everything made sense. After Issei reactivated their memories and told them what happened, she was angry, no livid at what the Orc did to Issei. She was sad as she did not do much to help him back when he was dying. She was happy that history will not repeat itself no matter what and was happy to live by Issei's side. That was when Saji called out for her. Saji, hey President, you coming? Sona snapped out of her thoughts. Sona, huh, yeah, wait for me. Sona rushed to the others. She knew that this timeline is way better than the previous one. She looked around the map. She then spoke. Sona, looking at the map, my guess is that they needed to be at the main castle. Since Oros has no containment facilities, they needed to be there. We need to head there. Thankfully Lord Agars and Sequeria left and headed to a safe space. Raynare, so we need to head towards the main castle, but it is too big. Even looking for that containment area is a hassle. Sona, I know it is Ray, but we need to find them as soon as possible before Clippeth or the Cows Brigade uses them against us. Not to mention the Phoenix household has been in a panic ever since their disappearance. Asriel, I would suggest that once we head inside, we should split up. The more castle area we can cover, the better. This allows us to find them in a much quicker manner. Tiamat, how exactly do you plan on splitting us up? Us real. Based on our strength, me and Tiamat will take each of the peerages. I will take the Gremry peerage as well as the remnants of my team. You can take the Citri peerage, sound good? Tiamat, are you sure about this? Us real. Yeah, I have a better temper, worry not. Tiamat, very well. The group splits on the Gremry peerage and Issei's team, and the other is the Citri peerage along with Tiamat. With the Citri peerage and Tiamat. The Citri peerage look around the left side of the Agar's mansion. Aside from being one of the biggest areas out there, it is also made up of the crystals that made up the evil pieces. Over time they passed through several monuments that were dedicated to an era none were familiar with. Saji then asks a particular statue to Sona. Saji, President, what is that? Saji points the statue out to the rest. Sona looks at the statue and responds. Sona, remember I told you that the current 4 Satans were from the 72 pillars? Saji, yeah. Sona, so 500 years ago, a devil civil war broke out, since the government wanted to restart the Great War to take over the heaven and Grigori and in general the rest of the earth as well. Momo, but President, will this not destroy everything? Sona, indeed, Momo, they were driven by greed, they wanted more power, they wanted to conquer everything, not to mention the relationship between the 4 Satan clans and the 72 pillars, well let's just say was on thin ice, an incident that forever shaped the history of the Satans and what it is today. This resulted in my big sister, Serzex Gremry, Ajuka Astaroth and Philibium Galagiolabalas to step in and join a rebellion to take down the government that was desiring war against the other factions. Saji, so how does that need to do with the Agar's territory? Sona, it is because Saji, Lord Agars and Zikram Baal were the ones that created the rebellion for fear that restarting the Great War would result in the death and extinction of all devil kind, as the Great War already took away a bunch of houses resulting in their extinction. Saji, I see, so that statue is of the war. Sona, indeed, it represents Serzex Gremry, now Lucifer, fighting against a fly Chimera, which was one of the descendants of the Satans known as Dimedosa Asmodeus. The other 2 statues are the battles that had taken place 500 years ago. In the aftermath, this resulted in the 4 Satan houses as well as the 6 houses of Lucifer being kicked out and banished from the devil faction, resulting in the formation of the old Satan faction. Saji, wow, talk about a history lesson. Rhea, well, the more you know, the better. Sona, that's for now, we need to find Ravel and Riser before it is too late. They head towards the interior of the castle, where they could see the walls starting to darken and become much older. Sona recognized these to be more than a half millennia old. She and the others needed to be careful, as usually structures like these can be hazardous. They proceed only to find someone they never thought they would see again. Well, if it isn't my dear former fiancé Sona. Sona and the others present recognized the voice, except Tiamat, who wondered who is this idiot who was claiming to be her fiancé. It was a blonde-haired young man, with green eyes. They all recognized him. He was Ionava Anan, the former second son of the House of Aman. Sona then asked. Sona, Ionava, what are you doing here? Ionava, for you and Lord RageRevan has asked me to guard this Phoenix girl. She is right up ahead. Unfortunately, I cannot let you guys go any further. Sona, we will see about that, Ionava. I will handle this fool. I will take him down once and for all. Tiamat, let me join you. I would love to have a crack at this pervert. Saji, are you sure? Sona, yeah, go rescue Ravel before they use her powers even more. Saji, got it, President. Ionava, not gonna happen. Ionava summons multiple skeletons, however they are all destroyed by Tiamat's chaos flames. Tiamat then says. Tiamat, is that all you got? I am disappointed. The others all leave to find Ravel, leaving Sona and Tiamat alone with Ionava. Ionava had a smile, but that was not a regular one. It was far more deranged, far more demented one. It even unnerved Tiamat. While Sona was heavily tensed, she still remembered how he forced her and nearly sexually assaulted her just to get over his lust towards her. Ionava summons more of those undead to fight against the duo. Tiamat takes to the skies using her wings, while Sona uses her water magic. While she may not be as prominent when it came to ice magic like her sister was, she still was a prodigy when it came to intelligence and water magic. She used her water to daze the undead that were coming from here. Tiamat also assisted in taking down many of the soldiers, giving enough time for Sona to use her water in the form of a needle to pierce Ionava's stomach. She used the speed of the water to her advantage and pierced when his guard was down. But little did they know that he had a surprise. He used a phoenix tear to heal himself up. Sona, Phoenix tears, why am I not even surprised? Ionava, you can't beat me, darling. I have got a massive supply of them, ha 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 ha. Sona nearly hurled when he called her darling. Tiamat knew what she needed to do. She immediately rushed him at blinding speeds and removed the phoenix tears which he had stored in the pocket. Tiamat then called. Tiamat, Sona, destroy them, now. Sona used her water magic to destroy most of the tears with relative ease. Ialava screamed as his only chance at winning was destroyed. Then Tiamat called out. Tiamat, shall we end this, Sona? Sona, with pleasure. Sona used several water abilities and creates a whirlpool of water, causing Ialava to be drowned and dazed by the intense water amount. Sona makes sure to increase the centrifugal force of the water, making Ialava drown in water. She wanted to make him suffer for even thinking of trying to assault her in the near future. Tiamat also decided to join the fun in taking them out. Tiamat, take this chaos sphere. Tiamat threw a sphere condensed with blue chaos energy towards the former second son of Aman, destroying the water tornado and completely destroying Ialava and burning him alive. Ialava's body was completely gone, evaporated. He was no longer alive. At least not physically. He was now nothing but a bad memory. Sona took a sigh of relief, knowing now this man will not torment or harass her anymore. She then noticed that the others had come in and released Ravel. Saji, we found her chained in the dungeon. Thankfully the chains were easy to break, and the spells were weak enough for Vice President to easily defuse them. Ravel, hello Lady Sona. Sona, how are you doing, Ravel? Ravel, aside from some wounds thanks to RageRevan, I am much better. Speaking of which, where is my brother? Sona, Rias and her team along with Issei's team are looking for him. Ravel flinched when she heard Issei's name. She still remembers how ruthless he was towards her and her brother. Sona on noticing this response. Sona, he is not here, he is fighting your captor. Tiamat, and from what I heard, he has already defeated him. Ravel, thank Lucifer. Sona, so shall we get going, Ravel? Ravel, why yes we shall, Lady Sona. They all then leave to meet up with Rias and the others at the meeting point so that they can go and head back home. Scene change. With the Gremry Peerage and Asriel and his team. Asriel and his team along with the Gremry Peerage were on the right side of the mansion. They were slaying mass-produced evil dragons left, right and center, with Asriel leading the charge. It was pretty much a one-sided fight where Asriel and many of the Gremry Peerage, especially Rias and Akena, were slaying evil dragons with relative ease and without much effort. They knew that they needed to save Riser before it is too late. They could see that one of the evil dragon was taunting an unknown prisoner. Evil dragon, oh if it isn't the flightless phoenix, once a prideful bird staring off the skies, now a pathetic piece of crap, rotting in a prison, like a rotten chicken, how disappointing. Riser glared at the evil dragon. He knew that he was powerless and helpless against the evil dragon. He and his sister were tormented for their phoenix tears, since they needed to be completely out of emotion if they were to produce them. So they were tormenting in a special manner to remove the phoenix tears out of them. Riser then spoke. Riser, you will suffer for what you did. That goes for your boss as well. I don't give a flying fuck on what you do to me. You can kill me, torment me, break me, but that will not stop them from coming behind your assess and beat you for what they did. Your boss will suffer for what he did. If there is anything I know about Issei, he has zero tolerance towards anyone who threatens or hurts his friends and family. You will pay for this and I will enjoy seeing you perish. Riser said with a smug smile. This smile pissed the evil dragon off, who activated his fire breath. He wanted to torment Riser for his attitude. Riser braced himself for the attack. That was when he heard Chaos Saber. The dragon that was taunting Riser had its attention snatched when he saw a saber slash from head to his body, effectively cutting in half in a symmetrical manner. All the dragon had was an expression of shock, since he was cut in half without much effort. Even Riser had a shocked expression. Only a second ago he was being incinerated by the evil dragon, and now the evil dragon had been cut in half without much effort or ability. Then the same voice announced, Shocker Breaker 2. A warning sign appeared underneath the dragon. A split second later a lightning strike appeared, killing it instantly. The attacker showed himself, surprising Riser. Asriel, hello Riser Phoenix, we are here to rescue you, please do not resist. Asriel in a quick slash destroys both the chains holding down Riser without much effort. Riser thanks Asriel and the others for rescuing him. They all then head towards the meeting point where Riser is reunited with his sister Ravel. Ravel, brother. Ravel jumps to her brother for her condition and checks for any injuries. Riser and the others are happy that this is not the same Ravel that had once betrayed Issei. She is different, has become a better person. Riser then asks, Riser, are you alright, Ravel? Ravel, I am fine, brother, now let us go home. Mother is waiting for us. Riser, indeed we will, thanks guys for helping us. Real, not a problem. That was when Sona gets a communication circle. Everyone recognizes this is from Ajuka Beelzebub, Sona then says. Sona, yeah, they are safe, they are with us. Alright, Lord Beelzebub. The magic circle fades away. Sona, Lord Beelzebub wants you two at his laboratory. He wants to check your condition since you guys were forced to make too much phoenix tears. Riser, alright Sona, let's go to the Lord Beelzebub's lab. They all then teleport out of there to head towards Ajuka's lab to get their condition assessed. RageRevan had pushed them to create so many phoenix tears, so they needed to be taken proper care of so that they can get better and become ready for what will come next. Scene break. Unknown location, 7:30 p.m. RageRevan could be seen moving at a slow pace. He managed to barely stay alive because of the wounds that Issei inflicted on him. He now knew that he needed to use that. He had Euclid prepare him something that could make him on par with the Surzex Lucifer and Ajuka Beelzebub. He knew that it is about time he inject himself with that. Looks like you are in a bad shape. I am glad to see you in this condition. The figure was none other than Azazel. He hated the man in front of him, as he is responsible for Vali's bad past and Issei's nearly losing his loved ones. RageRevan, you must seem to be very happy in seeing me in such a condition. Azazel, I mean I did so much to him and your students. Azazel, oh indeed I am. You must have threatened Issei's parents or his loved ones, haven't you, RageRevan? I mean judging by your condition, it seems that Issei tormented you. I mean look at your armor, your clothes. They were all broken, all torn. This is your fault. You let this happen to yourself. I would love to kill you, but unfortunately I came here to take you in, so that you will never pose a problem later on. So you have a choice, RageRevan. Either come in quietly, or I will make this painful. Either way is fine for me. You deserve this fate. Azazel pointed a light spear at the super devil, who felt slight pain when being brought near the spear. He had a smile on his face, as he wanted to see this man in a lot of pain and suffering for his actions. RageRevan then replied in fury. RageRevan, surrender. I will never surrender to the likes of you, Azazel. You hear me? I will never surrender. RageRevan charges at Azazel in an attempt to kill him, but a voice was heard from the other side. Divide, 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 divide. RageRevan started to lose his power. He knew that this was his grandson's actions. Vali had shown up in his scale mail beside Azazel, who only had a smirk on his face. Even if Vali did not show up, he knew that he would be able to handle RageRevan in this condition even without Vali. RageRevan, Vali, how dare you do this to your own grandfather? Vali, on hearing this, scoffed at his grandfather's statement. He responded. Vali, grandfather, don't make me laugh. The only connection we have is by blood, nothing more, nothing less. You were the reason why my life was a living nightmare, made my mother forget who I am, made my father beat me to near death. And you did not even stop there. You hurt the people I care about. Azazel, Issei and his family, his friends, you tormented them, tried to make Issei suffer. You mean nothing to me. Hell, I don't care what happens to you from here on out. You are nothing but a manipulator. You have nothing left. No family, no friends, or even proper allies, just pawns. You are all alone. RageRevan grits his teeth in anger. In a way, Vali was right. Every single word was true. RageRevan glared at Vali, who was only smiling. Oh, how we wanted to see this man suffer. How he wanted to see him in pain. RageRevan then all of a sudden made a smile. RageRevan, you know Vali, I am the one that killed your father. He came running to me once this crow took you in, saying that he is now scared, so I killed him in return. Hey, you should have seen the look on his face. And I enjoyed killing him, Vali. RageRevan said with a glee, hoping to break Vali, but all he received was a laugh from underneath his helmet, shocking RageRevan. Vali then responded. Vali, for once I should thanks for killing that bastard. He is the fool that made my life a living hell. He even hurt my human mother when she tried to show me a little compassion. I still remember her screams when she tried to help me. I am happy that you are in this condition. RageRevan gritted his teeth. He did not know what to do. He wanted to break Vali, or at the very least try and get him to his side after breaking him. But he was not faltering. He then realized what he needed to do next. He then all of a sudden brought a vial, confusing Vali and horrifying Azazel. Azazel, Vali, you need to get away from him now. Vali, Azazel, what are you talking Abio? Azazel, now Vali. RageRevan then emptied the contents of the vial into a syringe. He then injected the syringe into his body. With Vali being confused and Azazel being horrified, in a flash all his wounds were healed up and his strength started to increase exponentially. Azazel, no. Vali, what was that Azazel? Azazel, that was a vial of hate. Vali, the same thing that possessed and activated Issei's new form hate drive, the same drive that was able to push Ophis back. He has injected himself with pure hate. Now he is much stronger than he was before. RageRevan, he is right, my dear grandson. This is pure hate taken from Issei when he went into his hate drive. I had Euclid extract the hate and experiment on that. This is the fruits of those experiment. Now. RageRevan's eyes suddenly have a black color along with his silver pupil. He had a look of neutrality on his face. RageRevan, suffer Vali Lucifer. RageRevan charges at Vali, who was barely able to dodge at such a close distance. Azazel took to the skies and threw a barrage of light spears at the super devil, who used a magic defense circle to counter. RageRevan, is that all? I am disappointed. Now take this, my strongest attack. RageRevan charged a ball of pure demonic magic at the duo. He then used this as a distraction to escape to his base. Azazel then told Vali. Azazel, Vali, use your half dimension, divide the blast. Vali, got it Azazel. Vali successfully used half dimension to reduce the power of the blast with relative ease. While Azazel threw a barrage of light spears, they were barely able to destroy it. They then realized that RageRevan has escaped. They gritted their teeth. Azazel punched a nearby rock in anger, destroying it in the process. He then calmed down and spoke. Azazel, Vali, we need to tell the others that he has escaped. This is not going to end well. I just hope that Sirzex was able to get information from that Lucifuge brat about his plans. Vali, yeah, I have this gut feeling that this might be the endgame, the end of all things. They both then teleport out of there to the underworld to meet Sirzex. They then notice him preparing his forces. On asking, Sirzex reveals everything, horrifying the duo. But mostly Azazel is horrified. He knew that what RageRevan achieved was nearly impossible. He then spoke. Azazel, recreating the beast. This is crazy. He needs to be stopped. We need to tell the others. Sirzex, I have relayed the information to the other leaders. Several of them even informed the other pantheons. Issei's theory is right about him having something. But this was crazy even for me. I need to inform Issei and the others about this. This is going to be disastrous just like last time. Azazel, I hope we can come out of this unscathed. We were lucky last time, having Great Red assist us in taking the beast down once and for all. Vali, true, but we cannot give up, not like this. We have people to care about. We will fight till the bitter end, no matter what. Azazel and Sirzex smiled at the declaration. Azazel knew that Vali has come a long way. He knew that he will stop his grandfather no matter what. Azazel, we will, this is our home, we will protect it with our lives, or die doing so. They all then prepare for the massive assault that would come their way in a day or two at most. Scene break. Cao's brigade headquarters, 9 p.m. RageRevan had reappeared in the base. He had given the final orders to everyone present there. RageRevan, Apophis, activate those hate-filled human souls. We will begin our final assault with the beast 666 we have cloned, and spent months trying to recreate. We will destroy everything. Speaking of the beast, has it been activated? A giant dragon with 3 heads and 6 giant wings. He had very dark scales with a shade of purple. This was Diehauser, the Diabolism Thousand Dragon and Forbidden Dragon of demonic origin. He then responded. Diehauser, it is the beast has started to move. We can now begin the attack. All that remains are your orders. What is your wish, RageRevan Levon Lucifer? RageRevan, tell everyone to prepare for the final assault on the factions. We will destroy everything with our own version of Trihexa. We will attack all worlds, even the human world. We will destroy everything. It will be the end of everything and nobody will stop us, ha 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 ha. RageRevan's laughter echoes throughout the base, with all the evil dragons present roaring in response. The beast 666 meanwhile has its eyes glowing red. It is ready to destroy everything and anything in its path. The next day. Kyoto residence, 9 a.m. Issei and the others were fixing the house, thanks to the damage that RageRevan and Nijo did to their house, with the Gremry peerage offering to help them. Although Issei's parents were initially a bit weirded out by this, Issei, Sona and several others convinced them that they are not the same people that they were back then. Rias even personally apologized to his parents for using her spell back then, to which both the parents told her that they are over it. It took a while, since the house furniture was destroyed and several walls and pillars supporting those said walls were completely destroyed. The structure was mostly re-established thanks to magic. As for the stuff inside the house, that was purchased and restored back to where it was supposed to be. It took a while, but eventually the house was completely restored. The Gremry peerage then teleport themselves back home. while the Sona and the others rest for the time being, given that they needed some rest before RageRevan decides to attack them. That was when a magic circle opens up, revealing Serzex Lucifer and his wife Grafia Lucifuge. Issei and Sona welcomed them into their house, apologizing for the mess, which they told it was alright, since they were aware that his parents had been kidnapped by RageRevan. However, Serzex wanted to inform them about the news about what Euclid said. Everyone was horrified as to what the Cow's Brigade did. Issei's theory was right, but they did not know it was that bad. Recreating the Beast 666 is something that they did not expect would happen. Even the other faction leaders were now preparing for what needs to be done next. They knew that this threat was stronger than Gaia, and they had struggled against Gaia and were only able to beat Gaia once Issei and Asriel fused together to achieve his strongest form, Apocalypse Answer Arms, which itself was considered to be a miracle. Issei then asked, "Issei, how much time do we have before they strike?" Serzex, Ajuka theorized that them stealing the crystals from the floating island of Agars accelerated the activation process. "We only have a day at most for them to come here and attack us with all they have got. Thankfully we have all the factions, even the Hindu, Egyptian and the Celtic faction are joining us and cooperating to take down this new cloned version of the beast." Issei, "This is something I never thought would happen. Even in different timelines, we still have to face off against the Beast 666 in some manner or the other. So what should we do now, big brother?" Serzex, "For now you guys should rest. We should have it much easier since we have the wielder of the Holy Grail and she is safe. So the evil dragons cannot be revived. You guys need to be ready for the next attack. Issei, you are the only one with the power of the Welsh dragon and the Beast of Apocalypse. You are our only hope. We need you to stop them at all costs." Issei knew that Serzex is right. He is their only hope in stopping this beast. No one aside from Great Red is strong enough to go toe-to-toe with the Beast 666, even if it is a clone. "Issei, we will stop him, no matter what happens, ain't that right, guys?" Trihexa then spoke up from Issei's gauntlet. "Trihexa, clone or otherwise, I will help you guys no matter what. I enjoyed being in this world. I will not lose this planet to that bastard RageRevan. I will stop him and destroy that clone, no matter what it takes. Raynare, I got to be a better person in this timeline. If it was not for the reset, I would have been either dead or that attention-seeking psychopath who murdered others for their sacred gear. I will protect my home no matter what, and I will not fall back no matter what happens. Frisk, this is a reality where monsters and humans are finally together. I will not let this go down the drain. I have a family and I will not lose them to some freaks who only want to destroy everything." Chara, Frisk is right. I would have still been dead if I had not met Issei. I finally get to meet my old family and my new family. Without them I would still have been dead. And it is all thanks to you, big brother. The others all agreed to their statements. They all knew that this timeline is not only better than the previous one, where everyone is together and as a family, so they needed to be prepared for what comes next. Serzex and Grafia could only smile. They knew that they have become much stronger than what happens. They knew if anyone could protect the world, it is them. They have to protect their home at all costs. They must, or everything will fall apart. Serzex, thanks all for helping us. I know we promised that we will not let RageRevan win no matter what happens. We will protect the underworld and everything else. We will die trying to protect this world no matter what happens. Grafia Chemezin. Grafia, my lord is right. Just like last time, we will survive what the beast did. Even though we lost a huge portion of our forces last time, we still won, and we will not lose no matter what happens. Issei, you two are right. We will protect this world. We have families and friends we care about. RageRevan does not give a damn about what happens to us. He just wants to invade and destroy our world and other worlds out there. We will not lose. We will not let him win. Everyone agreed to this statement. That was when Serzex gets a call from the underworld. Serzex, hello, what, damn it. The circle disappears, Issei asks. Issei, did he begin his attack already? Serzex, no, he has exposed the existence of the King Peace, as well as the corruption of the raiding game to the whole underworld. RageRevan wanted chaos. He managed to hack the broadcasting system and reveal the truth to the entire underworld. At this point there are riots everywhere. People have started to lose faith in the raiding game championship, and the Great King faction was losing support. Issei, damn it. Sona calmed Issei down. She then told Sona, I will call my peerage and the rest to the underworld. We need to go there now. If we can stop the riots from happening, we should be able to have a better chance at winning. Right now RageRevan wants to break us apart. He wants to divide us. We cannot let him get away with this. We must head there. Issei, I would, but I cannot leave mom and dad unguarded. I need to stay back to protect them. I am afraid that someone will come after him. Issei's voice was filled with worry. They all knew that RageRevan might make a second attempt at kidnapping his parents. That was when Tiamat spoke up. Tiamat, I volunteer to protect his parents. Issei, are you sure of this, Tia? Tiamat, indeed I am. I will not let him get the gain on me this time. Draigg, Tia, please stay safe, I don't want to lose. Tiamat cut him off. Tiamat, worry not, Draigg, I will be safe, I will not leave you. Asriel, then I volunteer as well, they are like my family, just like my birth family. Asya, me too. Issei, the strongest monster, the strongest dragon king and one of the best healers. Guys, please take care of my parents. All three, we will. Issei, we will. Surzex, alright, those that are coming will pass by this magic circle. We need to stop these riots before it is too late. Mickey, stay safe. Issei, Chara. Issei, we will, mom, and I will protect Chara as well. Goro, come back, I want all of you to come back alive. Chara, we will, dad, none of us will die. They all then pass through the magic circle, as they head towards the broadcasting station in Agar's. Scene break. Agar's Island, Underworld, 11:30 p.m. Issei and the remnants of his team along with the Surti peerage head to the Underworld, where they see that the riot has left a drastic impact on the prosperous town of Agar's. The citizens were fighting against each other, but mostly they were fighting against the politicians of the Great King faction who were responsible for covering up the fact that they were the ones to hide behind the creation of the King Peace. Their desire to accommodate more power and status and limit them to pure blood status is the reason why this is even happening. Surzex tried to solve this issue, but he was too late. The damage was already too severe. The actions of the Great King factions had consequences, and now they were suffering those consequences. People were now losing faith in the factions, and they were rioting everywhere. Issei, big brother, big sister, will you be able to control the crowd? We need to stop them before they can continue with this. The rest of us need to head towards the broadcasting office. We need to stop him. The Surti peerage go to the Great King faction. If my guess is correct, we need to stop an attack on them. Everyone understood what they needed to do. They needed to find a way into the office before it is too late. With the Surti peerage, Saji and the others were heading towards the Great King faction building, only to find a blonde-haired gentleman wearing a stereotypical nobleman's attire. By the looks, he's around 30 years old. Saji recognized him as Bediz Abaddon, the third-ranked man in the rating game championship, second to only Roygun Belphegor, and the first was of course Diehauser Belial. Saji and the others could see Bediz Abaddon trying to slay a politician of the Great King faction. Saji then used his absorption line to grab his hand and prevent him from hurting the politician. He then called out, "Delete field." Saji manages to suppress the rating game third position's magic for a short time. Saji then calls out, "Saji, get out of here, I will handle him. President, can you and the others deal with his supporters?" Sona, got it, and you better stay alive. Saji gives her a thumbs up. Sona and the others then deal with the supporters of Bediz Abaddon. Bediz glares at the Vitra Sacred Gear wielder. He knows that his magic has been stopped temporarily for a while. He then breaks free, yanking the cord and punching Saji on the face, forcing him to disable the delete field. Saji, stop this, Bediz Abaddon. Killing them will not save you from your actions. You should surrender while you still can. Bediz only has a small smile on his face. Bediz, that's where you are wrong. They have been the reason why I have reached this far. They are nothing but pawns for me. Now that the Cow's Brigade has exposed me, I need to get rid of them. If I lose this, I would lose everything. I will not let that happen. I will destroy everyone from the Baal to cover up my involvement in the scandal. They will take the blame, and I will still become third place. Saji glared at this man. He knew that the reason of him being this powerful is because he had the King Peace. Otherwise he would have never been third place, and someone more worthy would become one. Bediz on the other hand hated what the rating game system has become. There are reincarnated devils like him and many others who have power on par with upper-class devils. He needed the King Peace to become strong on the level of Satan class. He knew that he might have to kill some reincarnated devils if he needed to achieve his goals. He wanted to push the blame on the Great King faction so that they can be the one to take the fire, and he would still, if possible, keep his King Peace as well as his ranking in the rating games. That was when Magardan and his queen joined, and they heard everything and were present, trying to defeat some of his supporters, but were unable to do so given that Magardan was not as strong as Rias or Surzex in his power of destruction ability, which belonged to the House of Baal. He even lost to Seorg and lost his position of being an heir to the house. He held immense hatred for his half-brother because of that. But mostly it was because of his father Lord Baal, who was a certified asshole. He decided to join Saji in his fight against Bediz. Magadan, Genshiro, allow me to join you in this fight. Saji, very well, try not to hold me back. Bidis, you should give up Citri Devils. Magadan, you may have won the Rookies 4 tournament, but you are still no match for me. You should give up while you still can. Saji, never, I will never give up. Magadan, you attacked my home, Bidis, you will suffer. Bidis, very well, then you shall perish. Saji charged at Bidis, who used his whole ability to absorb his punch. He then used another hole and redirected at Saji. Bidis then said, Bidis, stop hitting yourself. Saji, fight me, not yourself. Saji gritted his teeth. Magadan used his power of destruction to try and hurt him, but he used his whole ability and went after his queen, taking her out of the fight. Magadan glared at this man. He charged at him, but only received a flick, sending him flying with ease. Magadan is sent flying through the ground. He gritted his teeth. He was nowhere talented like his cousin Serzex or Rias, either was he powerful like his half-brother. He only inherited the power of destruction from his father, he thought. Magadan, damn it, why am I so weak? I am unable to protect the people I care about. My father tells me that Seorg cheated his way to become the heir. But why? I see now, my father never cared for me. He always pushed me to become strong. He never saw my botanical achievements. He even threatened me to suppress. Maybe I am not designed to be a fighter. I am designed to be a botanist. Saji looks at the weakened Magadan and grits his teeth. He then decides now would be the time to use his balance breaker. Malbolge Vitra promotion. Saji is clad in the same black and purple armor. Instead of getting angry, Bidis seemed to be interested. He then said, Bidis, I see, so this is the armor that defeated Seorg Bale. How disappointing for such a power to be wielded by a low-class reincarnated devil. Saji gritted his teeth. He used Shadow Prison to attack and use his black flames. However, this was easily countered by Bidis, who used his whole ability to suck all the flames and redirect it back to Saji. Saji held on as his flames dealt some damage to his armor. He then uses his tentacles to try and restrain the third-ranking member. However, he used his holes to chop off all his tentacles with ease. Saji, no, it can't be. Bidis smiled in admiration. He respected this devil's tenacity despite being a low ranker. He then said, Bidis, this power you would have made a fine addition to my team. Say, why don't you join my side and leave this Citri devil for good? Sona, Saji. Sona called out his worry. She was worried about his offer. Working for the third place is like a dream come true, but what Saji said surprised her. Saji, never. I will never join a cheater like you. President reached to this level using her own hard work and not some cheat code like a king piece to be powerful. I will never abandon the Citri peerage and Issei for their help. If I have become this strong, I would never have become without them. So save that offer for someone desperate enough to join you and your merry band of fools. Bidis gritted his teeth. Saji was not wrong. The king piece was a cheat code in a way. Albeit unstable, it still gave its user a strong enough power to make them on par with Satan-class beings. He knew that Saji was right in his anger. He charged at Saji and punched him continuously on the face, breaking his helmet with relative ease. Saji was on his knees. Any move he did was redirected back at him using Bidis' whole ability. He was unable to do anything. He closed his eyes to accept his fate. That was when a Tuki blast was thrown at Bidis, forcing him to dodge. The attacker was revealed to be Seorg in his balance breaker form, Regulus Ray Leather Rex. Bidis, so you finally decided to show up, incompetent fool of the Bale family. Seorg only looked at the man in front of him in pure anger. Sure, he did not like the Bale family, but his mother still cared for them, even if it is a little bit of it. He then looked at Saji and said, Seorg, you have done enough, now rest, warrior. Lord Lucifer has sent me here to help you guys. Saji, yeah, thanks for the save. Seorg, I would suggest you to leave, while you still can turn yourself to the authorities and surrender yourself. The Beast 666 has already been unleashed and is attacking the other places as we speak. We need to fight together. Bidis, stop this madness. Bidis only laughed in response. He responded, Bidis, so what? The Beast serves me a perfect distraction for my goals. I will eliminate your family, then I will eliminate your mother as well. She seems to already be half dead. I will put her out of her misery. Bidis was unable to continue when he sensed a massive killer intent from Seorg. Nobody threatens his mother, he then said. Seorg, Bidis, last chance, stand down, or I will personally make sure you were never born. Bidis only smirked. He did not feel a little bit threatened. He then said, Bidis, listen up, young rookies, you should remember what I say. The rating games are a nobles thing. It's a form of entertainment only for the upper class, low-class reincarnated devils who do not have talent, wealth, or status delude themselves with enjoying the rating games. It's really such a joke. Seorg, that's it. Seorg then charged at Bediz, who only used his hold to deflect his punch back at him. Seorg gritted his teeth. He knew that he cannot win like this. Saji was beaten to near death in his balance break. Bediz charged at him and used his immense speed and strength to punch Seorg in his stomach, creating a dent in his armor. Seorg coughed up. He then used a roundhouse kick which the latter easily avoided. Seorg then knew that he must use his ultimate form. Regulus, Master, are you sure? Seorg, this is a crisis in the underworld, it is about time. Regulus, very well, Master, your wish is my command. Seorg and Regulus begin a chant. Seorg, this body, this soul, even if it falls into an endless ravine. Regulus, my lord and I, we will exhaust this body and this soul to rise up the endless royal road. Seorg, rise, triumph, play, and shine. Regulus, this is the body of a demonic beast. Seorg, lodged on top of my fist, is the glorious imperial authority. Regulus, dance. Seorg, dance. Both bloom. Both, break down the beast, climb over. Seorg was then encased in a more aggressive form that has gold and purple double tone, wrapped in an intense purple tsuki with gold tinge added on it. This armor was his breakdown the beast armor, which was similar to that of the Juggernaut drive. Bediz, a simple armor won't stop me, you incompetent fool of Baal. Bediz charged at him once again with his super speed, but his arm was held by Seorg. He smashed through him and sent the man flying a distance. Bediz recovered and used his hold to defend himself. Seorg only smirked. He charged at the man, with his speed which far outclassed that of Bediz, and smashed through his hold, breaking it. Bediz, but how? How can a devil with no demonic power be able to achieve this power? This is impossible. Seorg then responded. Seorg, you want to know why? I will never deny the way that I've lived my life up until now. The path that I've walked until now is my pride. You want me to throw away all of the pain, regret, laughter, joy, victory and defeat that I've had until now. I absolutely reject this. These two fists, this body, this soul, and my peerage, are all the treasures which I've obtained through fighting and training. Discarding that for false talent is something I will never do. Bediz glared at him. He truly felt hopeless. Seorg then charged at him in an attempt to end this fight once and for all. He then smashed into him, breaking several of his bones. He then kicked him upwards, similar to how he did back in his fight against Kiba. Bediz was sent flying. He then jumped upwards and gave him a fierce uppercut, breaking his rib cage, making him cough up blood. He then noticed Magardan say, Magardan, Seorg, please win. You are my brother, the next head of the House of Baal. Please let me see it. The destruction of the House of Baal. Seorg looked at his brother and smiled. He then focused on the nearly beaten Bediz and responded. Seorg, you see, people like you who do not believe in hard work will never win. I mean, sure, having a high demonic power is one thing, but you need to work and train hard if you need to be as strong as a Satan. This body is all that I have, all results of my hard work. Losing this means I lose everything. That is why I will prove to the world that demonic power is not the only thing that is required to be a Satan. Hard work also can one day make you a Satan. I will show my father and all those fools that just because I did not inherit the power of destruction does not make me weak. Seorg then delivered a final punch to the face, making him fall downwards at such high speeds, knocking him out of the fight completely, securing the win for Seorg. He then looked at some guards and a beautiful young woman appearing in her 20s with long, wavy, cherry blossom hair and two horns protruding from her head. She wears a high-cut formal dress with high slits and has a well-endowed bust and slim waist. Bediz, stop this. Well, it seems like he has been defeated. Thanks guys for stopping him. Seorg, it has been a while. Roygun Belphegor. Saji, who is she? Sona, the second place of the rating games. What brings you here, Lady Belphegor? Roygun, to take him in. Truth be told, he was not the only one to use a king piece. Even I did so, and I turned myself in. I just wanted to use the king piece for fun. I accept any consequences of what happened here. I will not waste your time. Guards, take him away. The guards grab him and take him to the prison for his actions. Seorg helps his Saji up, while Magardan helps himself up. They knew that the battle was far from over. They still needed to take out the beasts and RageRevan who had begun their attack almost everywhere. Scene break. With Surzex and Grafia, 2 hours early. Surzex and Grafia were trying to perform crowd control. Thankfully, the ones that were reasonable were able to understand the situation and calm themselves down. That was when Surzex got a call. It was from Azazel. Surzex, hello Azazel. What, the beast has been unleashed. Grigori has fallen. Damn it. Grafia, on seeing her king and husband's worried look, asked. Grafia, what exactly happened? Sensei, Grigori has fallen. The dragons Apophis and Azazel have, along with RageRevan, have already begun their attack in heaven and laid waste on it. They are now going to Norse, with Azazel attacking using his magic and Apophis darkening the sky and unleashing his primordial water. Several corrupted human souls have attacked America where the monster territory is. Some have even attacked human settlements. Thankfully, they are being assisted by the Hindu gods and Team DXD. But it is not enough. Even if it is a clone, it still is pretty strong. Many fallen angels and angels have been slain. Grafia, no, this is truly the beginning of the end. Thankfully, many more civilians listened to this and stopped their rioting. They knew that nothing is coming out from this. The ones that are still creating destruction were stopped by the others and were convinced to stop the madness. That was when Seorg Bale shows up alongside Regulus. He then says, Seorg, my lord, the riots have reduced. What is it that you asked me for? Sensei, Seorg, I need you to go and head to the Bale territory and protect them. I know you do not like them, but you need to stop them from dying. Seorg looked for a while and said, Seorg, very well my lord, I shall head there. With that, Seorg leaves, and Sensei then look at the masses who were in a panic. Sensei knew that he needed to convince the masses to stop them before it is too late. Sensei, alright, listen, what you've heard from Azazel is true. Grigori has fallen. Heaven is under attack and has been in ruins. They are now attacking Norse as we speak. But we must not panic. We must not show them that we are scared. We need to fight back. We need to give them an answer that we will not bow to them. We will not let the Chaos Brigade do what it wants. We will fight back. We will show them that we have the power to fight back. We must fight back. If we want to protect our home that we were born and raised in, we need to protect our friends and family, the people we cherish. So please, we need all the help we can get. The beast is strong, but together we are stronger. So are you guys with me? The crowd is silent for a while. Lord Lucifer begging is not something they see all day. They knew that they must work together in order to save themselves. They all then cheered in support. They then said, We will, Lord Lucifer. We will not let them do what they want. RageRevan will not take us down. We will die to protect our home. We will not back down. We will stop the Chaos Brigade, no matter what. Sensei, thanks guys, it really means a lot for you to help us in a crisis like this. Grafia nods her head in happiness. She knew that this is the time where everyone must band together to fight against their enemies. Grafia, it is. We need to work together to stop the crisis. So Lord Lucifer, what are your orders? Sensei, first take anyone who is low class in terms of power and children to a safe area. They need to be protected the most. The others who can handle themselves can join the fight against the Chaos Brigade. Protecting anyone who is unable to protect themselves is a priority. We need to focus on that first. The crowd agrees. They take their children to a safe place. That is the first thing they needed to do. The ones who are unable to fight agree to guard the children from any attacks. Meanwhile, Sensei and the others get ready to fight against the Chaos Brigade and defeat them once and for all. Scene break. With Issei and his team, 3 hours ago. Issei and the remnants of his team were heading to the broadcasting room of Agars to stop RageRevan at all costs. That was when he got a call from Azazel, who informed him about the situation. Issei, guys, I have bad news. Grigori and Heaven are under attack, out of which Grigori has fallen, and Heaven has been laid waste to. They are now heading to attack the Norse and the America to continue their path of destruction. We need to stop them before it is too late. Rossweisse, Kuoh go to help the Norse in their attempt. If I am correct, Vali and his team are there to help them, so I need you two to help them. Rossweisse, what about you, Issei? Kuoh, I don't want to leave you yet. Issei, don't worry, nothing is going to happen to me. I promise that we will all come out of this alive. Rossweisse and Kuoh head towards a portal and go to Europe. Issei assured them that he and the others will be fine no matter what. Frisk. Issei, Frisk, listen to me. Right now King Ascari and the others need your help back there. Asriel is not with them at the moment, and their only strongest monster is Gaster and Ascari himself. They need as much help as they can get. I will be alright and I will protect Chara and Raynare no matter what happens. Frisk, alright, but I want you to stay alive. G got it. Issei, I will, Frisk, I will. Issei opened up another portal and sends Frisk back to America. He knew that they would be fine back there. Issei, Chara and Raynare then head towards the room where the broadcasting station happened, only to find no one there. It was empty. That was when a screen suddenly activated and revealed RageRevan. However, his face was much disfigured that his previous look, and his eye retina was black instead of white, surrounded by his silver eyes. RageRevan then spoke from the recording. RageRevan, ho ho ho, looks like you finally found the source of the room where the broadcasting station was taking place. Congratulations Issei or whoever found this room. You are too late. I got what I needed here a long time ago. Right now the Beast 666-kun is currently rampaging as we speak the world. So good job, you have failed to stop me. Issei wanted to destroy the recording. Raynare had her spears at hand, ready to destroy the screen. However, RageRevan said something next that caught them off guard. RageRevan, but worry not, your efforts will not go in vain, cause I have something special planned for you whoever reached this room. Think of this as a reward for reaching this room. Adios, ha 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 ha. The recording closed, when all of a sudden a spear came close. Its target was Raynare, who would not be able to dodge in time. Issei is forced to jump in front of her, taking the hit. It aimed his vital body part, fatally wounding him, severely damaging his soul. Raynare and Chara looked horrified, tears falling down their eyes. The attack then revealed itself to be the Beast 666 itself, or at least a part of it. The beast had divided itself into several parts and was attacking different locations. Chara angrily glared at the beast, tears streaming down her eyes. She held off the beast's attacks using her knife, while Issei was badly injured to the point of death. Raynare, ayaha! Raynare screamed as she saw her lover take the hit in front of her. Issei looked at her, with a smile. He was happy that she was unharmed. He then spoke. Issei, I am sorry Ray, I promised to never leave you. I'm sorry, please forgive me. Issei closed his eyes and passed out due to the pain. He took his last breath. His soul breaks down even further. Raynare, Issei. Raynare screamed as she saw her lover die in front of her eyes. Chara saw this and said, Chara, brother. Chara looked at the beast with hate-filled eyes. She will make him pay. Raynare was completely emotionless. She was unable to move. She just watched the man who had given her everything die in front of her eyes. Chara used a barrage of knives to torment the beast. She then said, Chara, I will make you pay for this. And the battle continues. Void, 3:30 p.m. Issei wakes up in the void, where he could see a screen revealing two options. Continue. Reset. Issei realizes what had happened. He was killed, or at least on the verge of the death. He was in front of the screen, which was designed to make sure what had happened. Issei then saw what seemed to be the outside world. He could see his friends falling into despair and getting killed one by one. The next thing he knows, he saw Draigg and Trihexa next to him. They were also watching the screen as well as what was happening. They gritted their teeth seeing the people they loved dying in front of them. They all knew this is what they call a failed timeline, where everyone fell to RageRevan and Trihexa clone. He could see that Chara gets brutally killed trying to avenge her brother, and Raynare losing the complete will to fight. He knew what he needed to do. That was when the dragons asked him, Draigg, Issei, what will you do? Trihexa, any option you chose we accept. Continue. If you want, go back. You can save them from their death. We don't have much time, your body is dying. As for reset, we will go back in time and the same cycle will repeat all over again. Issei, guys, thanks for being with me so far. But I will choose continue. I made a promise to myself that I will never reset ever again when I came to this new timeline. I will never go back on my word. Plus Tiamat is your lover. If I reset you would lose her, and I will not let that happen. And Trihexa, you love this timeline more than anything else. A reset would just erase everything our friends would have experienced so far. So I will continue. I will not leave them to die, not when I can save them. The dragon grinned. Issei was right. This timeline is better than any one they have so far. Issei moves his hand to the continue button, when all of a sudden a magic blast hits him. I am afraid I cannot let you do that, Issei. Issei recognized this voice. He then noticed all members of the orc with him, which caught him off guard. He knew that they were not of the current timeline since they were fighting against the beast in Japan, so they had to be of somewhere. He put the pieces together and figured out they were off the previous timeline. He then glared at them as the other members started to move towards Rias of the original timeline. The dragons were growling at them. Issei got ready to fight off against them, to destroy them once and for all. Issei, do not call me Issei, Gremory, that name is only meant for the people that care about me. You never did, when you shamelessly cheated on me. With that man, I don't even want to know or remember his name. Rias, old timeline, don't be like that. After all, you took everything away from us. You took my position as the Rookies 4 champion and... Issei cuts her off and says, Issei, fuck off. Let me remind you that I was the reason you even got that title. I defeated Seorg, not you. You were mooing when Regulus brought you to your knees. If I had not brought the Phoenix Tear, you would have lost. Not to mention every single achievement that you got directly or indirectly had my hand in it, so just shut up. Nothing ever belonged to you and it never will belong to you. Rias, old timeline, Why you are nothing but a pawn, a slave. Issei cuts her off once again and states, Issei, news flash, I removed my pieces, thanks to Draigg and Trihexa next to me. Trihexa has been more loyal to me than you bitches ever were. Rias, old timeline, why you, take this. Rias fires a concentrated blast of destruction at him, which he sidesteps. He responds with his own magical blast made of apocalyptic energy. It was direct hit. The blast cut through Rias's magical circle much to her shock, and sent her flying at a distance. She then yells, Rias, old timeline, Akeno, Koneko, everyone else, take this bastard down, make him pay for taking everything from us. Everyone from the original timeline starts to fight. Akeno and Irina from the original timeline take to the skies. Draigg and Trihexa then say, Draigg, are you sure you will be fine alone? Issei, yeah, leave them to me. Trihexa, give them hell. If you are unable, just give the word, we will come and help you. Koneko was the first to charge at him. She used her own fists coupled with her Shirin mode to take Issei down. However, Issei has learned hand-to-hand combat, and was on par with Seorg. He was easily able to handle her punches with relative ease. Issei, you said you were going to punish me. What happened? Well, let's begin. Suddenly a lightning strike hits Issei, courtesy of Akeno. Irina coupled with her own light spears, to damage Issei. Akeno then mocked. Akeno, old timeline, Ara, you should never let your guard down, and Issei charged at her in a blink of an eye. He grabbed her by the face and slammed her on the nearby wall, breaking most of her face and bones surrounding it. Issei then dragged her across the wall in speeds faster than sound, and it started to destroy her skin. Akeno screamed in pain as her skin is ripped apart. Ravel and Rias throw their magic at Issei to protect Akeno. However, Issei used Akeno as a shield. All the attacks were hit on her. She was in constant pain because of this. When the attack was done, Akeno's clothes were destroyed and many of her body was singed, and she was naked. Issei then decided to end her life and destroy her soul once and for all. Annihilate. Issei completely destroys her and her soul once and for all. After a while, Akeno was no more. She was dead. Issei, 1 down 5 to go. Do you still wish to fight? I still haven't even used my balance breaker. Rias, old timeline, Akeno, no, murder him, make his suffer. Issei, you will never learn, will you? Honestly, I did not see why I even fell for you. Welp, let's end this. Extinction barrage. Issei fired an extinction barrage aimed at Zenobia and Koneko. They were completely overwhelmed by the barrage, putting them out for the fight. He then focused on Ravel, Irina and Rias. He then spoke. Issei, you know, if you had told me, all of you, that you never liked me, that would have been much better than betraying me. Your brother would have listened to you, Rias. Speaking of which, he knows everything. I told him everything. He was disgusted and disappointed in you. He even knew that you were better off dead. Riser also knows about what you did, Ravel. He cried when he heard your actions, and same goes for Kuroka and Barakil. They cried when they heard what their daughter did. It is a shame that Akeno cannot hear this. Honestly, did you even think twice before betraying me? I don't think so. Rias, old timeline, no. Rias and Ravel had tears. They knew that their siblings who loved and were toyed with now hate them more than anything else. They looked at Issei in pure hatred. Koneko also had a similar reaction. She wanted to rip apart Issei for this, but her body was completely disabled. She could only cry. Issei then charged at Irina. He ripped off her wings with relative ease. Irina, old timeline, aha. Irina screamed in pain as she fell plummeting down. There were 2 bloody spots where Irina had her wings. Issei threw her wings and then spoke. Issei, you do not deserve to be an angel, Irina. Angels are beings of purity and loyalty. You pretty much did everything opposite to that. Michael knew everything about your actions. The Irina of the current timeline suffered because of you. She could never get her angelhood because of you. Thankfully, your parents don't know about this. I hope you burn in hell because of this, Irina Shido. Issei then fired extinction sphere towards Irina, killing her instantly. She screamed further in pain, but before dying she said, Irina, old timeline, aha, damn you, Issei thigh. Irina was dead. 2 were down, 4 to go. Issei wanted to end this as soon as possible. He charged a black ball in his hand. He fired the ball towards Zenobia and Koneko. Their magic along with the magic of Rias and Ravel were siphoned. Ravel, old timeline, what is this magic? Rias, old timeline, it is draining away our powers. We cannot move. Issei, this is Black Sun, Trihix's signature move that nearly killed the god of the Bible. It drains away the magic of the opposing enemy. Now suffer. Goodbye, Zenobia and Koneko. Go and rest for good. The ball was big enough to kill Zenobia and Koneko. Issei took it one step further and boosted the ability to make sure it was big enough to evaporate their body for good. The black sun approached the duo, and it completely destroyed their bodies and their souls with ease, killing them both with zero to little effort. Rias got to her knees. She just lost 2 more of her pieces. She began weeping endlessly. She has lost everything. She blamed Issei for what he did to her, who only knew that this Rias will never regret what she did. Issei then focused his attention on Ravel, who had the look of fear in her eyes. Issei charged at her, and grabbed her face and slammed it to the ground. He knew that her regeneration will be a problem, so he used the same trick which he did last time. He used Annihilate on her regenerative factor, destroying it. He then rag-dolled her around, destroying most of her body. She had broken bones, broken flesh and blood coming from several locations on her body. Issei then threw her upwards. He then jumped up and slammed her to the ground. Ravel was groaning in pain. She has never been through this level of pain. Issei then decided to end this by using his next move. Extinction Storm. A storm of pure destructive energy was thrown at Ravel as it disintegrated her body on a molecular level and destroyed her soul. Ravel was the 5th one to die, leaving Rias completely alone. Issei then noticed Rias charging her Extinguished Star attack. Rias, old timeline, take this burn in hell Issei Hiyodohuwu. Rias fired her attack at Issei. Issei only grabs the blast with one hand and completely destroys it, shocking Rias. He then charged at her and smashed his fist, sending her flying. He then taunted. Issei, come on, is that all the ruined princess has got? He then gestured her to come attack him. Rias blindly charged at him in anger and desperation. He only grabbed her and slammed her to the ground, breaking her bones on the back. She slammed to the ground. Issei then began kicking her continually as her body started to suffer in agony because of the pain. Rias screamed every time Issei kicked her. Rias, old timeline, please stop this. Issei, I will do anything. Please, if there is any mercy left in you, I will do anything. Issei then stopped kicking, much to the surprise of the dragons. He then spoke. Issei, you will do anything. Rias, old timeline, anything. I will offer you my body as well. Rias attempts to strip, but Issei stops her. He then says, Issei, I have a request then. Rias, old timeline, yes, tell me. Issei, will you die for me? Rias understood what he meant. She begged Issei not to kill her. He then spoke. Rias, old timeline, no, please, Mare. Rias was unable to finish as Issei used Annihilate on her, killing her instantly and destroying her soul. He had a neutral look on his face. He was neither happy nor sad when they died. He then looked at the dragons, who knew that those girls no bitches deserve this. He then said, Issei, well, now that is done, we have to get back. Raynare is waiting for me. He took one last look at the screen where he could see his true lover crying for him to come back. Draigg then spoke up. Draigg, Issei, you do not have much time, your soul is starting to crack. Issei, well then let's go, it is anyway boring in the void. Issei then clicks on the continue button. Scene change. Broadcasting room, Agar Stadium, 4 p.m. Raynare was endlessly weeping on what seemed to be the lifeless body of Issei. That was when Issei woke up with a jolt. He could see that Raynare has not moved from her position yet. He then called out her name. Raynare looked at him. Issei gave her a goofy smile. He then spoke. Issei, hey Ray, did you miss me? Issei coughed up as Raynare punched him on the stomach. He looked at her, and she had her face dried with tears. He knew that she was weeping endlessly. Raynare then spoke with a low tone. Raynare, why, hick, do you do this? Why you nearly died once again back because of me, hick, why, please don't, hick, leave me like this Issei. Raynare cried on his chest. Issei kept his hand on her to console her. He knew that she meant the world to him. They knew that neither would live without each other for much long. They stayed like this for a while, after which Issei told. Issei, well, we still have that to deal with. I mean, Chara is fighting alone against the beast. She will not be able to hold on for much longer. We can catch up later. Issei and Raynare look at Chara, who was barely holding up against the apocalyptic beast. They knew that now would be the time to fight against the beast and take it down once and for all. Meanwhile, Chara was able to hold her own against the beast using her own hate to fight against it. She was holding pretty good, until the beast disarmed her. By using her knife and throwing it off aside, she then looked to only see a sphere aimed at her chest. She closed her eyes, accepting her fate. At the very least she would die trying to avenge her fallen brother. But the sphere never went through. She then heard Welsh dragon balance break. Chara then saw a red-armored Issei holding the sphere and crushing it with ease, causing immense pain for the beast. She had tears in her eyes. knowing that Issei was once again alive. Issei then spoke. Issei, hey sis. Let's deal with this beast once and for all, together. We can catch up later. I know you want to punch me, but save that. Issei then contacted Office. Through his link, they then understood that it is about time. Office. Oh, and by the way, Great Red agreed to help us. I managed to convince him to join us against the Beast 666. He is going to help us. And yes, he knows about the past timeline. Issei, but... Office. Worry not, he will not hurt them since he respects your wish, and knows that they are not the same. So let us take this beast and reserve him once and for all. Issei, thanks Office. Great Red then joined in on the link. Great Red, before you ask how I know about the timelines, I can see through resets. Usually it does not bother me. But I saw through what had been happening while I was away. But fret not, I am happy that I gave my flesh to you. You managed to bring the beast on your side, so I do not regret what had happened in the past. But I do regret that I was not there to help you when you needed me the most, hatchling. Issei, worry not Great Red, I am already over it. Great Red, well then destroy this clone once and for all. Do not let it ruin the image the original Draigg has been trying to repair. Issei, you got it Great Red. Issei then began the chant for Diabolos Dragon DXD. Issei, the crimson red dragon dwelling within me, awaken from your dominance. Draigg, the crimson heavenly dragon I possess within me, rise up to become a king and roar. Office, the jet black god of infinity. Issei, the glorious red god of dreams. Draigg, the true beast of apocalypse. All three, watch over the forbidden existence we shall become that transcends the boundaries. All three, thou shalt dance within our radiant inferno. Diabolos Dragon DXD. Issei had activated his Diabolos Dragon after a very long time. He knew that he was now ready since his training with the dragons improved his durability and stamina, allowing him to use the form without collapsing. He nearly died in the previous timeline during his fight against the Beast 666 and RageRevan. And the next time he fell into a coma for a week, albeit he used Apocalypse Answer Arms simultaneously. Issei then took to the skies with his wings. Raynare also releases her 6 wings and Chara picks up her knife to begin fighting against the beast. The beast roars when he sees the power that was radiating in front of him. Issei, on seeing this, he knew that the beast is also ready to fight against the beast one and for all. Raynare fired a barrage of spears at the beast, damaging it, while Chara used her knife storm ability to damage the beast's powers and abilities. The beast's body is damaged because of the continuous damage it is getting. The spears do not stop as both Raynare and Chara increase their intensity of their attacks, making it bleed and damage it even more. Issei, it is only gonna get worse for you. Boost D Infinity D. 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 Apocalyptic Infinity Blaster. Issei fired his Apocalyptic Infinity Blaster at the beast, dealing massive damage to it. The only reason it was able to survive was because of its regeneration, however its core was exposed. Issei knew that this was the right opportunity to strike it while it is vulnerable. Issei, Ray, Chara, now is our chance. We need to destroy that core, or the beast will keep regenerating. We need to take it down before it can do so. Raynare and Chara, got it. Raynare aimed her light blasts and targeted at the beast's core, damaging it. Halting the regeneration, the beast used its attacks at Raynare, but she easily dodged. Being a mindless beast allowed her to gain an advantage on it. Since it was not able to rationally think, another attack courtesy of Chara came through it. Several knives were sent piercing the core of the beast with its damage. The trio then fly towards the weakened core, since the regeneration was temporarily halted. He knew that now would be the time to destroy one of the beast's parts, successfully destroyed since it prioritized dealing with the core first. Chara, so that's its core, it is awfully human. Clone Draig's core seemed to be a young boy made of light, whose only distinguishing feature is 10 horns upon its head. Soon after, this being sprouts 6 wings: bird, dragon, bat, and various other beasts. Issei, indeed I must give them credit for making an exact clone of you, Draigsa. Draigsa, I know it is surprising that they were able to recreate the beast by using only traces of your hatred, the Sephiroth Graal and the Fruit of Knowledge. I must give that bastard credit though for creating one that looks similar to me. Raynare, we need to destroy it. The clone senses us here as unwanted visitors. We need to destroy it before it is too late. Draigg, Raynare is correct. It is about time to use that move. Once the core is destroyed, we should be able to save Underworld at the very least. Issei, you got it. Everyone fire it at what you have got. Raynare starts firing her strongest light spears, while Chara uses her determination and red knives, dealing instant kill damage to the beast. She knew this would exhaust her completely for a while. Issei then starts boosting. Boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D, boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D 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 boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D 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 boost, D infinity D. Annihilation Longinus Smasher. A reddish green and black beam is fired on the beast. The beast tries to get rid of the attackers, but it was too late. The attack started to damage the core severely. The clone howled in pain as the blast started to reduce the durability of the beast to nothingness. The trio knew that it was now or never to destroy the beast once and for all. The core started to disintegrate into nothingness, causing the whole beast mechanism to fall apart, resulting in its defeat. The beast's body started to fall apart and get completely destroyed. They knew they needed to get out of there, which they successfully do so. The body started to explode, resulting in the complete destruction of the broadcasting station. Issei and Raynare and Chara, who was on Issei's back, all head to where Saji and Seog were present. They were all looking at Issei's Diablo's dragon, who managed to get out of there safely, and they all head back safely. Issei then dispels his armor and falls down and sits for a while due to exhaustion. That last move did take a lot out of him. Saji helps him up, while saying, "Saji, easy buddy, you did a good job. You managed to destroy one part of the beast. Now let the others do the rest. President, Raynare, he is all yours." The girls grab him. He calms down Chara, who was worried sick about her brother's condition. He is then joined by Serzex and Grafia, who all were happy to see everyone still alive. But they all knew that this fight was far from over. Serzex, Issei, take rest. The fight is far from over. We need to be at our strongest. I must thanks for defending Underworld from the beast. I was not able to sense it in the broadcasting system. One part of the beast is down. The clone of the beast doesn't seem as strong as the regular one, so we have a chance of destroying it like last time. Issei, indeed, and Great Red is coming to help us fight against the beast. We can still win this. There is hope. We must fight back. Grafia, indeed, but for now rest. All of you need to rest. Let us handle the rest. Issei and the others take a small break since they managed to hold off the beast's power for now. Scene break. Europe, 2 hours ago. Vali and his team/Og, the Norse mythology, the fallen angels and the angels were facing off against the Trahixa's body part that was attacking the European territory. As it was in the APL's mountain range, thankfully it was away from any main populated settlement, so there will be no more loss of human life for now. That was when a portal opened up, revealing to be Rossweisse and Kuroka. Vali then asked, "Vali, what are you two doing here?" Kuroka, Issei, asked us to come and help you guys against the beast. Right now he is in the underworld, yeah. Vali, what happened there? Rossweisse, RageRevan, exposed the existence of the King Piece to the entire underworld, throwing it into chaos. Issei and the remnants of his team, Serzex, Grafia, Sona and her peerage are currently fixing the situation as we speak. Azazel, damn it. Azazel gritted his teeth in anger. He knew that his students were in danger. Earlier he got the message from Yasaka that the Shinto gods, along with Dulio, who was sent by Michael earlier, along with Israel, Tiamat and the Gremry peerage are facing off against Trahixa, Apophis and RageRevan that were attacking the Japanese front. Thankfully all citizens have been evacuated and more loss of life was avoided. In the American territory of monsters the same thing was happening. Another body of Trahixa had attacked there as well. The Hindu and the Celtic gods had been facing the body of Trahixa on the American front as well. There a lot of life has been lost there, because the beast made a sudden attack. Tobio then noticed that Azi Dehaka was missing. He told Vali, "Tobio, Vali, go and fight against Azi Dehaka. He needs to be stopped from creating more destruction." Vali, but my mother. That was when a blonde buxom young woman with long flowing blonde hair and sapphire blue eyes. She wore a standard magician robes with a hood. She was Lavinia Rennie, a member of Team/Dog and the wielder of the Longinus Absolute Demise. Lavinia, Vali, listen to me. We will protect your mother and her family from the beast, right? Azi Dehaka takes priority. Focus on him first. I promise you nothing will happen to your mother. Lavina's voice was serious. She usually calls him Vakuin, but her calling him by his name meant that she was serious. Vali knew that he needed to face off against Issei along with his team just like in the previous timeline, so he needed to stop him. Vali. Alright Lavinia, Tobio, I trust you too, please protect my mother. She may not remember me, but she is still my mother. Please keep her safe. Lavinia and Tobio, leave it to us, Vali. Vali, guys, let's go, we have a dragon to deal with. Vali and his team flew to face off against Issei, the Diabolism Thousand Dragon and Forbidden Dragon of demonic origin. They needed to put it down for good. Tannen had earlier warned Vali to be careful of Issei's magic. Issei was described to be a giant dragon with 3 heads and 6 giant wings. He had very dark scales with a shade of purple, created by Ingram Manu, another evil god from the Persian mythology. Issei was a force to be reckoned with. Considered to be stronger than the Dragon Kings, he was known to be a cruel and wicked dragon. Vali was having a hard time, even trying to destroy the scales of Issei even in his juggernaut drive. Issei seemed to be enjoying pain that Vali and the others were inflicting on him. Not even Lefay's spells and Arthur's Caliban were trying to injure the evil dragon. Issei then taunted. Issei, what's wrong, Lucifer, is that all you got? Vali knew that there was no progress that was happening. He then told his team. Vali, listen guys, leave this to me. Just like last time, I am the only one that can beat him. Just have faith in me. Lefay, are you sure about this, Vali? Vali, yeah, can't let Issei have all the fun, you know. Kuroka, stay alive, leader. Issei will never forgive you if you die. Vali nods in confirmation. He asks Arthur and Biko to protect the girls, which they all agree upon. Even Fenrir agrees to protect his team from Issei in case Vali loses. Vali then starts to fight against Issei, who uses his light magic to hurt Vali, which Vali dodges as he knows that he would do the same thing once again. Vali transformed into his Imperio Juggernaut drive and used Compression Divide on Issei. Issei struggled to fight against the Compression Divide. But unfortunately, Vali was forced to revert back to his regular scale mail because of the massive strain it took. Issei on seeing this smirks. He then taunts Vali, or more accurately Albion, by saying, Issei, hey Albion Guiber, try using your poison, maybe then you can defeat me once and for all. Nothing you do will try to hurt me. You are nothing but dependent on that, as you cannot do anything without your poison. Albion controlled himself. He knew that Issei would taunt him like that. He then responded. Albion, that's where you are wrong. Draigg and I rely on our claws, fangs, ambition, and aura. We rely on our pure power to fight and enhance each other. Since I'm known as one of the 2 heavenly dragons alongside Draigg, poison is not a necessary thing to me. Issei gritted his teeth. He then decided that now would be the time to use his illusion magic. He knew that by showing him his deepest desires to break him. Albion, Vali, watch out. However, it was too late. Vali was already hit by Issei's magic as he grinned, knowing that Vali would break, seeing what he desired the most. He desired to have a normal, loving family, with his mother and siblings, just like Issei had. Thankfully, Albion was able to get him out of the illusion. Vali, thanks for that, Albion. Albion, not a problem, Vali, we still have him to defeat. That was when someone unexpected contracted him. It was Ophis, who decided to give the Lucifer half-blood some power. They knew that it would be time for Vali to use his strongest form. Ophis, hello Vali, need some help? Vali, took you long enough, Ophis, so is it about time that we... Ophis, yes, indeed you should be able to use this power to defeat him. Issei already got his god form, now it is your turn to get your Satan form. Vali, indeed Ophis, indeed. Vali then began the chant along with Albion and Ophis. Vali, the pure white dragon dwelling within me, rise up from your supremacy. Albion, the silvery white morning star I possess within me, claim the throne of dawn. Ophis, the jet black god of infinity. Vali, the mysterious and unfathomable father of devils. Vali and Albion, we shall transcend the limits to accept the oath. All 3, thou shalt kneel down before our bright and glorious existence. Diabolos Dragon Lucifer. Vali was now in an armor colored in a mix of silver and black and gains 12 mechanical devil wings. Although he knew that he could only maintain this form for a short while, he knew that it was enough to defeat Issei once and for all. Issei looked at the armor in pure fear, as this armor had the power of both Albion and Ophis in him. Vali then unleashed a massive assault of pure demonic power at him. Issei tried to use hundreds of illusion clones to fight against Vali. However, Vali used his new compression divider to destroy them with ease. Satan Compression Divider. On seeing such a massive power, several mass-produced evil dragons and corrupted soul traits attacked Vali to try and defeat them. However, the souls were handled by the rest of the Vali team, with Arthur using his Excalibur ruler to remove the hate present on their bodies. It was straining for the blonde knight, but he managed to remove most of the hate present in their bodies. All of these souls fell unconscious, which were then successfully transported to a safe area. Arthur along with Le Fay continued removing most of the hate present in the souls. However, it was no easy feat. The hate seemed to be like a virus. If come close or any physical contact which happened, they could become infected and become one of them. One of the corrupted souls attacked Le Fay. Arthur, on seeing this, immediately rushed to save his sister. He was not fast enough, thought, and Le Fay would have been caught if it was not for Arthur doing something unexpected. All of a sudden, a yellow light beam was thrown towards the soul, sending him flying and destroying most of the hate present. Le Fay recognized what he had done. She was smiling happily as she recognized that her brother had unlocked his soul trait, that being justice. Arthur, on the other hand, was confused. Arthur, what just happened? Le Fay, brother, you unlocked your soul trait. It is justice, the third rarest soul trait. Arthur looked at his hand. He could then see a glowing yellow ring on his hand. He knew that this power could be handy. He then looked as some souls were still remaining to be uncorrupted. He then unsummoned his sword and used his new ability to destroy most of the hate on the souls, freeing them with ease. Le Fay assisted him in taking more of these souls and saving them once and for all. Kuroka and Biko were teleporting the saved souls back to a safe area to send them back to their homes safely. Arthur then relaxed since most of the souls have been saved, and the glow on his hands fades away. He then looks at Vali and notices that most of the mass-produced evil dragons have been destroyed, with Vali using Albion's special ability Reduce. Running low on magical power, Azazel used one final attempt to take out Vali once and for all. He tried to bite Vali with his fangs. However, Vali saw this and decided to end things once and for all. Satan Lucifer Smash. Azazel started to disintegrate after taking a direct hit from a bombardment of silver white and jet black aura from a cannon muzzle, which was revealed after the armor plates on the chest and abdomen slide open. Before dying and getting disintegrated, Azazel said, Azazel, someday, once again, let's fight once more, Lucifer. Azazel was no longer there. He had died for good. Vali's armor was powered down. Since he no longer needed it, he seemed exhausted after the fight. His team had come to assist him, since they also had defeated Europe and saved the human souls that RageRevan had captured and infected with hate. Vali thanked his team for helping him so far. But they all knew that the battle was far from over. There were still parts of Trihexa attacking other locations as well, and that bastard RageRevan is still alive. Alps Mountains, Europe, 1 hour before Vali's victory. The beast was still attacking the different factions, even with the combined assault of Heaven's forces and Grigori's forces, or what remains of it. Along with the Norse Valkyries and Team /Dog, they were still unable to do much. Any attack they performed, either the beast used to tank or regenerate itself from the wounds. The beast had sent several mass-produced evil dragons to the city to attack human-populated areas, killing several innocent human beings. Much to the others' shock, humanity, despite their technology, are not able to do much against the mass-produced evil dragons and corrupted souls. Odin, who was already struggling fighting against the beast, fell down to his knees. Vidar and Thor immediately come to their father's aid. Vidar and Thor, Father. Odin, I am fine, children. Listen, Thor, Vidar, send every force we can to the human world. Vidar, but Father, our secret will. Odin, I don't care about that secret. Those humans, they are innocent, they need to be protected, they are defenseless against them, those evil dragons will kill them without hesitation. Thor, understood, Father. Brynhilde, you know what to do, right? Brynhilde, you got it, Thor, we will save those humans. Brynhilde then commands all the Valkyries to head to the populated areas. To prevent any more damage from happening, several other Norse gods volunteer to head to protect those humans. Rossweisse also wanted to go but was stopped by Brynhilde. She then spoke. Brynhilde, listen, Ross, stay back and fight against them. You are the smartest one among us. You also made an essay related to the beast once before. Only you can try and defeat the beast. I hate to say this, but you are our only hope if we can stop this thing once and for all. Rossweisse, alright, but you better stay alive, Brynhilde, got it? Brynhilde, I am, at least till I see that you have a boyfriend, Miss Odin's #1 Valkyrie. Rossweisse blushed on that nickname. While Odin chuckled on hearing two youngsters fight, she recovered when Brynhilde left along with the others to protect humanity in different locations. They knew that it was now or never. Humanity needed to be protected. Vidar, Thor, Odin, Rossweisse, the cadre fallen angels, the seraphs and several other angels, fallen and others are left alone fighting against the beast who don't plan on stopping. That was when a concentrated magic hits the clone, dealing several damage to the magic of the beast. It were the Olympians along with several Greek soldiers. Although they were surprised that Hades was working with them, Vidar then asks, Vidar, Hades, I thought you were working with the Cow's brigade. What happened? What caused you to change sides? Hades responded, Hades, I know what I did with the brigade was unforgivable. But I know that right now we need to band together if we needed to fight the beast. We don't have much. We need to stop them before it is too late. Azazel, so you have a brain inside of you, a walking catacomb. Hades gritted his teeth and glared at Azazel, who only moved his hands sideways. Zeus, now brother, we have a threat to solve, and the same thing goes for you as well, Azazel. We need to stop the beast before it is too late. All the gods present fire their strongest attack at the beast. They were making some progress at stopping the beast's rampage, all the while the beast was able to severely burn several of the Greek gods with relative ease. Zeus, Hestia, Apollo, Athena, no, you will pay for that. Zeus fired his strongest lightning bolt at the beast, which makes it howl in pain. Odin then said, Odin, now is your chance, attack the beast with all you got. We need to at the very least try and find a weak spot so that we can destroy the beast if possible. Sealing is not an option. We need to avenge those that have been defeated. Now let's go. The gods yelled, and fired their strongest attacks at them. Azazel and the other cadres fired their strongest light spears at the clone, along with Michael, Gabriel and the other seraphs who fired their strongest light attacks at them. Tobio decided to activate their balance breaker Perfectus Tenebri Lycaon et Fortis Densus Laelapse, as he transformed into a beast of darkness and covered the whole mountain with dark blades, which tore apart the evil dragons that had been surrounding the clone beast in order to protect it. Lavinia did the same as well as Saludo Argento Mondo, freezing several of the evil dragons as well as slowing down the beast's rampage with ease. Barakiel, did we get him? The dust settled, revealing Traheek's clone regenerating from its attacks, revealing its core. They knew that now was their chance to attack them. Azazel, listen, the beast is regenerating. Everyone target the core, make sure you can destroy it. Despite being a clone, it is still weaker than the regular one. We need to stop or at the very least halt its regeneration if we need to defeat it. The gods and the others understood what they needed to do. Rossweisse used her sealing magic to disable the movement of Traheeksa, while Lavinia assisted her in freezing the dragon with ease. Traheeksa responded with a fire breath. Traheeksa tried to distract them by summoning more evil dragons who went towards the other populated cities, and attacked several humans, killing them with ease. Some even went to attack the angels and fallen angels, killing most of them with ease. Azazel, damn it, the beast is relying on its instinct to survive. Many angels and fallen have already been killed thanks to their attack on heaven and Grigori. Now even more of them are falling. Shemizai, Nemina, take some fallen and save those humans there. Michael, Azazel is right. Gabriel, Uriel, do the same. Take some angels and any exorcists you can find. Defend those humans, they are helpless. We need to try and save as much life as possible. We do not have much time left. The ones told to understood and left to save humanity from their attacks. They needed to protect whoever they can. They being exposed, being damned. They never knew things would get this bad, especially for them. They needed to protect whoever they can, and they cannot fall. The beast fires its strongest fire breath aimed at them. The gods knew that one fire breath can easily destroy several countries with relative ease multiple times over. Azazel then screamed, Azazel, the ones who can make barriers, do it now, make your strongest barriers, we need to defend ourselves. The voice was heard loud and clear. Many gods managed to create several barriers designed to protect themselves, and everyone who could make barriers did so. Multiple barriers of different types were created to protect themselves. The first barrier was the weakest, and it became stronger as the barriers increased in number. The gods made the barriers that were comprised of the core. The barriers started to crack and break one by one. The gods maintaining them struggled to do so, and they collapsed due to the strain coupled with the damage to the barriers. Eventually the fire breath reached the final barrier. It was cracking. The people present knew that their fate was sealed. Azazel, well, this is it. Sorry Vali, Issei, I may not be there anymore. Barakiel, sorry Akeno, I know you have become better, but this might be the last time you hear from me. I am happy that you have changed into a better person. Zeus, I'm sorry I failed you. I failed humanity. I as a chief god could not protect you from harm's way. I'm sorry. Poseidon, don't say that, brother. We tried our best. We tried to protect our home. Dying for it is something we should always do. Rossweisse looked down. She then spoke. Rossweisse, sorry Issei, I will not be home for dinner. At the site where Yasaka was defeated, Vali looked at the area where there was fire. He could sense the fading presence of Azazel, Tobio and Lavinia. He immediately rushed to help despite his exhausted condition. Kuroka stopped him. Vali, Kuroka, let me go, I need to help them. Kuroka, I'm sorry Vali, but he will not be able to hold on, not without help. Rossweisse is there too, I know how you feel. Vali looked up to see Kuroka had tears in her eyes. They knew that this was it, at least for them. Vali collapses, tears in his eyes. Kuroka consoled him, while trying her best to running tears from her eyes. Even Biko, Le Fay and Arthur watched helplessly. They were unable to do anything. That was when they sensed a presence they never expected would come. Back with the gods and other supernatural beings. The gods were ready to accept their fate, when they sensed a very familiar yet unexpected presence. The flame breath stopped. The attacker was revealed to be Great Red and Tannen. They were there to help them, shocking everyone present. Great Red then announced. Great Red, it has been a while. Greek and Norse gods, you two Azazel and Seraphs. Azazel, Great Red, how did you come here? Who sent you here? Great Red, Ophis asked me for help, against the beast. I am here to help you against the beast clone. And one more thing, Issei, along with that fallen and human are currently fighting against another beast clone in the underworld. Zeus, that boy never ceases to surprise me. First he stopped Gaia, now he is holding off against the beast clone. He truly is a living miracle. Thor chimed in. Thor, indeed that boy you told me about is special. I would love to fight the slayer of Gaia and the one who wielded Mjolnir. Azazel only smiled proudly at his student's accomplishments. He was proud that Raynare is not the same person she once was and has become much stronger than before. Odin, Thor, you can fight him anytime. For now we need to deal with this beast once and for all. Great Red, you guys need to create an opening into the beast, the core. Once it is destroyed, then only this clone will fall. Azazel, you heard the guy. Let's take this son of a bitch down once and for all. Everyone, yeah? The gods, fallen angels, Tobio, Lavinia and Rossweisse all fire their strongest attacks at them once again. This time the Tannen also assisted in using his fire breath to destroy the beast once and for all. Their attacks managed to create an opening. Great Red then chimed in. Great Red, leave this to me, you guys rest, I will handle this. Great Red then attacked the core. With his strongest fire breath, Draigg tried to counterattack, but it was too focused on dealing with the regenerating itself. Great Red dashed at supersonic speeds and grabbed the beast and sent it flying. He then charged up another fire breath at the dragon, burning the core and hampering its regeneration. Great Red, now burn in purgatory, you destructive beast. Great Red continued the flame attack, burning every trace of the core. The beast was unable to regenerate because of the flames. Eventually the core was completely disintegrated, leaving no trace of it or the beast. The beast that attacked Europe was officially dealt with. The gods and the others all cheered and relaxed as the beast was now officially dead. Vali then rushed to Azazel and embraced his father figure, not caring for anyone seeing him. Azazel consoled his adoptive son down, while Kuroka embraced Rossweisse, who was like a family member to her. They were all happy that they were alive for another day. Great Red then leaves and heads to the dimensional gap, but promises that he would join if they needed help once again, much to their happiness. Scene break. Monster Territory, America, 1 hour earlier. The monsters were facing off against the beast clone part there. The evil dragons present were constantly attacking and slaying humans and monsters alike. Several monsters like Wimsun, Lux, Vegetoids and others were already killed and turned into dust, much to their anger there. That was when Frisk showed up from a portal. Ascari and Tariel immediately rushed to him to check for any wounds. Frisk then told Frisk, Issei sent me here. The underworld is under crisis as well. Asriel is back at Japan protecting Issei's parents along with Tiamat and Asya. RageRevan has created chaos back there as well. Ascari, damn it. Tariel, calm down Ascari. I am happy that nothing happened to you, Frisk. But we are also under attack as well. Several humans and monsters have been killed by the beast clone as well as the mass-produced evil dragons as well. Frisk, no, we need to stop those dragons as well before they kill anyone else. Undyne chimed in. Undyne, you got that right, punk. We need to protect them. I may be a former Royal Guard captain, but I still got the skill to defeat them. Let's avenge what we have lost. Nyag. Everyone present agrees. The Cow's Brigade will pay for their actions. Sans and Papyrus volunteer to take down those evil dragons. Although this surprises Papyrus since he is the type that cannot hurt a fly, she is nevertheless happy. They all then get ready for the evil dragons and the beast that charged at them. Sans decided to deal with evil dragons. They summoned Gaster blasters to defeat the evil dragons with ease. killing several of them. Papyrus, let me join you, brother, let us give them a bad time. Papyrus destroyed several of those evil dragons with ease. They continued slaying many more evil dragons with ease, managing to kill several of them with ease. Alphys and Gaster create a barrier designed so that the humans can be safe from any evil dragons and if possible the beast itself. They were there as a sort of final defense against the defenseless if they fail. They knew that they had to stay back in order to protect the defenseless. Ascari was relentlessly slaying the evil dragons that tried hurting any human or monster, or any that came close. As a matter of fact, his mastery of his trident along with fire magic were destroying any of them that came close. Teriel was destroying and burning to the point of complete disintegration any evil dragon that came close to her or her children. She was angry, no furious at RageRevan for attacking her new home and killing several of the monsters. Frisk assisted them in destroying several of the monsters using hand-to-hand combat. Any that did manage to damage Frisk, his wounds were healed in a matter of seconds, making him fight even more. Undyne assisted her in summoning multiple spears from above, destroying several of the evil dragons with ease. Undyne, suffer. Teriel, kinda overkill, but I will let it slide. Undyne, thanks Teriel. Frisk, we still have the beast to deal with. That was when they noticed a tremendous aura. The Hindu and the Celtic gods have come to aid them, much to their happiness. Even the Tremurti was present to assist them in taking the beast out once and for all. The beast noticed this and fired a fire breath at them in an attempt to destroy it, but however it could not do anything as Shiva, along with Brahma, assisted in damaging the beast. Shiva, stand down, you vile creature. Brahma, the beast seems weaker than the original. Indra, that is because this was a clone of the original. If it was the original, we would have never been able to even cause a dent on that thing. Ascari, thanks guys for helping us against this beast. We will forever be grateful to your aid. Shiva, no Ascari, don't thank us. Protecting this planet is our duty. That is what we are here for. We need to destroy this beast once and for all. Indra, indeed, I even sent Saw and the hero faction to fight against the beast. Frisk, but Lord Indra isn't he? Indra, not anymore, he has joined the fight against the Cow's brigade. But enough talk, let's take this beast down for good. They all knew that it was now or never. The Hindu gods were in the top 10 strongest being in the world. If anyone could hold their own against the beast, it is them. The humans were surprised to see gods and every other mythological creature to be real. But they needed to protect themselves first. The beast needed to be stopped before it is too late, before it could hurt anyone else. Shiva, Brahma and Vishnu fired their strongest attacks at them. The attack was strong enough to completely pierce the beast's defenses and revealing the core. Indra saw this as an opportunity, and summoned his Vajra to fire lightning at the core, dealing massive damage to it. However, the beast was constantly regenerating itself up with zero to little effort. Much to the gods' anger, they knew that they needed a much stronger attack. Everyone agreed to work together to finish the beast off. With Gaster and Alphys. Gaster was watching the fight from afar. He then said, Gaster, Alphys, open the shields, let me out of here. I can help them. Alphys, are you sure, Gaster? Gaster, it is about time I step in to join the fight. Alphys, alright. Alphys opens the shield and Gaster releases himself out. He then assists the others in their fight against the beast clone. He then asks Alphys to restore the shield generator, which she does. Alphys, stay safe out there. Gaster gives her a thumbs up. He then teleports to the location of where the sands and papyrus are, confusing them both with the others. The beast is constantly attacking buildings and everything around it, causing massive property damage. They were trying to hold it off from destroying any more buildings. The gods and the others knew that they needed to stop it. They managed to damage it, even the core to some extent. That was when Gaster joined him. He told them what they needed to do, if they needed to fight against the beast. Gaster, listen up. The beast has its regenerative abilities, but it has its limitation. It is not as strong as the full power of the regular Trihexa. It is nothing but a clone, and a divided one. In fact, it having its own core proves my point. I assume that it is only 10% of the clone beast. We need to first find a way to halt or at the very least slow down its regeneration so that it can be vulnerable. Then we must destroy its core with all we have got. Anything can destroy the core as long as it can overwhelm its regenerative properties. First, we need to open up the beast enough so that the core can be exposed, after which we need to fire the core with our strongest attacks, else the core will continue its regeneration and the beast will be unstoppable. Shiva, but Dr. Gaster, the beast will just keep endlessly regenerating itself from the attacks, so what now? Gaster, that's why I am here, leave this to me. Shiva, alright, you guys heard the man, blast open that beast, make sure it is exposed. Shiva and the other gods along with some monsters fire their attacks on the beast, destroying most of its outer covering. This exposes the core of the beast. Gaster then sees this as his opportunity. Gaster, now it is my turn, hey ya ha. Gaster screams as his eye twitches between red and purple. This summons several small hands. 2 big hands and a huge Gaster blaster is summoned in front of him, surprising everyone. This was the power of the second strongest monster. Gaster then sent those to hold of the beast's regeneration. Even the 2 big hands assisted them in taking out the beast. The other hands assist the big ones in holding off the beast's regeneration. Gaster, I cannot hold this forever. The regeneration is powerful. Now is your chance. Everyone attack with all you have got. Gaster's voice was loud and clear. The gods and monsters attack with their strongest attacks. Undyne activates her own determination armor, which is her undying armor. With a red soul at the center, Sans and Papyrus send a huge flurry of bones and Gaster blasters at them. Undyne then summons her biggest spear, which is red in color, and throws at the beast's core, destroying any surrounding buildings and property around the spear. Undyne, take this, go to hell where you belong to. The attacks are all then sent to the beast's core. Since the regeneration was forcefully halted, it was forced to stop the outer husk's regeneration and focus on the core regeneration. This allowed Gaster to completely destroy its outer body, leaving the core wide open. He then unleashed his Gaster blaster and summoned a few more and fired at the clone, which was far stronger than Sans and Papyrus's combined. He aimed at the core, which was struggling from the attacks thrown earlier. The power from those blasts were enough to destroy the core, completely overwhelming its regeneration, coupled with the attacks from all the gods of the Hindu and Celtic mythology assisting them. It was too much. Eventually it was overwhelming and they resulted in the core completely destroyed, which ended up in an explosion. Vishnu, the beast is about to explode. Everyone get the heck out of here. The gods all teleport to a safe area. They create a barrier to prevent the explosion from hurting them, or worse, the humans and monsters behind them. Eventually the explosion dies out, revealing a crater. With nothing surrounding it intact, the beast in America has also fallen and has been defeated. Gaster sits down exhausted. Askari and Brahma approach him. Brahma, I thanks Dr. Gaster for finding a way to defeat the beast and analyzing its weak points. Without you we would never have been able to figure out a way to defeat the beast. Even if it was at 10%, it would still have defeated us. Askari, Lord Brahma is right, you did a good job. If monsters and humans see another day, it is because of you. Gaster, you flatter me, you too. I was only doing my duty in protecting monster kind, just like you would, my lord. They all then relax for a while, considering the beast in America has been dealt with. Now it only leaves the main beast back at Japan, along with RageRevan and the evil dragon Apophis. Scene break. Kuoh, Japan, 15 minutes before the Issei's victory. The Japanese front were currently fighting off against the beast, along with an army of mass-produced evil dragons, corrupted soul traits, Apophis and RageRevan. The front consisted of Rias and her peerage, Asriel, Asya, Tiamat, the Shinto trio, Susanoo, Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi, Yasaka and her Yokai faction, and they were struggling against the combined might of RageRevan and his army. He then gleefully mocked. RageRevan, is that all the god of hyperdeath and the strongest dragon king has got, even with the combined effort of the Shinto gods and the Yokai? I am honestly disappointed. RageRevan made a smile. Through his newly hate-consumed face, the others gritted their teeth as they cannot do anything. Apophis was easily holding off and killing several Yokai with relative ease, much to the Shinto gods and Yasaka's anger. It did not help that several corrupted souls and evil dragons were cheesing through their forces with ease. That was when a portal opened up, revealing to be Barakil. Akeno, father. Barakil, it has been a while, Akeno. Speaking of which, looks like the main force is here. Yasaka then asked. Yasaka, Cadre Barakil, where are the others? We are kind of struggling over here. The beast has already wiped out several humans and my people without any effort. We are unable to hold them off right now. Barakil, they are resting as we speak. Issei and the others are in the underworld and are recovering after his fight against the beast's clone part in the underworld. Azazel, the Greek and Norse gods and the angels are recovering. Some are even protecting the cities that are under attack by the beast. While the monsters, the Hindu and the Celtic gods are recovering against the beast clone in America. All 3 of the beast clones have been successfully slain and defeated. And that's not all, the evil dragon Azidahaka has been slain by Vali Lucifer and his team. The crowd cheered when they heard the news. 3 of the clones have already been beaten. It was a sigh of relief for the gods and the Yokai that were present there. Yasaka breathed a sigh of relief that her lover was happy and alright. Same was with Asya. Asriel had gotten a boost in confidence that the beast clone can be beaten. Now all they have to do is wait till the reinforcements arrive to help them. Everything is going accordingly. Unfortunately, same could not be said for the Cao's brigade, especially RageRevan, who was beyond furious that his trap to kill Issei not only failed, but also 3 of the beast's clones have been defeated and have fallen. Apophis also had a look of pure fury at them. He wanted to kill these people that were standing in their way of total domination. Even though he and Azazel hated working under RageRevan since he was weak, they had the same goals, that was to bring everything under chaos. Apophis hated Vali for killing Azazel and wanted to avenge him, but could not because right now they were under attack by the Japanese front. Barakil, I hold off RageRevan for the time being. I need the rest of you to focus on Beast. Akeno, I am coming with you, father. Barakil sighed and let Akeno come with him. He then flew, taking RageRevan to a separate location. The beast continued its rampage across Japan. With the other barely being able to do anything trying to stop it, it killed several yokais with relative ease, while Yasaka was helpless trying to do anything to try and stop the beast from the rampage. Some evil dragons also went out of their way to go after the humans that were living outside the city. However, they were easily killed by Tiamat and Israel, who were not taking any chances in those humans dying. Several corrupted souls aimed their hate at Israel, but the god of hyperdeath easily used Galacta Blazing combined with Shocker Breaker 2 to destroy most of the hate. He then asked the Yokai, or at least the ones surviving, to destroy the hate surrounding the humans. They all started to push one final attempt at destroying the beast. Apophis also decided to join the fight against the Japanese front with him, bringing in more evil dragons to fight against the defenders. They began the last stand. They will die protecting the land with their own lives. Meanwhile, Akeno and Barakil isolate RageRevan from the beast clone and his army. RageRevan then spoke. RageRevan, you really think that taking me to a different location will stop me? Very well. RageRevan made a smile, unnerving the duo. RageRevan, then I will entertain you fools. Barakil said nothing and fired a bunch of holy lightning at the enhanced super devil, but that did nothing as RageRevan used 2 hate blades to defend himself. He then summons a blob of pure hate and throws it towards Akeno, dazing her. Barakil, Akeno, you will pay for that, you bastard. RageRevan, relax, I haven't killed her, she's still very much alive. The only difference is she is remembering her past, and judging by the look of it, she seems to be enjoying it. Barakil has bad enough and continues fighting against the hate-filled super devil, who is only playing with the cadre fallen angel. Barakil summons multiple light spears to try and damage the devil, given that holy light is still effective against him. RageRevan, being the jerk he is, took those light spears head on. Barakil, you are a fool to underestimate my attack. Sure, I am not as strong as you, but holy weaponry still can hurt you and damage you. You should not have taken the spears, you fool. However, to his surprise and shock, RageRevan started regenerating from the wounds that were inflicted by the cadre angel. He then spoke with a glee. RageRevan, you are right about one thing, Barakil. Holy light is lethal to devils, but RageRevan charges his magical energy. RageRevan, I am no ordinary devil, at least not now. RageRevan fires the blast at Barakil, forcing him to use a defensive shield as a decoy. However, some blast goes sideways and causes massive destruction. Barakil grits his teeth and summons a spear to fight in close range against the super devil. Meanwhile, Akeno was under a hallucination thanks to RageRevan firing the hate-filled blob at her, making her relive the horrible childhood tragedy multiple times, where she saw her family being slain over and over again. After the 7th repeat of the same thing again and again, the hallucination changed and revealed that it was Barakil slaying Shuri Himejima, Akeno's mother, even though the hate showed her a false illusion. Akeno was unable to distinguish between them. The trauma of her past was too overbearing and eventually she broke. Akeno fired a magical blast at her own father because of the effects of the hate-filled hallucination. Barakil was caught off guard by the attack. Barakil, Akeno no. Barakil was unable to complete as the attack made a direct hit, damaging him severely. Akeno was horrified at what she did. She rushed to her father with tears in her eyes, hands on her mouth. Barakil was heavily injured and heavily unconscious. RageRevan sees this and laughs maniacally. He then rushes behind her and says, RageRevan, that attack, do you really hate your father that much? Hee hee ha 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 ha. Back with the others in the Japanese front. The strongest beast clone part and the evil dragon Apophis were continuing their rampage against the Japanese front. Israel was leading the charge against the beast, while the others were either holding off the evil dragon Apophis or trying to kill as many evil dragons or save the corrupted souls as possible. He knew that they will not be able to survive for much longer, given that the beast is constantly regenerating anything that they throw at them. He gritted his teeth knowing that they will not survive for much longer. The beast then fires a blast towards the human-populated cities. Azazel saw this and yelled. Azazel, damn it, Lady Yasaka. Yasaka, understood, Sunshower Barrier. A barrier was surrounded the blast that was aimed towards them. It surrounded them and transported the blast to an area which was much safer. Yasaka, however, gritted her teeth given the strain it took on her. She made the barrier. All of a sudden the barrier started to shatter. Azazel assisted her by summoning several stars courtesy of Galacta Blazing and asked Yasaka to teleport them inside the blast. However, this was not enough. Azazel, damn it. Hypergoner. Azazel summoned into a goat skull that absorbed the blast, or at least tried to absorb the blast. Several other Yokai did the same, but it only made the blast stronger. Yasaka, listen to me, anything you do would just make it stronger. Stand down. Yokai number 1, but Lady Yasaka. Yasaka, that's an order. The Yokai who knew Yasaka knew that she was a gentle and free-spirited person. Her yelling only meant that things were bad. The Yokai present reluctantly stand down. Azazel was unable to maintain the hypergoner for much long and fell down. Yasaka Azzy. Azazel, I am fine Lady Yasaka. The strain is overwhelming. I need to fire this thing. Azazel then fires the hypergoner at the blast, and was able to push it back for long enough. He managed to breathe a sigh of relief since the blast was disintegrating. Into nothingness, several evil dragons decided to charge at them and attack them. However, they were dealt with by the Gremry peerage who were slaying the evil dragons with relative ease. Rias was able to destroy most of them with relative ease using a much stronger version of Extinguished Star. Kiba used his soul trait and slashed many evil dragons. Gaster did the same as well and used his soul trait along with his black demon form to slay anything that came close to him. Koneko and Zenobia also decided to not stay out. Zenobia used her Excalibur and defeated many corrupted souls without much effort. Koneko and several other Yokai and Nikomatis were also able to use their senjutsu to remove the hate surrounding those souls and were able to remove the corruption from them. Magari, the leader of the Nikomatis, then burned the hate using her flame magic and destroyed them with relative ease. Yasaka also joined in and used her fox fire to destroy several evil dragons. Yasaka, evil dragons, have a taste of my flames. Several of the evil dragons were completely destroyed with relative ease. Majority of them were killed relatively easily, but there were still many more that needed to be dealt with. Not to mention the corrupted souls were starting to use their corrupted soul abilities, especially the corrupted perseverance souls were using reverse regeneration, wounding and damaging several Yokai and many others without any problems, making some of them focus on the souls with relative ease. The Shinto trio were facing off against the beast itself, but their magic was doing nothing against it, and any attack that they did was being regenerated by the beast relatively easily. Susanoo, damn it, anything we do this thing regenerates. Amaterasu, calm down brother, getting angry will not help, we need to use much stronger attacks if we can do anything against this thing. Tsukiyomi, Amaterasu is right, we need to hold off the beast at the very least till the Prince of Monsters and Lady Yasaka manages to deal with them. Susanoo, you are right you too, we need to fight against them before it is too late. The Shinto trio tried to use their strongest attacks in an effort to hold off against the beast, but this was doing nothing as the beast was regenerating. They did not even try to damage it enough for the core to be exposed. They could see that Tiamat was struggling against the evil dragon Apophis. They gritted their teeth because of the helplessness of the situation and the fact that they were only able to do nothing against the beast or help anyone as a matter of fact. However, on the other side, Tiamat was struggling against the dragon Apophis who was beating her with an inch of her life. Any chaos move was making it ineffective against the primal eclipse dragon. His primordial water was countering every move that she put up against him. Apophis was currently in his human form, which was quite unique since the only other evil dragon that had a human form was Crom Crotch. Apophis was a brown-skinned young male in black vestments. Apophis, the strongest dragon king, huh? At this point I see that you are honestly pretty weak, at least for me. Tiamat gritted her teeth when she heard that Apophis's primordial water dissolved anything that came near it. Her flames and chaos attacks that made her the strongest evil dragon was now failing. She started to feel helpless as her attacks and her abilities were doing nothing against the evil dragon. Tiamat then charged her strongest attack, Chaos Sphere. Tiamat was waiting for an interception, but Apophis just stood there waiting. She then asked, Tiamat, are you not going to stop me, Apophis? Apophis shrugged and responded, Apophis, give me your best shot, it is pointless to intercept it. This is your strongest attack, right? Throw it at me, Tiamat. Show me what gave you the title of the strongest dragon king. Tiamat, alright, you asked for it. Tiamat then threw her sphere. Once it had charged, Apophis used his primordial water to stop the attack. However, it was easily destroyed. Apophis grinned, knowing that he had finally found a worthy opponent. He then used his high mastery of darkness manipulation to control the sphere. Apophis was being pushed back. He could only smile as he was being put into a fight he had always desired. He was being pushed to his draconic form to fight off against the sphere, which he was finally able to complete his transformation using his very own darkness. However, it was too late. Apophis was forced to use the darkness to shield himself from the damage. The sphere exploded on contact, and it resulted in massive explosion. When the dust settled, Tiamat looked at Apophis in his dragon form, which was Black Eastern Dragon exceeding 100 meters in length. He had gems along his body, all of which released a shimmering, silvery glow. He had 3 eyes upon his head which released the same silvery glow as his gems. In this form, Apophis also exuded a powerful, ominous aura from his body. Tiamat was exhausted as she had previously fought against several mass-produced evil dragons, the beast clone part, and the corrupted souls that were going after humanity. Apophis then spoke. Apophis, you are powerful enough to get the title of the strongest dragon king, but now, it is my turn. Darkness magic swirls around the evil dragon's body as he charged at an exhausted Tiamat. He then rushed and gave her a fierce punch to her body, sending her flying. Tiamat transformed into her dragon form to try and hold off against the dragon, but it was not enough as the primordial water started to dissolve the Dragon King's scales, making her scream in pain as her body started to get dissolved. Apophis then sends her flying, forcing her out of her dragon form and sending her towards the Japanese front. Asriel, on seeing this, rushes to her condition. She assures him that she is fine. He could see the reality of the situation. He is helpless. RageRevan is toying with Barakil and Akeno right now, and there is nothing he could do. That was when he heard a voice, one familiar and friendly. On your left, Azzy? A magic circle opened up, revealing Issei, along with Raynare and Chara, the Citri and the Baal peerage. Asriel, Issei, Chara, you are here. Issei, sorry it took us a while, but I brought a ton of reinforcements, come on guys. Then all of a sudden multiple circles started to open up, revealing Serzex, Graphia along with the other 3 Satans, Diehauser, Belial and his peerage, and several devils who were able to fight. Several other circles revealed the Azazel and the other cadres, Michael and his army, the Greek gods, the Norse gods, Tannen, Teams /Dog and Vali team. A few more opened up, revealing King Askari and the monster army, along with the Hindu gods and Celtic gods. Another circle opened up, revealing Saw and Crom Crotch, and finally a portal from the dimensional gap opened up, revealing Great Red and Ophis. Issei then asked, Issei, is that everyone, big brother? Serzex, what, you wanted more? Everyone present got ready for what seemed to be their final fight. The army and the beast clone was starting to panic given that there were so many powerful energy signatures, especially the Hindu gods, the super devils and several other strong mythological beings. Dulio then decided to step in the center and give the command. Dulio, Team DXD, assemble. Everyone then charged at the army and the beast clone as this would be their last fight. They would do or die. They are facing the strongest part of the beast imaginable. Many even struggled against 10% of the beast, with the current one they are facing 5 times stronger than the current one. Issei then said. Issei, big brother, can you go after Akeno and Barakil? They are taking on RageRevan on their own. They may not be able to survive him. Serzex understood. Going after RageRevan was supposed to be to isolate him. Good plan. But this man has become as strong as him or Ajuka. They may not survive. Serzex then rushes towards him. Meanwhile, Issei asks, Issei, Dulio, try using your Speranza Bala di Sapone ability. This should allow you to easily disable most of the corrupted souls without any ease. Dulio, understood. Dulio activated his ability, which allowed him to create multiple bubbles. These bubbles exploded when they came into contact with the corrupted souls, making them remember who they are and what they were before this. Dulio used this as an advantage to remind them of their families and their hopes and dreams, causing the hate and corruption to dissipate, and they become normal human beings. Who collapsed? Dulio then asked. Dulio, can anyone volunteer to take these souls back home? Kuroka, Rossweisse, Rias and her peerage all volunteered and take them back home. Dulio kept on using his technique to cure any souls that were infected by hate and remind them of who they were, and they were sent by courtesy of the ones that volunteered to take them to safety. The others kept on slaughtering several evil dragons, while at the same time another squad consisting of several top 20 strongest beings were fighting off against the beast clone. The beast clone was still able to regenerate and continue its rampage, even using its fire breath to manage and destroy several of the beings in the top 20 with ease. Gaster and several others had fallen. Issei asked Sans and Papyrus to teleport them to a safe area. Issei's team and the Citri peerage along with the Bale peerage were relentlessly slaying many evil dragons with ease. Several more tried to fight back against the weaker members, injuring them, but this by no means stopped them. Azazel and the remaining cadres, Michael and the Seraphs along with the exorcists and reincarnated angels all joined the fight to take down evil dragons with ease. Some decided now would be nice to grow wings and they started flying. Michael, they fly now. Azazel looks at them and responds. Azazel, they fly now. Azazel and several other cadres took to the sky. They destroyed any evil dragon that came close to them with their light abilities. Raynare, hey, don't leave me out of this. Raynare also took to the sky and summoned several light spears and destroyed them with ease. She then remembered once that Kuoh, her former friend, told her that she could never perform multiple light spears at the same time. Raynare then yelled. Raynare, suck it, Kuoh. Raynare threw those light spears and continued destroying those dragons with relative ease. Chara and Frisk also joined the fight as she constantly slashed several evil dragons down with relative ease. Chara slashed the ground, summoning red blast of light that destroyed several evil dragons with ease. Their fire breath was nothing as the blast nullified the attack and destroyed several of them without much effort. On the other side, several Celtic gods and Norse gods along with the Valkyries were slaughtering evil dragons without much effort. They were destroying many more evil dragons with ease, with Odin and Vidar taking the charge. Ascari and his monster army were constantly continuing their onslaught against the evil dragon. Ascari, hey Tori, wanna burn some more evil dragons? Toriel, you don't have to tell me twice. I am going to give those evil dragons some well-deserved justice. Toriel's hands emanated with pure flame energy. If anything, this flame can burn several ultimate class beings with relative ease. There were several more fire flames surrounding her, destroying any evil dragon that came close to the monster queen. Undyne, hey, don't leave me out of this, Ngaha. Undyne summoned multiple spears to destroy several evil dragons with relative ease. They were unable to do anything as they were being easily destroyed with ease. Sans and Papyrus also joined in on the fun as they decided to use their gravity magic to completely wreck through the evil dragons without much effort. Sans, ready to give them a bad time, bro. Papyrus, you bet, brother, nah. Sans and Papyrus summoned more Gaster blasters to easily destroy those evil dragons with ease. Metaton also joined in and he also used some rockets and his detachable arms at the evil dragons. Metaton, who needs arms with legs like these? Any evil dragon that came close to Metaton were easily destroyed as the arms then released an unstable energy which exploded on contact and killing several more evil dragons with relative ease. Metaton's arms then came back to him, and he fitted them. Metaton, looks like the show's over for you guys, besides you were not invited anyway. Apophis, on seeing the tables turning on them, decided to flee, but was stopped when he was surrounded by Cromcrotch, Saw and Issei. Saw then used his truth idea and began its chant. O spear, the true holy spear which pierces through God. Suck the ambition of the king of domination sleeping within me and pierce through the gap of blessing and destruction. You, announced the will, and turn into a glow. A bright light emanated from the spear itself, destroying several evil dragons and also burning Apophis' skin with ease. Issei, however, this time along with Cromcrotch prevented his escape. Issei activated his balance breaker, Trihexa mode along with Cromcrotch, and used Extinction Sphere overwhelming the evil dragon, coupled with the light from the true Longinus. Apophis was dying and was being burned alive. Once the light died out, Apophis was no more, no trace of the evil dragon remained. Now only some straggling evil dragons and the beast itself remained. On sensing an aura, Graphia and Rias left to the area where Surzex had gone earlier to assist Barakil and Akeno. The beast clone was strong, but he was dealing with the combined assault of the strongest beings in existence. Even Great Red and Ophis were fighting off against the beast. They were being pushed back, however. They knew that this clone was still strong but not strong enough. Before it could do more destruction, Great Red announced. Great Red, everyone try using your strongest attack and your strongest forms to face off against the beast. We need to put them out for good. The Great Red voice was loud and clear. They needed to destroy the beast in a similar manner like how they defeated the previous 3 clones. Issei then decided that now would be a good time to use his full extent of his powers. The dragons inside knew that it is time to release the full extent of his powers. He first manifested Draigg, who joined the battlefield against the beast clone. Draigg, it has been a while since I experienced the outside air. I will make it last while I still can. Everyone present was surprised that Draigg had been released into the battlefield. This was because of the effects of the miracle drug Amrita. Albion was jealous that his rival was not breathing while he still can. Draigg on the other hand knew that he cannot be outside for much longer. Issei then began the chant of a new Diablo's dragon armor. Issei, the crimson red dragon dwelling within me, awaken from your dominance. Draigg, the crimson heavenly dragon I possess within me, rise up to become a king and roar. Ophis, the jet black god of infinity. Issei, the glorious red god of dreams. Draigg, the true beast of apocalypse. All three, watch over the true, forbidden existence we shall become that transcends the boundaries. All three, thou shalt dance within our, perfected, radiant inferno. True Diablo's dragon DXD. Issei was in his Diablo's armor. Despite having the same appearance as the original, he also had some black tinges on him as well as the number 666 written on his chest plate signifying the existence of the Draigg, as well as the jewels of the armor displayed the symbol of the Ouroboros dragon. This was Issei's true dragon defecation, his strongest form, minus Apocalypse Answer Arms, which needed Asriel's help for that. Speaking of Asriel, he merged his soul with Chara's transforming into his hyperdeath form. Everyone else, although were surprised and confused at this new power that Issei was radiating, it still was happy to find out that the Beast 666 original was on their side. Shiva and Indra were especially happy that the Beast was no longer their enemy, and this imposter was the only one left. Great Red and Ophis looked at this armor with interest as this could potentially defeat them, but they knew that Issei was not interested in causing chaos. Ophis pretty much views Issei as a father figure, and now he looks like their actual father. Great Red was happy that his hatchling is on the path of surpassing him pretty soon. Vali also activated his Diablo's dragon Lucifer, and he joined the fight along with the other gods and top 20 strongest beings. Issei, everyone, we need to find a way to pierce that body of his. We need to expose the core, so that we can destroy it for good and win this battle once and for all. Then we can deal with RageRevan and take him out for good. The other gods and everyone else present understood what Issei meant. They knew that this was the last straw. If they lose, everything that they stood for will be over. Thor and Indra fired their strongest lightning attack. Brahma and Vishnu used their strongest magical attack. Asriel summoned his Hypergoner too and fired at the beast, draining the fire breath that it had thrown at him. Asriel, same attack won't work twice. Chara, show him Azzy. Vali joined in and divided the flame and used it for his final attack. Gaster, who had recovered, went all out and summoned multiple huge Gaster blasters the size of 2-story houses and fired at it. The other gods also joined in and did the same, while Ajuka used his magic to destroy the beast's armor. Unfortunately, his Kankara formula won't work since the clone beast's flame was not easy to understand. Seraphal used her Cross Celsius trigger to freeze any movements of the beast, while Falbium used his absolute defense ability to prevent any damage to the teams, allowing Vali to absorb the power of those flames. Great Red and Ophis also joined in the fight, trying to destroy the beast's body with their own attacks. Ophis used her snakes to easily and completely destroy the beast's outer husk with relative ease, and with Great Red joining in, they were overwhelming the beast's regeneration for a while. After which Shiva joined in and used his destruction magic to destroy the beast's outer husk to try and make an opening. Shiva, Yokai, begone. The destruction magic started to break the husk down of the beast, and with that an opening was created into its core. Issei then decided to use his strongest attack ever. He summoned Black Sun and threw it at the beast to siphon any magical attack at the beast, after which the boosted gear announced. Boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D. Boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D. Boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D. Boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D. Boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D. Boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D. Boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D. Boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D. Boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D. Boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D. Boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D. Boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D. Boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D. Boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D. Boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D. Boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D, boost, D-Infinity D. Boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D 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 boost, D infinity D. Boost, D infinity D 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 boost, D infinity D. Annihilation Longinus Smasher. The energy radiated was as strong as the beast, and it started to overwhelm him, Issei then told. Issei, guys, use your strongest attack, take this clone imposter down for good, protect your homes. Issei's voice was loud and clear. The others began firing their charged attacks at the beast in an attempt to destroy the beast once and for all. Vali fired his Satan Lucifer Smasher at the beast, and Asriel fired his fully charged Hypergoner at the beast. The others also attacked with everything they have got. Even Great Red and Ophis fired their strongest attack, which was powerful enough to destroy the entire universe if possible. Thankfully, a barrier was created to prevent such a thing from happening thanks to several beings on the outside maintaining the barrier. The gods and other strong beings also fired their attacks at them. The first thing that was overwhelmed was its fire breath, followed by the clone's outer husk, then the inner husk. The clone wailed in agony as the regeneration was doing nothing to fix its body. Eventually the blast reached its core and started to disintegrate the core with relative ease. The regeneration could not handle the attacks, as the core was starting to disintegrate into nothingness. Issei then said, Issei, a little more guys, we are almost done. Let's send this beast back to where it belongs. Everyone performed a final push towards the attack. It was now or never. The core was getting overwhelmed as the regeneration was unable to hold the attack off. Eventually the beast was getting disintegrated on a molecular level, along with its core. All the while the beast clone was screaming. Eventually it died down, as the core was completely destroyed on a molecular level. The attack died down. Everyone and every single god was exhausted and would take forever to recover their magical attacks. But in the end the beast clone was no more. Issei and Vali dispelled their armor and collapsed but were conscious because of the strain. Gaster did the same along with the three Satans. Asriel released Chara and they became two separate entities. They were all recovering from the attacks. It was finally over. The beast was dead. Everyone that were outside the barrier cheered since the beast had now fallen. They knew that only RageRevan remained. They were happy and now were celebrating since the biggest threat had fallen apart. The family members embraced each other, which included even the relationships that were forming between the others. They were happy that their loved ones on the other side were still alive, and although exhausted, they were still well. Draigg went back into the boosted gear much to Tiamat's sadness. But Issei assured her that he would come back in the near future, while at the same time calming his girls and his harem and his other family members that he is alright. Scene break. With Akeno and Barakil, 30 minutes before Issei's and his reinforcements arrive. Akeno was running away from someone that was chasing her. She was looking out for a way to escape and asked for anyone to help her. Whenever she passed through a wall, she could see a hallucination of her father. He spoke. Barakil, Akeno, why? Akeno screamed in fear, hating herself for what she did first to Issei and now to her father. She was caught up by her none other than RageRevan, who was bored of toying with his prey. He wanted to end her life for good. But that was when an attack hit him from a distance, destroying the blade that RageRevan was using. The attacker was revealed to be Serzex Lucifer, and oh boy was he pissed at what RageRevan did. Serzex had a ball of pure destructive energy in his hands. He then summoned multiple of those and aimed it at RageRevan. However, this created enough space for him to escape after the blast. He then looked at Barakil's unconscious body and gritted his teeth. He then went to chase after RageRevan. Akeno then asked. Akeno, Lord Lucifer, where are you going? Serzex, ending this once and for all. And for his sake, Akeno, at least pretend that you were his loving daughter. Akeno looked down in shame and guilt. She knew that this is her fault. Serzex then left to chase down his daughter. RageRevan, on the other hand, was gritting his teeth. He thought, what was he doing here? But before he could comprehend, he was enveloped in a massive snowstorm. The attacker was Grafia this time, and she has also decided to step in and end this once and for all. RageRevan managed to survive, and he could see the attackers revealing themselves to be Rias and Grafia. RageRevan, a fool and a traitor, let's see what you two have. He was not able to complete the statement as another power of destruction energy courtesy of Serzex was sent his way. RageRevan was sent flying towards a distance. Serzex then showed up only to see a cheering Rias and a smiling Grafia. Serzex looked away for a while, but then Grafia spoke. Grafia, hey babe. Serzex smiled, after which Rias took her older brother and her sister-in-law in an embrace. But their reunion was cut short when RageRevan spoke. RageRevan, aw, what a touching reunion. Unfortunately, I have to cut this one short by attacking the weakest one. RageRevan then charges at Rias. However, she defends herself for a while. She manages to push the super devil for a distance. RageRevan then finds out that he is trapped between Grafia and Serzex. Serzex, Grafia. Grafia, you got it. They both fired their strongest attacks at the super devil, forcing him to use 2 magical barriers to defend himself. The barrier, however, was not strong enough to hold off the attacks from the strongest queen and the strongest devil, who surpassed the original 4 Satans, forcing RageRevan to use his hate, resulting in an explosion that was pretty dusty. Serzex and Grafia both used barriers each to defend themselves. When the dust settled, it revealed to be Rias, who was being captured by RageRevan from her abdomen. She was then crushed as RageRevan increased his strength, breaking several of her bones and dealing some massive internal damage. Rias screamed in agony because of the damage, only for Grafia to come behind him in a split second and smash him with an ice hammer. Grafia, keep your filthy hands off my little sister. Grafia sent him flying, allowing Rias to escape his hold. Grafia patched her sister-in-law up and asked Serzex to take care of her. She then used her devil wings to fly and spoke. Grafia, it is time to end this, RageRevan. You have hurt and killed a lot of people for good. Say hello to Lucifer for me when you meet him. Grafia fired her strongest attack, making RageRevan initially grit his teeth. He noticed the beast has fallen and been defeated, making him the only one left in the Cow's brigade. However, he smiled, much to Serzex and Rias' shock, who was starting to regain her consciousness. Serzex, Grafia, stop. Grafia heard his call, but it was too late. She noticed a black and silvery ball headed her way. Serzex used his destructive magic to protect his queen and wife, but the attack was overwhelming, even for him. He collapsed due to stress and exhaustion. Rias, brother. Rias grabbed her older brother and used her magic. Grafia joined in as well and assisted Rias since the blast was too strong for it to be dissipated. Rias decided to move in front of Grafia and use everything she has got to protect her older siblings. She used her strongest barrier to protect her exhausted older siblings. Eventually the blast was gone, but Rias had used everything she had, even overwhelming her own reserves. She collapsed due to using too much of her magic, while Grafia and Serzex could only watch in horror as Rias said her last words. Rias, hey, are you two alright? Rias collapsed much to the horror. Grafia caught up to her to check her condition. She was horrified when she saw her not breathing. Thankfully her soul was still intact. Serzex was looking in pure shock. He just saw his sister take a massive hit for him and his wife. RageRevan on seeing this had a smile equal to that of a Cheshire cat. RageRevan, 1 down, 2 to go. RageRevan fired another aimed at Grafia and Rias, but it was disintegrated by Sirzex with his aura. He walked to RageRevan. With a neutral look, Sirzex spoke in a low tone, very well masking his anger. Sirzex, come. RageRevan, come, are you mocking me, Gremry? Sirzex said nothing. In a split second, RageRevan approached behind him with the intention of slicing his head off. Sirzex, however, caught the scythe with his bare hands, now coated with pure power of destruction, easily destroyed it. Much to RageRevan's shock, the next thing he knew, he received a fist to the face, sending him flying. Sirzex approached him once again, but this time, he lunged at him at supersonic speeds, and gave him a fist to the stomach once again and sending him flying. RageRevan, however, was regenerating. In a flash of a second, he threw multiple energy blasts at the super devil, but it did next to nothing. RageRevan was out of option. His clone beast had fallen. Apophis was dead. Sirzex then spoke. Sirzex, is that all? Now my turn. Ha! Sirzex transformed into his true form, which was the embodiment of pure destruction, the aura disintegrating anything weaker in a small mile radius. Grafia herself was sweating intensely. This was his strongest. He fired his strongest ability, Ruin of Extinction, at RageRevan. All of a sudden his regeneration was getting overwhelmed. The strongest ability, which made Sirzex a super devil, was being shown today. RageRevan tried to escape, but Sirzex was not having any of it. Sirzex, you will not escape, RageRevan. Sirzex increased the intensity of his power of destruction. RageRevan screamed in pain as the power of destruction was killing him on a molecular level. But Sirzex was not done. Grafia, on the other hand, was on her knees because of the pressure of the ability alone. Sirzex knew that it is not enough. He used his Ruin of Extinction, once again destroying and overwhelming and destroying his regeneration. That was when a voice spoke up. Grafia, Sirzex, your sister is alive. Her voice was loud and clear. Rias was still alive. She needed medical help, however. Sirzex listed his power of destruction. He looked at Grafia and said, Sirzex, is she breathing? Why am I so weak? Sirzex collapsed out of exhaustion. He used his soul and pushed himself beyond his limits before. Grafia caught him. She was happy that RageRevan was gone for good and that both her husband and sister-in-law are alive. She then looked at the RageRevan's body in pure disgust and hate. He was barely recognizable. Most of his body was chaffed off. His skin and flesh were gone, revealing only bones. Even they were on the verge of complete break-a-gay. Grafia then decided to take a rest for a while, at least till they recover. But then she sensed a presence from RageRevan's body. It was not his, but something far sinister. The body then disappeared and revealed a black mass of pure hate. This composed into his body and has completely taken over of the remains of RageRevan. Grafia was helpless. She was nowhere near as strong as Sirzex or whatever the thing in front of her was. She knew her fate, and the fate of her husband and sister-in-law were sealed. She could only apologize to her son, who was intently waiting for his parents to come home. She would not be there for dinner. That was when someone joined the fight, or at least 2 people joined the fight. Issei, leave this to me, Grafia. Raynare, take them to safety. Raynare also joined the fight alongside Issei. Issei took one look at the fallen Sirzex and Rias and gritted his teeth in anger. Even Raynare was glaring at the hate that was in front of them. Issei, Ray, take them to a safe place. I will take care of him once and for all. I will be alright, I assure you. Raynare, alright, but once they are safe I am joining you. Grafia, Issei, stay safe. Defeat this being once and for all. He is the only one left. Please stay alive. Issei, worry not, big sister. I don't plan on dying. Raynare took the Rias while Grafia helped Sirzex up. They all then teleported to a safe area. Issei then looked at RageRevan. Issei, you want hate? Let me show you my animosity then. Issei then looked at the hate that was once RageRevan. He knew that this thing was mindless, but still a threat. He decided to end this fight once and for all. Issei charged at the hate-filled RageRevan. He knew that he needed to end this bring once and for all. However, hate used his corrupted bravery barrier to protect himself. Issei, corrupted soul traits. Draigg, partner, watch out. The barrier then threw spikes at Issei, who was able to dodge most of the attacks. Issei then rushed to a building and took cover inside. However, the hate was still able to attack him without hesitation. He managed to reach Issei's location and attacked with a blue corrupted projectile, which destroyed some of his clothing. The hate chased him relentlessly as Issei was forced to flee. Eventually Issei managed to get out of the building. He has had enough and decided to go into the next stage. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Issei was in his balance breaker. He was ready for round 2. He needed to find a way to defeat this hate before it is too late. The hate then unleashed a yellow corrupted lightning towards Issei, who managed to use his dragon shot to easily dissipate the lightning with ease. It then charged at Issei and gave him a piercing punch, destroying his armor with relative ease. Issei is then sent flying, but was caught by someone. Issei, thanks for the save, Raynare, not a problem. The trio are safe with the others. Now let us kill this son of a bitch together, Issei. Issei, even if I refuse, you would not leave me, right? Raynare nods. Issei sighs in response. They then get ready for their final battle. Issei activated his Cardinal Crimson full drive and started to fight against hate to defeat it once and for all. The hate then sent a punch, sending the fallen angel flying. Issei got angry by this and attacked hate, but his attacks went through him. Hate then sent him flying with a punch as well to Raynare. All of a sudden, hate started to turn purple and aimed at the duo. The attack was reverse healing. Raynare and Issei screamed in pain as their skin was being burned down. Issei sent a dragon shot and Raynare threw a light spear at the hate, stopping its attack. Issei then used Sonic Star Booster to close the gap between Issei and hate, and used Solid Impact Booster to punch the hate it was sent flying. Issei then used his wings, while Raynare kept her distance, and used her light attacks to destroy the hate. It worked until hate grabbed Issei's hands and used the blue projectiles to destroy some of his armor. Issei Raynare Issei. Raynare tried throwing several light spears to help Issei get out of hates, which successfully worked. This gave Issei enough time to go to the next level and activated his Trihexa mode. He knew that he needed to end the hate once and for all. He summoned Black Sun, and threw at the beast, and was surprised that the hate was holding off the Black Sun ability. Issei was able to push the Black Sun, which was able to siphon the hate from him with relative ease. Raynare knew now this was her chance to take the hate down once and for all. She created a light katana and slashed the hate multiple times, managing to destroy most of its body. The Black Sun was eventually close to the hate, who was unable to keep up with the combined attack of both Issei and Raynare, as the black energy eventually consumed and overwhelmed him with relative ease. The black ball of energy exploded as the hate started to die out and dissipate. When the dust settled, it revealed to be completely disintegrating as the hate was going away. RageRevan was long dead because of Surzex, and hate could not maintain this body for much longer. Eventually it used one last slash towards Raynare in an attempt to fatally injure her, but Issei deflected the tendril and used Welsh Dragon Flare to destroy it. Seeing as there is no win condition, the hate closed its eyes as it knew that he has lost. It accepted its fate and disintegrated into nothingness, taking RageRevan's body with it. Issei dispelled his armor and collapsed onto the fallen angel. He was barely conscious. He then asked, Issei, hey Ray, did we win the fight? Is he down for good? Raynare gave him a genuine smile and responded, Raynare, yes, we did it. He is gone. Now we can finally live in peace. The Cow's Brigade has fallen for good. The beast is dead. Everyone that was a part of the Cow's Brigade are either dead or have joined us. We have won. The battle is finally over, Issei. Issei then finally slept for what felt like forever. He has been fighting relentlessly ever since the attack back at the underworld, with only getting an hour at most to recover himself for the next fight. He then slept on Raynare's lap, which she did not mind. The fallen angel kept her hand on him to calm him down and smiled. Now even she could rest, as the Cow's Brigade has finally fallen and their home is protected. The battle is finally over. Previously we saw that the aftermath of the fight that had taken place on the Japanese front due to clone Trihexa's attack, Issei and the others managed to initially defeat Trihexa, after which they both dealt with hate that had taken up the remains of RageRevan's body and defeated him once and for all, ending the threat of the Cow's Brigade forever. Issei and the others then decided to party, since now there will be a full Pantheon alliance as well as peace for a very long time. Issei then saw Raynare. After a conversation, they decide to get it going and have a well-deserved time together. After which the next day, Issei decided to go with Sona and Asya, doing it together. The next was Kuroka and Rossweisse. After which he had gotten a call from Sona, who had informed him that Seraphal Leviathan was free for the time being. He then headed to the underworld, where he was greeted by Seraphal herself. Since she had gotten the day off, they then went to the bedroom and did it together, until they were interrupted by Surzex and Grafia, who had invited Seraphal to the All-Faction Alliance conference, forcing her to leave Issei alone. Seeing as there is nothing, Issei heads back home. The next day he decided to visit Yasaka and their daughter Kunou, since Issei never properly visited them. Issei then teleported to Kyoto, where he saw Saw and the hero faction having a conversation with Yasaka. They were there to apologize for their actions back in Kyoto, resulting in Yasaka forgiving them, but with the stern warning of not doing such actions once again. Yasaka then looked to see Issei had come and visit them. She was not ready since Issei never informed them about the visit. Kunou heard her father's name and immediately jumped to him, and they went around to visit the place. Since there was no one to interrupt them, they enjoyed their trip around and visited multiple places. Issei and Kunou then headed back to Yasaka's palace, where they could see that she was waiting for them. She had prepared dinner for the duo. Issei and Kunou were having a conversation as to what all places that they had visited. Yasaka listened to everything so intently. With much interest, she had never seen her daughter this happy. Kunou then went to bed, leaving Yasaka and Issei alone. They then had a conversation about the pantheons, and Yasaka informed him about Kunou joining Kuoh Academy by next year. They then had a steamy moment together, and both of them enjoyed every single moment of it. After which they both then went to sleep, since they knew now that they could live together in peace for a very long time. Issei knew that everything will be peaceful from here on out, and he should enjoy it while it lasts. The next day, 7:30 a.m. Issei and Yasaka were sleeping blissfully as their bodies both coiled towards each other. Yasaka was the first to get up. Remembering the steamy night they had yesterday made her blush. She knew that this was the first time in a while since she was this happy with someone she loved. The last time she loved someone was when she had her mate. But he ran away and his whereabouts were unknown. This Yokai was Kunou's birth father. But he certainly was not her dad. That was Issei. He had been a father to her. More than her actual birth father was. At the very least, she knew that Issei would be by her side for all eternity. Issei, hey, what's you thinking about? Yasaka got startled by his voice. She then responded. Yasaka, nothing much, just wondering where he is. Yasaka fidgeted with her tails. Issei kept his hand on her, assuring her that he would be by her side. Yasaka, thanks Issei. Issei, hey, I made you a promise that I would be by your side for all eternity. I am a dragon, and we keep our promises to our mates. Now let's wear some clothes. Kunou might be waking up very soon. Yasaka, oh right, we are still well. They both decided to get dressed up. They then head outside the room, where they could see Kunou half asleep. Yasaka then went to prepare some food for her lover and her daughter. Issei then went to Kunou's room. Issei, morning sunshine. Kunou yawned as she saw her father by her side. Kunou, hey dad. Issei, well get ready, your mother is preparing breakfast, we need to get ready. Kunou, alright papa. Issei then leaves the room. To see Yasaka preparing the food, Issei sneaks behind, concealing his aura, and grabs her behind, startling the fox Yokai. Yasaka, Issei, is tea that you? Issei, who else my dear? Yasaka then did not mind letting Issei hold her like this for a while. She kind of missed this touch. That was when Kunou had come in. She then called. Kunou, mama, papa. Yasaka and Issei split up. Issei then goes back to his seat, where he waits for the breakfast. Kunou also sits next to her father. Issei then talks to her about what will happen next. He informs her about the graduation. Yasaka, well, Issei, I would love to visit the graduation. I mean, one of my harem sisters is getting graduated, but I cannot leave Kyoto unattended. Issei, it is only just for a few hours, plus you only need to be away from Kyoto for 8 hours maximum. Plus we have a special performance for the graduates that us second years are going to do. Yasaka sighs and responds with a smile. Yasaka, alright if you say so honey. Issei, great. Kunou then met in. Kunou, papa, even I wanna see the performance. Issei, oh you are invited as well my dear. Kunou, yay. Kunou cheers in happiness, while Yasaka says. Yasaka, now Kunou, I want you to be in your best behavior when we go to Kuoh, alright. Kunou, you got it mama. Yasaka smiles. She knew that Kunou was young and she needed to enjoy. She will not have that liberty once she grows up. Issei then spoke. Issei, well I gotta get going, the others are worried for me. Kunou, papa, do you have to go now? Issei, in an hour little one, but I will be back, worry not. Issei rubs Kunou's head, which she responds with a pout and a noise with annoyance. Issei chuckled at this. Issei, worry not, I will be back, and we can visit the rest of the family as well. Kunou, yay. Scene change. Issei then creates a teleportation circle back to Kuoh. He saw Yasaka and Kunou, waving goodbye. He kisses his adoptive daughter on the forehead, making her blush. He hugs her for a while before letting her go. He then went to her mother and French kissed her, which she responded wholeheartedly. They continued to make out for a while. Thankfully Yasaka covered Kunou's eyes with one of her tails. After they stopped due to the lack of breath, Yasaka removed her tail. With Kunou wondering innocently what happened, Issei then said. Issei, well this is goodbye, for now, but I will be back for you too. Yasaka, I know Issei, I know. Issei smiled before moving to the circle. Yasaka holds her heart as if a piece was leaving from her body. In a way, Issei made her complete. He saved her and her daughter many times. He was there for them more than anyone else could. Kunou, Mama, Papa will be back, I know he will. He never breaks his promises. Yasaka, I know sweetie, I know. Yasaka then gave Kunou a reassuring smile. They then go back to their office since Yasaka has a lot of office work since the attack on the factions and their revelation to humanity resulted in a lot of paperwork, something which she had been used to already. Kyoto residence, 9 a.m. Issei returned back home, where he was greeted by his parents. They asked how was his stay back in Kyoto. He then told about most of the stuff. His parents were happy that they will be meeting their granddaughter very soon, or at least their adoptive granddaughter. Issei then asked. Issei, hey mom, dad, where are the others? Mickey, oh they are preparing for the graduation, they are at Kuoh Academy right now. Goro, as for Sona, she is back in the underworld. It seems like both her and Rias had some work to do given the beast situation. They are mostly doing work relating to the situation back at their territory. Issei, alright then here, I got some stuff for you guys, Kunou wanted to give you this. Issei then gave his mother an earring, which she would love, and her father some sweets from Kyoto. They both knew that they needed to accept it given that their granddaughter gave them. Mickey, thanks Issei, we both will cherish this. Goro, haha, my granddaughter has some really good taste in food, these are really good. Goro gave Mickey some of the sweets, which even she enjoyed. Issei, alright I will take my leave, I will be at Kuoh alright. Mickey, alright sweetie, bye have fun. Issei then heads outside the house. He decides to take his bicycle to Kuoh Academy to meet up with the others. Kuoh Academy, 10 a.m. The others were preparing for the school festival which would be in a 3 days' time. Thankfully most of the work was prepared early on by the others. Asya was looking at the lyrics on the stage which she was going to perform, with the others helping her. Asya, alright I have practiced singing multiple times, I just hope I can pull this off by the time. Chara, you will be fine Asya, we survived things worse than before, just be a little confident will ya? Asya, thanks Chara. By the way, how is the instrumental going on? Chara, oh Frisk is practicing the guitar, while Kuroka is doing the other guitar. Most students that are participating in the show are doing the special effects, with some of them even doing the backup dancing part. Asriel is handling the keyboard, still surprised that he managed to pick up and master the skills so fast. Now we only need someone strong who can perform the drums. That's why I am here. Asya and Chara looked behind to see Issei leaning on the wall. They both rushed to him asking about the trip to Kyoto. Issei informed them about it, with him saying that the souvenirs are back home. Issei then spoke. Issei, so about the drums? Asya, why yeah about that, well I need someone to perform the drums. I tried the lyrics for the song and they needed some level of drums, can you do it? Issei, of course I can, I did learn them a long time back, let's give it a shot. Issei along with the two go to the area where the drums are there they could see everyone else practicing for the graduation. They all then rushed to him asking about his trip to Kyoto. Issei then explained everything to them, minus the things between Yasaka and Issei. Issei then went towards the drums and took 2 sticks. Issei then ended the performance, resulting in everyone cheering for him. He then spoke. Issei, haven't done this in a while, still got it. Asya, I never saw you play the drum, you never told any one of us. Kuroka, yeah, this is the first time I saw your performance. Issei, you never asked, most of y'all used to see me as a worthless pervert, but hey I got some few charms as well. Murayama, that is indeed a nice performance Issei, now we need you to learn the instrument with respect to what we will be playing. Issei, alright Kaori, speaking of which who all are handling the special effects? Murayama, oh that would be some of our club, along with the perverted duo. Issei, oh no. Kates, worry not Issei, our club is on standby if they do anything funny. We will not let them ruin the performance we all worked so hard on. Raynare, Yui is correct, I have some special stuff I would love to try on them if they ever get out of line, since I handle the special effects. Worry not Issei, they will be under my supervision as well. Raynare had a smile, which made everyone flinch, including Issei. Issei then spoke. Issei, oh thank the stars, I never thought that they would be like this. Kates, well once you see their truth, anyways, let's not talk about them. Speaking of which will you train us in the drums? Issei, I was mostly self-taught, I did not learn from any teacher or anything, anyways we need to still train for the performance, right guys? Frisk, Yup, speaking of which I will be doing the guitar. Well, Mediton taught me how to play the guitar, so I should have no problem in performing. Issei, nice, he is a star after all. Murayama, hey Frisk, can you let us meet him once? Frisk, if he is free, yes I will. Murayama, yay, thanks so much Frisk. Murayama kept jumping up and down while shaking Frisk's hands up and down, after realizing she left. Murayama, oh sorry about that Frisk. Murayama bowed in front of Frisk. Frisk, no, it's alright. There was a faint blush on Frisk's cheek. Murayama and several others left to continue their performance. Raynare then teased. Raynare, somebody's in live Vivi. Frisk, shut up Raynare. Frisk stormed out of the room. While Raynare chuckled at Frisk's pity, they all then continued their performance. Issei then went to roam the campus for a while, where he saw the Occult Research Club and the Student Council packing some stuff. Issei, oh hey guys. Sona, Issei, when did you come back from Kuoh? Issei, just a while back, so what's going on? Rias, well we are packing our stuff, since we cannot be in the same high school anymore. We need to remove them for the next person who comes here and takes our place as the Orc President and the Stucco President. Issei, so who have y'all decided? Sona, I am planning to let Saji take my place as the Student Council President. Rias, and as for me I would not mind Asya taking the charge, but I believe Kiba takes the charge, unless she wants to be the president. Issei, that's great Saji, Kiba, speaking of which why aren't you guys performing with us? Kiba, most of us are stuck with president for the graduation, so we are helping her out. Saji, ditto. Sona, aren't you gonna mention the fact that you cannot play any of the instruments there? Saji, please stop. Issei, anyways need some help. Sona, nope, most of our work is done, you can go and practice. After all I am excited to see your performance. Issei, thanks Sona, now take it easy, I heard that college is known to be quite stressful. Sona, worry not Issei, I should be alright, I am used to being in stress. As for Rias, I cannot be so sure. Rias, it will be a nightmare for me, plus I don't even have a boyfriend, even though I am considered one of the 4 queens of Kuoh. Akeno, worry not President, we are in the same boat. Issei, worry not, you will find someone, just don't repeat the same mistake. Akeno, did you really have to mention that? Issei, I have no regrets. Sona approached him and pulled his ear. Issei, ow Sona, that hurts. Sona, Issei, apologize now. Sona said with her intimidation voice, letting Issei know that she is not messing around. Issei relented and apologized and most laughed it off. Issei, alright Sona, I brought some stuff from Kuoh, it is at home for now. Sona, I will check that out, so what are you gonna do? Issei, me, well I will work hard for the 3rd year. I mean I and the others still have 1 year remaining, but for now I will practice for my performance, do come to see us. Sona and Rias, we will Issei, we will. Issei then leaves while the Orc and the Stucco prepare for their graduation. Issei goes back to the room to continue practicing for his performance. Scene change. 3 days later. Issei and the others were on stage. They had practiced this for a long time. They had done a mock performance earlier which thankfully was on the mark without any issues. They were able to flawlessly play the instrumentals and the special effects were tried and tested so that there is no issues. Asya was able to sing the song flawlessly, which had many people praise them. Issei, alright you guys ready? Everyone, yeah. The announcer, alright everyone, we have the performance for the graduates and the other guests from the 2nd year students, along with a guest star performance from none other than the Prince of Monsters, a real dreamer. Give them a round of applause. They all come up to the stage with everyone cheering and applauding for them. Asya was a bit nervous, but Issei kept his hand on her and spoke. Issei, you will be fine, just have a little faith. Asya nodded in confirmation. She took to her singing position. She took a deep breath before testing the mic. That was when an explosion appeared and music started playing and Asya announced. Asya, thanks all for coming. Asya then starts singing. The performance was complete. Everyone was cheering and clapping for the performance. Asya bowed in front of the audience, smiling as she was happy that the people that once hated and berated her were now loving and cheering for her performance. They all then exit the stage and head to the backstage. Issei and the others were in the green room, where they were getting dressed for the ball dance in the school. He was then visited by several of his friends and family members. Papaya. Issei looked towards the voice revealing to be Kunou. Thankfully the only ones present were the band members. Issei immediately hugged his adoptive daughter. He then noticed Yasaka, coming along with his parents. Yasaka, Kunou, you cannot call Issei Papa in the school, remember? Issei, it's alright, the only ones that are here are the band members. The others are in a different green room. Anyways, thanks for coming, you too. Yasaka, it is not a problem. Plus I really enjoyed your performance, Issei. Asuya. Issei, oh, it was not me. Asuya is the MVP. It was her idea and she was the main singer. Asuya blushed at this. She was happy to hear that people loved her performance. Goro, yep, I never knew that my children were so talented. I honestly never heard Asuya ever sing or even had such an amazing granddaughter. Yasaka, your words flatter me, Mr. Kyoto. Goro, call me Dad, you are like a daughter to us. Yasaka blushed on hearing that, while at the same Issei smiled. He was happy that Yasaka had found her family. Issei then spoke. Issei, Kunou, go play with your uncle and aunt. I will get changed and ready for the graduation ball party. Kunou, okay Papa. Kunou goes and meets up with Azazel and Chara and spends some time with the duo. Issei then has a conversation with Yasaka and his parents about the graduation and their time during the practice and stuff. That was when Raynare joined in. Raynare, hey guys. Issei, oh hey, nice work with the special effects. Speaking of which, where are the others? Raynare, they are all getting dressed and heading to the ballroom. Oh, and by the way, you were right about those two, Issei. They tried to ruin the show. Issei sighed in response. He did not know why was he still tolerating them. He was anyway planning to give up on them and leave them to their own fate. Raynare, but worry not, there will be a problem anymore. Let's just say that me and the Kendo Club have dealt with them a long time ago. Issei nodded. He for the first time felt pity for them, given that Raynare is known to be quite fear-inducing when she is with anyone other than Issei and her family. Issei then spoke. Issei, so well, the party is not over, the graduation still remains. I and the others will get dressed and join you guys, alright. Everyone understood. They then left and waited for Issei and the others, so that they can get dressed. Kunou joined her mother and her grandparents shortly, after spending time with Azazel and Chara. Issei and the others then came out wearing formal clothing. Everyone knew that they were going to have a good night today. They all were dancing in the ballroom for a while, with Issei dancing with Raynare on the ball. Thankfully the other girls did not mind. The couples were dancing together, Saji with Momo, Kiba with Chara, Frisk with Murayama surprisingly, and Gasper with Valerie. They danced for the night, till Issei and Raynare stopped. They noticed Sona missing. Issei and Raynare followed her to see that she was at the balcony with Rias, Akeno and Tsubaki. The once four great beauties of Kuoh were together. Issei and Raynare then joined them while they were having a conversation. Sona, oh Issei, Raynare, glad you could join us. Speaking of which, where are Zenobia and Irina? Issei, oh, they are sitting there bored, unable to find any dance partner. Irina was not the type to dance anyway, and well, Zenobia, well, aside from getting pregnant and fighting, she has not got much skills. Sona, I see. Raynare, so are y'all going to like the same college or something? Rias, yep, hey, I am just happy that I am in a much better position than last time and… Issei cuts her off. Issei, come on Rias, are you really going to remember that? It is your graduation, your fun day. Forget about what you did in that timeline, you need to enjoy. Rias, you are right Issei, so any tips for college? Issei, try and maintain your assignments on time, try to avoid doing them in the last minute, and try to save some time taking regular breaks, that's all I can tell. Rias, not much helpful if you asked me. Issei, hey, on the plus side, you will get a ton of contracts, given that the campus will have a lot of students. Sona, now that you mention it, you are right. Akeno, yeah, and who knows, I might finally get someone I love. Issei, you don't need to worry, you have a body that many boys would kill for. Raynare, you got that right. Akeno, ara, thanks for the compliment. Tsubaki, as for me, honestly I am sad that Kiba does not like me, but nevertheless I am happy for him, he finally found someone to love. Issei, worry not, who knows, you will find someone you love. Sona, Issei is right, Tsubaki, there is someone out there for everyone, you just need to have some hope. Tsubaki, thanks, President, honestly you have changed a lot ever since Issei came into your life, you have become a little more compassionate. Sona got flustered when she heard that. Tsubaki then responded. Tsubaki, honestly I do not see that as a bad thing, it makes you look better, President. Sona sighed and said, Sona, you are right about that. Am I interrupting something? Issei and the others noticed Askari and Toriel there. They were present to see their children's performance, and they enjoyed every single moment of it. Issei then spoke. Issei, not at all Ascari, so what do you think of our graduation performance? To real, it was amazing seeing my own children perform, was pretty nice. Sans wanted to perform some jokes but Papyrus dragged him away before he could. I wonder why, his jokes are not that bad. Issei and the others including Ascari knew that only some people loved Sans puns. There were many that got annoyed by it, but it was mostly Papyrus and Raynare. So Papyrus made the right choice by dragging the skeleton away before he could do anything else. Ascari, yeah, not everyone has your Sans sense of humor, Tori. Toriel sighs and responds. Toriel, you are right about that Ascari. Besides I never thought Asriel would be playing the keyboard so well. I enjoyed every single moment of it. Ascari, I have to agree on that. Issei, so what do you guys think of Kiba? Toriel, he is such a sweet boy, a gentleman filled with honor and virtue, like a knight in shining armor. Ascari, he was kind of nervous when he was meeting me, but I managed to convince him that I am not against your relationship with her. Eventually we broke the ice and got along very well, and Tori is right, he is truly a gentleman. Issei breathes a sigh of relief. He was worried for his friend and brother, but now he is happy that the storm is now gone. Issei, come on guys, the party is not over. We still have the full night remaining. Let us enjoy ourselves. They all agreed and went inside to enjoy the ballroom. It was a blast that everyone will remember. They were happy with what was going on, and the party lasted till late at night. Scene break. 5 days later. Issei and the others were now going to school, since they still had a few days left before their summer vacation began. They heard that Seraphal will be leaving the school. This saddened the boys, but given her position as the foreign department head, she still had a lot of work to do, especially with humanity now being well known about the supernatural. Thankfully the government has agreed to keep their identity as a secret, because of how crazy the media can be just for a simple interview. The new teacher was quite the surprising one. They knew who he was. He introduced himself. Gaster, my name is W.D. Gaster. I will be your new homeroom teacher. I always wanted to teach the next generation in the ways of science, so I will be your teacher for physics, biology and chemistry. And I have someone who would love to introduce himself. The person that came in surprised everyone, but mostly Chara and Frisk. Asriel, howdy, my name is Asriel Dreamer, and yes, before you ask, Frisk is my adoptive brother. I am a transfer student from America. It is a pleasure to meet all of you. Now it was the girls' turn to cheer. While the boys were still sad because Sarah Levi left the college, Issei then asked. Issei, so what about Azazel sensei? Gaster, I am glad you asked Mr. Kyoto. He will be teaching you guys English. Issei, alright. Gaster, you may take a seat, Mr. Dreamer. Asriel, thanks Prof. Gaster. Gaster then began teaching his new students. He decided to teach his students about quantum physics. He knew that he will not be repeating history this time, so he made a promise that he would keep these students far away from his experiments. He will not let them suffer the same fate as his 4 followers. After Gaster's class, they all go outside for their lunch, where they talk about the stuff that has happened so far. Chara, Azzy, I am glad you joined us in this academy. Asriel, I wanted to, but I could not maintain this form for very long. Thankfully now I am in this form for most of my life. Issei, so how is the academy, Asriel? Asriel, it is good, quite the better than what I had in mind. So where is Kunou? Issei, oh she is currently in middle school. Yasaka entrusted her to me, and I will look after her when she is at school. Raynare, now we would be the next one to graduate. I wonder what our juniors have planned for us. Frisk, whatever it is, it would be good. Asya, yeah, I think so too. I still cannot believe that I managed to sing so well. I mean, it was my first singing performance, and Issei, you aced it, Asya. People see you as a star given your voice. Kuroka, totally you nailed the performance. Asya, thanks guys, I would never have been able to do this without you, especially your special effects, Raynare. Raynare, it was easy. Once I got the hang of it, Azazel did teach me some tricks, so I was able to pull it off relatively easily. The others nod. It was a team effort they took to achieve this. He then looked around to see that this was much better than it was back in the other timeline. They then encountered Azazel. Azazel, yo. Issei, oh hey teach, how are you managing with the new English subject? Azazel, better than I used to when I taught chemistry. It is much easier. Speaking of which, humanity has accepted the supernatural for what it is. They even agreed to keep our identities a secret so that most of us can enjoy a normal life. They are dealing with us democratically and have accepted to sign a treaty that have allowed us to achieve a pure union. Everyone smiled on hearing this. They were happy that not only all pantheons are together but all races are together as well. This was truly a better, no way better timeline than the previous one. Issei, that's great news. Everyone will find a new hope and a new life that is especially suited for them. Sacred gear wielders will no longer be hunted and killed. All in all, it is a better timeline. Everyone agreed on the statement. They all know that they were now safe and at peace, at least for the time being. This truly one of the best realities to live in, and everyone was happy. They knew that summer vacations were coming soon, and they are going to enjoy them this time, along with the rest of their families. They will be a family and will be by each other's side forever. After class, they all go to their houses where they then keep their bags. They decided to enjoy their peace for as long as it lasts. They knew that it will last for a long time and they will enjoy it while it lasts. Scene break. Then all of a sudden Azazel shows up in his hyper-death form. Azazel, come on, did you really think this book is over? It is not over until I say it is. Issei, hey, Azzy, Mom has called us for dinner. And guys, yes, the book is over. Now come downstairs before the food gets cold. Azazel sighs and reverts to his teenage form. Azazel, talk about ruining the charade. Issei, well, he is right. The book is really over. Now off to eat my food I must. Here is something as a sort of last goodbye. Azazel then leaves the room to eat his dinner. Line break. Scene break. Kunou was dreaming of being an actor. She saw herself winning a ton of awards and getting prestige. Kunou, Mom, I know what I want to be when I grow up. Yasaka looks at her. Kunou, I want to be an actor. Awkward silence for a while, then Yasaka starts laughing. She smacks her hands, then her thighs, and then the table that she was working on earlier, then the wall, and once again her thighs. She then speaks. Yasaka, you are 12 years old, not a child anymore, go get a job. Kunou, alright, but I want to try out acting. Yasaka, what the hell, you are not joking. Kunou looks awkwardly around. Yasaka, listen, your father and I did not tell you the truth, but it is time you find out. Okay, you are ugly. Kunou looks at her mother in confusion. Yasaka, it is my fault. I take responsibility. My apologies, so go apply to magic school. Kunou, what do you mean? Yasaka, oh, and before you were born your father and I spun the wheel to decide your career. You are gonna be a leader. Kunou, no, I wanna be an actor. Yasaka then feels a pain in the chest, like she had been shot with a gun. Yasaka then says in complete shock. Yasaka, what the hell you say? You know what I tell all aspiring actors, Bindi matcha with Tupac classic Sara. Do you see failure written on this wheel? Do you see my chicken sandwich with no lettuce? Please, I waited 100 years to get my human form and another 800 to get my full powers, only for you to be a disappointment. Where is your receipt? I return you. Kunou looks around weirdly for help. Yasaka, here, I got you a gift. Kunou looks at it and responds. Kunou, it's a mirror. Yasaka, so you can see how dumb you look. Yasaka slams her table once again. Yasaka, also I am selling your bed. Kunou, what? Yasaka, so you can get used to unemployment. Hey, for dinner you are getting Tengu Express. Kunou gasps in horror and disgust. Yasaka continues smacking her hands. Yasaka, 98% of actor can't make minimum wage. Why you think you're special? Kunou, I will just work really hard. Yasaka, especially stupid. Yasaka takes a deep breath and then starts speaking. Yasaka, fine, you want to be an actor, fine with me. Here's what's gonna happen, you will fail every audition. Kunou gets hit by a bullet, she falls back. Yasaka, you won't make a single yen for a year. Kunou gets hit by another bullet. Yasaka, you are probably gonna write some shitty script to cover the fact that you can't get an acting job. Kunou gets hit by 2 bullets, she falls on the ground. Kunou tries to stand up. Yasaka, and then when you will hit rock bottom, you will probably make some shitty video online that nobody will watch, okay? Kunou gets hit by another bullet, she falls down. Yasaka, have fun. Kunou gets hit by an endless barrage of bullets, she keeps flailing due to the amount of bullets she is being hit with. This continues for a while, sad music plays in the background. Rip Kunou's dream. Scene break. Raynare, what is this? Issei, what have you become? Issei, they said I could be anything, Raynare, so I became a cheesecake. Issei eats himself. Issei, oh, I taste so good. Scene break. Issei, I want my lemons. Yuma's face transforms into Raynare's evil face. Issei, confused, screaming. Scene break. Sona, alright Saji, we need to get a confession from this no-name leader. Saji, alright President, lead the way. Sona and Saji both head inside. Sona, alright scumbag. Saji, I was 12 when I peed on a dog. Sona, excuse us. Saji, and his little dog face. Both go outside. Sona, okay, you don't make the confession, he does. Saji, he peed on a dog. Sona, no, just follow my lead. They both go inside. Sona and Saji, look, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. What are you doing there? Stay there, stop. They both go outside once again. Saji, damn it, we almost had him. Sona, okay, new plan. I can be good cop, you can be bad cop. Saji, nice. They go inside and try once again. Sona, okay. Saji comes in very a cool kid's costume. Saji, bro, crime is totally cool. Let's bounce out of this prison and grab a wicked cola. I've got a skateboard, pogs. Sona, that's rad cop. Saji, bummer. Change of clothes. Saji cries and speaks. Saji, why did you have to do it, Euclid? You were so young, and you had such a bright future. Saji puts his hand close to him, and Euclid recoils away. Sona, sad cop. Saji continues whining. Change of clothes. Saji then speaks with a different accent. Saji, Euclid, your mother and I are very disappointed in ya. Sona, that's dad cop. Sona looks at herself in a different attire. Sona, where are my clothes? Saji brings Sona close to her and says, Saji, you been naughty. Change of clothes. Saji is playing a bagpiper. Sona, plaid cop. Saji speaks in a Scottish accent. Saji, I'm Shrek. Change of clothes. Saji points to his knee pads. Sona, knee pad cop. Change of clothes. Sona, a bad Bill Cosby impersonator trying to explain the plot of Breaking Bad cop. Saji tries to make a Bill Cosby impersonation. Saji, so, the dad from Malcolm in the Middle. Sona, new. Change of clothes. Saji then slaps a file. Saji, Euclid Lucifuge, pet name Little Bro, born on December 19, 1498 to Lord and Lady Lucifuge, both deceased. First arrest age 14, attack on the anti-Satan faction with the intention of killing Sirzix Gremory, now Lucifer. Next arrest, age 518, multiple terrorist attacks, suspect involvement in with experimenting on human subjects, and suspect in releasing multiple evil dragons and creating a copy of the Beast 666, enough to throw you in solitary confinement for a very, very long time. Confess now, Euclid, and maybe we can cut you a deal. Sona looks at her pawn proudly and responds. Sona, not bad Saji. Saji, also. Sona, damn it. Saji, I am a jelly bean. Have you seen my siblings, the Gregorius bees? Saji then grabs Euclid's hands and pulls him towards him. Sona, mad cop, great. Saji, I love you. Saji releases his hands. They both then go outside. Sona wipes the sweat from her face. Saji, how did I do? Sona, terribly. Look, why don't you be good cop and then I'll be bad cop? Sona goes inside but Saji stops her. Saji, wait, why don't we both be bad cop? Sona looks at him like a genius with a good plan. Sona, yeah. Saji, yeah. Sona, yeah. Saji, yeah. Sona, yeah. Saji, yeah. Story continues below. They both go inside wearing weird costumes. Saji, Breaking Bad is a good show. Have you seen my siblings? I've got skateboards. Euclid starts to panic. He tries to run. Euclid, no, stay away. They both start screaming. Euclid starts to panic and try to flee even more. Euclid, no, I confess. Saji, skateboards. The screaming from both Saji and Sona continues. Euclid makes an intense and gut-wrenching scream. He screams for his sister to come, but nobody came. Scene break. Issei gets into jump force. He looks around, says, Issei, how the fuck did I get here? Naruto, Rasengan. Issei, Scene break. Barakil, wanna see an impression of my wife? Asriel, sure. Barakil stabs himself and straight up dies. Asriel, haha, comedy. Scene break. Azazel, I wonder what Issei is doing right now. Issei while training gets hit by Draigg's flames. Issei, oh my fucking god, it hurts so much. In the bathroom. Issei is screaming from outside. Raynare, yeah, this is fine. Scene break. Vali, hey Issei, if there are watermelons, then there needs to be earth melons, fire melons and air melons, they must be called elemelons. Issei gasps and responds. Issei, Vali, you are a fucking genius. Scene break. Mickey, Issei, we need to have an heart-to-heart right now. Issei rips out his red soul and shows it to her. Mickey, and you don't have to take everything so literally. Scene break. Asya, Issei. Issei looks at her. Asya, what's a hentai? Issei looks in shock and then runs. Issei, to Raynare, I need to wipe some memories. Asya, wait, what? Scene break. Rias, what the hell Kiba, why did you kill him? Kiba, he had a knife. Rias, you ordered steak. Scene break. Saji, hey Seorg, how did you become strong? Seorg, well young Saji, I am glad you asked. Every day I do 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 crunches, 100 pull-ups, 100 push-downs, followed by a 10-kilometer run. Every day when it is summer, I sleep in the heat, and every day when it is winter I sleep in the cold. It is painful at first, but you will get used to it once you have done. Saji, Naixixi. Scene break. In the canon timeline. Draigg and Albion, why can't you two be normal? Issei and Vali, Rii. Scene break. Issei, you know Azazel, I am tired of being used as a tool. Hick, for character bashing, I mean there are, hick, so many bashing stories of me that I have lost count. Hick, me outright betraying the reader for no reason makes, hick, 0 sense. And to top it all of, hick, they need to die to become overpowered. Hick, look at that one right there, he is a reader, but he is, hick, bald. Rossweisse, Issei, go the fuck to sleep, you have had too much alcohol. Scene break. Chara, alright, you ready for this? Kiba, not really. Chara kisses him on the cheek. Chara, you'll be fine. They both go inside. Chara, Dad, we have something to tell you. Kiba pukes out in front of them, shocking Chara. They both go outside. Kiba, I think that went well. Chara, you threw up and we both left. Kiba, that's all in the past. Chara, it was literally 30 seconds ago. Kiba, that's a matter of opinion. Chara, no it isn't, let's try again. They both once again go inside. Chara, Dad, we have something to tell you. Kiba takes a chloroform and smells it, falling unconscious. Back outside. Kiba, I chloroformed myself, didn't I? Chara, yeah you did. Kiba takes the chloroform and tries to smell it, but Chara smacks it off. Chara, don't do it again, look, you take the lead this time. They once again both go inside. Kiba, nonsensical rumbling while at the same time trying to explain the relationship between him and Chara. Repeat. Kiba, you see, the thing is Chara and I'll just kill him, brings out a gun. Chara, trying to remove the gun, no, continues. Kiba, let me kill him, let me shoot him in the face, while trying to get the gun. Chara, no, repeats while trying to remove the gun. Repeat. Kiba, Mom, Dad, I'm gay. Chara, wrong, I hope. Repeat. Chara and Kiba continue fighting as they try to either shoot or not shoot. Kiba, if I shoot him, we can make out. Chara, no Kiba. Kiba, this could be so easy. Chara, stop it. They continue struggling. Repeat. Kiba's legs go missing all of a sudden. Kiba, when two people spend a lot of time together. Chara, where are your legs? Repeat. Kiba speaks Japanese in an attempt to explain their relationship. Chara, ya. Repeat. Kiba, Mr. Dreamer. A portal opens up revealing future Kiba. Kiba, future. I am from the future, tell him he furry. Kiba, you're chubby. Chara, you can't even get that right. Future Kiba also agrees to Chara's statement. Repeat. Kiba is doing the floss while Chara has a look of disappointment. Repeat. Struggling continues as they try to get the gun. Chara, Isaiah. Kiba, give me the. Chara, Isaiah. Kiba, no. Repeat. They go outside. Kiba, I am really bad at this, aren't I? Chara, yeah, Dad is never going to find out about us. Kiba, oh, that's what we're doing. Kiba goes inside followed by Chara. Kiba, Mr. Dreamer, I know this is hard for you to hear, but I am dating your daughter. Askari, yeah, that's fine. Kiba accidentally shoots him in the head, shocking Chara. Kiba, oops. After a while. Chara, I think that went well, now let's call the author to fix this and bring Dad back to life. Scene break. Mettaton, hey Issei, what do you mean by droids on roids? Issei, oh it's simple, it means that droids are on steroids. Issei starts laughing while Mettaton sighs in disbelief. Mettaton, great another sans. Scene break. Frisk, microwaves be like Scene break. Azazel, I just simultaneously whipped a nay-nade. Scene break. Asya, when the imposter is SUS. Asya explodes. Scene break. Issei, haha, nothing bad ever happens to the alliances. Trihixa, clone, stab. Issei, ah. Scene break. Issei, okay, you have 5 chocolates, someone takes 3, how many do you have? Asya 2. Chara 5. Issei, okay Chara, you have 5 chocolates, and someone takes 3 by force, how many do you have? Chara brings out a knife, 5 and a corpse. Scene break. Akeno, spontaneum combustium, that's a spell that makes the person who said it, explode. Akeno explodes taking the orc building with her. Scene break. Issei, for Sona's smash ability, she wields a gun. Scene break. Rias to Gasper, got your nose. Issei, look out she got a nose. Issei fires dragon shot at her. Rias, say ah. Scene break. Saji, hey Issei, do you ever wonder if there are parallel universes out there? Issei, nope. Saji goes back to playing his game. Meanwhile in a parallel universe where harem in the regular world is legal. Issei is reading his book. Sona, hey Issei, wanna practice kissing? Issei, yup. Meanwhile in a parallel universe where people occasionally mistake their hand for a dragon. Issei is reading a book where he sees his hand. He goes into panic mode, confusing Saji. Issei, oh fuck, it's a dragon. It's a fucking dragon. Wait, I'm a dragon. Meanwhile in a parallel universe where books are hot. Issei, ow, why is this so hot? Meanwhile in a parallel universe where women are always on fire. Saji, Tsubaki is screaming as she is on fire. Vice President, calm down, calm down, calm down. Saji disconnects his phone. Saji, yup, she's dead. Meanwhile in a parallel universe where video games don't exist. Saji, Issei, I am bored. Issei, play some video games then. Saji, Issei, what's a video game? Issei, I don't fucking know. Meanwhile in a parallel universe where everything is dubbed in Japanese. Saji and Issei make a random conversation. Saji insults Issei, making him gasp in shock. Meanwhile in a parallel universe where thinking about Oppai makes your head heavy. Issei thinks about Oppai, when all of a sudden he falls on the floor, injuring his head. Issei, darg. Issei holds his head in pain. Meanwhile in a parallel universe where thinking about Oppai makes you float. Raynare, don't worry Issei, we will get you down. Issei, somebody help, I'm stuck on the ceiling. Meanwhile in a parallel universe where kitchen appliances create wormholes. Issei, look, I got a new blender. Issei instantly falls into a wormhole, shocking Saji. Meanwhile in our universe. Issei teleports back to the universe. Saji, told you there are parallel universes. Issei, Alter, wanna play Mario Kart? Issei closes his book and responds. Issei, yeah. And that's it guys. That was the full stuff. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. Wait, take care.